Chun Tao, shrinking her neck, looked around and whispered, "Miss, can we really do this?" Xiao Zhangyu pulled her further behind the corridor pillar, lifting her chin defiantly and saying, "Dear Chun Tao, we have to do this. It's to save our lives. Save our lives." Those two words from her mouth made Chun Tao feel like the sun was rising from the west. She knew her young lady's nature best. "Miss." Chun Tao was on the verge of tears. "This is a tavern full of people. What's wrong with a tavern?" Xiao Zhangyu shot her a glare. "A tavern is a place for pleasure and indulgence. If you're not doing this here, what are you doing eating?" Chun Tao was speechless. Xiao Zhangyu clenched the medicine pouch in her sleeve, her heart pounding like a drum. She had already found out that Shen Yanqing was hosting a banquet here today in the private room on the second floor, ending at the hour of you. The Grand Secretary wasn't a good drinker, but he couldn't refuse on social occasions. After each banquet, he would take a quarter-hour rest in the room before leaving. A quarter-hour was enough for her to turn uncooked rice into cooked rice. No, it was to turn herself into cooked rice, forcing the Grand Secretary to eat. "Miss," Chun Tao made one last struggle. "I heard Lord Shun is extremely skilled in martial arts. What if? I bought the stupefying powder from the western regions. It can knock out even an ox." Xiao Zhangyu, full of confidence, pulled out 2 hemp ropes from her sleeve. "See, I brought ropes too, double insurance." Chun Tao looked at the finger-thick ropes, and her legs began to tremble. "Then. Tie them tight, miss." "Nonsense, I'm not going to untie him." At the hour of you, the private room door was indeed ajar. Xiao Zhangyu left Chun Tao outside to keep watch and tiptoed in herself. A single lamp was lit in the room, casting dim light. A person lay on the couch, breathing long and deep, motionless. She crouched by the couch and tested. No response. The stupefying powder had taken effect. Xiao Zhangyu sighed in relief and dared to openly examine his face. To be honest, she had seen Shen Yanqing from afar a few times before, but each time she was intimidated by his unapproachable aura and dared not look closely. Now that he was unconscious, she dared to look closely. His brow bone was high and sharp, his nose seemed carved by a knife, and his thin lips were slightly pressed. Even in sleep, he still seemed so unattainable. Xiao Zhangyu took a few more looks, then pulled herself together and started working. She struggled to move Shen Yanqing from the couch to the bed. Though he looked lean, heavy as a dead weight, exhausting her to the point of sweating. She muttered, "Shen Yanqing, were you raised on stones? How can you be so heavy?" After finally getting him onto the bed, she tied his wrists to the bedhead with the hemp rope. She tied a tight knot, checked it again, and was sure he couldn't escape. Next was herself. Xiao Zhangyu took off their outer robes and draped them over the screen. She loosened her own hair bun, removed her hairpins and ornaments, leaving only a few easy to put back ones. She pinched and twisted her own arms and neck, wincing in pain, but she didn't hold back. She needed enough red marks to make the scene look chaotic. When Shen Yanqing woke up, he wouldn't be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After pinching herself, she turned to Shen Yanqing and left a shallow mark on his collarbone. She also rubbed a few marks on his shoulder. Finally, she was done. She knelt by the bed, staring at Shen Yanqing's face, feeling troubled. What to do next? The storybooks wrote about sharing the clouds and rain on Mount Wu and spending spring nights in warm hibiscus curtains. All flowery words, but they didn't write a single word about the actual operation. She bit her lip and thought, whatever, I'll just kiss him first. So she leaned down and touched his lips, then kissed his chin and neck, fussing for a while. Just as she was busy with her task, the person beneath her suddenly moved. Xiao Zhangyu didn't pay attention and continued. Then a low grunt came from above. She froze, slowly raised her head. Shen Yanqing was awake. His eyes were half closed, his face flushed from neck to ears, even his chest was tinged pink. He only saw a black head moving at his chest, the hair ornaments on it shaking. His usually cold eyes were now slightly moist. His pupils reflected her disheveled appearance, hair loose and clothes in disarray. He instinctively tried to push the person off, but his hands didn't move. He turned his head to look. Hemp rope, a tight knot. The Grand Secretary himself tied to the bed like a New Year's pig. His voice squeezed through clenched teeth, hoarse and deep. "How dare you?" Xiao Zhangyu's mind went blank. It's over, he's awake. But who was Xiao Zhangyu? The most domineering person in the capital. How could she back down at a critical moment? She steeled herself, and instead of retreating, braced, and said, "You. Don't move." Shen Yanqing could hardly believe his ears. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Xiao Zhangyu didn't answer, thinking that since she had come this far, she might as well continue. She gritted her teeth and went on. Shen Yanqing was both shocked and angry. "Do you have no shame?" "I know." Xiao Zhangyu didn't even lift her head. "But I have no choice. It's a matter of life and death." "Life and death?" Shen Yanqing was almost amused. "Doing this, you'll only die faster." "That's not certain." Xiao Zhangyu bit her lip, anxious and panicked, her hands trembling. Just then, from outside the door, came Chun Tao's extremely low voice. With a sobbing tone, "Miss, I hear footsteps. They seem to be coming back." Xiao Zhangyu jolted. No time left. She steeled herself and decided to finish quickly. Shen Yanqing's whole body stiffened, a muffled groan escaped him, his face alternating between pale and purple. His lips went white and veins bulged on his temples. Xiao Zhangyu was no better, tears streaming down from pain, biting her lip to keep from crying out. Only one thought in her mind: she completed the deed, succeeded. This should be enough to get pregnant, right? Just then Chun Tao urged again from outside, "Miss, hurry up. The footsteps are getting closer." Xiao Zhangyu wanted to pull away, but found she couldn't move. She tried harder, gasped in pain, and Shun Yanqing's whole body stiffened. He growled in a hoarse voice, "Don't move. I don't want to move either." Xiao Zhangyu was about to cry. "But I can't get out." Footsteps from the corridor grew closer. Chun Tao's voice trembled, "Miss, I see shadows. They're about to turn the corner." Xiao Zhangyu ignored the pain, and with a sudden effort finally separated, tears falling again. She scrambled to grab her clothes and put them on. She grabbed the blanket and covered Shun Yanqing, the blanket bulging high. Her face flushed red. Ignoring everything else, she hastily tied up her hair. She picked up the jade pendant to hang it around her neck. The pendant clearly bore the character Xiao. She glanced at Shun Yanqing, who was staring at her intently, then grabbed Chun Tao and ran. Behind her came a very low, grinding voice, "You are to wait for this official." Xiao Zhangyu ran even faster. Chun Tao was pulled, stumbling, crying as she ran. "Miss, did Lord Shen see your face?" "Probably. Then can he find us?" Xiao Zhangyu's hairband came loose again as she ran, and she gasped, "Probably." Chun Tao cried, even louder, "Then we're doomed." Xiao Zhangyu was silent for a moment, then grabbed Chun Tao. "Otherwise, how can we beg him to save our lives? But now we must run. Run faster." The two of them swept out of the tavern's back door like a gust of wind, disappearing into the night. In the private room behind, Shun Yanqing lay alone under the blanket that was bulging high. His wrists were still tied with hemp rope, his whole body ached, and there was a mark on his collarbone. He stared at the bed canopy, took several deep breaths, and told himself to stay calm. When the guard pushed open the door carrying the hangover soup, he nearly thought he had entered the wrong room. Shun Yanqing was bound to the head of the bed, his garments in disarray, his face ashen, with the quilt thrown haphazardly over him, yet rising into a distinct mound. The candlelight revealed faint traces upon his collarbone, making him appear as though he had been thoroughly ravaged. The guard stood frozen in the doorway, nearly dropping the bowl of soup. After a long moment, he managed to choke out, My lord." Shun Yanqing closed his eyes. "What are you standing there for?" The guard scrambled forward to untie the ropes. The hemp rope was knotted in a dead knot, and his hands trembled violently. It took him an age to loosen it, sweat beading across his forehead. 2 red marks were branded upon Shun Yanqing's wrists. He rotated them slightly. Without expression, he said, "Leave." The guard did not dare utter a single word, turned, and exited, shutting the door firmly behind him. Shun Yanqing sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed downward upon the sheets. That streak of peach blossom red was glaring as if planted there deliberately to mock him. He stiffened for a moment, then glanced down at his undergarments. A few plum blossom-shaped spots of crimson were visible enough to make the vein at his temple pulse several times over. He had been humiliated for a mere 2 minutes. That woman had even entered and immediately departed just like that. Was it solely to defile him once? He drew a deep breath and closed his eyes. His mind was filled with the image of that woman, her hair, cascading loose, lying clumsily atop him. When he opened his eyes again, the roots of his ears were flushed crimson. While dressing, he deliberately slowed his pace, using the time to compose himself, though his fingers still trembled faintly. It was from fury. Only after he had reclaimed his cold, impassive demeanor as the chief grand secretary did he say in a deep voice, "Enter." The guard entered with his head bowed, daring not to look too freely. Shun Yanqing pushed himself upright, using the bed frame, his legs still somewhat unsteady. The effects of the muscle-weakening powder had not entirely worn off, yet he stood perfectly straight. When the guard offered to support him, he raised his hand to decline, then stepped out of the chamber, one movement at a time, as though nothing had transpired. Throughout the journey, the sedan chair was as silent as a grave. Shun Yanqing rested with his eyes closed against the sedan wall. Moonlight filtered through gaps in the curtains, flickering upon his face. His mind kept cycling through fragments. The swaying jade ornaments, the mark upon his collarbone. He suddenly opened his eyes, banishing all such images from his thoughts. Upon returning to the residence, he went straight to the study, the guard trailing behind him. Shun Yanqing sat, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. The tea was cool, perfectly so. He set the cup down, yet every word seemed dredged from an ice cellar. "Issue the order. Turn the capital upside down. I want that person found." The guard knelt on one knee, his forehead pressed to the floor. "My lord, I am inept." I could not clearly see the woman's face. Shun Yanqing picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and sketched the outline of a profile in a few strokes. Loose flowing hair, a slightly upturned nose, the curve of the chin, and at the collarbone he marked a point. He lifted the examine it, then added a few stray wisps of hair. Setting down the brush, he said, "Take this and search accordingly." After a pause, "Do not raise the alarm. I want her alive. Focus the investigation on the Xiao family." The guard accepted the order and departed, and the study fell silent once more. Shun Yanqing sat alone for a while, then rose and returned to his bedroom. He closed the door, leaned against it, and shut his eyes. Once again that image filled his mind. He glanced downward and saw his trousers were rising once more. Shen Yanqing's face darkened completely, and he cursed inwardly, a woman courting death. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, attempting to endure. He bore it for a while, but realized he simply could not. He tried again, and the vein at his temple pulsed more fiercely. He endured a moment longer, but the fire within him only grew, burning hotter until his entire body felt aflame. The mark throbbed with sharp pain. In the end, he gave in, his movements swift and ruthless. Afterward, he leaned against the bedpost, gasping for breath. His voice was hoarse and unrecognizable as he called out, "Bring water." When the servant entered with a basin of water, he foolishly asked, "My lord, shall I arrange a concubine?" Shen Yanqing raised his eyelids and cast him a glance. The servant immediately knelt, daring not speak another word. "No need." Shen Yanqing averted his gaze and waved his hand. Once the servant had withdrawn, he sat alone by the bed, staring at the canopy above for a long time. The sheets had been replaced with fresh ones, and so too had his undergarments. Yet the lingering scent of cosmetics still clung to his nostrils. Slowly he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. "I, Shen Yanqing, have lived 26 years and never troubled myself over matters between men and women. Yet today a woman of unknown origins has schemed to strip me of my purity. Once I find her, I will make her understand what it means to suffer worse than death." Xiao Zhangyu was carried over the wall by Chuntao and Xiaozhu. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiaozhu quickly shut the back door and asked in a hushed voice, "Miss, no one noticed, did they?" Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the wall and waved her hand weakly. "What about father? The master is drinking at the second master's residence tonight. He has not returned." While speaking, Xiaozhu studied her, growing increasingly alarmed. "Miss, what is wrong with you? Your face is so pale." Xiao Zhangyu opened her mouth to say she was fine, but her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Chuntao caught her with remarkable swiftness. Stop asking, Chuntao said, her face flushed. She pushed and guided Xiao Zhangyu into the room. "Go boil hot water quickly." Xiaozhu departed bewildered while Chuntao closed the door and helped Xiao Zhangyu lie down upon the bed. Lying upon the bed, Xiao Zhangyu felt as though a cannon had exploded through her. From her waist downward, nothing felt like her own. Every movement was like being carved with a blade. She stared blankly at the canopy above, her gaze vacant, as though her soul had not yet returned to this body. She felt weightless overall, save for her lower half, which was as heavy as lead. Chuntao brought in hot water, wrung out a cloth, and offered it to her, but she did not take it, simply lying motionless. After a long while she suddenly spoke. "Chuntao, this servant is here. Do you think? Can one become with child from a single encounter?" Chuantao's hand trembled, and the cloth fell into the basin, splashing water across the floor. Chuntao thought it has not even been 15 minutes. But Xiao Zhangyu did not wait for an answer, nodding to herself, as though stealing her own courage. "Yes, it is certain. I, Xiao Zhangyu, have never failed to accomplish what I set my mind to." Having spoken those words, she turned onto her side and closed her eyes. The pain was genuine, but it was worth it. As long as she carried Shen Yanqing's child, she cared not for confiscation or exile. Regardless of how corrupt her two fathers might be, her destiny for this life was secured. At this thought, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and within moments she fell into a deep slumber. Chuntao squatted beside the bed and sighed silently. Tomorrow morning, when she awoke, perhaps the miss would remember what she had done tonight. It all began a few days earlier. Her name was Xiao Zhangyu. She was the capital's most imperious, most beautiful, and most unreasonable young lady. Her biological father, Xiao Xiong, served as Vice Minister of Revenue, a position not particularly grand, yet one he wielded with considerable boldness. He was not cruelly greedy, but greedily consistent. Today, 3,000 tales, tomorrow a scroll of calligraphy or painting. Bit by bit his storerooms were nearly overflowing. Her mother had been the most renowned beauty in the capital before they divorced. After the divorce, she remarried Prime Minister Fu Ziyuan of the current court, and not through ordinary means. He had set his sights on her, seized her by force, and stirred up scandal throughout the entire city. Her biological father, Xiao Xiong, did not mind in the slightest, for Fu Ziyuan was his most powerful patron. With this second father's protection, Xiao Xiong climbed from an 8th-rank minor official all the way to the high position of vice minister. With his meager talents alone, he would never have reached such a height in his entire life. Xiao Zhangyu had grown up surrounded by the doting love of two fathers. Her biological father indulged her without limit. Whatever she wanted she got. Even if she tore off roof tiles, he would hold the ladder for her. Her second father indulged her even more. The prime minister himself bore it without anger when she rode on his shoulders and tugged at his beard. She also had a half-brother, Fu Yue, aged 8, timid and cowardly, who hid whenever he saw her. She lived more comfortably than a princess, and no one in the entire capital dared provoke her. Until that night, Xiao Zhangyu had a dream. In her dream, her second father, Fu Ziyuan, was arrested. The charges were forming cliques, embezzling salt taxes, and manipulating the government, every single offense carrying the death penalty. Her biological father lost his protective shield. All the silver stolen over the years was unearthed. The two were like grasshoppers tied to the same string, and both perished together. Dozens of family members were led out of the city in chains while citizens lined the streets cursing them. Rotten cabbages and spoiled eggs rained down upon them. Someone in the crowd recognized her and pointed at her shouting, "This is the traitor's daughter. You reveled in power and cruelty in peacetime. Today you reap what you deserved." Her second father was assassinated along the way, and her biological father did not survive past the third day. She alone was exiled to the northern frontier with no silver, no proper clothes, and no food. On a snowy winter day, she shivered in the corner of a ruined temple, her body turning purple from the cold, unable even to weep. Before dying, she saw someone riding a noble steed pass right before her eyes. Shun Yanqing, the chief grand secretary of the court, draped in a dark ceremonial cloak, did not even pause. He simply passed by. He was the one who had uprooted the Fu family entirely. Xiao Zhangyu bolted awake from her dream, drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling with chill. She sat motionless for a long while, that bone-deep sensation of freezing to death, refusing to fade no matter what she did. She threw off the covers and stepped onto the floor barefoot. The underfloor heating was blazing, the charcoal brazier crackling merrily. The room was so warm she could wear only light clothing. But the cold from the dream had been too real. Chun Tao, hearing the commotion, rushed in and was startled. "Miss, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Xiao Zhangyu stared at her for a long moment, then suddenly grabbed Chun Tao's wrist. Her grip was so forceful that her knuckles turned white, and her voice trembled. "Chun Tao, has my second father had any trouble lately?" Chun Tao was frightened by her reaction and stammered, "Tea trouble? What trouble could Lord Fu have? His Majesty praised him just yesterday, saying he is the very pillar of the dynasty." Xiao Zhangyu asked again, "And what about my father?" Chun Tao looked even more bewildered. "Master Xiao, he is perfectly fine. The day before yesterday, he received 5,000 taels from Elder Zhang outside the city, saying he was helping his son purchase an official position. He was in high spirits." Xiao Zhangyu released her hand and slowly leaned back against the pillow. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The next morning, she went to see her second father. Fu Ziyuan was reviewing memorials in his study. When he saw her arrive, he smiled warmly and beckoned, "Drawer, you're here. Come, your second father has newly acquired a box of Eastern pearls. I'll have jewelry made for you." Xiao Zhangyu did not take the pearls. Instead, she sat down and studied her second father's face for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Second father, have you ever considered what would happen if one day the emperor grows up and settles old scores?" Fu Ziyuan's hand paused, then he chuckled and patted her head. "What nonsense are you children talking about? The emperor is still young. Besides, I have built my influence in court over many years. Do you think I could be brought down so easily?" Xiao Zhangyu's heart sank. As for her father Xiao Xiong, there was nothing to say. That evening over dinner, Xiao Xiong sipped his wine and boasted with pleasure, "My dear daughter, look. Father has acquired a new painting by Yan Libin, an authentic masterpiece. Elder Zhang gave it to me. He wants to slip his son into the Imperial Academy, and would father not help with such a small matter?" Xiao Zhangyu looked at her biological father's smug expression and felt her heart turn to ice. That night, Xiao Zhangyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She ran through every scene from the dream from beginning to end. They would not fall. Not yet. The time had simply not arrived. The more she thought, the clearer her mind became. The more she reflected, the more terrified she grew. Finally, she sat bolt upright and slapped the blanket. No, Xiao Zhangyu would never suffer that fate. She had to protect both fathers and save herself, and she had to act early. The next day, she drew up a list. First, she must redeem her reputation. She could no longer remain the hated daughter of a traitor. Second, she needed to drag the most powerful minister into their web, making him their ultimate shield. In the dream, Xin Yanqing had eventually become regent with the emperor still a child. Second only to the throne itself, he alone had destroyed the Fu family. He was far too dangerous. But viewed from another angle, what if she bound herself to Xin Yanqing? What if he became the father of her children? Could he possibly confiscate the estate of his own offspring? The more Xiao Zhangyu pondered this, the more brilliant the plan seemed. Chun Tao entered with tea and found her mistress smiling eerily at empty air. "Miss, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Zhangyu turned her head, her eyes shining strangely bright. "Chun Tao, tell me, what kind of person is Chief Grand Secretary Xin Yanqing?" Chun Tao blinked. "Lord Shun. He is a man of noble character and clear integrity. He keeps his distance from women. It is said he barely acknowledges the fiancée the Empress Dowager arranged for him." "Why do you ask, miss?" Xiao Zhangyu pursed her lips and said nothing. "He keeps his distance from women. That was all the better. A man who avoids women is virtuous and disciplined. If such a man were taken advantage of, surely he would be forced to take responsibility. Xin Yanqing had a fiancée, the Empress Dowager's niece. Others might have found this a thorny obstacle, but who was Xiao Zhangyu? Her second father had built his life on forcible seizure. Having grown up watching such things, nothing intimidated her more. She spread her hands. So what? The worst thing she had ever done was exactly this. Hadn't she survived perfectly well after her second father had forcibly taken her mother? She had done far worse things, one more would make no difference. With her decision made, she turned to planning how to execute it. Xiao Zhangyu spent 3 days gathering information on Sun Yanqing's schedule. The results pleased her greatly. Sun Yanqing was flawless in every way except one: he had little tolerance for alcohol. After every banquet, he always needed to rest for 15 minutes before departing. She then spent a fortune purchasing soft tendon powder from Western region merchants rumored to be strong enough to fell an ox. Watching Chun Tao prepare these items one by one, her legs trembled. "Miss, are you certain about this? That is Sun Yanqing, a man who kills without blinking." "Who has he killed?" Xiao Zhangyu countered. Chun Tao thought for a moment. "I suppose no one actually. But that gaze of his, it frightens me more than any murderer." "Then that settles it," Xiao Zhangyu said. She packed the hemp rope, the packet of powder, and the jade pendant one by one into her sleeves, adjusted her hairdo before the bronze mirror, and took a deep breath. She had already accomplished half the plan. The only question remained whether Sun Yanqing would comply, whether she could succeed on the first try. She supposed she could. He appeared to be at least 6 feet tall. Forget it. Even if he could not, he would have to. After all, there was nothing Xiao Zhangyu wanted to do that she had not already achieved. The next morning, Xiao Zhangyu was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window. She turned over, feeling the soft warmth of her quilt, while her body ached as if every bone had come apart. Half asleep, she remembered what had happened the night before, suddenly opened her eyes and stared blankly at the canopy above for a long while. Then slowly she placed her hand on her belly and gently rubbed it, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of her lips. "Chun Tao," she called out toward the door. Chun Tao hurried in with a basin of water to help her wash and dress. Xiao Zhangyu sat before the bronze mirror, gazing at her own face in the reflection. She spoke suddenly. "Chun Tao, I'm craving bird's nest soup." Chun Tao paused, surprised. "Miss, haven't you always despised bird's nest soup? You once said it tasted like snot." "That was in the past," Xiao Zhangyu said gravely, rubbing her belly. "From today onward, I'll have bird's nest soup every day. Red bird's nest, ginseng, donkey hide, gelatin, and whatever else is most precious." Chun Tao looked utterly bewildered. "Why, oi?" Xiao Zhangyu turned her head, lowering her voice with an expression that was both mysterious and triumphant. "I might already be carrying Sun Yanqing's child. So naturally, I need to eat well and nurture my body, otherwise all my efforts last night would have been in vain." Chun Tao opened her mouth to respond, but couldn't bring herself to speak. She silently wrung out the cloth and handed it to Xiao Zhangyu, wondering to herself. The women back in her village had taken months to conceive, and her young mistress had only spent a few minutes last night. Could she really become pregnant? Moreover, the elders in her village had said such matters never worked on the first attempt. But when Chun Tao saw her mistress's resolute expression, she dared not voice the skepticism aloud. Oh well, if her mistress claimed she was pregnant, then she must be. Her mistress was always right about everything. Xiao Zhangyu savored a bowl of bird's nest soup. She set down the bowl, wiped the corner of her mouth, and rose to her feet. "Come, let's go find father." Chun Tao combed her hair and selected a pale yellow jacket, then reached for a gold hairpin studded with red gems to adorn her head. But Xiao Zhangyu firmly pressed Chun Tao's hand. "Not today. I want to keep it simple and understated." Chun Tao thought she had misheard, her eyes widening as she stared at her mistress. When had this young lady ever sought simplicity? Usually she couldn't wait to pile her entire jewelry collection onto her head, yet today she demanded restraint. "Miss, are you unwell?" Chun Tao reached out to check her forehead. Xiao Zhangyu brushed her hand away. "I'm perfectly fine. Just do as I say, the plainer the better." Though puzzled, Chun Tao complied. She styled Xiao Zhangyu's hair into a simple knot, adorning it with only a white jade hairpin. She looked utterly transformed, fresh and modest, nothing like the garishly jeweled Miss Xiao who usually paraded through the streets. Examining her reflection in the bronze mirror, Xiao Zhangyu nodded approvingly. "Not bad. Today I look like a Buddhist nun." The mistress and maid made their way through the garden toward the main hall. As they walked, Xiao Zhangyu rehearsed her words in her mind. She had spent half the night contemplating how to alter the fate of the Xiao family. Merely conceiving Sun Yanqing's child wouldn't be enough. She needed to take action first. Her plan was to begin with something straightforward, distributing porridge and performing acts of charity. She hoped this would gradually shift how the capital's common folk viewed the Xiao family. It wouldn't improve overnight, but it was better than doing nothing at all. In the main hall, Xiao Xiong sat with his legs crossed, sipping tea. On a small table beside him rested a plate of pastries. He nibbled one while flipping through a novel he had somehow acquired, utterly engrossed. At the sight of Xiao Zhangyu entering, he lifted his head with a grin, then froze, studying her up and down several times before nearly spitting out his pastry crumbs. "Is that my daughter? Why do you look like someone else today? Did you gamble away all your jewelry?" Xiao Zhangyu rolled her eyes, walked over, and seated herself beside him. Linking her arm through his, she pouted sweetly. "Father, what are you talking about? I've come to pay my respects." Xiao Xiong reached out to touch her forehead. "Are you all right? Something's off about you today." He then glanced at her clothing and clicked his tongue in amazement. "Look at yourself. You're dressed like a nun. When has my daughter ever looked so shabby? Running out of money. Tell me how much you need, father will give it to you. Father, I have money. Xiao Zhangyu removed his hand from her forehead. I just want a change of style. Is that so wrong? Wearing sparkling jewels day after day is so vulgar. Father, I'd like to discuss something with you. Xiao Xiong immediately grew alert, abandoning his pastries and pushing the plate aside. His expression turned serious. Speak. What trouble have you caused now? Neither. Xiao Zhangyu grew impatient. Father, must you assume that whenever I speak, I'm looking for trouble? Xiao Xiong leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed, speaking leisurely. Then tell me, when have you ever come to see me just to pay your respects? Enough, enough. Xiao Zhangyu quickly cut him off, knowing that if he kept listing her past transgressions, today's matter would never get discussed. Father, I truly have something important to discuss with you, and it's a good thing. Xiao Xiong raised his eyebrows. A good thing? You, Xiao Zhangyu, doing something virtuous? Has the sun risen in the west? Father. Xiao Zhangyu stomped her foot in frustration, but restrained herself, taking a deep breath and forcing her tone to sound more obedient. I want to distribute porridge at the city gate. Xiao Xiong's teacup nearly slipped from his grasp. What did you say? Distribute porridge. You mean setting up a large cauldron at the city gate, cooking congee, and serving a bowl to each poor person? Xiao Xiong set down his teacup and carefully examined his daughter from head to toe to confirm he wasn't hallucinating, then spoke slowly. Why would you do something so thankless? Did you have a nightmare last night? Xiao Zhangyu's heart skipped a beat. Hadn't she essentially had a nightmare? But how could she possibly tell her father that? She certainly couldn't confess that her parents would face confiscation and execution in a few years, or that she herself would freeze to death in the snow with not a single family member escaping. If she voiced those words, her father would think she'd lost her mind. Telling him about confiscation and clan destruction, he'd assume she was mad. So she rephrased her approach. Wrapping her arm through Xiao Xiong's, she coaxed, Father, I was thinking about that aged rice in our storeroom. It's been sitting there too long, and we won't finish it in a year or two anyway. Besides, rice stored for too long isn't ideal. If bugs infest it, we'd have to discard it anyway. Better to distribute it as porridge and gain a reputation for kindness. She paused, then added what was really the point, and I've been craving fresh rice. Old rice porridge lacks the proper viscosity and aroma. Once we distribute the old rice, we can purchase fresh grain. He stroked his chin with a fond, fatherly expression. That makes sense. My daughter deserves only the freshest food. Those old rice stores are cluttering up space. The storerooms are nearly full. Your second father even suggested I buy another warehouse last time. Do you think warehouses are free? Xiao Zhangyu quickly seized the moment to flatter him. Exactly. Distributing porridge is wonderful. It clears out the old rice, helps the poor, and earns merit for my father. A triple victory, how economical. Xiao Xiong was thoroughly delighted by her words and slapped his thigh. Agreed. We'll do exactly as you suggest. Distribute porridge tomorrow, no today. If my daughter wants fresh rice, we'll clear out the old stock immediately. Xiao Zhangyu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her dear father agree so readily. She felt that merely dispensing congee was not enough. The most urgent matter was to make father tone it down a bit. Those two fathers had been corrupt for so many years. Their roots ran deep, but a tall tree invites the wind. Xin Yanqing's eyes had been watching all along. She cleared her throat and changed to an earnest tone, saying, Father, there is something else I wish to speak with you about. Xiao Xiong was in high spirits, waving his hand dismissively. Speak. I will agree to anything you say. Father, could you please be a bit more restrained lately? Try not to be so conspicuous. Xiao Xiong paused, startled. Be restrained. What do you mean? Xiao Zhangyu chose her words carefully. It's just, when you receive gifts, keep it low-key. Don't let others see. And those who give you things, you shouldn't meet with them so ostentatiously. What if someone takes notice? Xiao Xiong chuckled dismissively. Daughter, your father has navigated official circles for 20 years. What storms have I not weathered? Your second father holds a position at court. Who dares to target me? Besides, everything I receive is given willingly, is it not? I neither rob nor steal. What is there to fear? Xiao Zhangyu grew increasingly anxious and sighed, about to press her point again, when suddenly Xiao Xiong's eyes lit up. He set down his teacup and drew something from his sleeve. He held it carefully in his palms, a look of full pride on his face as he presented it before her. Daughter, look at what this is. Xiao Zhangyu looked down and saw a jade rui scepter, entirely emerald green, with exquisite carving work, clearly of considerable value. The jade rui glowed with a soft green light in the morning rays, smooth and lustrous like a pool of spring water. How much silver must this be worth? Xiao Xiong's eyes squinted into slits with delight as he turned the jade rui over and over in his hands, displaying it. This is something your father just acquired yesterday. Look at this quality, look at this carving, look at this jade material. This is top-grade white jade from Hotan, not some ordinary merchandise. Let me tell you, daughter, this is a fine piece. You won't find a second like it all across the capital. Xiao Zhangyu gazed at that jade rui and darkness swam before her eyes. What had she just said? Asked father to tone it down. Asked father to keep a low profile. Good heavens. She had barely finished speaking before her father produced a jade ruby to show off. Not even an earshot could be ignored so completely. It was over. Certainly over. Only these two words filled Xiao Zhangyu's mind. She took a deep breath, bit her teeth, and forced a smile. Father, it's truly beautiful. Take your time admiring it. I must take my leave first. Oh, leaving already. Won't you look a bit longer? Let me tell you, the origin of this jade ruby is not simple. Xiao Zhangyu had already risen to her feet, hurrying out with rapid steps, while Chun Tao trotted behind her. From behind came Xiao Xiong's excited voice. Daughter, look at the pattern on this handle. It's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, such a fine omen. Xiao Zhangyu walked even faster. Stepping out of the main hall, Xiao Zhangyu stood upon the stone steps. Closing her eyes, she took several deep breaths before finally easing the tightness pressing against her chest. Chun Tao watched her expression, cautiously daring not to speak. Chun Tao. Xiao Zhangyu opened her eyes, her voice faint and weak. This servant is here. Go and arrange things. 10 o'clock this morning, dispense kanji at the city gate. Yes, miss. Xiao Zhangyu looked up at the sky. Miles of cloudless blue, bright sunshine. A fine day indeed. Yet she could not shake the feeling that a blade hung suspended above her head, swaying gently, ready to fall at any moment. She looked down and touched her belly, silently praying within, little one, if you truly reside within your mother's womb, give me some signs soon. Your maternal grandfather cannot be relied upon. Mother must rely on herself alone. As for Xin Yanqing, Xiao Zhangyu thought of those cold eyes. And that night, his expression of both shame and fury as he lay bound to the bed. She couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curve upward. That man should already be searching the entire capital for her by now, right? Let him search. Even if he finds her, she fears nothing. Perhaps she already carries his child within her belly. What can he possibly do to her? When Xiao Zhangyu's carriage came to a halt before the entrance of the Xiao residence, the entire street was blinded by the extravagance of her vehicle. For chestnut-colored steeds, their hooves polished to a gleam, drew the carriage adorned with gold inlay and jade ornaments. The carriage curtains were crafted from the finest cloud brocade. This carriage was unlike any other in the capital, even surpassing Chancellor Fu's yuans in splendor. When Xiao Xiong had originally spent 2,000 taels of silver to have this carriage built for his daughter, Fu's yuan had only shaken his head in disbelief, asking, brother-in-law, are you spoiling her too much? Xiao Xiong had merely chuckled and replied, my daughter deserves nothing less. Chun Tao assisted Xiao Zhangyu into the carriage, and as the curtain was drawn, the clamor of the outside world was largely muffled. Once Xiao Zhangyu was seated, she instructed the driver, we shall not head to the city gate first. Instead, take the alley behind. He responded with a yes, raised his whip, and the carriage moved forward smoothly. Chun Tao lifted the curtain for a glance outside, then let it fall again. She turned her head, her face etched with confusion, and asked, Miss, if we are not going to the city gate, what are we doing in the alley? Xiao Zhangyu was bent over inspecting her face veil. She donned the veil and gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror. Satisfied, she nodded, then leisurely replied to Chun Tao, we are going to dispense kanji. Those are all famine victims over there. Just imagine, if our carriage golden and gleaming pulls up at the city gate, are we dispensing charity or displaying wealth? Chun Tao paused, stunned. Xiao Zhangyu continued, those starving victims have eyes green with hunger. Seeing such a carriage, wouldn't they swarm over us in droves? By then my newly purchased carpet would be covered in muddy handprints, and that wretched stench of poverty, how could it ever be washed away? To whom should I turn for compensation? Chun Tao glanced down at the brand new carpet beneath her feet, imported from Persia. It was said that this single piece of rug had cost 300 taels of silver, enough to feed an ordinary family for several years. She could only think her mistress extraordinarily thorough. Miss, your foresight is impressive. The carriage turned into a narrow lane beside the city gate and came to a stop. Chun Tao descended first, then turned back to help Xiao Zhangyu alight. Chun Tao glanced around. The alley was exceedingly narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Tall brick walls rose on both sides, leaving only a sliver of sky overhead. She whispered, Miss, shall we walk there on foot? Or what? Do you propose I let you carry me? Xiao Zhangyu cast her a sidelong glance, gathered her skirts, and began walking. Come along. Enough idle chatter. As the two emerged from the alley, the scene at the city gate unfolded before them in its entirety. The Xiao household servants had been swift indeed, having arrived at dawn to bring all the pots, bowls, and utensils. Several large cauldrons were set upon makeshift stoves with firewood burning vigorously beneath them. The kanji bubbled and churned within the pots, steam rising in billows. Before the great cauldrons a long queue had already formed. To call it merely long would be an understatement. The line seemed to stretch beyond sight. It stretched from the city gate all the way to the end of the street, numbering at least 300 or 400 souls. Men, women, young and old. All clad in tattered garments, their faces sallow and emaciated, every feature carved with the hardships of life. An indescribable odor hung in the air, a foul blend of sweat, damp earth, and mildew. Xiao Zhangyu instinctively held her breath, then relaxed and walked past with a smile. Her moon-white gown stood out sharply against the grimy crowd. The steward in charge of the porridge distribution spotted Xiao Zhangyu and hurried to greet her, bowing deeply. "Miss, why have you come in person? It's filthy here. I beg you not to soil your clothes." Xiao Zhangyu ignored him and strode straight to the front. She cleared her throat. "Greetings, everyone." Those in the back caught fragments from those ahead. "The young miss from the Xiao household has arrived." A restless stir rippled through the crowd, and suddenly hundreds of eyes fixed upon her. Xiao Zhangyu steeled herself inwardly while keeping her composure on display. She raised her voice with a warm smile. "Fellow townsfolk, I am Xiao Zhangyu. This porridge distribution is arranged jointly by the Xiao and Chancellor households. I spoke with my father and with second father. Times are hard for all of us, and wherever we can offer aid we should. Starting today, every 3 days right here, we will distribute porridge on time. Everyone is welcome, no need for modesty or hesitation. Take as much as you can, and there will be plenty to go around." Silence fell over the crowd for a heartbeat. Then, as though ignited by a spark, a wave of cries erupted from the throng. "A living bodhisattva. It is a living bodhisattva. A female bodhisattva, sent from the heavens. Long live the great Miss Xiao, 1,000 years and beyond." Someone knelt first. I never did discover who, but once that first pair of knees touched the ground, the second and the third followed with thunderous thuds. Row upon row, group after group, hundreds of people collapsed to their knees in a sprawling mass. "Thank you, Miss Xiao. Thank you, Miss Xiao. May the young miss live 100 years. May goodness be rewarded with peace. May heaven protect Miss Xiao." Lord Xiao and Chancellor Fu. Xiao Zhangyu stood beside the great cauldron, its white porridge rolling behind her. Before her, a sea of bowed heads filled the ground. A thin veil concealed most of her expression, revealing only a pair of smiling crescent-shaped eyes. Indeed, things had gone far more smoothly than she had anticipated. She made a quiet mental note. Mastering public opinion and winning hearts. This was the first step toward reshaping their family's reputation. One person tells 10, 10 tell 100, and before long the capital would buzz with favorable whispers about them. Of course, she was not so naive as to believe that 1 or 2 distributions would make everyone forget the nature of the Xiao family. But she had time, and she had silver. If necessary, she would simply distribute porridge every 3 days. After a year or so of this, she was convinced someone would remember her kindness. This chancellor is a notorious traitor. Why the sudden charity? Could the porridge be poisoned? That voice was like a stone cast into still water, sending ripples spreading outward. A few nearby people exchanged uncertain glances. Xiao Zhangyu's smile faltered for an instant. In another life, she would have been tempted to overturn the stalls, but not now. Still, she did not care. She had anticipated such suspicions, and had already warned Chun Tao beforehand. True to form, the moment that voice fell silent, another rang out. "Even if it is poisoned, it is better than starving to death." The words sliced through the lingering doubt like a blade, cleaving it to shreds. A chorus of agreement rose from the line. Some nodded, some sighed, and someone muttered, "We are nearly dead from hunger. Who cares whether poison has been added?" The original skeptic fell silent. Xiao Zhangyu merely smiled faintly and said to the steward, "Begin. Let us not keep the townspeople waiting any longer." The steward acknowledged and signaled the servants to start serving. Bowl after bowl of white porridge was passed into the hands of the displaced. The scene was chaotic, yet moving, laced with the fragrance of rice and the salt of tears. Chun Tao stood a half-step behind Xiao Zhangyu, her heart a tangle of emotions as she watched the scene unfold. She sighed inwardly, wondering to whom her mistress was truly performing this play. An elderly woman with silver hair approached her, trembling hands clutching a bowl of porridge. She dropped to her knees with a thud, babbling, "Bodhisattva, you are a reincarnation of mercy. This old woman has not eaten in 3 days. If not for you, I would have perished on this roadside today." Xiao Zhangyu was swift, catching her before she could fully kneel. "Old mother, please do not kneel," she said gently. "Drink the porridge while it is warm. It loses its flavor when cold." Her voice was so tender that even Chun Tao nearly believed her mistress had become a different person. The old woman wept freely, clutching Xiao Zhangyu's hand and repeating her gratitude over and over. Xiao Zhangyu did not mind the filth. She simply let her hold on, and even reached out to gather the woman's disheveled hair. Chun Tao leaned closer. "Miss, what you said just now, that was wonderful." Xiao Zhangyu maintained her smile. "Naturally. I learned that from second father. When he courted my mother, he was exactly like that. So gentle and utterly insincere." Chun Tao nearly broke into laughter and quickly covered her mouth, pretending to cough. The porridge line continued to inch forward, bowl after bowl of white porridge ladled from the Xiao family cauldrons and delivered into the hungry mouths of the displaced. Her task was to slowly peel away the label of traitor's daughter, not to brawling with every person who spoke ill of them. As for the fighting, that could wait. Now she distributed porridge. The sun climbed ever higher, and the wind at the city gates swept through the crowd, carrying the mingled scents of porridge and dust. After giving a few instructions to her attendants, Xiao Zhangyu departed. She made her way to the carriage, and Chun Tao helped her inside. Once the curtain fell, the outside world was shut away. Xiao Zhangyu leaned back against the cushion and exhaled deeply, removing her veil and tossing it aside. "Take me to the jewelry boutique," she said with her eyes closed. "Yes, miss." The driver's voice came through the curtain. The carriage rolled slowly out of the alley, its wheels grinding against the bluestone path. Xiao Zhangyu kept her eyes closed, her hand drifting unconsciously to her stomach as she rubbed it gently in circles. When the time came, even if the sky fell, she would have her shield. Why did she feel a trace of anticipation? A smile curved Xiao Zhangyu's lips, and she could not help but laugh aloud. Startled, Chun Tao ventured cautiously, "Miss, what is so amusing?" Xiao Zhangyu opened her eyes bright with a sparkling light. "Nothing. I just suddenly feel there is hope in these days." The carriage moved along the main street, and the common folk scattered to avoid offending whatever noble power traveled within. Soon they arrived at the jewelry boutique. The party alighted, and the servants led the carriage away. The jewelry pavilion stood at the most conspicuous spot of the East Market, a three-story building with a gilded signboard. It was the largest and most comprehensive jewelry store in the capital. Rumors circulated that it had connections with imperial merchants, and even noble ladies from the palace were frequent visitors. Xiao Zhangyu was a regular here, but she felt uneasy if she didn't visit at least 3 or 5 times a month. The shopkeeper treated her like a deity of wealth whenever he saw her. He greeted her with a beaming smile, served tea, and practically worshipped her. Today Xiao Zhangyu was dressed plainly, a moon-white blouse paired with a light blue jacket and only a white jade hairpin in her hair. She stood at the entrance of the jewelry pavilion, adjusted her collar, and stepped inside. The shopkeeper's sharp eyes recognized her instantly. That face was too distinctive. No other face in the capital could match its beauty. He hurried out from behind the counter, his face wreathed in smiles. "Miss Xiao has arrived. Please come in, please come in. We just received a new shipment from the south, some pieces of exceptional quality. I've set them aside especially for you." Xiao Zhangyu nodded with reserved grace, maintaining her dignified air as she slowly paced the shop. She was in a good mood today. The porridge distribution had gone smoothly, and stopping by this shop on her way home was the perfect finishing touch. Her gaze swept over rows of jewelry. Gold didn't appeal to her, silver was beneath her notice, and jade seemed too plain. After browsing for a while, her eyes suddenly lit up. In a corner of the counter, a single hairpin was displayed separately. It was a vivid green crafted from fine jadeite. The head was carved into a half-blooming lotus with petals so thin they were translucent, and a tiny ruby set in the center of the stamen. The hairpin was elegant yet exquisite. Xiao Zhangyu was instantly captivated. She pointed at it and said in a light tone, "Let me see this one." The shopkeeper followed her pointing finger, and his smile froze for a moment. Then his expression turned troubled. He rubbed his hands together and spoke cautiously, "Miss Xiao, I'm terribly sorry, but this hairpin has already been reserved by someone." Xiao Zhangyu's eyebrows immediately shot up. Since when did anyone dare to claim something she had set her eyes on first? From childhood, she had always gotten whatever she wanted. No one had ever dared to compete with her. She was about to erupt in fury, the words, "Who dares to snatch what I've chosen," already on her lips. But she forced herself to swallow them back down, unable to either digest or spit them out. Chuan-Tao, watching nearby, didn't dare to breathe, thinking, "Oh no, the miss is going to explode." However, Xiao Zhangyu took a deep breath, then another. She forcibly suppressed that rising anger and cleared her throat. In a tone so syrupy sweet that even she found it utterly fake, she said, "Ahem, first come first served. That's only proper. Since it's already reserved by someone else, I won't take what others love. Let's go." With that, she turned and walked away. The shopkeeper stood frozen, the handkerchief slipping from his hand. He stared after Xiao Zhangyu's retreating figure, mouth agape, unable to process what had just happened. Had this little ancestor taken the wrong medicine today? Last time she had coveted a hairpin, and when someone merely glanced at it, she had started a quarrel. In the end, he had to wrest that hairpin away from the other customer and sell it to her to settle the matter. Yet today, when something was actually reserved, she actually said, "First come first served." The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Meanwhile, at the Grand Chancellor's mansion on the other side of the capital, the atmosphere was far from relaxed. In the study, Xin Yanqing sat behind his desk, holding a memorial. His eyes were fixed on the characters, but he didn't absorb a single word. He had maintained this posture for nearly half an hour. The tips of his ears were faintly red, and his knuckles gripping the memorial were white. The events of the previous night replayed in his mind every time he closed his eyes. Being tied to a bed, molested by a woman, completely powerless to move. It was a mortifying disgrace. What infuriated him even more was that his body had actually. Xin Yanqing slammed the memorial shut, driving those chaotic images from his mind. 3 soft knocks sounded at the door, the signal from his secret guard. Xin Yanqing took a deep breath, resumed his usual cold expression, and said in a low voice, "Enter." A young man in black tight-fitting clothes pushed the door open and entered, dropping to one knee with crisp, decisive movements. He was one of Xin Yanqing's personal shadow guards tasked specifically with intelligence gathering. He had accompanied Xin Yanqing to the banquet last night, only to be sent away to prepare hangover soup. When he returned, he found his master had been violated. He had nearly died of fright, thinking his negligence had caused his master's misfortune, and almost wanted to commit suicide on the spot to atone. Fortunately, his master didn't kill him, but merely ordered him to investigate the woman's identity. "Master," the guard said, head bowed, voice low, "I have found some clues." Xin Yanqing put down the memorial, leaned back in his chair, and said impassively, "Speak." The guard weighed his words carefully before speaking cautiously. "I suspect that the woman last night was the eldest miss of the Xiao mansion." Xin Yanqing's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. The guard continued, "I investigated the situation around the tavern last night, and found that a maidservant from the Xiao mansion appeared nearby, around the hour of the rooster, 5 to 7 p.m., acting suspiciously. Moreover, of the two women who fled out the back door of that private room last night, one was wearing the attire of a Xiao mansion maidservant. I also checked Miss Zhao's whereabouts. She was indeed not in the mansion last night." The guard paused, stealing a glance at his master's expression. Xin Yanqing remained silent, his fingers tapping the desk rhythmically, each tap making the guard's heart grow more uneasy. "Master, I also learned some things about Xiao Zhangyu," the guard continued. "This eldest Miss Xiao has a rather poor reputation in the capital. Relying on the influence of her father Xiao Xiong and Chancellor Fu, she has been domineering since childhood. Beating and cursing people are common occurrences. Even her half-brother is often bullied by her. Xiao Zhangyu has been spoiled by her two fathers since childhood, given everything she asks for, making her exceedingly arrogant. No one in the capital dares to provoke her." Having said this, the guard cautiously added, "Master, last night's incident was likely premeditated by her. Taking advantage of the moment when we went to prepare hangover soup for you, she was already waiting at the door and took liberties with you while you were incapacitated." Xin Yanqing's face darkened. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and his voice came out cold, as if dredged from an ice cellar. "I know." "Nonsense." The guard hastily lowered his head, not daring to say another word. The study remained silent for a long while before Xin Yanqing spoke again, his tone indifferent, and then the guard was startled, then realized his master was asking about Xiao Zhangyu. He quickly continued, "Miss Xiao is 16 this year. Her birth mother is Lady Zhang, who divorced Xiao Xiong years ago and later married Chancellor Fu. She also has a younger brother named Fu Yue, 8 years old. It is said she has been acting strangely recently. She never did charitable deeds before, but today she suddenly went to distribute porridge. No one knows what her intentions are." The guard hesitated, then ventured, "Master, should we capture her? With just one word from you, I will bind her tonight and bring her here for your disposal." Xin Yanqing lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. "On what grounds do we arrest her? Do we have any evidence? Do you want everyone to know that I was molested?" Xin Yanqing's voice was not loud, but every word seemed dredged from an ice cellar, carrying a chill that made one's blood run cold. "Are we bandits? Are we robbers? What law has she broken? On what grounds do you arrest her?" The guard was rendered speechless by the reprimand, kneeling with his head bowed, not daring to lift it. He felt deeply aggrieved. Last night it was clearly that woman who had molested his master, so why was his master scolding him instead? But he dared not say it, and could only obediently admit fault. "Master's lesson is correct. I was rash." Xin Yanqing stood up, walked to the window, and stood with his back to the guard, hands clasped behind him. Outside the window stood an old locust tree, its leaves rustling in the wind. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice gentler than before. "What's the fun in just capturing her? If she's scared to death in one go, how can that do?" He paused, the corner of his mouth curling slightly more like a hunter's instinctive reaction upon spotting prey. "I will torment her bit by bit, making her know what it means to regret being born into this world." The shadow guard knelt behind him, listening to his master's words, a chill creeping down his spine. Having served Xin Yanqing for so many years, he knew his master's temper all too well. His master was never one to anger easily, but once truly enraged, it was like a cat playing with a mouse. He wouldn't let go until he had his fill of amusement. That woman's actions last night had crossed his master's bottom line. How could his master let her die too easily? "Issue the order." Xin Yanqing turned around, his face having resumed its usual indifference. "From today onward, have someone tail Xiao Zhangyu. I want to know every move she makes, who she meets, what she says, where she goes. Every detail, no matter how small." The shadow guard saluted with clasped hands. "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." Also, Xin Yanqing added, "Don't let her know she's being watched. Let her believe she's perfectly safe." He lowered his head, picked up a memorial from the desk, and spoke in a faint tone as if mentioning something trivial. "Let her weave her own net first, then I'll slowly reel it in." The shadow guard acknowledged, and withdrew silently, gently closing the door behind him. The study fell quiet once more. Xin Yanqing sat back behind his desk, picked up the memorial, and continued reading. But he found himself unable to concentrate. The characters danced before his eyes and refused to coalesce. He simply tossed the memorial aside, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. So this was the fine daughter Xiao Xiong had raised, just as one would expect. Who could have imagined that this woman would actually set her sights on him? Shen Yanqing opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the brush on the desk. Once again images flashed through his mind, loose flowing hair swaying pearls and jade, and that woman's flustered movements. He reached for the teacup and took a gulp of cold tea, suppressing the restless heat within. Xiao Zhangyu. At this very moment Xiao Zhangyu was walking out of the jewelry pavilion. Unaware that she had already caught the attention of the most dangerous man in the capital, she had just stepped over the threshold when she heard a sarcastic voice behind her. Sharp and thin like nails scraping across porcelain. Oh, isn't this Xiao Zhangyu? Xiao Zhangyu's steps faltered for a moment. She knew who it was without even turning around. There was only one person in the entire capital who would call her that, Zhangyu, the daughter of the Grand Tutor. The two had never gotten along since childhood. They'd bicker every time they met and had been at it for over a decade. Zhangyu thought Xiao Zhangyu was domineering, while Xiao Zhangyu thought Zhangyu was a hypocrite. They'd gone from verbal sparring to physical fights, and from fights to sabotaging each other. They'd done it all. Xiao Zhangyu took a deep breath and slowly turned around. Sure enough, there stood Zhangyu in a goose-yellow jacket, her hair adorned with a gold and jade hairpin. Behind her followed two maids, and she stood at the entrance of the jewelry pavilion smiling at Xiao Zhangyu. Zhangyu looked Xiao Zhangyu up and down, her gaze lingering for a moment on her plain attire and simple hairdo. The mockery at the corner of her mouth deepened. What's the matter with the eldest Miss Xiao today? Zhangyu covered her mouth with a laugh, her voice both sweet and insincere. Dressed like a nun, is it? Is Lord Xiao short on cash lately, unable to buy you jewelry? Need me to lend you a few pieces? I still have a few hairpins I don't wear. They might be a bit old, but they're still better than that white jade one on your head. If it were before, Xiao Zhangyu would have shot back immediately. She could have rattled off 10 different insults, tearing Zhangyu apart from head to toe until she ran home crying to complain. But today she opened her mouth, then closed it again. Her mind raced. What was the point of arguing with Zhangyu? Even if she won, so what? Could it change the fate of the Xiao family being raided? Could it stop Shen Yanqing from targeting her father? Could it improve her reputation? None of it. It would only make passers-by think that the eldest Miss Xiao really was a shrew. Xiao Zhangyu swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue, forcing a smile onto her face. She was doing her best. She said calmly, Miss Zhang is joking. Then she turned and walked away. Chuntao was stunned for a moment, then quickly hurried after Xiao Zhangyu, catching up in a trot. She stole a glance back. Zhangyu was still standing at the entrance of the jewelry pavilion. Her mouth was agape, an expression of disbelief on her face, clearly baffled by Xiao Zhangyu's reaction. Did Xiao Zhangyu actually not argue with her? Did she just leave like that? Zhangyu stood there as if she had swallowed a fly. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only snort coldly and turn back into the jewelry pavilion. Chuntao caught up with Xiao Zhangyu and whispered, Miss, why didn't you talk back just now? Zhangyu's words were too infuriating. She said you were dressed like a nun and claimed the master was short of money. What right does she have to say such things about you? Xiao Zhangyu didn't answer. She walked all the way to the carriage. Chuntao helped her into the carriage, and the curtain was drawn. Only then did she let out a long breath, lean back against the cushion, and close her eyes. Chuntao watched her carefully, noticing that her mistress's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her lips were pressed tightly together, as if she was holding something back. Chuntao thought she was about to cry, and was about to pull out a handkerchief, when Xiao Zhangyu suddenly spoke. Chuntao, I'm here, miss. Do you know why I didn't argue with her? Chuntao shook her head. Xiao Zhangyu opened her eyes, staring at the carriage roof, her voice faint as if talking to herself. In the past, I had the energy to bicker with her, to argue, to compete for the upper hand. But now there is nothing more important than changing my fate. So why should I waste time arguing with her? Chuntao opened her mouth, not understanding why her mistress kept talking about changing fate lately, but she trusted her mistress had her reasons. She looked at her mistress and suddenly felt that she seemed different from before. In the past, her mistress was like a wildfire, burning wherever she went, scorching anyone who crossed her. Xiao Zhangyu closed her eyes and habitually reached for her belly, gently rubbing it. Today's performance should probably score a 70 out of 100. Although it's still far from reversing her reputation, at least it's a start. The carriage rumbled forward as Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the cushion. That hairpin in the jewelry pavilion today. Which blind fool had reserved it? If she found out who it was once, she no longer had to pretend. She would definitely go and snatch that hairpin, smashing it to pieces in front of that person rather than letting them wear it. Xiao Zhangyu thought fiercely to herself. The carriage wheels rolled over the bluestone path, producing a steady rolling sound. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the soft cushion with her eyes closed, feeling quite pleased as she imagined that in a few months this place would swell. She had even begun considering names. What to call a boy, what to call a girl. It would be ideal if the child resembled Shen Yanqing in beauty. Lost in thought, her stomach suddenly gave a sharp twist. Xiao Zhangyu paid it no mind, assuming she had simply overeating at noon, and shifted her position to continue lounging. But not long after, another wave of cramping pain struck, more pronounced than before. It felt as though something inside her lower abdomen was twisting, pulling, and gripping with each spasm. She frowned and removed her hand from her stomach, believing she had simply pressed on something and sat upright. By the time the third wave of pain hit, she nearly sprang off the cushion. Xiao Zhangyu's complexion drained of color instantly, a thin sheen of cold sweat breaking out across her forehead. She bit her lip, her hands pressing desperately against her lower abdomen as she curled herself into a tight ball. Xuantao, who had been dozing nearby, felt the carriage jolt and blinked awake in a daze. What met her eyes was her young mistress hunched over her face, as white as paper, lips trembling. The fright sent Xuantao's sleepiness vanishing instantly. She steadied Xiao Zhangyu's shoulders and cried out, "Miss, what's wrong with you? Do not frighten your servant like this." Xiao Zhangyu was too overcome by pain to speak, gasping for breath, as only one thought circled relentlessly in her mind: her child. She had finally conceived after such arduous effort, had worked so diligently to secure it. Nothing could go wrong. Under no circumstances could anything go wrong. She seized Xuantao's wrist with such force that her knuckles turned white, her voice trembling. "Xuantao, quickly, find a physician, bring one from outside the manor. Do not disturb my father." Xuantao was so terrified by her mistress's condition that her wits deserted her entirely. She stammered in agreement. Yes, I am going at once, miss." "Hold on." She lifted the carriage curtain and shouted to the driver, "Hurry back to the mansion." Before the carriage had even come to a complete stop, she leaped down and sprinted toward the street, scanning wildly for a medical clinic. The driver urged the horses forward with greater haste. Alone in the carriage, Xiao Zhangyu lay curled upon herself, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. She guarded her stomach with all her strength, whispering endlessly to herself, "Little one, you must not come to harm. Mother worked so painstakingly to bring you into this world. If you were lost, with whom would I weep? Our entire family's fortune and glory depend upon you. Do not be so ungrateful." The carriage drew to a halt before the Xiao residence, where Xiaozhu had already received word and waited at the gate. She rushed forward to support Xiao Zhangyu on the other side, helped her into the courtyard, and hurried back to her quarters. Xiao Zhangyu was settled onto the bed, and Xiaozhu bustlingly fetched warm water, wringing out a cloth to wipe away her sweat. Cold perspiration covered Xiao Zhangyu's forehead, fine strands of hair from her temples clinging to her skin, her lips dry and pale. Her fingers gripped the quilt so tightly that her joints whitened, her lips moving in a near silent murmur. "Child, my child, do not leave me, you must not." Xiaozhu could not make out the words at first, but upon leaning closer and catching the word "child," her hand trembled and nearly dropped the cloth. Could her mistress have lost her mind? She dared not inquire further, merely continuing to wipe the perspiration from Xiao Zhangyu's brow. She then fetched a cup of warm water and helped her mistress take a few sips. Xiao Zhangyu reclined against the pillow, gasping heavily, her heart torn between anxiety and dread. She had worked so meticulously to lay her trap, so carefully to secure Xin Yanqing. Should she seek out Xin Yanqing once more? That cold-faced tyrant was likely already scouring the entire city for her. Should she dare appear before him again, she feared he would cleave her into pieces on the spot. Xuantao burst into the courtyard drenched in sweat, dragging an elderly physician carrying a medicine chest upon his back. His hair and beard were both white, and he was pulled along by Xuantao with little regard for his own pace. Panting heavily, the medicine chest bounced wildly against his hips, nearly coming apart several times. "Miss, the doctor has arrived." Xuantao threw open the door and all but hurled the old physician into the room. The physician had barely any time to catch his breath. He adjusted his cap, set down his medicine chest, and prepared to begin the consultation. The moment Xiao Zhangyu spotted the physician, she clung to him as though he were a lifeline, casting aside all propriety. She seized his sleeve with both hands. Her voice was urgent and trembling. "Physician, please examine me. Am I pregnant? You must save my child. Use whatever medicine is necessary, no matter how expensive, as long as you can preserve him." The physician's hand stiffened, his gaze dropping to Xiao Zhangyu's hairstyle. The coif of an unmarried maiden, neatly arranged with not a single superfluous hairpin, plainly declaring to all that she remained an unpledged maiden. He found himself at a loss for words. What on earth had become of young women nowadays? Conceiving out of wedlock and summoning a physician so brazenly to preserve the pregnancy. Should such news spread, would she not care for her reputation? Yet the old physician had practiced medicine for decades and witnessed every manner of spectacle. With a composed expression, he nodded and took a seat upon the stool beside the bed, retrieving a pulse pillow from his case and gesturing for Xiao Zhangyu to rest her wrist upon it. Xiao Zhangyu quickly placed her wrist upon the pulse pillow, her eyes fixed intently upon the physician's face. He pressed 3 fingers to her pulse, closed his eyes, and held his breath in deep concentration. After a moment, he withdrew his fingers and opened his eyes. "Miss, you are not pregnant." Xiao Zhangyu froze. "You are simply experiencing your monthly cycle." The physician spoke calmly as he packed away the pillow. "There is some stagnation in your qi and blood, which is causing the abdominal pain. It is nothing serious. I shall prescribe 2 doses of medicine for you to decoct and drink at home. Rest well for a few days, and you will recover. During this time, avoid raw and cold foods, keep warm, and refrain from strenuous activity." Xiao Zhangyu felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head, leaving her completely stupefied. Her mouth hung open, her eyes wide with disbelief. Not pregnant. Simply her monthly cycle. She had paid such a heavy price, endured such suffering, nearly dying from the agony. And all for nothing. The physician had already written out the prescription and handed it to Chuantao, offering instructions on how to prepare the herbs, the number of times per day to drink it, before shouldering his medicine chest and departing. At the doorway he glanced back at Xiao Zhangyu, and shook his head, sighing inwardly at the indiscretion of modern youth. The moment the door closed, tears spilled from Xiao Zhangyu's eyes. She clutched the quilt and wept uncontrollably, her entire body trembling. Chuantao, she sobbed. What am I to do? I am not pregnant. Chuantao stood by the bedside, the prescription still in hand. Watching her young mistress break down, so her heart ached with compassion and a touch of bewilderment. She opened her mouth as if to offer words of comfort, but for the life of her, she could not find the right thing to say. Xiao Zhangyu wept more and more bitterly, burying her face in the quilt. Her voice was muffled and thick with tears. This man is all show and no substance. I thought that one big time would be enough, but it hurts so much, and it was all for nothing. What's the use of him being so handsome? What's the use of him being so tall? What's the use of him being such a high official? He can't even plant a child in me. All show and no substance, all show and no substance. At that moment, Xin Yanqing of the Shun mansion suddenly sneezed. Chuantao's face flushed crimson red enough to drip blood. She knew who her mistress was talking about, but those words were too blunt. What did she mean by that one big time would be enough? What did she mean by all show and no substance? Chuantao wished she could cover her ears and pretend she had heard nothing. Xiao Zhangyu cried for a while until her eyes were swollen. Chuantao handed her a handkerchief, hesitated, and whispered, Miss, this servant dares to say something improper. Please don't be angry. Speak. Xiao Zhangyu wiped her face with the handkerchief, her voice hoarse. Chuantao's face was still red and her voice was so low it seemed she feared being heard by someone outside the window. This servant has heard the village elders say that this kind of thing might not succeed in one try. Some couples only conceive several months after marriage, and some even take a year or two. You've only tried once, so it's not necessarily the case. Xiao Zhangyu's hand holding the handkerchief paused. She raised her swollen eyes to look at Chuantao. You mean? Try more times. Chuantao's face turned even redder, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but she still forced herself to nod. This servant means exactly that. Xiao Zhangyu stared at Chuantao for a long moment, then slowly put down the handkerchief. After a while she took a deep breath, threw back the quilt, and sat up straight. You're right. Xiao Zhangyu wiped the tear stains from her face. Either way, it's death. I might as well make some effort, better than waiting to die. Besides, I've already offended him. One more offense won't make much difference. If one try doesn't work, I'll try twice. If twice doesn't work, I'll try 3 times. I refuse to believe that there's anything Xiao Zhangyu set my mind to that I cannot accomplish. Chuantao looked at her mistress in this state, her heart filled with mixed emotions. What the miss said was true. Since she had already offended him, one more debt wouldn't matter. She closed her eyes and muttered something under her breath. Chuantao leaned in to hear clearly. Xin Yanqing, just you wait. I'm not done with you. At that moment in the study of the Grand Secretary's mansion, a shadow guard knelt on one knee and reported every word he had overheard outside the Xiao mansion to Xin Yanqing. Miss Xiao suddenly had a stomachache in the carriage and sent her maid to fetch a physician. After returning to the mansion, when the physician came to take her pulse, Miss Xiao directly asked if she was pregnant and ordered the physician to save her child. The shadow guard paused here, stealing a glance at his master's expression. Xin Yanqing was reviewing official documents, and the brush in his hand stopped. He looked up at the shadow guard, his brows slightly furrowed. She said, What? Pregnant? Save the child. The shadow guard nodded. Your subordinate heard it clearly. Miss Xiao's exact words were, You must save my child. Xin Yanqing put down his brush, leaned back in his chair, and lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest twice. His frown deepened. That night, Xiao Shun did not come out. He only went in briefly for a moment. His own thing hurt like hell. Seeing his master silent, the shadow guard carefully spoke again. Your subordinate ventures to guess that when Miss Xiao said those words, her expression was extremely earnest. It didn't seem fake. Xin Yanqing's brows knitted even tighter. After deliberating for a long time, the shadow guard tentatively offered his analysis. Master, in your subordinate's opinion, this Miss Xiao might be fond of you but feels she is not worthy of you, so she can only keep a child as a memento. Xin Yanqing said, nothing, his fingers continuing to tap on the armrest. After a long moment, he suddenly snorted, At least she has self-awareness. The shadow guard looked up at his master, unsure of what he meant. Xin Yanqing took his hand off the armrest, picked up his brush again, and lowered his head to continue reviewing documents. His tone was indifferent, as if speaking of something trivial, the daughter of a treacherous minister. Indeed, unworthy. Keep watching. The shadow guard acknowledged, and withdrew silently. The study fell quiet again, with only the rustling sound of brush tip against paper. So even knowing she is unworthy, she still wants to bear him a child as a keepsake. Shen Yanqing closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. 16, a full 10 years younger than him. A mere little girl, yet she had such audacity. He opened his eyes and looked at the mountain of documents piled on the desk, suddenly feeling a bit agitated. He pushed the documents aside, stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open to let the cold wind blow on his face. Xiao Zhangyu lay at home for 2 days, lying until her bones felt limp. The menstruation came fiercely and left quickly. Combined with 2 doses of the old physician's medicine, her stomach no longer ached, and she felt more energetic. Only her mood was still not great. Every time she remembered that she hadn't conceived, she couldn't help cursing Shen Yanqing in her heart. 2 days later, she could no longer bear lying in bed, so she called Chuntao in early to help her dress and make up. "Miss, which dress shall we wear today?" Chuntao opened the wardrobe, revealing a dazzling array of colorful garments. Xiao Zhangyu glanced over and pointed, the pomegranate red one paired with that set of gold and ruby hair ornaments. "I'm going to see my mother today, so I need to dress festively to show her how well her daughter is doing and stop her from always worrying that I'm being mistreated at home." Chuntao acknowledged and hurried to fetch the clothes. Xiao Zhangyu added, "Oh, and bring that gold filigree phoenix hairpin too, the one second father gave me last year. Mother will be delighted to see it." Once dressed, Xiao Zhangyu turned in front of the bronze mirror and nodded in satisfaction. The person in the mirror was radiant, the pomegranate red jacket setting off her skin as white as snow. The gold and ruby hair ornaments glittered in the morning light, making her look as if she had stepped out of a New Year painting. Her wealth and beauty were striking and ostentatious. She smiled at her reflection, then picked up her skirt and walked out. "Let's go to the Prime Minister's mansion." The carriage stopped at the mansion's gate. The gatekeeper, upon seeing this carriage, immediately ran over with a smile. He trotted up to greet her, his face beaming, his back bent like a shrimp. "The eldest miss has arrived. Please come in, please come in. The Lord Prime Minister and the lady are both in the residence." Xiao Zhangyu was helped down from the carriage by Chuntao, adjusted her collar, and walked in with her head held high. The servants of the Prime Minister's mansion, upon seeing her, none dared to be negligent. They all stopped and bowed. They called out, "Eldest miss." It was no wonder. Everyone knew that the Lord Prime Minister doted on this stepdaughter, as if she were his own flesh and blood. Xiao Zhangyu swaggered through the corridor and across the garden, and from afar, she heard a burst of laughter ahead. She looked up. In the garden clearing, a few young servants were kicking a ball around a 7 or 8-year-old boy. The boy wore a sapphire blue brocade robe, his skin fair and clean. That was her brother Fuyu. Every time Xiao Zhangyu saw this brother, she couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Zhangyu feared nothing under heaven. She was bold beyond measure, tearing off roof tiles, brawling, daring to do anything. What wouldn't she do? But her own blood brother, her half-brother from the same mother, turned out to be a coward. 8 years old, and he screamed at the sight of a bug, cried when bullied, and couldn't even utter a harsh word. Last time she was having dinner at her second father's house, Fuyu was so terrified by a cockroach that he jumped onto the table. He wailed for a full quarter of an hour, and only quieted down after she grabbed the cockroach and threw it out. She remembered that in her dream of exile, this brother's behavior was even more unbearable. He would kneel and beg for mercy at every turn, crying with a stream of tears, and snot, embarrassing himself to the point of no return. But you must admit, though shameful, it was effective. Those escorting officers, seeing how young and tearful he was, didn't give him much trouble along the way. In fact, he got more food and drink than she did. Just as Xiao Zhangyu was thinking, a ball rolled over with a thud, stopping right at her feet. It landed steadily in front of her embroidered shoes. Before her mind could react, her foot had already shot out. Then with a sudden powerful kick, the entire motion was fluid and seamless, crisp and decisive. With a loud thud, the ball shot off like an arrow from a bowstring, tracing a graceful parabola through the air. With a splash, it landed precisely into the lotus pond at the center of the garden. The ball bobbed on the water's surface for a moment, then slowly drifted toward the middle of the pond. Fuyu stood frozen in place, looking from the pond to Xiao Zhangyu. Finally, with a burst of wailing, he broke into tears. The entire mansion could hear it. Fuyu stomped his feet as he cried, tears and snot smeared across his face. "Sister is bullying me. Sister is bullying me again. My ball. My brand new ball. Sister, you must pay me back. Pay me back." Only then did the servant snap out of it, scrambling to retrieve the ball. For a moment, chaos reigned. She stood with arms crossed, tilting her head as she watched Fuyu, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Fuyu cried louder and louder, and seeing that the servants hadn't fished out the ball after a long while, he cried even harder, then turned and ran. He ran like the wind, his short little legs churning like fiery wheels, all the while howling, "Mother! Mother! Sister is bullying me. Sister kicked my ball into the pond." Xiao Zhangyu watched his retreating figure unhurriedly, adjusting the hairpin in her hair. She said to Chuntao, "Let's go. Follow him. Let's see what kind of story he can tell." Chuntao followed behind, muttering softly, "Miss, you've bullied the young master again." "How did I bully him?" Xiao Zhangyu said with utter confidence. "My foot moved on its own. It had nothing to do with me." Chun Tao was left speechless. Fu Yu ran all the way crying into the main hall. Inside, Fu Ziyuan and Lady Zhang were playing chess. Fu Ziyuan wore a casual dark robe, his hair tied up with a simple jade hairpin. His face was like carved jade, his bearing extraordinary. Though already past 40, he was well preserved, looking no more than 30. Lady Zhang sat across from him, dressed in a lotus-colored jacket. Her hair was simply adorned with a few jade ornaments, her face extraordinarily beautiful. Her features resembled Xiao Zhangyu's by 6 or 7 tenths, but with an added layer of mature gentleness. The couple was at a critical point in their game when Fu Yu burst in, throwing himself into Lady Zhang's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, "Mother, sister is bullying me. She kicked my ball into the pond. The ball is gone. My brand new ball." Lady Zhang set down her chess piece, wiped her son's tears with a handkerchief, and helped him blow his nose, her movements gentle and practiced. She looked at her son's tear-streaked little face, and before she could speak, a clear voice rang out from the doorway. "Mother, second father, I'm here." Xiao Zhangyu swaggered in. First she bowed to Fu Ziyuan, then she hooked her arm around Lady Zhang's and shook it playfully, as if acting spoiled. Then she looked down at Fu Yu, still curled in Lady Zhang's arms, and said with a grin, "Brother dear, why are you crying? Sister was just playing with you. Isn't the ball right there in the pond? It's not lost. Just fish it out." Fu Yu poked his head out from Lady Zhang's arms, glaring indignantly at Xiao Zhangyu. A shiny strand of snot hung from his nose, and his voice was both muffled and aggrieved. "You did it on purpose. You bully me every time. Last time you let my cricket go, and the time before that you hung my kite on a tree." All right. Lady Zhang patted her son's back, stopping his crying. She looked up at Xiao Zhangyu, her gaze carrying reproach, but more than that, helplessness and indulgence. She sighed, her voice gentle yet with a hint of playful scolding. You stop teasing your brother. He's 8 years old, and you still treat him like a 3-year-old. Xiao Zhangyu stuck out her tongue, about to speak, when Fu Ziyuan burst into hearty laughter. He tossed the chess piece in his hand onto the board and leaned back in his chair. He looked at Xiao Zhangyu with a beaming smile, his eyes full of affection. He reached out his hand and beckoned to her. You come here, to second father." Xiao Zhangyu walked over with a grin. Fu Ziyuan took her hand and looked her up and down, clicking his tongue twice. "You've lost weight. Haven't you been eating properly at home? I'll have some birds' nests sent over later. Have the kitchen make a stew for you." "Thank you, second father," Xiao Zhangyu said sweetly. Fu Ziyuan then turned to Lady Zhang, his tone gentle but firm. "My dear, don't be harsh on Yu. Our Yu has a close bond with her brother. She's just a young girl. What's wrong with playing with her brother? Siblings fooling around is only natural, isn't it? Yaya is a boy and he cries at the drop of a hat. What kind of behavior is that?" Fu Yu looked up from Lady Zhang's arms, glancing at his father and then at his sister. His mouth puckered, ready to cry again. But this time he didn't, because he saw his sister smiling at him. Those beautiful eyes clearly said, "If you dare cry again, I'll throw your cricket jar into the pond too." Fu Yu shuddered and forced back his tears. He shrank deeper into Lady Zhang's arms, muttering softly, "None of you love me. You all love sister." Xiao Zhangyu with sharp ears heard him. She bent down, leaned in, and flicked his forehead. The force was just right. Enough to hurt, but not enough to make him cry. "What did you say? Doesn't sister love you? Last time that dog from the Wang family next door chased you, who was it that drove the dog away?" Fu Yu covered his forehead, looking wronged. "But then you cooked that dog, and young Master Wang cried for days. His mother even came to complain to mother. Wasn't that getting revenge for you?" Xiao Zhangyu said with perfect logic. Fu Yu opened his mouth, only to find he had no retort. He buried his face back in Lady Zhang's arms, deciding never to speak to his sister again. At least not today. Lady Zhang, torn between laughter and tears, patted her son's back and said to Xiao Zhangyu, all right. The two of you start bickering the moment you meet. Tell me what brings you to see your mother today. Have you gotten into trouble again, or are you out of money?" Xiao Zhangyu was displeased at this. Hands on her hips, she pretended to be angry. "Mother, how can you say that? I came to see you simply to see you. Do I have to have a reason? Can't I just miss you?" She walked over, hooked her arm around Lady Zhang's, and leaned her head against her mother's shoulder, nuzzling. "I just missed mother. I wanted to come see you." Lady Zhang's heart melted at the gesture. She reached out and stroked her daughter's hair, saying softly, All right. Mother was wrong to say that. Since you're here, stay for lunch. I'll have the kitchen make your favorites. I want sweet and sour fish." Xiao Zhangyu immediately began ordering. "All right. And braised spare ribs. All right. And osmanthus cake. All right, whatever you want." Fu Yu poked his head out from Lady Zhang's arms and whispered, "Mother, I want osmanthus cake too." Before Lady Zhang could answer, Xiao Zhangyu cut in, "Don't you not like sweets? Last time you said osmanthus cake was too sweet, too cloying." Fu Yu shrank back again. Fu Ziyuan watched the three of them in their merry fray, his face split in a wide grin. Setting down what he was doing, he rose to his feet and turned to Xiao Zhangyu. Yu's second father recently acquired a painting, an authentic work by Yan Jinqing. Come, let me show it to you. Xiao Zhangyu's eyes lit up with delight. She immediately loosened her grip on Madame Zhang's arm and bounced after Fu Ziyuan as he headed toward the door. Before stepping out, she glanced back and stuck her tongue out at Fu Yu in a mischievous grimace. Fu Yue, incensed, buried his face even deeper, shrinking until he seemed to curl himself into a ball. Watching her father and sister depart, Madame Zhang could only shake her head in fond exasperation. Bending low over the child in her arms, she said, "Look at you, crying and throwing fits. What good does it do? You know your eldest sister's temperament all too well. The more you cry, the more she teases you." Fu Yu mumbled dejectedly, "But I simply cannot control it. Whenever my sister bullies me, I just want to cry." Madame Zhang sighed softly, straightened his collar, and dabbed the tear stains from his cheeks with a handkerchief. Her voice was tender as she spoke. "Enough now, stop crying. I'll have someone fetch your ball for you. Go play in the courtyard for a while." Fu Yu sniffled and nodded, then climbed down from Madame Zhang's embrace. He took hesitant, lingering steps backward, glancing over his shoulder to confirm his sister had indeed vanished far into the distance. Only then did he exhale in relief and quicken his pace toward the garden. Dinner was laid out in the side hall adjacent to the main reception room. A modest spread of 4 dishes, and a soup, each one carefully selected to suit Xiao Zhangyu's tastes. The sweet and sour fish sat proudly at the center, flanked by braised pork ribs arranged with meticulous neatness. A plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, a dish of osmanthus cake, and a steaming bowl of chicken soup completed the spread. Fu Ziyuan was the first to pick up his chopsticks. He placed a piece of sweet and sour fish in a Xiao Zhangyu's bowl and said with a beaming smile, "You do taste this. Your mother had the kitchen prepare it specially for you. They used base that arrived from the southern region just this morning. Absolutely fresh." Xiao Zhangyu offered a sweet, "Thank you, second father." Lifting a morsel of fish to her lips, her eyes curved into crescent shapes. "Delicious. Far better than what our own cooks make." Madame Zhang ladled some chicken soup into a bowl for her and gave her a teasing look. "Then eat heartily. Look at you. You've grown so thin, even your chin has become pointed." From the sidelines, Fu Yu muttered under his breath, "She's not thin at all. She's actually grown rounder." His voice was so faint it resembled a mosquito's hum, yet Xiao Zhangyu's sharp ears caught every word. She turned her head and looked at her younger brother with a pleasant smile, though to Fu Yu it sent an involuntary chill down his spine. He quickly dropped his gaze and shoveled a large mouthful of rice into his mouth. Mumbling through a mouthful of food, he blurted out, "Sister isn't fat at all. Sister is the slimmest." Satisfied, Xiao Zhangyu withdrew her gaze and resumed her meal. Watching her siblings' familiar dynamic, Madame Zhang could only sigh and shake her head. The family of 4 sat gathered together, their warmth and harmony indistinguishable from any ordinary household. Xiao Zhangyu finished slightly more than half her rice and a little less than half her soup before feeling sufficiently full. She set down her chopsticks and dabbed her lips with a napkin. "Second father." Lowering the napkin, her tone grew noticeably more serious than before. Fu Ziyuan smiled warmly. "What is it, Yu? Have the dishes not pleased your palate? I'll have the kitchen prepare a couple more for you. No, the food was excellent. I've eaten my fill." Xiao Zhangyu rubbed her stomach and pondered her wording carefully. "Second father, the reason I came today is because there is something important I need to discuss with you." Fu Ziyuan set down his chopsticks and leaned back against the chair, his expression taking on a more serious cast. He had spent many years observing this girl and knew her nature well. Madame Zhang spoke gently. "Yeah, when you've finished eating, go play in the courtyard. Your mother and your sister wish to speak with your father." Fu Yu merely grunted in acknowledgement, climbed down from his chair, and stole a quick glance at Xiao Zhangyu. Seeing that his sister was not looking at him, he bolted out the door as swiftly as a startled rabbit, utterly relieved. The side hall was now left with just 3 people. Xiao Zhangyu drew a deep breath, lifted her teacup, and took a small sip to moisten her throat before speaking. "Second father, I overheard some rather unpleasant rumors on the street today." Fu Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. "What rumors?" Her mind raced, composing the perfect words. She could not simply say, "Second father, I dreamed your household would be confiscated." That would be utterly absurd. He would surely think her delusional. Nor could she claim, "I know you will be betrayed by your trusted aides." That was equally impossible to explain. She needed a plausible-sounding cover, one that would reach him without appearing too abrupt or unnatural. "In the tea house on the street, I heard several low-ranking officials gathered, drinking and whispering among themselves in questionable tones." As she spoke, she deliberately lowered her voice and leaned closer. "I heard them saying things like, Lord Fu's days of prosperity are drawing to a close, and though the emperor is young now, he will surely grow up someday." And she paused, casting a glance at Fu Ziyuan. Finding no change in his expression, she continued her fabrication. "Others claimed they would file a joint impeachment against our Xiao family, alleging that our wealth originated from dubious sources. They accused you, second father, of monopolizing power and forming cliques, saying that once the emperor assumes personal rule, his first act would be to settle old scores." These words were half true and half fabricated. Half came from what she had personally experienced in her dreams, the other half was spun on the spot. Because whether she had heard them now or not, such words would inevitably surface sooner or later. Fu Ziyuan's prominence in court had long made him a target. Those who harbored resentment toward him could form a line stretching from Zhuke Avenue all the way to the city gates. It was simply his overwhelming authority that kept them silent, for now. After hearing this, Fu Ziyuan raised his wine cup, took a sip, and chuckled softly. The laugh was quiet, yet sent an uneasy chill through the air. Setting down his cup, he picked up a single peanut with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly before speaking in a leisurely tone. Who would have the audacity? Madame Zhang glanced at her husband and refilled his cup, her voice gentle but laced with warning. You understand the principle that tall trees catch much wind, do you not? After all these years in court, have you not made enough enemies? Those who dare not move against you now are not unwilling. They simply have not found the right opportunity. Madame Zhang's words carried no sharpness, yet each struck precisely where it mattered. Silently giving her mother a thumbs up in her heart, Xiao Zhangyu admired how perceptive her mother truly was. Seizing upon the momentum, she quickly followed her mother's line of reasoning. Mother speaks wisely. I think exactly the same way. Second father, we must take precautions before disaster strikes. What if heaven forbid something were to happen, such as account books being inspected or household belongings being ransacked, or even those around us? She deliberately left her sentence unfinished, leaving the rest for Fu Ziyuan to ponder on his own. Some matters once spoken plainly lose their force, or worse, raise suspicion. She could only steer the conversation in this direction and let him draw his own conclusions. Having reached the position of Chancellor, Fu Ziyuan was certainly no fool. Some words needed only to be hinted at. Saying too much would only seem suspicious. Fu Ziyuan held his wine cup silent for a moment. His eyes lowered to the amber liquid within his finger, tracing the rim in slow, thoughtful circles. The side hall fell quiet save for the nocturnal insects outside the window, their calls rising and falling in gentle harmony. Xiao Zhangyu watched Fu Ziyuan's expression, a trace of apprehension stirring within her. She knew he was a brilliant man, but brilliant men carried their own flaws. Chief among them, overconfidence. After a long while, Fu Ziyuan raised his head and looked at her. Setting down his cup, he reached out and patted the back of her hand. Yu has grown up. His tone was unlike his usual banter. It carried the quiet pride of a father watching his daughter mature. Thinking of second father's welfare at last. A wave of relief washed over Xiao Zhangyu. Fu Ziyuan withdrew his hand and leaned back against the chair, his gaze drifting toward the night beyond the window, lost in thought. You speak truly, Yu. Taking precautions before trouble arises. With that, he drained his cup in one draught and set it firmly upon the table. Second father understands. Xiao Zhangyu felt entirely at ease now. Her uncle was a clever man. He knew precisely what to do. And if all else failed, she could always arrange matters herself in advance, ensuring both fathers remained protected. Second father understands. Xiao Zhangyu breathed a sigh of complete relief. Her uncle was a brilliant man. He knew exactly what to do. If necessary, she could always lay her own plans in advance, covering for both fathers should anything go wrong. Second father understands. Xiao Zhangyu felt completely at ease. Her uncle was an intelligent man who knew exactly how to proceed. Should circumstances demand it, she could always arrange things herself in advance, ensuring both fathers remained safeguarded. Zhangshi glanced at her husband, then at her daughter, and smiled. She picked up her chopsticks and placed another piece of pork rib on Xiao Zhangyu's plate. Now then, let us simply eat. Why speak of such matters? Should the sky fall, the tall ones will bear the weight. You are but a young girl. What is there to worry so much about? Xiao Zhangyu took the rib and bit into it, her words muffled. Mother, I am no longer a young girl. I am 16. 16 is still young. Zhangshi reached out to smooth the stray hairs at her daughter's temples, her gaze as tender as the spring breeze of March. In mother's eyes, you will forever remain my little girl. Those words from her mother made Xiao Zhangyu's nose tingle with unshed tears, barely holding back her composure. She quickly lowered her head and took a fierce bite of the rib, swallowing down the sourness rising in her chest. Fu Ziyuan watched the mother and daughter, smiled, and lazily lifted his wine cup for another slow sip. The rest of the meal proceeded far more easily. After dinner, night had fully descended. Chuntao waited outside the door, and as soon as Xiao Zhangyu emerged, she hurried forward to drape a cloak around her shoulders. Zhangshi and Fu Ziyuan escorted her to the doorway, with Zhangshi holding her hand and offering many words of instruction. Fu Yu had somehow appeared from the courtyard as well. Hiding behind Zhangshi, he peeked out with half his face to secretly watch Xiao Zhangyu. Tightly gripping a paper-wrapped package in his hand, he hesitantly extended it and whispered, "Sister, this is for you. Osmanthus cake. Mother saved it for you, but you forgot to take it." She reached out to accept the paper package and ruffled the top of Fu Yu's head, messing up his hair completely. "Thank you, little crybaby." Fu Yu's face flushed as red as a monkey's bottom. Xiao Zhangyu boarded the carriage, and the curtain was drawn down, shielding out the night beyond. The carriage slowly began to move, its wheels rolling over the bluestone road with a rumbling sound. Xiao Zhangyu closed her eyes, and her hand instinctively drifted to her stomach. She had not conceived this time, but it did not matter. If once does not succeed, try twice. If twice does not succeed, try 3 times. There was nothing Xiao Zhangyu desired that she could not accomplish. The carriage pierced through the night, making its way toward the Xiao estate. It rumbled steadily forward, turned 2 streets, and then suddenly slowed. Xiao Zhangyu was resting with her eyes closed when she sensed the change in speed. She frowned slightly but kept her eyes shut and lazily asked, "What is it?" The driver's voice came through the curtain from outside, hushed and low. Speaking with evident caution, "Miss, a sedan chair approaches from the opposite direction. The road is too narrow for us to pass." Xiao Zhangyu opened her eyes and lifted the corner of the carriage curtain to glance outside. Sure enough, the alley ahead was exceedingly narrow, barely wide enough for 2 small sedan chairs to pass each other. However, her carriage had been specially widened and enlarged far broader than an ordinary sedan chair. If the opposing chair forced its way through, both sides would scrape against the walls. "Miss, that sedan chair belongs to the Empress Dowager's niece." Xiao Zhangyu's hand paused, her brows lifting slightly. The Empress Dowager's niece? Wasn't that Xin Yanqing's betrothed? Her title was something like Princess Onping. What was her name again? Su Anren. Xiao Zhangyu lifted the curtain a bit wider and squinted toward the opposite direction. That sedan chair was remarkably plain, devoid of any flashy decorations. 2 maids accompanied the chair, carrying lanterns embroidered with the character Su. Overall, she appeared quite understated. "Miss." Chuntao leaned close to Xiao Zhangyu's ear, her voice dropped to an extremely low whisper. "Fate places enemies on narrow roads. This one is engaged to Lord Shun." Xiao Zhangyu said nothing, the corner of her mouth curling slightly. An engagement, of course she was aware of it. But what of it? When had she, Xiao Zhangyu, ever feared such a thing? The curtain of the opposing sedan chair was lifted slightly, revealing a face. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her features gentle and graceful, appearing as fragile as a small white flower in the spring breeze. She tilted her head slightly and asked the maid beside her, "What happens ahead? Why have we stopped?" The maid hurried over to investigate, and upon seeing Xiao Zhangyu's carriage she paused. Then she hurried back and whispered a few words into Su Anren's ear. Xiao Zhangyu simply leaned against the carriage window, her hand supporting her chin openly, allowing the other party to observe her. Today she wore a pomegranate red baize adorned upon her head, a headdress of red gold and rubies. Under the lantern light, it shimmered brilliantly enough to dazzle the eye. Chuntao whispered from behind, "Miss, they seem to be suggesting we pass first." Xiao Zhangyu had been waiting precisely for those words. Her tone was gentle and gracious, revealing not a hint of reluctance. "Since this is the Xiao family carriage, and the road is narrow and difficult to turn about, let them pass first. We shall simply wait a moment." Xiao Zhangyu sneered inwardly. To say, "let them pass first," made it sound as though Su Anren were magnanimous, well-mannered, and unwilling to contend with others. If it were anyone else, they might indeed thank her gratefully and remark, "Your Highness is so generous." But who did they think she was, Xiao Zhangyu? What she detested most were people who appeared gentle on the surface, but were calculating to their core. All pretense, every bit of it. Her own mother was precisely such a person. On the surface, gentle and virtuous, well-read and reasonable, yet behind everyone's back, she struck with knives sharper than anyone else's. Xiao Zhangyu threw the carriage curtain completely open and called out, "Chuantao, let us go." Having spoken, she lowered the curtain, without sparing Su Anren another glance. Xiao Zhangyu's carriage was inherently wide, while the opposing sedan chair remained stationary in the middle of the road. Between the two, only barely enough space remained for a single vehicle to pass. The driver carefully guided the horses, and the wheels rolled nearly flush against the base of the wall. "Some other day, I must have second father repair this road. It is far too narrow. This is a principal thoroughfare of the capital. How can it not even accommodate a carriage? What kind of appearance is this? Roads ought to be wider to be comfortable." She spoke these words lightly and carelessly, but to Su Anren's ears they carried meaning far beyond mere road repairs. Xiao Zhangyu's intention could not have been clearer. This road felt narrow because your sedan chair was blocking the way. If you had not obstructed it, her carriage would have passed without hindrance. The carriage moved farther away, and the alley fell silent once more. Su Anren's sedan chair remained where it was, the curtain drawn down to conceal the occupant within. The maids exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. After a while, one personal attendant could no longer restrain herself, and muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with indignation, "Miss, just look at how Miss Xiao behaves. What an attitude! Does she think having a powerful father makes her special? Strut about here as if she owns the place. We are the Empress Dowager's own niece. The Emperor himself must address you as aunt. Who does she think she is?" Another maid hastily concurred, Exactly. You showed generosity by letting her pass first, yet she does not even express gratitude. And to say such things, this so-called talk of repairing roads, is she not clearly showing you disrespect? Miss, you ought not to have yielded to her at all. You should have left her waiting there, and seen who could outlast whom." A moment of silence came from within the sedan chair, and then Su Anren's voice emerged. "Watch your tongue." Inside the sedan chair, Su Anren sat perfectly composed, a handkerchief gripped in her hand. Its edges were creased from the tension of her grip. This encounter today gave her a renewed understanding of Xiao Zhangyu. not merely spoiled by indulgence, but utterly unaware of her own limitations. Su Anren unfolded the handkerchief, refolded it neatly, and tucked it back into her sleeve. She closed her eyes and leaned against the wall of the sedan chair, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Roads need to be wider to be comfortable, did she say? Very well then, let us see what unfolds. The carriage had already traveled quite far when Chun Tao finally dared to speak. She glanced back to ensure no one was following, then whispered to Xiao Zhangyu, "Miss, what you just did. Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" You shouldered past her and spoke those words. What if she goes back and files a complaint? Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the soft cushion, cracking peanuts, tossing them one by one into her mouth with satisfying crunches. She let out a careless laugh after hearing Chun Tao's words. A complaint? About what? If she dares to complain, she is the one who will lose face. A proper princess consort jostled aside by a vice minister's daughter. Do you think that sounds respectable when word gets out? Chun Tao pondered it over and found her mistress's reasoning somewhat sound, yet something still felt off. Besides, even if she goes complaining, am I afraid of her? We can just fight. It's not like we haven't before. Chun Tao muttered under her breath. Who would you fight? You've never faced a princess consort before. Xiao Zhangyu ignored her, reclining against the cushion with half-closed eyes. Gentle on the surface, fierce underneath. But it didn't matter. She would walk the path first, and the man would be hers as well. So what if she was supposedly a fiancé? When her second father had forcibly taken her mother all those years ago, wasn't her mother also another man's wife? In the end, she had become the second madam. Xiao Zhangyu couldn't claim expertise in anything else, but when it came to seizing what she wanted, she had plenty of experience and natural talent. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Xiao residence, and Chun Tao helped Xiao Zhangyu step down. The night was deep, and the mansion's lanterns were all lit, illuminating the gate in bright warmth. Xiao Zhangyu yawned and was guided into the courtyard by Chun Tao, giving instructions all the way. Bring me hot water. I need to wash my face and sleep. I'm exhausted. Miss, won't you eat anything? Chun Tao asked. No need. I'm stuffed from the Prime Minister's mansion. Xiao Zhangyu patted her stomach, remembering the packet of osmanthus cake Fu Yu had given her. She pulled it from her sleeve and handed it to Chun Tao. Store this and heat it for breakfast tomorrow morning. After washing up and changing into her sleeping garments, Xiao Zhangyu crawled into bed. Chun Tao tucked her blankets and drew the curtain, blew out the lamp, and slipped out quietly. The room was pitch dark and silent, broken only by the chirping of insects outside the window one after another. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought for a long while. To be honest, he was quite handsome. The sight of pulling someone so high and mighty down to her level was more thrilling than any romance novel. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but laugh aloud. For the next few days, Xiao Zhangyu stayed obediently at home and didn't go anywhere. First, her menstruation hadn't fully cleared, and the old doctor had advised more rest. Second, she truly needed time to think about what to do next. She had Chun Tao take stock of the old grain in the storeroom again, preparing for the next porridge distribution. She also sent Xiao Zhangyu to inquire about other places in the capital that needed charitable work. She made a list: porridge distribution, medicine, dispensing, road repair, bridge construction. There were countless things she could do. This was only one of them. While recovering her health, she carefully planned her next move. That afternoon, Xiao Zhangyu lounged on the couch eating grapes while Chun Tao fanned her beside her. The mistress and maid chatted idly, and somehow the conversation drifted to Shen Yanqing. Chun Tao fanned and said, Miss, tell me, why hasn't Lord Shen traced this back to us yet? It's been several days. With his status and position, investigating someone should take him minutes, shouldn't it? Xiao Zhangyu spat a grape seed with pinpoint accuracy into the small dish on the table. Then she picked up a handkerchief, dabbed her lips, and smiled triumphantly. Perhaps he hasn't found us yet. Her eyes curved into bright crescents as she spoke. Or maybe he has found us, but dares not come after me. After all, I'm just a frail woman, and he's a powerful man. Would he have the face to come settling scores? What would people say if word got out? She thought for a moment, thought again, and still couldn't resist whispering, Miss, aren't you afraid? That's Shen Yanqing. He kills without blinking. Who has he killed? Xiao Zhangyu spat another grape seed, hitting the target precisely. Chun Tao opened her mouth, but realized she still couldn't answer that question. Xiao Zhangyu stuffed the last grape into her mouth, chewed twice, and mumbled indistinctly, Enough, stop worrying yourself foolishly. It's best if he can't find me. It saves me the trouble of dealing with him. Once I recover, I'll figure out my next move. Good night, good night. With that, she pushed the grape peels aside, rolled over, and closed her eyes. Watching her young mistress's carefree demeanor, Chun Tao sighed, silently gathered her fan, and slipped out quietly. With Shen Yanqing's methods, he likely already knew it was her on the very night she returned home. The fact that he hadn't come knocking meant he had his reasons. But regardless of what those reasons were, she wasn't afraid. Xiao Zhangyu had already climbed into his bed. What was there left to fear? She rolled over and placed her hand on her stomach. Just wait a little longer, my dear. Mother will rest 2 more days, and then bring your father here. This time will definitely work. During these recent days of court sessions, Xiao Xiong had been living like fish being fried in an iron wok. He had to rise before dawn every day to attend court. For a vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who only wanted to live peacefully, greedily accumulate silver, and enjoy a comfortable life, this was already a form of torture. What made it even more torturous was that Shun Yanqing, for some unknown reason, had gone on a rampage in court, relentlessly impeaching Prime Minister Fu Ziyuan's faction. One day he accused Fu Ziyuan of having students and former subordinates spread throughout the court, forming cliques and engaging in selfish schemes. The next day he implicated unclear salt tax accounts in Jiangnan and suspicions of embezzlement. On the third day he charged that Fu Ziyuan's properties and shops across various regions exceeded regulatory limits. Although the impeachment targeted Fu Ziyuan, it was always Xiao Xiong who was pushed forward to take the blame. Today's morning session was particularly deadly. Shun Yanqing's accusation concerned the Ministry of Revenue's accounts, claiming that the tax ledgers over the past 3 years showed signs of tampering full of suspicious irregularities, and demanding the emperor issue a decree for a thorough investigation. The Minister of Revenue turned the color of ash, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head like a pestle pounding garlic, promising he would conduct a thorough investigation upon his return. Xiao Xiong stood half a step behind him, his back soaked with sweat, the fabric clinging coldly to his inner garment. He knew those ledgers far too well. Half of the figures had been altered by his own hand. Of the silver that should have gone to the state treasury, he had intercepted 70%. The Grand Secretary took the lion's share, he took a smaller portion, and the remaining 30% was merely a token contribution to make it appear legitimate. If a real investigation were launched, his life wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Yet he merely sweated profusely without genuine fear in his heart. Because he knew, Shun Yanqing had no evidence. As court dispersed, Xiao Xiong followed Fu Ziyuan out of the Golden Throne Hall. His footsteps were twice as fast as usual, as if he wished to grow 4 legs. He drew close to Fu Ziyuan, lowering his voice. "Second brother, have you noticed that Shun Yanqing has gone mad lately? He has been attacking us in court every day, and today he nearly overturned the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue. Let me tell you, my signature and seal are on those ledgers. If they truly investigate." Fu Ziyuan kept walking without pause, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his tone cool and casual. "What is there to panic about? As long as I am here, they will not trace it back to you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiong's heart immediately settled. He chuckled twice, rubbed his hands together, and felt his worries drift away, thinking blissfully to himself. With those words from his second brother, there was nothing to fear. If the sky should fall, his second brother would hold it up. He only needed to collect his silver. Since court was dismissed early today, he could return home and enjoy a couple of drinks. He had acquired a jar of 30-year aged wine yesterday, perfect for opening today. Lost in his thoughts, he completely forgot the sweaty anxiety he had felt in court earlier. Fu Ziyuan walked ahead, his expression calm as still water, yet his mind was preoccupied with other matters. Shun Yanqing's actions over these past few days did not seem impulsive, but rather carefully planned. This was no mere probing strike, but a genuine move to unleash violence. He recalled that a few days ago, when Yu had come to the Prime Minister's mansion for a meal, she had mentioned something to him. Looking back now, those gossip Yu had heard might truly be driven by someone behind the scenes. As Fu Ziyuan stepped out of the palace gate, preparing to board his sedan chair, a crisp and chilling voice came from behind. "Prime Minister Fu, please wait." Fu Ziyuan's steps halted, and he turned around. Shun Yanqing stood on the palace steps, backlit by the sun. Clad in dark ceremonial robes, he appeared as though he had been dragged straight from ink. His face was half-lit, half-shadowed, making his expression unreadable. But his eyes were cold, so cold that one could feel their chill from over 10 paces away. Having risen to the position of Chief Grand Secretary at such a young age, he relied neither on family background nor luck, but on sheer capability and intellect. Such a person was the most formidable opponent. A customary smile graced Fu Ziyuan's face, warm yet commanding. He cupped his hands in greeting. "Lord Shun, what brings you here?" Shun Yanqing descended from the steps. He stopped before Fu Ziyuan, leaving merely 3 feet between them. Seeing this scene, the surrounding officials quickened their pace, wishing they could sprout wings and flee. No one wished to stand between these two lords. It was a death sentence. "I dare not offer advice." Shun Yanqing's voice was quiet, yet every word was crystal clear. "I merely wish to ask the Prime Minister one question regarding recent events in court. Does the Prime Minister have anything to say?" Fu Ziyuan smiled, that smile impeccable as though practiced 1,000 times. "Matters of court are decided by His Majesty. Lord Shun's diligence in serving the nation with daily memorial submissions is deeply admirable. Admiration is not warranted." The corner of Shun Yanqing's mouth lifted slightly, not quite a smile, but rather a condescending scrutiny. "It is merely that when certain actions are performed repeatedly, someone will eventually notice." Fu Ziyuan's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes darkened slightly. "Lord Shun's words are somewhat beyond my understanding." Shun Yanqing glanced at him, his gaze slowly moving from his face to his ceremonial robes. Then he spoke, his tone casual, as though discussing an unrelated matter with a stranger. "Prime Minister Fu, have you perhaps heard this saying? If you wish others to remain ignorant, first ensure you have not done it yourself. The words were neither harsh nor light, yet they carried the weight of a mountain crashing to the ground. Fu Ziyuan's smile developed the faintest crack, though it lasted but an instant before recovering its composure. I thank Lord Shun for his instruction. I shall remember it. For a moment their gazes locked. His sharp as a blade, his gentle with a smile. A blade striking cotton leaves the cotton unmoved. Yet the stone beneath knows the blade will fall inevitably. Shun Yanqing spoke no further, turning to depart, his dark-robed silhouette casting a long shadow in the morning light. His guards followed closely behind, and the party quickly vanished beyond the palace gates. Fu Ziyuan stood firm, watching Shun Yanqing recede into the distance, his smile gradually fading away. He turned and mounted his sedan chair. The moment the curtain descended, his expression darkened. As the sedan swayed forward, Fu Ziyuan leaned against its wall. Eyes closed, his fingers tapped rhythmically against his knees. Such a person was either a sage or a madman. Fu Ziyuan now believed Shun Yanqing was the latter. A madman, one determined to uproot them completely. He recalled what Yu had said at the dining table that day. We must take precautions against unforeseen events in case something goes wrong someday. Since Shun Yanqing had set his sights on him, he would never let go easily. One mountain cannot contain two tigers. In this court, there could not be two who held absolute power. Fu Ziyuan opened his eyes, lifting a corner of the sedan curtain to glance outward. Pedestrians flowed to and fro, vendors' cries rose and fell. A scene of peace and prosperity. Beneath this era of tranquility, undercurrents surged. He must secure an escape route. With resolution formed, he lowered the curtain and closed his eyes once more. As for Yu, he would need to take extra care. Though she appeared carefree on the surface, her mind was keen and perceptive. She resembled her mother, intelligent. Meanwhile, Shun Yanqing sat in his returning carriage, eyes closed in repose. His carriage, unlike Xiao Zhangyu's ornate and gilded one, was modest. Plain black curtains with no patterns whatsoever. A dark guard sat upon the carriage platform, speaking softly through the curtain. My lord, the Prime Minister's men have been investigating ours recently. They appear to be clearing something away. Shun Yanqing did not open his eyes, his tone languid. Let him investigate. The cleaner his search, the clearer my understanding becomes. When one begins erasing traces, it indicates panic. And a panicked opponent is manageable. The dark guard acknowledged and fell silent. After a stretch of travel, Shun Yanqing suddenly spoke. And Xiao Zhangyu, has there been any activity on her end these past days? The dark guard quickly replied. Miss Xiao has remained indoors these past days, seldom venturing out. A few days ago she visited the Prime Minister's mansion, dined there, and returned only after evening. On her journey back, she happened to encounter Princess Onping's sedan chair, and it appears there was some discord. The corner of Shun Yanqing's mouth twitched slightly. Whether a smile or some other expression was unclear. Without opening his eyes, he simply murmured, bold indeed. The dark guard dared not respond. Continue monitoring. After uttering these 4 words, Shun Yanqing fell silent. The carriage continued forward, its wheels rolling over bluestone pavement with monotonous rhythm. Clumsy and awkward, not even knowing how to kiss properly, yet possessing courage bold enough to envelop the heavens. 16 years old, 10 full years younger than him, merely a childish girl. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the carriage curtain, his eyes as cold as winter lake water. Xiao Xiong and Fu Ziyuan. He would deal with them one by one. First he would uproot their foundations, sending them plummeting from heights to shatter completely. As for Xiao Zhangyu, he would keep her for gradual destruction. Direct execution would be too merciful. He intended for her to witness her 2 fathers falling one after another, watching herself descend from the clouds into mud, transforming from an arrogant young lady into a destitute prisoner. Then he would lock her within the courtyard and torment her bit by bit, teaching her what regret meant, what suffering worse than death entailed. At this thought, the corner of Shun Yanqing's mouth curved slightly. He closed his eyes, resuming his repose. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhangyu remained entirely unaware of all this. She had lain at home for several days, and her monthly cycle had finally ended. Her body had recovered, and she was brimming with energy and vitality. She sent Chun Tao to inquire about Shun Yanqing's itinerary, and the news she received was, this evening Shun Yanqing would be hosting several court ministers at the Diyue Tower. It was said that they were to discuss some urgent matter starting at the hour of 5 to 7 p.m. and lasting at least until the hour of 7 to 9 p.m. Xiao Zhangyu was eating grapes when she heard the news. My monthly cycle has finally ended, she said, placing her hand on her belly and patting it gently. This time I will definitely succeed. Chun Tao watched her young mistress's determined expression, hesitated for a long while, and finally couldn't resist whispering, Miss, are you sure you want to go again? Last time Lord Shin didn't know it was you. This time he surely will. What if he has taken precautions? Precautions against what? Xiao Zhangyu waved her hand dismissively. I'm going for a meal, not to steal anything. What does he need to guard against? Chun Tao opened her mouth, wanting to say, you know very well what you did last time, but ultimately didn't dare to speak. Xiao Zhangyu popped the last grape into her mouth, chewed twice, and said, enough. Stop worrying. Go find me some clothes. Something beautiful, alluring, the kind that makes people unable to look away. I'm going to the Dua Tower for dinner tonight. Chantao was taken aback. Miss, you're going to the Dua Tower. Lord Shun is hosting a banquet there tonight. If you happen to run into him. So what if I do? Xiao Zhangyu jumped off the couch barefoot on the carpet, walked to the bronze mirror, examined her face, and nodded with satisfaction. What's there to fear? I'm not going to find him. Can I eat at the Dua Tower? Is there any restaurant in the capital that I'm not allowed to enter? Chantao was speechless. The young mistress was right. There was indeed no restaurant in the capital she couldn't go to. Chantao sighed, resigned herself to her fate, and opened the wardrobe to look for clothes. Xiao Zhangyu stood before the bronze mirror, gazing at her own reflection, and reached up to touch her cheek. 16. The prime of youth. Her skin was as fair and tender as a peeled egg. Her brows and eyes were brimming with unrestrained vitality, like a flower in full bloom, exuding a beauty that was utterly unapologetic. Today she must succeed, she told herself, not merely wanting to succeed, but absolutely must succeed. Xiao Zhangyu clenched her fist, as if to muster her courage. Then she released it, took a deep breath, and turned to find her clothes. Chantao pulled out a pomegranate red baize from the wardrobe. Xiao Zhangyu shook her head. Chantao then pulled out a goose yellow baize. Xiao Zhangyu shook her head again. Chantao pulled out a lotus root colored baize. Xiao Zhangyu still shook her head. Miss, then what exactly do you want to wear? Chantao was on the verge of tears. Xiao Zhangyu tilted her head, pondered, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Bring that water red one, the one with crabapple flowers embroidered on the collar, and pair it with that set of white jade hair ornaments. Not too flashy but still beautiful. Elegant but not too plain. Understated yet impossible to overlook. Chantao listened to this series of contradictory demands, fell silent for a moment, and then silently fetched the water-red baize. She had served the young mistress for years, and was long accustomed to this. Xiao Zhangyu changed into the clothes, sat before the bronze mirror, and let Chantao comb her hair. She examined herself from every angle in the mirror, then suddenly spoke. Chuantao, what if I fail again tonight? Chuantao's hand, which was inserting a hairpin, paused briefly before she said cautiously, then, try again next time. Xiao Zhangyu glanced at Chantao in the mirror and smiled. There is no next time, she said softly. This time I will definitely succeed. Chantao looked at her young mistress's profile and suddenly felt a sting in her nose. She didn't know what had come over her mistress lately. Chantao inserted the last hairpin, stepped back, looked at the figure in the mirror, and whispered, Miss, it's done. Xiao Zhangyu stood up, adjusted her collar, took a deep breath, and straightened her back. She gave herself one final look in the mirror, nodded, and turned to leave. Let's go to the Dua Tower. Before the hour of you had even arrived, Xiao Zhangyu's carriage was already parked at the alley opposite the Grand Secretary's mansion. This spot had been chosen after 3 reconnaissance trips. Too close, and she'd be spotted. Too far, and she'd lose him. This alley was exactly diagonally across from the Grand Secretary's mansion. It allowed her to see the commotion at the main gate without catching the attention of the gatekeepers. The carriage was parked deep in the alley, the curtain drawn just a crack, enough for Xiao Zhangyu to press her eye against it and look out. Miss, we've been out since the hour of C9 to 11 a.m., and now it's almost the hour of you. Chantao huddled in the corner of the carriage, her voice tinged with a sense of utter despair. Aren't you hungry? You only had a few osmanthus cakes at noon, and now you're still crouching here. Shoo. Xiao Zhangyu didn't even turn her head, her eyes fixed on the opposite gate. Don't talk. What if he comes out right now? Chantao glanced at the tightly shut gate across the street. The gatekeeper was leaning lazily against a pillar, yawning, and thought to herself that there was no sign of anyone going out, but she didn't dare say it. After about another quarter of an hour, the opposite gate finally opened. Xiao Zhangyu's eyes instantly lit up, and she didn't dare blink, her eyes still pressed against the crack in the curtain. Shen Yanqing emerged from the gate dressed in a moon-white casual robe. Behind him followed 2 guards, one tall and one short. He's out, he's out, Xiao Zhangyu whispered, then turned to the coachman. Follow him. Not too close. Don't let him discover us. The coachman acknowledged, waited until Shen Yanqing's carriage had traveled some distance, then leisurely set off. After a while, Chantao cautiously lifted the curtain and glanced back, then lowered it, hesitating before saying, Miss, I feel like someone is watching us. Who? Xiao Zhangyu asked nonchalantly. Chantao thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, It seems to be a guard from Lord Shin's side. Just now at the alley entrance I saw that person glance our way. Xiao Zhangyu was taken aback for a moment, then relaxed and waved her hand. Impossible. We're too far away. You must have misseen. Besides, even if he did see and know it's us, so what? The roads in the capital aren't his private property. I'm on my way, what business is it of his? Chantao felt that what her young mistress said seemed reasonable, but something felt off. She glanced through the gap in the carriage curtain. Shen Yanqing's carriage was still moving ahead. The guards behind him rode on horseback, occasionally glancing back. After traveling for about half an hour, the carriage stopped in front of a tavern. Xiao Zhangyu lifted the curtain and looked out. It was indeed the Dua Tower. She had sent Chantao 2 days ago to reserve the private room next door. It cost an extra 20 taels of silver to snatch it from someone else, but now she felt it was worth it. Shun Yanqing alighted from the carriage and entered the tavern with 2 guards. Xiao Zhangyu waited a moment before stepping down. She adjusted her attire and hairpin, took a deep breath, and walked in with Chuntao. The Diyue Tower, one of the finest taverns in the capital, spanned 3 floors. Its beams were ornately carved, and even the stair railings were adorned with intricate patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. The main hall buzzed with voices. Waiters darted between tables carrying trays of dishes, and the air was thick with the aroma of food and wine. As Xiao Zhangyu entered, the innkeeper immediately approached with a beaming smile. Miss Xiao has arrived. Your private room is on the 3rd floor, Tianzi room No. 2. Allow me to escort you upstairs. Xiao Zhangyu nodded with restrained grace and followed the innkeeper up the stairs. The 3rd floor staircase was carpeted in red, soft and silent underfoot. As she reached the landing, she encountered 2 people. Leading the way was a young woman in a pale purple sleeveless jacket. Her features were gentle, her demeanor soft, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Behind her followed a maidservant in a green vest carrying a food box. Xiao Zhangyu recognized her at once. Su Anren, Shun Yanqing's betrothed. Her heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained composed. She even curled the corner of her mouth into a faint, ambiguous smile. Chuantao's legs began to tremble again as she discreetly tugged at Xiao Zhangyu's sleeve, trying to warn her, but Xiao Zhangyu ignored her. The maidservant across from them also recognized Xiao Zhangyu, and her face instantly changed. She snorted and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Oh, if it isn't Miss Xiao of the Xiao family. What brings you to the Diyue Tower? The maidservant's voice was sharp and shrill, as if deliberately making sure everyone on the floor could hear. Our young mistress is here, and so are you. Could it be that you followed us? Xiao Zhangyu smiled sweetly at the maidservant, her tone uncharacteristically gentle. Is this place owned by your family? The maidservant was choked, her mouth opening and closing without a word. Xiao Zhangyu's smile remained unchanged, her voice still soft. If it's not yours, then don't meddle with who comes and goes. To be clear, we made our reservation long ago, earlier than you. The maidservant's face flushed crimson, her lips quivering as if she wanted to say something, but dared not. She turned to look at her own young mistress, her eyes red, wearing an aggrieved expression. She whispered, young mistress. Su Anren had stood by the whole time, a gentle and proper smile on her face, as if the scene had nothing to do with her. She patted the maidservant's hand lightly, her voice as tender as a spring breeze. Enough, don't argue. Keep a low profile. The maidservant bit her lip and lowered her head, daring not to speak further. Su Anren lifted her head and glanced at Xiao Zhangyu. Their eyes met, one gentle as water, the other bright as fire. Su Anren nodded slightly in greeting, then stepped aside. Speaking softly, Miss Xiao, please go ahead. Xiao Zhangyu smiled, not standing on ceremony, and walked past Su Anren with her head held high. As she passed by, Xiao Zhangyu caught a faint scent of jasmine. Chuntao followed behind, head bowed, not daring to look at Su Anren. She felt that the water-red sleeveless jacket her mistress wore today, next to Su Anren's pale purple one, appeared exceptionally striking, exceptionally bold, exceptionally like a declaration of war. Xiao Zhangyu entered Tianzi room No. 2. Chuntao closed the door, let out a long breath, leaned against the door, and felt her heart still racing. Xiao Zhangyu had already taken a seat at the table, pouring herself a cup of tea. She took a sip, frowned, and set it down. Young Mistress Chuntao whispered, why do you think the Princess of Anping came here? Could it be to see Lord Shun? What else could it be? Xiao Zhangyu peeled a peanut and tossed it into her mouth. They are betrothed, it's only natural for her to visit her fiancé. What can I do about it? Chuntao was taken aback. Then, aren't you worried? Xiao Zhangyu chewed the peanut and mumbled, worried. Why should I be? She goes her way, I eat mine. I'm not here for Shun Yanqing, I'm here to dine. If we run into each other, so be it. If not, that's fine too. Let fate decide. Chuntao looked at her mistress's expression of utter indifference and silently sighed to herself. If you truly came only to eat, why were you lurking outside his residence since the hour of the snake? In Tianzi room No. 1, Shun Yanqing sat at the head of the table. Several dishes were laid before him, and several court ministers sat beside him. The earlier commotion had subsided. The ministers took their leave one by one, leaving him alone. He held a teacup, leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed out the window, lost in thought. Outside the door in the corridor, Chi stood guard with arms crossed and an impassive face. He was Shun Yanqing's personal shadow guard. He heard soft footsteps approaching from the end of the corridor. The footsteps drew nearer and stopped in front of Tianzi room No. 1. Chi frowned and was about to raise his hand to block, but the door opened from inside. Shun Yanqing sat at the table, still holding the cup of tea that had long gone cold. Without lifting his eyelids, he said in a flat tone, come in. The door swung open. In came Su Anren. She wore a pale purple sleeveless jacket, a white jade hairpin in her hair, and appeared as pure as a lotus blossom just emerging from the water. She stood at the threshold, head slightly bowed, 2 faint blushes on her cheeks. She looked gentle and docile, like a defenseless little rabbit. Shun Yanqing lifted his eyes and glanced at her without expression. Why you? Su Anren walked in and stood opposite him, not sitting down. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if afraid to disturb something imperial. "Aunt, the Empress Dowager asked me to tell you not to forget to visit her in the palace." Shen Yanqing placed the teacup on the table, leaned back, and his gaze swept over Su Anren's face. The Empress Dowager wanted him to visit her. Saying she wanted to see him was more like a way to keep him under control. He knew exactly what the Empress Dowager was scheming. She feared his mounting power, worried he might jeopardize the emperor's throne. Thus she periodically struck him with veiled warnings, reminding him never to forget his station. "Understood." Shen Yanqing said, his voice as flavorless as plain water. Su Anren did not depart. She remained standing, fingers gripping her sleeve, hesitated, and then spoke once more. Her voice grew even softer, layered with cautious, calculating flattery. Her eyes tinged red on the verge of spilling tears. "Brother Yanqing, father bid me convey that you should visit the mansion for a game of chess, whenever your schedule permits. A new strain of tea was recently secured. Said to be imported from the southern reaches, its quality is exquisite. Father wishes for you to sample it." Shen Yanqing regarded Su Anren, his gaze still frigid, utterly unmoved. He understood the Su family's machinations all too clearly. The chess matches were a pretense, the tea tasting merely an excuse. The true aim was to secure his allegiance. They sought to bind him to their vessel through this marriage and wield him as their instrument. The Empress Dowager intended to curb him through this alliance, to keep him from daring any sudden moves. And Su Anren herself, she was not but a pawn placed beside him by her clan. The only thing that ever occupied his mind was carrying out the late emperor's final wishes and faithfully guiding the young sovereign. For a fleeting moment, silence claimed the room. Qi had slipped in unnoticed, and now stood half a step behind Shen Yanqing. He cast a glance at Su Anren, his tone courteous yet distant. "Junior princess, has our master ever failed to appreciate fine tea? What delicacy has he not savored? There is no need for Lord Su to trouble himself so." Su Anren's face drained of color in an instant. She bit her lip, the tears in her eyes swelling, yet she fought them back. She looked to Shen Yanqing, hoping he might utter something, anything, even a mere polite formula. But he said nothing. He raised his teacup, bowed his head, blew gently across the floating leaves, and took a slender sip. The tea had turned cold, bitterly astringent. Su Anren stood there like a blossom besieged by wind and rain, trembling on the brink of collapse. Her lips parted as though to speak, but the words refused to come. Her eyes were red, the tip of her nose flushed. She looked profoundly wretched. Shen Yanqing set down his cup and lifted his gaze to meet hers. That look was as cold as a winter lake, bottomless and utterly devoid of warmth. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, yet every syllable fell like a stone striking stone. "If you value your current standing, you would do well to remain within your bounds." Su Anren shuddered as though struck. Her face turned the color of ash, her lips quivered twice, but no sound escaped. She bowed her head, offered a curtsy, and turned to leave. Her steps accelerated sharply, nearly a run, until she vanished at the corridor's end. The door closed behind her. Qi resumed his post outside. Alone in the vacant private chamber, Shen Yanqing lifted his cup and took another sip. He set the cup down and reclined against the chair back, gazing out at the night beyond the window, his thoughts drifting into the distance. He cared not whom he was betrothed to, nor who that person might be. He harbored no affection for her, nor did he wish to. His sole purpose was to fulfill the late emperor's mandate, to uproot the malignancies of the court one by one. Once the emperor came of age and assumed direct governance, his mission would be concluded. If this marriage could pacify the Empress Dowager and reassure the Su family, then so be it. It was merely a question of a nominal title. It would not alter his course in the slightest. In room No. 2 of the Tian wing, Xiao Zhangyu lay pressed against the door panel, her ear to the seam, listening intently. After waiting an age, she grew so restless she scratched at her cheeks in frustration. She turned her head. "Did you hear anything?" she asked Chantao. Chantao shook her head. "Nothing. The door is far too thick." Xiao Zhangyu pressed back to the door, listened again, heard nothing, and stamped her foot in irritation. Just as she was about to mutter a curse, a rapid patter of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. She cracked the door ajar and peered out, catching sight of Su Anren's retreating figure disappearing around the stairwell bend. Her maid trotted after her, calling out, Miss, please slow down." Xiao Zhangyu watched that hurried departing silhouette, blinked, and then smiled slowly. Chantao leaned in. "Miss, what is it?" Xiao Zhangyu closed the door, returned to the table, and sat down, tossing a peanut into her mouth. "Nothing. I simply feel my fortunes may be turning. Guess what? Shen Yanqing has no interest in that woman." Chantao paused. "How do you know, miss?" Xiao Zhangyu raised her brows in triumph and tapped her fingers twice against the tabletop. Though separated by a wall and the acoustics imperfect, she had heard Shen Yanqing's words with perfect clarity. "If you value your current standing, you would do well to remain within your bounds." With that tone and that attitude, it was a far cry from how one treats a fiancé. He was warmer toward a street beggar than he had been to her. Chantao listened, her mouth opening and closing. After a long pause, she whispered, "Then, miss, wouldn't you feel even less guilty?" "Precisely." Xiao Zhangyu slapped the table. "Huh. If the rightful bride receives neither glance nor word from him, by what right should I feel ashamed? Moreover, I am rescuing Xinyanqing. Look at his chilling demeanor even toward his own betrothed. Clearly he is yet to meet the one destined for him. I am doing him a favor showing him what true companionship entails. Chuntao watched her mistress's utterly self-assured expression opening her mouth as if to say, Miss, last time you bound him to the bed. That hardly qualifies as tender companionship. But upon seeing her mistress's face glowing with excitement, she ultimately swallowed her words. Xiao Zhangyu rose and paced 2 steps back and forth in the chamber, rubbing her hands together as if steeling her resolve. The water-red jacket she wore tonight caught the soft candlelight, lending her an ethereal glow. She resembled a fully blossomed crabapple flower. Chuntao, go listen at the wall again, she ordered. Chuntao obeyed, tiptoeing to the partition and pressing her ear against the wood for a moment. Just as she leaned in closer, she caught Xinyanqing utter something about hangover broth. His voice carried more weight than before, clearly directed at someone nearby. Chuntao hurried back to Xiao Zhangyu and whispered, Miss Lord Shin appears to be sending for hangover broth. He mentioned his headaches. Xiao Zhangyu's eyes lit up instantly like a hunter spying prey in the dark. She recalled the previous encounter at the tavern after the feast. Xinyanqing had likewise requested a bowl of hangover broth. Then he had remained alone in the private room for a nap. This time she had grown shrewder, armed with prior experience. She would strike swiftly and decisively, wasting no time on dawdling kisses or idle grazing. Go guard the entrance quickly. Xiao Zhangyu gave Chuntao a nudge toward the door. If anyone approaches, cough loudly. Chuntao was pushed to the threshold. She glanced back at Xiao Zhangyu, hesitated, but could not resist adding, Miss, please be quick. Last time we were nearly discovered. I know, Xiao Zhangyu waved her hand dismissively. With all this fuss, do you truly think I'd risk compromising myself? Move. Chuntao gritted her teeth, opened the door, and poked her head out to scan both directions. The corridor was deserted, completely empty. She squeezed sideways through the doorway, gently pulled it shut behind her, and stood there. Like a wooden post, she remained rooted in place, her eyes locked fixedly toward the staircase. Xiao Zhangyu stood in the private room, drew in a deep breath, then another, her heart thundering like war drums. She shoved the teacup aside and lifted the pot, swallowing a large gulp of cold tea. Only then did she manage to quell the restless surge within her. Stealing her courage, she pushed open the partition room's door and crept out on tiptoe. Reaching the table, she sank down heavily into a chair. Before sitting, she deliberately chose the seat furthest from Xinyanqing, with an entire table between them. The corridor was silent, the only light coming from the dim yellow lanterns hanging on the walls. Chuntao stood guard at the door of room No. Tian, and upon seeing Xiao Zhangyu approaching, her face drained of color with panic. She pointed toward the door and silently mouthed 2 words, inside. Xiao Zhangyu nodded and reached out to gently push open the door of room No. Tian. It was unlocked. She slipped inside and Chuntao drew the door shut behind her. Room No. Tian was more than twice the size of room No. D. In the center stood an octagonal table. A few plates of leftover food rested on its surface, and beside it stood a carved rosewood screen behind which the faint outline of a soft couch could be seen. Most of the candles in the room had burned out, only a lone lamp on the table still flickered. The dim light cast the entire chamber in a murky, ambiguous golden haze. Before she could dwell on anything else, one thought dominated her mind: strip off her clothes. Last time she had dawdled, wasting precious moments with kissing and nibbling. This time she would keep it swift and decisive. Her hands moved faster than her thoughts. Fingers already working at the ties of her overdress, the water-red garment slid from her shoulders and pulled at her feet. She unfastened her outer skirt, kicked off her embroidered shoes, and stood in nothing but a pale yellow inner garment. The thin layer of cloth clung to her frame, revealing her slender collarbones and fair shoulders. Satisfied that she was ready enough, she turned around, preparing to undress Xinyanqing. She reasoned that wherever he might be, she would find him first. But as she turned, Xinyanqing stood directly behind her, not even an arm's length away. He simply stood there, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at her with an expressionless face, as though he had known she would come and had been waiting for her to walk straight into his snare. His cold eyes swept over her from head to toe. His gaze lingered for a moment on her bare shoulders and collarbones, then returned to her face. His brows knit slightly, as if observing an exceptionally foolish prey stumbling blindly into a trap. Xiao Zhangyu's mind went completely blank in that instant. Her mouth hung open, eyes wide with shock, a single thought looping endlessly through her consciousness. Wasn't he supposed to be lying on the couch? How could he be standing here? How could he be behind her? When had he gotten there? She glanced down at herself. That pale yellow inner garment, so thin it offered no cover at all. She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, every hair on her body bristling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A blush spread from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears, staining her neck and shoulders pink. Her mouth opened and a scream, sharp and piercing, slipped from her throat. Perverti. The moment Xinyanqing heard the first syllable, his expression changed. He had never expected this foolish woman's first reaction would be to scream for a pervert. She was the one who had stripped and barged into his room on her own, yet somehow, she was calling him a pervert. He had never been more speechless in his entire life. In a single bound, he lunged forward and clamped his hand over Xiao Zhangyu's mouth. The force was so great that her head tilted backward, and she found herself pressed firmly against his body. Xiao Zhangyu was not about to submit meekly. Like a fish dragged on ashore, she struggled wildly, pushing and striking at him with both hands, driving her elbows into his chest. She kicked her knees upward and twisted her entire body, thrashing like a wild cat seized by the scruff. Shun Yanqing was thoroughly overwhelmed by her frenzy, one hand covering her mouth, while the other reached around to secure her waist. The two of them tangled together in the dim candlelight like two vines entwined. And at that moment Shun Yanqing felt it. Two soft mounds pressed against his chest, through the thin fabric, rising and falling with each pulse. The sensation was so vivid that for one brief moment his mind went entirely blank. His ears reddened at a visibly accelerating pace from lobe to root, so crimson it seemed ready to bleed. His hands stiffened for an instant, but the grip of his other arm did not loosen the slightest, because he knew that the moment he let go this woman would scream loud enough for the entire street to hear. Xiao Zhangyu continued to struggle, writhing and twisting. She had no idea that every inch of her movement was compounding the awkwardness tenfold. She struggled a few more times, then suddenly stopped, because she felt something pressing hard against her lower abdomen, and it was growing larger. Her face flushed from red to purple in an instant, staring at Shun Yanqing with wide, alarmed eyes like a goose whose throat had been grasped. Shun Yanqing's complexion was hardly any better. His entire face was drawn tight, his jawline sharp, as if carved from stone. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and a vein at his temple pulsed visibly. Xiao Zhangyu opened her mouth again, preparing to unleash a second scream. Before she could, Shun Yanqing released his hand from covering her mouth, but only for an instant. Then he ripped off the cloak from his shoulder and swiftly wrapped it around Xiao Zhangyu. The dark-colored cloak was large and heavy, enveloping Xiao Zhangyu completely from head to toe, leaving only her face exposed. The cloak was far too big, Xiao Zhangyu was far too small. Draped over her, it resembled an adult man's robe thrown onto a child. The hem dragged on the floor, the sleeves extended far past her hands, making her look like a small creature cocooned in silk. Only her two eyes remained visible, red and glistening, as though she had just finished crying. Shun Yanqing stepped back, creating some distance, and drew a deep breath. His ears were still red, but his expression had recovered roughly 70% of its composure. At least it appeared so. He looked at the little girl wrapped in his cloak before him, her face barely the size of a palm. He spoke, his voice low and suppressed, laced with gritted tooth restraint. "Do not scream like that. Do you wish for all of Jingxiang to know?" Wrapped in the oversized cloak, Xiao Zhangyu shrank into itself. Her red-rimmed eyes stared at Shun Yanqing, her lips trembling, but no sound came out. Her mind slowly cleared from the blankness, beginning to function again. Let her call out. She wouldn't. If she summoned someone who would be the one to lose face. Shun Yanqing saw her quiet down and turned his back to her, his voice still cold as ever. Yet there was a trace of something unnatural in it, as though he were concealing something. "Put on your clothes." Xiao Zhangyu looked down at the baize and skirt lying on the floor, then at the cloak wrapped around herself. After a moment of hesitation, she whispered, "Turn around." "I've turned." Shun Yanqing's back was as straight as a pine tree, motionless. "Close your eyes." His silhouette stiffened for an instant, then he took a deep breath and closed them. His eyelashes were long, and with his eyes closed, candlelight cast soft shadows across his face. He looked less cold than usual, carrying instead an indescribable quality. Xiao Zhangyu bent down as quickly as she could, gathered the clothes from the floor, and hurried behind the screen to dress. Her hands trembled as she fumbled with the ties for what seemed like ages, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, nearly knotting the sash into a dead knot. Only after she had finally managed to put on the baize did she let out a long breath. She pulled the dark-colored cloak from her shoulders and draped it over the screen. "All right." Her voice was muffled, her eyes still red from before. Shun Yanqing opened his eyes and turned around. He glanced at the cloak resting on the screen, but said nothing. Instead, he walked over and pushed the window open. Night air surged in, carrying the coolness of early autumn and the faint fragrance of osmanthus from afar. It swept away the inexplicable intimacy that had filled the room. The candle flame swayed twice in the wind, its dancing shadow skittering across the wall before slowly steadying. Shun Yanqing stood by the window, his back to Xiao Zhangyu. Moonlight fell upon him, outlining his figure in cold, sharp lines. His voice drifted over from the window, far calmer than before, though still devoid of warmth. "Sit. Let us talk." Xiao Zhangyu stood there watching his back, her heart churning. After a moment's thought, she realized there was no escape. Very well then, let them talk. After all, Xiao Zhangyu had nothing left to lose. What was there to fear? She took a deep breath and stepped forward. Just then Chu Yi's voice came from outside the door, muffled through the wood. "Master, there's a maid lingering at the entrance, behaving suspiciously." I have detained her. At these words, Xiao Zhangyu sprang up from her chair like a cat, with its tail stepped on her face, draining of color. Chun Tao had been detained. That timid girl. She rushed to the door in 2 strides, and reached for the latch, her voice shrill with panic. That's my maid. How dare you detain her? Let her go at once. How dare I? Because she was slinking about in the restaurant corridor in the middle of the night, and because her mistress broke into my private room without permission. Because all it would take is one shout from me, and neither of you will leave this building alive tonight. Xiao Zhangyu's hand froze on the door bolt. Her mouth opened, but no retort came. She slowly withdrew her hand, turned, and leaned against the door, her eyes red, as she looked at Xin Yanqing. Xin Yanqing turned from the window and regarded her. He walked back to the table and sat opposite her, reaching for the teapot to pour himself a cup. He poured only one. Her cup remained empty. He lifted the cup, took a sip, and looked at her over the rim. Your maid will be unharmed. As long as you remain quiet, my people will not touch her. Xiao Zhangyu stared at his teacup, then at her own empty space before her. An indescribable feeling rose within her. She said nothing, her hands resting on her knees, her fingers twisting the edge of her garment. Twisting, releasing, twisting again, over and over. Her mind was a chaos. She hadn't conceived last time either. All that suffering for nothing. And now this. Caught red-handed before anything had even begun, half undressed. She hadn't even touched him, yet he had seen everything. Chun Tao was detained outside, and she was trapped inside. This attempt had failed. What of next time? Would there even be a next time? Xin Yanqing knew it was her now. He had suspected it before, now he was certain. From here on, getting close to him would be harder than reaching the heavens. If she could not bear a child, she would have no protector. The dream would become reality. Confiscation of property, exile, heavy snow, a ruined temple, freezing to death. Xin Yanqing set down his teacup, leaned back in his chair, folded his hands before him, and watched her. He waited a moment. Seeing she kept her head bowed in silence, he finally spoke. His voice was low, yet in the quiet room it carried clearly. Now we can talk properly. Xiao Zhangyu raised her head to look at him, her lips parting. One thought dominated her mind. She had to find a reason, some excuse that would let her continue getting close to him. What reason could make a man tolerate a woman who tried to sleep with him more than once? She drew a deep breath and moved. Xin Yanqing saw the girl across from him suddenly rise, circle the table, and throw herself at him. His reflexes were sharp. He sidestepped to avoid her. But she came at him too fast. Before he could fully evade, she had already crashed into his arms. Her arms clamped tightly around his waist. Xin Yanqing froze for an instant, then reached down to pry her fingers loose. His strength was considerable. Each finger he pried away, she wrapped around again. He separated one, and she coiled it back like a vine that refused to be shaken off. His brows furrowed. Let go. Xiao Zhangyu did not release her grip. She buried her face against his chest and began to cry. Not a performance. Real tears, snot, and all soaking into his robes. His moon-white formal wear soon bore a damp patch. Through her sobs, her voice muffled against his chest, she stammered. I like you. I've liked you for so long. Last year at the palace banquet you walked past me in your dark court robes. You were so magnificent on horseback in the streets. But you never once looked at me. Xin Yanqing's hand hovered in midair, no longer prying at her fingers. But he did not embrace her, did not comfort her, made no other movement. He stood there like a pillar, letting her hold him, letting her tears soak his clothes, motionless and silent. Only after she had finished speaking and exhausted her tears did he finally say something. His voice fell upon her from above, cold and calm. Done. Xiao Zhangyu's crying hitched for a moment. Once you are done, let go. His tone held no tremor whatsoever. Many people like me. That has nothing to do with you. Xiao Zhangyu slowly lifted her head, her vision blurred with tears, and looked at him. His expression was nothing like she had imagined. No softening, no hesitation, not even impatience. Only pure indifference. For the first time a flicker of fear touched her. Not because his coldness drove her away, but because it forced her to see clearly. This man was unlike anyone she had ever encountered before. She could throw tantrums, and her 2 fathers would relent. She could weep, and the servants would scramble to soothe her. But none of that worked on Xin Yanqing. Yet she could not retreat. She had already burned every bridge behind her. She released her grip, stepped back, wiped her face with her sleeve, sniffled, and lifted her head to look at him, her eyes red-rimmed. But her voice was steadier than before. I know I'm not worthy. My father is a treacherous minister, and my second father is also a treacherous minister. I know you despise me, but I simply cannot control myself. What am I supposed to do? I have no way to reach you, not even a chance to speak with you. So this was my only resort. Xin Yanqing lowered his gaze to the damp patch on his chest. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, then he raised his eyes to look at her. His gaze traveled from her swollen eyes to her smudged makeup. From her smudged makeup to her disheveled hair bun, and finally back to her eyes. So you slipped me the soft sinew powder time and again. Xiao Zhangyu was struck speechless. So you took advantage of my vulnerability and tied me to the bed, eh? Xiao Zhangyu's lips trembled. So you. He paused, not finishing the sentence. Do you think this is the way to show affection, oi? Xiao Zhangyu opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a single word. She lowered her head, staring at her tear-stained fingertips. Her voice was small, hoarse, carrying a hint of stubbornness and grievance. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Shen Yanqing said nothing. Xiao Zhangyu bit her lip, glanced up at him, then quickly dropped her gaze. Please don't arrest me. I won't do it again. Shen Yanqing looked at her, bowed head, silent for a moment. His face was expressionless, revealing nothing. When did I ever say I would arrest you? Xiao Zhangyu's head shot up, her eyes instantly brightening, like a drowning person grasping a floating log. She looked at him, her lips moving, hesitating, then finally voiced the question. Her voice was low, carrying a cautious, almost pleading tone. Then, may I pursue you? Shen Yanqing glanced at her. He withdrew his gaze, turned, and walked toward the door. His hand rested on the latch, pausing for a moment. Without turning back, his voice drifted from the doorway, faint as a wisp of smoke. Whether you pursue me or not is your own affair. The door opened, and he stepped out, the moon-white hem of his robe flickering past the doorframe. His voice came from the corridor, growing fainter. Shuyi, release that maidservant. The door remained open, the wind rushing and making the candle flames waver. Xiao Zhangyu stood alone in the empty room, before her the cup of tea Shen Yanqing had drunk from. The rim still bore the faint trace of his lips. The window was still open, the night breeze blowing in gusts, gently stirring the hem of her skirt. She stood there frozen for a long time. What he said was, whether you pursue me or not is your own affair. It meant whatever you choose to do is your own business, none of mine. But at least he didn't say no. Slowly the corners of Xiao Zhangyu's mouth curled upward. She reached out, picked up the cup Shen Yanqing had used, hesitated, then brought it to her lips, and took a sip. When Chuntao burst in through the door, she nearly tripped over the threshold. Her eyes were also red, clearly having cried outside as well. She rushed to Xiao Zhangyu's side, scrutinizing her from head to toe, her voice trembling. Miss, are you all right? That shadow guard was so fierce. He grabbed my arm and wouldn't let me move. I couldn't even cry out. I'm fine. She turned, walked to the screen, and picked up the black cloak draped over it. She folded it and held it in her arms. The cloak still carried the faint scent of Shen Yanqing, subtle, cold, like winter pine wood. Chuntao stared at her mistress's actions, startled. Miss, what are you doing with Lord Shen's cloak? Xiao Zhangyu did not answer. Holding the cloak, she walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused and glanced back at the room. Let's go head home. Chuntao trotted behind, watching her mistress's silhouette, the water-red jacket strikingly conspicuous in the dim corridor. Chuntao caught up and asked cautiously, Miss, what did Lord Shen say? Xiao Zhangyu hugged the cloak tighter, lifted her chin slightly, and fixed her eyes ahead. He didn't say no. She planted her hands on her hips, chin raised, high, eyes sparkling like twin stars. Look at who your mistress is, ha. What's Shen Yanqing? With me, Xiao Zhangyu, on the case, nothing is impossible. Chuntao watched her mistress's, I'm the greatest in the world, attitude, and felt something was off. But Chuntao dared not say or ask anything. She simply nodded, forcing a smile. Miss is the best. The mistress and maid descended the stairs and boarded the carriage. The driver cracked his whip and the carriage rumbled off into the night. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the cushion, spread the cloak over her lap. The cloak was too large, draping from her knees down to her ankles, covering her entire lower body. Shen Yanqing stepped out of Diyue Tower, the night wind greeting him with the chill of early autumn. The front of his moon-white robe was soaked in a large patch which, when struck by the wind, clung coolly to his skin, causing him to frown involuntarily. He did not look back, walking straight toward the carriage waiting by the roadside. Chuyi followed behind him, hesitating before speaking. Master, the maidservant has been released. Miss Xiao is still upstairs. Shen Yanqing's hand lifting the carriage curtain paused for a moment. Without turning his head, he said faintly, He boarded the carriage and settled in. Chuyi sat on the driver's seat, about to instruct the driver to depart, when a voice came from within the curtain. Secretly escort them back to the mansion. Chuyi was stunned. Having served his master for so many years, he knew his master's style all too well. His master never cared about others' lives or deaths, let alone sending anyone to escort someone home. He replied with a yes, and made a hand signal toward the shadows. Two dark figures emerged from the corner's darkness and silently followed behind. The carriage started moving. Shen Yanqing leaned against the wall, eyes closed. The sensation of the damp patch on his chest still lingered, along with the warmth of that little girl's embrace when she had thrown herself into him. It was scorching hot, so hot that he almost lost his composure at that moment. But he held it together. He always held it together. He reached out and touched the damp spot on his chest. His fingertips met only coldness. The wind had already chilled it. He withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and stopped thinking about it. The carriage came to a halt at the gate of the Xiao residence. Chun Tao helped Xiao Zhangyu alight from the carriage. Clutching the cloak to her chest, Xiao Zhangyu trotted briskly back to her own courtyard. Upon entering the room, she shut the door and leaned against it, letting out a long, relieved sigh. Chun Tao followed her inside, fetched warm water, and attended to her washing and changing. Once Chun Tao extinguished the lamp and withdrew, Xiao Zhangyu remained alone in the pitch-black chamber, staring up at the canopy ceiling in a daze. She was absolutely furious. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. She rolled over, burying her face into the pillow, fuming silently for a moment before rolling back, her gaze fixed once more on the canopy above as the irritation persisted. She seethed at herself for having stripped away all dignity before him, behaving like a foolish, thoughtless creature. But what truly ignited her rage was not that. What truly enraged her was the humiliating reality that she would now have to be the one to pursue him. Pursue. The moment the word struck her mind, she felt as though she had swallowed a live fly. In all her life, Xiao Zhangyu had never once had to chase anyone. Only others had always come running to her. When had it ever occurred to her that she would be the one doing the pursuing? All her life, she had only needed to stand there and flick her fingers for someone to scurry over eagerly. And now she was expected to chase after a man who treated her with icy indifference, too cold to even pour her a cup of tea. She rolled onto her side, buried her face in the pillow, and let out a muffled wail of frustration. But once the sound faded, she rolled back over, fixed her stare on the canopy above, and let the thought settle once more. This was her only way to get close to him now. The thought brought a flicker of comfort, and Xiao Zhangyu felt marginally better. It did not matter that she had not conceived this time. There would be a next time and the time after that. As long as she could remain near him, surely one of those chances would come to pass. The following morning, Xiao Zhangyu rose early to attend to her grooming. Instead of her usual bold pomegranate red, she chose a delicate goose yellow robe. Her hair wore only 2 white jade hairpins, lending her an understated elegance. Chun Tao, prepare the carriage. We go to the Prime Minister's residence. Xiao Zhangyu rose to her feet and smoothed the collar of her robe. Miss, why are we going to the Prime Minister's residence? Chun Tao asked. But Xiao Zhangyu offered no reply, simply gathering her skirt as she strode toward the door. When the carriage arrived at the residence's gate, she hesitated before stepping down, instead lifting the curtain to peer outward. Her carriage was notably wider and larger than standard models. Each time she visited the Prime Minister's residence, she had to proceed with extreme caution. The slightest misjudgment could scrape against the wall. After taking in the scene, Xiao Zhangyu lowered the curtain and alighted. Fu Ziyuan had not attended court today, not by choice, but because the emperor had graciously exempted him from the morning session. Xin Yanqing had been filing memorials against him day after day, though none had yielded substantive grounds. Still, the relentless harassment was grating like flies buzzing incessantly at his ears. As Xiao Zhangyu arrived, Fu Ziyuan sat in his study sipping tea. The moment he saw her, his earlier irritation vanished, replaced by a warm smile as he beckoned her forward. You've come, Yu? Come, second father has new Longjing tea. He's just received a fresh box, do try some. But Xiao Zhangyu bypassed the tea entirely, dropping heavily into the chair opposite Fu Ziyuan. Planting both hands on the table, she came straight to the point. Second father, the road at the entrance is far too narrow. Fu Ziyuan's hand holding his teacup paused midair. What? The road at the gate? It's too narrow. My carriage has to proceed with extreme caution every time I come here. Last time, I nearly scraped the wall. You have no idea, my carriage was custom built at a cost of 2,000 taels of silver. Even a single scratch to the lacquer would have distressed me for days. Fu Ziyuan gazed at his stepdaughter with an expression caught between amusement and exasperation. He had assumed she came with some grave matter, but it turned out to be merely about the road. Setting his teacup down, he leaned back in his chair and shook his head with a smile. Is that all? Very well, second father will have the road widened. But Xiao Zhangyu immediately added further conditions. It cannot merely be widened. It must also have street lamps installed. At night it is pitch black, making it inconvenient for me to return and visit you. Additionally, the ground must be paved with fine stone bricks rather than rough gravel. Rainwater pools everywhere, and my embroidered shoes have already been ruined several times over. Rather than growing irritated at her demands, Fu Ziyuan found himself laughing more broadly. He genuinely admired how Xiao Zhangyu never hesitated to speak her mind with him directly. He reached out to ruffle her hair, his tone warm and indulgent, the way one might coax a young child. All right. I'll have it done as you wish. The road will be widened, lamps installed, and proper paving laid. I shall have work begin tomorrow. Satisfied, Xiao Zhangyu beamed and thanked him with a cheerful smile. She exchanged a few more words of casual conversation with Fu Ziyuan before taking her leave, thoroughly content. Fu Ziyuan moved with impressive efficiency. By the following day, construction crews were already on site. The road before the Prime Minister's residence was cordoned off, and the original flagstones were carefully pried up one by one to make way for fine bluestone bricks transported from the south. The surface proved smooth, and even with no pooling water after rain, and a steady ride for carriages. The road's width doubled, more than sufficient for Xiao Zhangyu's carriage, even accommodating 4 carriages side by side without difficulty. Stone pillars lined the roadside, each crowned with glass lantern street lamps. Once illuminated at night, the entire street glowed, surpassing even daytime beauty. During construction, Xiao Zhangyu made 2 visits to inspect progress, both times expressing satisfaction. She even personally tested the freshly laid stone bricks, remarking, "These bricks are excellent, comfortable to walk on." The foreman merely twitched the corner of his mouth at such an unusual assessment, but dared not voice any objection. A week later the road was complete. Xiao Zhangyu rode through on her carriage, and the ride proved so smooth that not a single drop of tea spilled from her cup. Nodding in approval, she thought this was precisely how things should be done. What she remained unaware of was that on the morning following the road's completion a memorial was delivered to the emperor's desk. The memorial, authored by a censor from the censorate, was written in vehement terms across thousands of characters. Its central accusation was that Prime Minister Fu Ziyuan had abused his authority for personal gain, exploiting his position under the guise of public service. He claimed the project involved large-scale construction under the pretext of road repair, appropriating public thoroughfares, mobilizing hundreds of laborers, and squandering countless silver. Such actions exceeded the bounds of a court official's authority, constituting both a disregard for imperial power and a violation of established law. He earnestly urged His Majesty to impose severe punishment as a warning to others. During the morning court session, the emperor produced the memorial for the assembled ministers to deliberate upon. The emperor was merely 9 years old that year, his legs dangling freely as he sat upon the dragon throne, unable to reach the ground. Yet even in his youthful manner of speaking there already lingered an air of imperial authority. After glancing at the memorial, and then at Fu Ziyuan standing below, he asked in his childish yet dignified voice, "Minister Fu, is what is written in this memorial true?" Standing in the court, Fu Ziyuan maintained his composure without a flicker of hesitation. Bowing his hands in salute, he responded with measured calm, "Your Majesty, I did indeed repair a road before my residence." That stretch of road had fallen into disrepair over the years. The surface was uneven and rutted, collecting water during rainfall and raising dust on dry days. It not only hindered the travels of common folk, but also marred the scenery. The repair was funded entirely from my own coffers, with not a single tael drawn from the state treasury. As for the allegation of encroaching upon public thoroughfare, I merely restored a road that already existed, widening it only within its original boundaries. His words left no opening for criticism. The emperor listened, tilting his head in thought, then turned to regard Shen Yanqing standing on the opposite side. Though still a child, the emperor understood that for matters requiring judgment, consulting Shen Yanqing was always the right course. "Minister Shen, what is your assessment?" Shen Yanqing stood in the imperial court clad in dark official robes. His expression remained impassive as his gaze swept over Fu Ziyuan before returning to the emperor. "I also find this arrangement unsatisfactory." Fu Ziyuan's eyelid twitched. "Here we go again. Regardless of whose silver was used to repair the road, conducting large-scale alterations to a public thoroughfare without imperial approval violates the law. Moreover, the widened section far exceeds the original specifications, raising suspicions of overstepping one's station. I propose that Grand Secretary Fu be ordered to confine himself to his residence for 3 days to reflect upon his actions." The court fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned to Shen Yanqing, then to Fu Ziyuan, no one daring to breathe. These two had been at each other's throats for days, but today it seemed they were moving to open conflict. The emperor pondered for a moment and found Shen Yanqing's reasoning sound. "Granted. Minister Fu, you may return home and reflect for 3 days." Fu Ziyuan knelt to receive the edict, his expression unchanged. He thanked the emperor for his grace, rose to his feet, and turned to leave the golden throne hall. The moment he stepped through the doorway, his countenance darkened, his mustache trembling with suppressed fury. 3 days. 3 days of confinement. He, Fu Ziyuan, had cultivated his position in court for 20 years and had never before been punished with house arrest. That upstart Shen Yanqing actually dared to order him confined. The more Fu Ziyuan thought about it, the angrier he became. Even in the palanquin, he remained seething, not so much as sipping tea along the way. When the palanquin arrived at the secretary's mansion, Fu Ziyuan stepped out and gazed at the newly widened pristine road at his entrance. He looked at the glass lantern street lamps lining the road, at the fine bluestone pavers transported all the way from the south. His mustache quivered with rage once more. The road itself was well built, if rather costly to construct. 3 days he would treat it as a holiday. An opportunity to spend time with his wife and play with his son, and perhaps devise ways to deal with that pesky Shen Yanqing. Fu Ziyuan shed his official robes and donned everyday clothes, making his way to Madame Zhang's courtyard. Madame Zhang was watering flowers in the yard when she saw him return so early and paused in surprise. "Why are you back so early today?" Fu Ziyuan smiled, walked over, and took the watering can from her hands to tend the flowers. You said the road at our entrance was too narrow," he said lightly, as though discussing some trivial matter, "so I had it widened." Madame Zhang glanced at him, asked no further questions, and turned to go inside. At home, Xiao Zhangyu was lounging about, popping grapes into her mouth one by one in exceedingly high spirits. Xiao Zhangyu came running in from outside, breathless and panting, her expression as though the sky were falling. The moment she entered the door, she cried out, Miss, terrible news. The Grand Secretary was impeached this morning and has been placed under house arrest." She grabbed Xiao Zhangyu by the wrist with such force that the maid winced. "What did you say?" My second father was impeached. By whom? Shun. Lord Shun. Xiao Zhangju's wrist throbbed with pain, but she dared not pull away and could only grit her teeth as she spoke. They say the Grand Secretary abused his authority to embark on grand construction projects repairing the road without imperial approval. They also claim the road was made too wide, suggesting an air of overstepping one's station. The Emperor has punished the Grand Secretary with 3 days of house arrest. Xiao Zhangyu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then flung her hand aside, her face flushing with anger. She sprang from the couch and paced barefoot across the floor in agitated circles. Her hands waved wildly in the air like a ruffled little rooster. What's wrong with building a road? How is that a problem? Isn't this a good thing? Her voice grew shrill with indignation. The road isn't for my use alone. If I make it wider, everyone benefits. Who wouldn't profit from a well-maintained road? Now I can be impeached merely for walking on it. Where's the justice in this world? Chun Tao whispered from nearby. Miss, you asked the Grand Secretary to repair the road, and he did. Lord Shin's accusation of abuse of power refers precisely to this matter. Then why doesn't he repair the road outside his own home? Yet he's quick to impeach others. Xiao Zhangyu plopped back onto the couch, snatched up a grape that had rolled onto the table, and shoved it into her mouth. She chewed furiously as though grinding the bones of Shun Yanqing between her teeth. This is terrible. Has it already begun? If building a road can lead to impeachment tomorrow, they might impeach me even for buying a hairpin. The day after tomorrow will they impeach my second father for keeping a cat as a pet. Xiao Zhangyu drew a deep breath and pressed her hand against her stomach. Right now it contained nothing but grape seeds. She needed to conceive Shin Yanqing's child as soon as possible. With a child, she would have a talisman for survival. No matter how ruthless Shin Yanqing was, he wouldn't dare harm the mother of his own child, would he? She rose from her seat and walked to the wardrobe, opening the door to dig through a set of clothes kept at the bottom of the chest. It was a moon-white men's robe secretly made by her last year when she had originally hoped to wear it out for fun, but had later deemed too troublesome and stored it away. She shook out the garment and held it against her body. The fit was perfect. Tall and slender with her hair bound up. She would pass as a handsome young master at a glance. When Chun Tao saw her produce the men's clothing, her entire demeanor changed, and she stammered in alarm. And miss, what are you planning to do? You're not going to seek out Lord Shin again, are you? Last time you said you wanted to pursue him, and your method was to dress in men's clothes. That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Who said I'm going to find Shin Yanqing? Xiao Zhangyu hugged the men's robe to her chest, and turned to face Chun Tao. I'm going to Red Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Chun Tao thought she had misheard. Red Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Her voice cracked. Miss, isn't that? What about it? Xiao Zhangyu stared at her with unwavering confidence. I'm not going for leisure. I'm going on an errand. Are you changing or not? If not, I'm going alone. Chun Tao stood rooted to the spot, her lips trembling for a long moment, but she could not bring herself to speak. With resigned sighs, she rummaged through the wardrobe for a small men's outfit, shook it out, and pulled it on. Other maids served their mistress tea and attended to her daily needs, while hers accompanied her to a brothel. If the master were to find out, would she still have her life? 2/4 of an hour later, an unremarkable green canopied carriage drew up in the back alley of Red Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Xiao Zhangyu leapt down from the carriage dressed in the moon-white men's robe. Her hair was bound with a jade hairpin, and she swung a folding fan in her hand. From a distance, she possessed an air of refined elegance. Yet her face was too beautiful, her skin too fair and delicate. She looked nothing like a man accustomed to such establishments. Rather, she resembled some young master who had sneaked out to broaden his horizons. Chun Tao trailed behind her in a cyan men's outfit. She hunched her shoulders, darting her eyes about nervously, looking like a mouse spotted by a cat. Miss, why have we come here? Chun Tao's voice trembled. I told you to call me young master. Xiao Zhangyu tapped Chun Tao's head with her fan. Then she folded the fan and nodded toward the rear entrance of the pavilion. Just follow me. Red Mandarin Duck House is the most famous brothel in the capital, bar none. A 3-story building with carved beams and painted rafters, a row of red lanterns hanging at the entrance. It was already eye-catching enough during the day. At night it blazed with lights, and the scent of rouge and powder wafted down the entire street. Now it was afternoon, not yet time for guests, so the building was quiet. Only a few cleaning servants were busy in the courtyard. Xiao Zhangyu slipped in through the back door, went around the kitchen, passed through a narrow corridor, and arrived at the front hall. Her eyes lit up instantly. She had only seen such a place in storybooks before. Today, she was truly opening her eyes. The main hall was spacious enough to hold 20 tables. In the center stood a high stage with singing and dancing above and feasting below. Around it were winding corridors, and behind those were small private rooms. Bead curtains hung at the doors through which one could vaguely see the plush couches and low tables inside. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Sweet, cloying like overripe fruit, it made one dizzy after a while. As Xiao Zhangyu was absorbed in watching, a woman in a pink blouse descended from upstairs. The woman was about 20, fair-skinned and delicate. There was a languid charm in her brows and eyes. She was clearly the top courtesan. She saw Xiao Zhangyu paused in surprise, then covered her mouth with a smile. Her eyes sparkled as if she saw through everything but chose not to expose it. "Oh, young master, you look quite unfamiliar. First time here." The woman in pink walked over and placed a hand on Xiao Zhangyu's shoulder. Her fingers squeezed Xiao Zhangyu's shoulder as if probing. Xiao Zhangyu kept a straight face, trying to appear an experienced veteran. She unfolded her folding fan, waved it, and deliberately lowered her voice. "This young master has come to your establishment for pleasures, of course. Summon your finest lady." The woman in pink laughed, even harder, fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. She leaned in closer and whispered in Xiao Zhangyu's ear, "Young master, our finest lady does not entertain female guests." Xiao Zhangyu's face flushed, instantly frozen, as if her acupoint had been struck. The woman in pink laughed aloud at her reaction, stepped back, crossed her arms, and tilted her head to look at her. "But don't worry, a guest is a guest. I won't expose you. Tell me, what are you really here for?" Xiao Zhangyu's face was red to the point of bleeding, but since she had been found out, she stopped pretending. She folded her fan, took a deep breath, and tried to make her tone sound serious. "I need a lady and a room." The woman in pink raised an eyebrow, glanced at her, then looked at Chun Tao cowering behind her like a quail, her smile deepening. She turned and walked upstairs, saying, "Follow me." On the second floor, she pushed open a door at the end of the corridor and stood aside to let Xiao Zhangyu enter. The room was small but elegantly furnished. A carved wooden bed was covered with a bright red brocade quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water. The window was half open, revealing the street scene below. The fragrance in the air was lighter than downstairs, but still sweet, cloying, making one's heart flutter. Xiao Zhangyu and Chun Tao sat down in the room, facing each other, neither daring to look at the other. Chun Tao's legs kept trembling under the table, and Xiao Zhangyu was not much better. She kept opening and closing her fan over and over. Light footsteps came from outside, then the door was pushed open. The woman who entered wore a goose-yellow blouse. Her face was not the most beautiful, but her brows and eyes carried an indescribable charm, and she walked as if gliding on water, silent and effortless. She saw Xiao Zhangyu, her gaze lingering on her face for a moment, then smiled. A smile neither too shallow nor too deep, just right. Xiao Zhangyu wasted no words. She took out a tail of silver from her sleeve, placed it on the table, and pushed it over. "Do you have any aphrodisiac incense?" The woman in yellow glanced at the silver, but did not take it immediately. Instead, she looked up at Xiao Zhangyu, the smile at the corners of her mouth deepening. She reached out, picked up the silver, weighed it in her hand, then tucked it into her sleeve, and spoke unhurriedly. "Young master, you've come to the right place." Xiao Zhangyu's eyes lit up. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. "I want the kind that works instantly, the strong kind. Give me a generous amount." The woman in yellow looked at her with curiosity, amusement, and a hint of unspoken ambiguity. Without asking further, she turned and walked to the bed, bent down, and reached under it to search for a while. Both Xiao Zhangyu and Chun Tao held their breath, their four eyes fixed on her hand. The woman in yellow retrieved a small paper packet from under the bed and stood up. She walked back to the table, placed the packet on it, and carefully unfolded it. Inside was a pinch of pale pink powder, fine and delicate. Like crushed petals, it shimmered faintly in the light. Xiao Zhangyu leaned in to look and caught a faint, sweet fragrance. "This is called Zhixiang Fan Folding Fragrance Powder." The woman in yellow gently stirred the powder with her finger, a hint of pride in her voice. "Imported from the western regions, our red mandarin duck house's signature. You can't buy it from any other house in the capital, only we have it." She looked up at Xiao Zhangyu, a note of warning in her gaze. "A man only needs to inhale it for a short while, and he'll lose control. But," her voice lowered, "don't use too much. If you use too much, this young lady won't be able to bear it." Xiao Zhangyu's eyes widened as she listened, not even bothering to correct the use of young lady. She stared at the pale pink powder, as if it were a rare treasure, already calculating how to use it. She reached for the packet, but the woman in yellow pressed down on her hand. The woman's hand was cool, her fingers slender, pressing on Xiao Zhangyu's hand with moderate force. 100 taels, the woman said, her smile unchanged. "It's the rule of Red Mandarin Duck House. Good things aren't cheap." Xiao Zhangyu paused, then smiled. She glanced back at Chun Tao, who understood, and took out a banknote from her sleeve, handing it over. The woman in yellow took the banknote, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. She released her grip on Xiao Zhangyu's hand, wrapped the packet again, and pushed it toward Xiao Zhangyu. Xiao Zhangyu picked up the packet carefully, tucked it into her sleeve, stood up, and adjusted her collar. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and looked back at the woman in yellow. "You must not tell anyone about this. Don't worry, in our line of work, we have the tightest lips." Xiao Zhangyu led Chun Tao out through the back door of Red Mandarin Duck House and climbed into the carriage. The moment the carriage curtain fell, she let out a long breath. Chun Tao wasn't much better off. A fine layer of sweat on her forehead, her face as pale as paper. "Missed that powder? The one you bought? Who is it for?" Chun Tao's voice still trembled, but it was steadier than before. Xiao Zhangyu did not answer. She drew the small paper packet from her sleeve, lifted it to her eyes, and examined it again and again against the light filtering through the carriage curtain. The packet was small, white, and unremarkable in appearance. But what it contained was her lifeline. Shen Yanqing, just you wait. She would go to him openly, pursue him openly and openly. Light the incense. Then it would be his loss of control, not her coercion. She had done nothing. She was merely pursuing him and incidentally lit a stick of incense, nothing more. At this thought, Xiao Zhangyu couldn't help but laugh out loud, sending a chill down Chun Tao's spine. The carriage rumbled on toward the Xiao mansion. Little one, wait a bit longer. Mother brought reinforcements this time. Your father won't escape. Upon returning, Xiao Zhangyu summoned Guangdong to the rear courtyard. Guangdong was the most skilled guard in the Xiao mansion, 26 years old. He had grown up in an escort agency and mastered all 18 forms of martial arts. 3 years ago, Xiao Xiong had lured him away with a hefty sum to serve as Xiao Zhangyu's personal protector. His greatest asset was not his martial prowess, but his tight lips. He never asked what he shouldn't and never spoke of what he shouldn't. Guangdong stood in the courtyard, his back straight as a ramrod, hands clasped in salute, waiting for Xiao Zhangyu to speak. Xiao Zhangyu stood before him, tilting her head up to look at him, her expression more solemn than ever. Guangdong, I have a mission of life and death to entrust to you. Will you do it? Guangdong bowed, his head, fists clasped. Miss, I am at your command. Xiao Zhangyu took a deep breath and lowered her voice. Go to Shen Yanqing's residence, observe the patrol patterns, locate his bedchamber, and see if there are any vulnerabilities to enter. Guangdong's expression froze. He raised his head to look at Xiao Zhangyu, his lips moving, hesitating before he spoke. Miss, that is the Grand Secretariat's mansion. There's no other way. Xiao Zhangyu cut him off, her voice even lower and more urgent. Will you do it? If you don't, we're finished. Guangdong gazed into her eyes, which blazed with an alarming intensity. He paused for a moment, then lowered his head. Yes. Xiao Zhangyu exhaled in relief and added, this must be kept secret. Tell no one. Guangdong nodded and turned away. For the next 2 days, he slept by day and went out by night. Donning a black night suit, he lurked like a cat in the shadows around the Grand Secretariat's mansion. On the first night, he mapped out the shift changes. The guards served in 3 rotations, changing every 4 hours with a brief gap during the handover. On the second night, he located Shen Yanqing's bedchamber, in the deepest courtyard at the rear with 2 guards stationed at the gate. He returned to the Xiao mansion and stood before Xiao Zhangyu, reporting everything he had discovered over the past 2 days. There is a dog hole at the back gate that can be crawled through. Guangdong's voice was very low. I can scale the courtyard wall, but you cannot miss. Lord Shin usually extinguishes his lamp and retires around the high hour. After the Su hour, he is generally no longer in the inner courtyard. Xiao Zhangyu listened, nodded, and ran through the information in her mind. She lifted her head. Pack up, we move tonight. Better early than late. Guangdong acknowledged. Xiao Zhangyu continued. During the shift change tonight, you go first and sprinkle the incense powder into the censer in his bedchamber. Sprinkle and leave at once. Do not linger. Guangdong pulled out the small paper packet bought from the Red Mandarin Duck Tower, nodded, tucked it back into his bosom, and turned to leave. Xiao Zhangyu watched him go, then turned to Chun Tao. It's almost dark. Help me bathe. Chun Tao froze for a moment, then hurried to prepare hot water. Xiao Zhangyu entered the washroom and took out the remaining half of the zhishang powder. She opened it, hesitated, then poured it all into the bathtub. Pale pink powder fell onto the water's surface, slowly dissolving and vanishing. Only a faint, elusive sweetness lingered in the steam. Chun Tao came in with hot water and caught the sweet scent. She faltered. Miss this. It's nothing. Xiao Zhangyu undressed and stepped into the tub. The hot water rose past her shoulders. Just in case. Tonight must succeed. Chun Tao opened her mouth to speak, but seeing Xiao Zhangyu leaning against the tub wall with eyes closed, she swallowed her words and silently added more hot water. As she soaked, Xiao Zhangyu began to feel something amiss. A fire seemed to burn inside her, starting from her abdomen and slowly spreading to her limbs. It burned with a panic and itch and numbness impossible to describe. Her face flushed, her neck reddened, and even her chest took on a rosy hue. She opened her eyes and looked down at the water. Her reflection stared back, flushed crimson with a seductive allure in her gaze that she had never seen before. Startled, she sprang up from the tub, splashing water everywhere. Chun Tao heard the noise and rushed in. Miss, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? It's nothing. Xiao Zhangyu took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness, and stepped out of the tub. Maybe the water was too hot. She didn't tell the truth, but she knew what had happened. She had used too much of the zhishang powder. After dressing, Xiao Zhangyu stood before the bronze mirror and examined herself. Today she had deliberately chosen plain attire, a moon-white jacket, a light green skirt, and only a white jade hairpin in her hair. Neat and refreshing. She wiped her hands on her skirt, took a deep breath. Let's go. The carriage slipped out quietly from the rear gate of the Xiao mansion, unlit, merging into the darkness. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the carriage wall, clutching her sleeve, her knuckles white. Chun Tao sat beside her, too tense to utter a word. She could only steal glances at her mistress and then quickly look away. The carriage stopped a street away from the Grand Secretariat's mansion. Guangdong was already waiting at the alley entrance, his black night suit blending almost seamlessly with the night. Seeing the carriage halt, he hastened over and lowered his voice. "Miss, it's done. The incense powder has been sprinkled into the censer." He pointed toward the mansion. Once inside, walk 200 paces west to reach Lord Shan's inner courtyard. Xiao Zhangyu alighted from the carriage, stood at the alley's mouth, and looked up at the sky. The moon was obscured by clouds, and the night was as thick as ink. The Grand Secretariat's mansion opposite crouched like a slumbering beast. It loomed black and silent, so quiet it made one's heart flutter. She took a deep breath, suppressing the rising tension. All right, tonight must succeed. The three of them made their way in the darkness to the rear wall of the Grand Secretary's residence. Guangdong climbed over the wall, first confirmed no one was in the courtyard, then stuck his head out and gestured to Xiao Zhangyu. Chun Tao crouched down with her hands folded under her knees for Xiao Zhangyu to step on her shoulders. Guangdong reached down from atop the wall, pulled and tugged, and Xiao Zhangyu was hoisted up. She lay flat against the wall, but the hem of her skirt caught on a sharp brick edge with a rip. She did not bother to check the tear rolling over and leaping down, wincing as pain shot through her. The corner was pitch black. Xiao Zhangyu crouched behind a clump of bamboo, holding her breath, ears pricked like a rabbit's, waiting for the patrol guards to pass. She peeked out from behind the bamboo and sprinted across an open space, slipping into the inner courtyard, where she crouched in the darkest corner and curled herself into a tight ball. All around was quiet except for the occasional footsteps of patrol guards in the distance. The two men crouched in the alley corner waiting for her, while Xiao Zhangyu huddled alone at the wall corner, her heart pounding like a drum. Meanwhile, Shen Yanqing had just returned from outside. He sat in his study with his covert guard Chu Yi standing before him, reporting everything he had discovered that day. "Master, Miss Xiao entered the Red Mandarin Pavilion today." Shen Yanqing's hand paused mid-stroke on the memorial, his eyelids lifting briefly to meet Chu Yi's gaze before falling silent. "After following her inside, I was accosted by several women, and in the blink of an eye lost track of her." A trace of embarrassment colored Chu Yi's voice. "I could not confirm when Miss Xiao exited." Shen Yanqing kept his eyes lowered, continuing his work on the memorial as the brush whispered against the paper. His expression remained unchanged. The Red Mandarin Pavilion, the most renowned brothel in the capital. His lips curved slightly, conveying an inexplicable chill. As expected, just like her father, no decency whatsoever. The thought crossed his mind as he set down his brush. Chu Yi acknowledged with a quiet response and slipped away silently. Shen Yanqing remained seated at his desk for a while longer, finishing the memorial. Only then did he rise, extinguishing the lamp before heading to his bedchamber. The moment he pushed open the door, a heavy, sweet fragrance washed over him. Shen Yanqing paused, his brow furrowing. The scent was far too intense, far stronger than the delicate incense he normally used. He assumed one of the maids had switched the incense that day, and resentment stirred within him. He resolved to inform the steward tomorrow, insisting they use something lighter rather than this dizzying aroma. He approached the censer and lifted the lid. Most of the incense powder had already burned away, with only remnants still curling into delicate wisps of smoke. Frowning, he replaced the lid and smothered the embers inside. Yet in those brief moments of bending over to extinguish it, he had already drawn several breaths of the fumes. The sweet fragrance penetrated deeply, coursing down his throat far more potently than he had anticipated. Straightening up, he shoved the censer toward the corner. He reasoned the incense would lose its potency once extinguished, and told himself to wait it out. Moving to the bed, he unfastened his outer robe and draped it over the screen. Something stirred within him, awakening gradually from his chest and spreading outward to his limbs. The sensation was not overwhelming, but was unmistakably clear, like a drop of ink dissolving into clear water, spreading relentlessly without resistance. His pulse quickened, and his breathing grew heavier than usual. Deep within his body, an inexplicable heat surged forward like a caged beast slowly rousing. He realized the incense was not ordinary. It had been laced with something. His heart sank. Closing his eyes, Shen Yanqing drew a deep breath, attempting to will himself back from whatever state was taking hold. Yet the heat intensified rather than faded, surging toward him in relentless waves that battered against his reason. His body refused his commands. The heat in Shen Yanqing's body surged again. His fingers tightened around the quilt, his jaw set hard as carved stone, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed. Opening the window, he stood there for roughly 15 minutes. Night air poured through the open frame, dispersing the cloying sweetness that had filled the room. The cool breeze gradually subdued the restlessness coursing through his veins. His pulse steadied, and his breathing normalized. He pressed his fingers to his brow, chiding himself for the unnecessary alarm. Turning back to the bed, he removed his boots and slipped beneath the covers. Drawing the bed curtain closed, shut out the moonlight beyond. Darkness filled the space. He could see nothing. Lying back, he pulled the quilt to his chest, closed his eyes, and let sleep come. Before he could drift off, something emerged from beneath the covers, soft, cool, winding around his waist like a silent snake. Shen Yanqing's body locked tense. In an instant, every trace of drowsiness vanishing. His reflexes were immediate. His hand shot out even as those fingers made contact. Mother saved it for you, but you forgot to take it. She reached out to accept the paper package and ruffled the top of Fuyu's head, messing up his hair completely. Thank you, little crybaby. Wait, it's me. Easy. The muffled voice from beneath the covers belonged to someone familiar, carrying the guilt and panic of being caught. Shun Yanqing didn't release his grip, though his pupils contracted sharply. He recognized that voice instantly. He pulled back the covers as moonlight seeped through gaps in the bed curtain. There she was, Xiao Zhangyu curled beneath the covers on his bed, her hair mostly untied. The white jade hairpin sat crooked in her disheveled bun, and her pale moon-white robe was wrinkled beyond recognition. Her face flushed crimson like a boiled prawn, her eyes glassy and lips parted and glistening. Shun Yanqing studied her face, drew a breath, and swallowed the question on his lips, replacing it with another. His voice carried the bite of winter wind, but beneath that frost ran the grinding of clenched teeth. How did you get in? Xiao Zhangyu was trapped by his grip on her wrist, curled tight in the covers, with only her flushed face visible. She knew how undignified she looked, but she could not bring herself to care. A fire raged within her, clouding her judgment. She swallowed hard and answered honestly, I climbed over the wall. Shun Yanqing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Climbing over the wall. The Grand Secretary's mansion was patrolled by 3 shifts of guards with 2 sentries at the gate. She had scaled the wall and entered. He wasn't sure whether to admire her audacity or her skill. He released her wrist, but his hand did not withdraw. Instead, he braced it beside her head, looking down at her from above. The moonlight traced a cold, hard silhouette along his profile, and his gaze remained icy. Leave now, he said, his voice lowered as if struggling to maintain a certain equilibrium. I'll pretend nothing happened. Xiao Zhangyu did not move. Shun Yanqing looked at her, his brow slightly furrowed. His patience was running thin, and the heat he had just suppressed began to rise again within him. It was as if someone had blown a breath into the embers, and the sparks flared up again. He didn't know whether it was because the residual effect of the incense powder had not dissipated or because of some other reason. He didn't want to delve into it. He just wanted her to leave while he could still control himself. Xiao Zhangyu, he called her name, his voice dropping a notch, carrying a warning tone. Leave. Xiao Zhangyu still did not move. It wasn't that she didn't want to, she couldn't. Her body was as limp as mud. Every inch of her was burning, even the marrow of her bones felt hot. She looked at Shun Yanqing's frosty face, at the undercurrents surging beneath the thin layer of ice in his eyes. Her heart raced as if it were about to leap out of her throat. She didn't know how terrible she looked at this moment, but she could feel how hot her face was, how moist her eyes were, how dry her lips were. She could feel that even her breath was scorching hot, so hot that it startled even herself. She threw herself at him abruptly. Shun Yanqing was caught off guard. He thought she had given up struggling, that she would obediently get up and climb out the window. But he underestimated Xiao Zhangyu's audacity and shamelessness. Like a small beast pouncing on its prey, she flung herself into his arms, clutching his neck tightly, with both hands hanging onto him entirely. Her body was as hot as iron, just taken out of a furnace, pressing against his chest. Through the thin undergarment, he could feel her abnormally high temperature, as if she were burning with fever. Shun Yanqing's body stiffened. His hands hovered in the air, unsure where to place them. He felt her face buried in the hollow of his neck, her scorching breath spraying onto his skin, wet and hot as if someone had set a fire on his neck. His breathing instantly became erratic. I can't leave now. Xiao Zhangyu's voice was muffled in the hollow of his shoulder. With a trembling that bordered on grievance, she said, I feel so terrible. Shun Yanqing's heart gave a sudden lurch. He felt his body losing control at an unstoppable speed. The things he had suppressed were rebounding with even greater ferocity. His hand finally landed on Xiao Zhangyu's shoulder, intending to push her away. But the moment his hand touched her shoulder, he found he couldn't muster any strength. It wasn't that he truly lacked strength, it was that his body didn't want to exert it. What exactly did you do? His voice was hoarse, as if there were sand stuck in his throat. I used incense powder. Xiao Zhangyu's voice was muffled with a nasal tone. It's so uncomfortable. Shun Yanqing took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound steadier. I've already extinguished it. Xiao Zhangyu lifted her head from his shoulder hollow and looked at him. Her face was so close that he could see the beads of moisture on her eyelashes, so close that he could see the dazed light in her eyes. Her lips were slightly parted, their petals glistening with a moist sheen like a flower drenched in rain. She looked into his eyes, her voice as light as a wisp of smoke. I used a lot on myself too. Shun Yanqing felt his mind buzz, as if something had exploded inside. His pupils constricted sharply, and the fingers gripping her shoulder unconsciously tightened. He stared at her. Are you crazy? His voice was squeezed out between his teeth. Can you use so much of this stuff? Don't you feel something's wrong? I was afraid it wouldn't work. Xiao Zhangyu looked at him with an air of righteousness, but her eyes were already wrong. They were watery. The corners of her eyes were red, her pupils slightly dilated, like someone drunk. Shun Yanqing said nothing. He closed his eyes, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. The surging heat inside him struggled. He felt her hand moving restlessly behind his neck. Her fingertips were icy cold, touching his skin like a snowflake falling into a fire, making the blaze burn even fiercer. "Don't push me." His voice was so low it seemed ground out from his chest, carrying a final dying restraint. "You need to leave now." Xiao Zhangyu didn't answer. She tilted her face up and kissed his Adam's apple. Her lips were as hot as a branding iron pressing against the skin of his neck with a greedy urgency. Her nose brushed against his jawline, her scorching breath sweeping over his earlobe. Each movement added another strain to his already taut nerves. Shen Yanqing's body gave a violent shudder as if struck at a vital point. His hand instinctively clamped onto her waist with such force it seemed he wanted to crush her into his bones and blood. "How much did you use?" His voice had completely changed, no longer that of the cold, dignified Grand Secretary, but a man pushed to his limits. His eyes were bloodshot, the veins on his temples throbbing, and the lines of his face were taut, as if about to snap. Xiao Zhangyu did not answer. She pressed her entire body against him, burying her face in the hollow of his neck. Her nose rubbed against his skin, greedily inhaling his scent. The scent of cedar and fir mingled with her own sweet fragrance, creating a strange, dizzying aroma. Her mind was a blur, as she didn't want to think about anything. All thoughts of confiscation of property and exile, of preserving her life and protecting herself, no longer mattered. She only knew she wanted him right now. Shen Yanqing's last shred of reason snapped completely at that moment. He turned over and pinned Xiao Zhangyu beneath him, one hand braced beside her ear. The other hand clamped onto her chin, forcing her to look up at him. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the bed curtains, falling on her face. There were tears in her eyes, not from crying, but physiological tears. Her lips trembled slightly. His thumb pressed against her lips, the rough pad of his finger grinding over the softness, feeling her burning heat and faint tremors. His voice was hoarse to the extreme. "Are you sure?" Xiao Zhangyu looked into his eyes, and in those eyes that had always been cold, she finally saw the cracks in the ice. It was not tenderness, not pity, but a desire that had been suppressed for too long and finally burst its banks. A fierce, almost brutal desire. She didn't feel afraid, she only felt exhilarated. She reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling his head down to kiss his lips. "Don't regret this." His voice was swallowed between their lips, low as a sigh. Xiao Zhangyu offered no response. It had not been a gentle night. Xiao Zhangyu wept, biting her lip to stifle any sound. Shen Yanqing was hardly faring better, the vein at his temple throbbing repeatedly. He endured for a moment, waited, and then resumed. Xiao Zhangyu could feel only the pain. Her nails scraped several red trails across his back. But soon the pain was replaced by something else. The effects of the Zhixiang powder reached their zenith in that very moment. Her body seemed to blaze, every inch of skin crying out for more. She was unaware of the sounds she was making. Her consciousness grew fragmented with each passing act. The second time Xiao Zhangyu lost consciousness, truly fainted away. Her body could not withstand such intense stimulation. Everything went dark and she went limp. Shen Yanqing noticed her lack of response, paused, and glanced at her, confirming she had merely fainted rather than suffered any grave harm. A sigh of relief escaped him, yet it was overshadowed by an indistinct and restless irritation. He had never experienced anything like this before, never felt such a loss of control over any woman. He looked down at the unconscious girl in his arms, his brows knitted so tightly it could have crushed a fly. The third time Xiao Zhangyu stirred awake to find Shen Yanqing still lying over her. She wanted to say something. Her throat was already hoarse, whether from screaming or from some other cause she could not tell. Her tears had dried and fallen again on her cheeks, leaving her drenched in sweat as though pulled from water. Shen Yanqing gazed at her face, at her swollen red lips and the reddened corners of her eyes. The fourth, fifth, sixth time, Xiao Zhangyu lost consciousness once more in between, only to be roused again. She had no sense of the hour, no idea where she was or who she was. All she knew was that each time he called her name, her heart would leap violently, stealing her breath. By the seventh time, dawn had already begun to break. The light filtering through the window paper shifted from black to deep blue, and from deep blue to pale gray. A sliver of morning light slipped through the gap in the bed curtains and fell upon the floor like a slender golden serpent. He lay beside Xiao Zhangyu, his chest rising and falling rapidly, drenched in sweat from head to toe. He turned his head to look at the person beside him. Xiao Zhangyu had sunk into a deep unconsciousness, her face streaked with tears and her lips bitten raw. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, while deep and shallow red marks marred her neck, collarbone, and shoulders. She looked like a flower ravaged by a storm, utterly bedraggled, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Shen Yanqing gazed at her face, motionless. He should have called for water, summoned the maids to tidy the room, and dealt with the mess that filled every corner. Yet he did none of these things. He did not, for he refused to let anyone see her in this state. He did not know why this thought possessed him, yet he simply would not allow it. He reached out and pulled the quilt over her, covering her snugly from head to toe, even wrapping her shoulders completely. Then he lay back, closed his eyes, and did not call for water. They lay thus together sleeping until daylight fully broke. Sunlight filtered through the gap in the bed curtains, falling upon Xiao Zhangyu's arm. Her arm rested exposed outside the quilt, delicate and fair. In the morning light her skin was nearly translucent, revealing the fine blue veins beneath. That arm lay draped across Shun Yanqing's chest, rising and falling with his breath still as a painting. Outside the door in the corridor, Chu, he had already been standing for nearly an hour. He glanced at the sun, then at the tightly shut door, hesitated repeatedly, yet still dared not knock. His master's schedule had always been rigorous, rising at Mao hour, retiring at high hour, never faltering. By now it was already Qin hour with no sign of movement, and a touch of worry crept in. He waited a while longer at the door, watching the sun climb higher until he could bear it no more. "Master," he called from outside the door. No response. "Master," he called again, louder this time. Still no reply. Chu Yi's expression changed. Bracing himself, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Sunlight poured in from the doorway, illuminating the entire room. Chu Yi's gaze involuntarily swept over the garments draped upon the screen. A moon-white women's baize, a pale cyan ruchuan, and a dark men's cape. His pupils contracted sharply, and then his eyes fell upon the bed. The bed curtains had not been fully drawn, leaving a narrow gap. Through that gap, he clearly saw a delicate pale arm resting upon his master's chest. The fingers were slightly curled, and a faint trace of rouge remained on the nails. Chu Yi's mind went completely blank. "Get out." Shun Yanqing's voice came from within the bed curtains, low and hoarse. Chu Yi did not dare utter another word. He turned and fled, the door slamming shut behind him with a crash. Shun Yanqing lay there, his arms still embracing the person in his hold. He glanced down at Xiao Zhangyu. She was still in a deep slumber, her brows tightly knit. Shun Yanqing stared at her face for a long while, the emotions in his eyes as tangled and chaotic as a knotted mess. He did not let himself think further. In his heart he tallied every detail and pinned the ledger firmly onto Xiao Zhangyu. In all his life nothing like this had ever occurred. No woman had ever dared to treat him this way. No person had ever reduced him to such a complete loss of control. Once she woke, he would interrogate her thoroughly, demanding to know what scheme she had harbored, whether someone was pulling her strings from behind, and precisely what she sought to extract from him. He closed his eyes, and his arm tightened around her almost unconsciously. The person in his embrace nuzzled closer to his chest. Like a kitten seeking its nest, she let out a muffled, contented hum. Shun Yanqing's fingers trembled ever so slightly. Then slowly, and almost against his will, they settled upon her hair. Shun Yanqing woke once again, roused by the daylight streaming through the window. When he opened his eyes, he found himself still maintaining the same posture from the night before. The quilt was crumpled in his grip, and the bedsheets were in utter disarray. The air still carried traces of that sweet, cloying fragrance, though it had faded considerably. His head swam with dizziness, his body feeling utterly drained, as though something vital had been siphoned away. Every muscle ached and went limp, his fingers refused to obey him. He lay there for a while before slowly rolling onto his side. The person beside him was still asleep. Xiao Zhangyu lay curled on the opposite side of the bed, her face buried in his pillow. Her hair was splayed across the entire pillow, her moon-white inner garment wrinkled beyond recognition, the collar open to reveal a sliver of her collarbone. A faint flush still lingered on her cheeks, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Shun Yanqing cast a glance at her, and his ears began to burn. He drew the quilt over her exposed shoulders, then sat up and turned his back to her, reaching for the clothes draped over the screen. "Wake up." His voice was unrecognizable, rough and hoarse. "Xiao Zhangyu, wake up." A mumbled murmur responded from behind him. Xiao Zhangyu rolled over and pulled the quilt over her face, her voice muffled and thick with sleep. "Don't bother me. Let me sleep a little longer." Shun Yanqing's figure stiffened for a moment. He drew a deep breath and did not call out to her again. He dressed methodically, layer by layer, fastening his belt before turning to glance at her one more time. She was completely enveloped in the quilt, only the crown of her head and a few loose strands of hair visible, sleeping so deeply she seemed half-conscious. He stood by the bed studying her for 2 seconds, then turned away and walked to the door, pulling it open. The maid on duty outside heard the commotion and immediately bowed her head in respect. Shun Yanqing did not meet her gaze, his voice as flat as plain water. "Fetch a basin of hot water. Wipe her down." The maid paused, certain she had misheard. "Clean whom?" She risked a quick glance at her master before lowering her eyes again. "Yes," she replied, then hurried off to fetch the water. Shun Yanqing stood beneath the corridor, morning light falling across his face and emphasizing the pallor beneath his skin. Dark circles shadowed his eyes as though he had had no rest the night before. He pressed a hand to his temple, his mind still in disarray. Just as he was about to step forward, something suddenly occurred to him, and he turned back. He returned to the bedside and lifted a corner of the quilt to take a look. A small stain of blood on the sheets was jarringly conspicuous. His gaze lingered on that spot for a moment before drifting downward. It fell on her knees, bruised and swollen across a large area, bearing the marks of having knelt on hard ground for a considerable length of time. Fragments of memory from the night before suddenly surged into his mind, disjointed and flickering. Though broken and incoherent, they were enough to remind him of what he had done. He hastily pulled the quilt back over her knees, rose to his feet, and turned to leave. By the time the maid brought in the warm water, Xin Yanqing had already reached the front courtyard. He bypassed the main hall entirely and headed straight for the study. He settled into the chair behind the desk, leaning back with his eyes closed, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest. His complexion still looked unwell. A servant brought in the morning meal and set it on the table. Kanji side dishes a plate of steamed buns and a bowl of white fungus soup. Xin Yanqing glanced at the spread with little appetite, but picked up his chopsticks anyway. He took a sip of kanji, but found it tasted of nothing, setting the bowl back down. "Bring me a pot of water," he said. The servant hurried to pour some and ran over with it. Xin Yanqing took the teapot, filled a cup to the brim, and downed it in one gulp. The cool water slid down his throat, bringing him some relief, but only a little. He poured another cup and drained that as well. Chui, his shadow guard, stood outside the door, hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. He carried a cup and set it reverently beside Xin Yanqing, bowing his head as he spoke. "Master, the kitchen just prepared this. It contains goji berries and ginseng." Xin Yanqing glanced at the cup, but said nothing. He lifted it, took a sip, then another. The flavors of goji berries and ginseng spread across his tongue, not particularly pleasant, but undeniably revitalizing. He leaned back in his chair and raised his eyelids to look at Chui. "Speak." Chui paused. "Master, speak about what?" Xin Yanqing regarded him with a calm detachment, yet Chui felt an involuntary chill run down his spine and immediately understood. He knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and recounted the entire sequence of events without omission. "Master, last night we apprehended two individuals, a man and a woman, at the west side gate. They were lurking suspiciously in the alley and refused to leave. I interrogated them throughout the night, but they would not speak." Xin Yanqing's fingers paused on the armrest. "Bring them forward." Chui acknowledged the order and rose to leave. After a brief interval, he returned with two people, Chuntao and Guangdong. Chuantao's hair was disheveled and her clothes wrinkled, her eyes red from crying. As soon as she entered, she glanced around and spotted Xin Yanqing seated behind the desk. Her lips trembled as she struggled to form words, fear holding her silence. She merely wiped her tears with her sleeve and stole a cautious glance toward the interior of the study. Guangdong stood beside her, chin raised and posture rigid despite the slight tremor in his hands. Xin Yanqing leaned back in his chair, observing the two of them. "Tell me everything." His voice was low, yet each word struck the ground like a stone. "You get one chance." Chuantao's legs gave out, and she collapsed to her knees with a thud. She bit her lip, her mind spinning in chaos. Confess what? Speaking would destroy everything. The young Mrs. plan, the young Mrs. reputation, the young Mrs. entire world. She could not say it. Xin Yanqing watched Chuantao waiting. When she remained silent, he spoke coolly. "So you will not speak." Chuantao shuddered, and tears fell in rapid succession. Guangdong stood nearby, watching Chuantao's plight, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He stepped forward, positioning himself between her and Xin Yanqing, his chin lifting even higher. "My lord, direct your anger at me. Spare our young miss. We acted on our own accord, as she knows nothing. If you wish to punish me, I accept it." Xin Yanqing glanced at Guangdong, his gaze lingering on him for a moment. Then it shifted, settling on Chuantao. "You are her maid?" Chuantao nodded through her tears. "Why, yes. This servant is. Where did your mistress go last night?" When she did not answer, Xin Yanqing's tone remained unchanged. "So you mean you do not know where your mistress was last night?" Chuantao bit her lip and her tears flowed even more profusely. She shook her head desperately. This servant does not know. The young miss told this servant to wait in the alley. I truly do not know where the young miss went. Does your mistress have feelings for me?" Chuantao was stunned. She hadn't expected him to ask that. She lifted her head, her tear-blurred eyes fixed on Xin Yanqing, her lips trembling for a long time. Finally, she forced out a sentence, her voice small and quivering. "Miss. She likes you. So she came to see you." A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Xin Yanqing's mouth. He spoke, his voice even flatter than before, so devoid of emotion, it was almost intangible. "Saw you in bed." Chuantao's face flushed crimson, the heat spreading from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears, red, as if about to bleed. She wept, her shoulders heaving, yet she dared not make a sound. Guangdong's expression also changed, but he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, shielding Chuantao completely behind him. His voice was deep, carrying a reckless resolve. "My lord, if you must punish someone, punish me. The young lady knows nothing. I was the one who instigated her. Take it out on me." Xin Yanqing looked at him, a flicker of something inscrutable in his eyes. "You instigated her. You, a guard, instigated your young lady to climb into my bed." Guangdong was choked, his lips moving, but words failing him. Chuantao peeked out from behind Guangdong, sobbing. No. My lord, it's not Guangdong's fault. It's mine." She grew more flustered as she spoke, more frantic. By the end, she didn't even know what she was saying, only that she was crying and begging for mercy. "My lord, please spare the young lady. She didn't mean it. She just. Just what?" Xin Yanqing's voice was neither high nor low, betraying no emotion. Chantao bit her lips, stealing her resolve. She just likes you too much. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't see you, so she could only resort to this clumsy way. My lord, I beg you, don't blame the young lady. Blame me. I failed to dissuade her. It's my fault, all my fault. Guangdong also knelt, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. He lowered his head, his voice deep, carrying a complex blend of stubbornness and supplication. My lord, this subordinate's life belongs to the Xiao manor. You may take it whenever you wish. But the young lady is innocent. She is young and ignorant. I beg you to show mercy. This subordinate is willing to bear any punishment on her behalf. Xin Yanqing looked at the two kneeling before him. One wept while taking the blame, the other stubbornly shouldered it, both desperately, trying to shield the woman still sleeping in his bed. His brow twitched slightly, his thoughts unknown. The study fell silent for a moment. Xin Yanqing lowered his head, picked up the cup on the table, and took another sip. The taste of wolfberries and ginseng dissolved on his tongue, warm with a hint of sweetness. He set the cup down, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and raised a hand to press his brow. His face betrayed no emotion, only the crease between his brows revealed the turmoil within him. Take them away. His voice came muffled from behind his hand, unreadable. Lock them in the dark prison. Chuantao's face turned pale, as white as paper. The dark prison, the Grand Secretary's mansion's dark prison. She had heard of it. No one who entered ever came out alive. She trembled all over, her lips quivering as if to speak, but nothing came out, tears streaming down her face. Guangdong's expression also changed, but he did not plead for mercy. Instead, he pulled Chuntao up from the ground. Stepping in front of her, he looked at Xin Yanqing and said in a deep voice, My lord, a man answers for his own deeds. Let her go. She was implicated by me. Chuntao shook her head, sobbing. No, it's not Guangdong's fault, my lord, please don't. Xin Yanqing raised a hand to stop her. He opened his eyes and glanced at Chuyi. Chuyi stood nearby, looking at Xin Yanqing, then at Chuntao and Guangdong. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Master, how shall we handle this? Should we use torture? Xin Yanqing looked at Chuyi. The glance was faint, but Chuyi, having served him for so many years, read a great deal in that look. He lowered his head, asked no further questions, and turned to walk toward Chuntao and Guangdong. Get up. Come with me. Chuyi's voice was low but brooked no defiance. Chuntao, still crying, was pulled up by Guangdong, and the two were led out by Chuyi. As she walked, Chuntao kept turning back, her tear-blurred eyes fixed on Xin Yanqing, murmuring, My lord, please don't hurt the young lady. She knows nothing. It's my fault. Just as they reached the door, Xin Yanqing's voice came from behind. No torture. Just scare them a little. Teach them a lesson. Chuyi's footsteps faltered for a moment as he turned back to look at Xin Yanqing. Xin Yanqing had already closed his eyes again, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest, as if lost in thought. Chuyi withdrew his gaze and led Chuntao and Guangdong out. Chuntao was still crying as she was taken away. The sound grew fainter and fainter until it faded into the corridor's end. The study fell silent once more. Xin Yanqing sat alone behind the desk, eyes closed, fingers tapping on the armrest. The early autumn sunlight filtered through the lattice window, falling upon him, casting his profile in a blend of light and shadow. He opened his eyes, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote 2 lines on a blank memorial. After finishing, he set the brush down, leaned back in his chair, and stared at those 2 lines for a while in a daze. Then he picked up the memorial and handed it to the attendant waiting at the door. Send this to the palace. Say I am unwell and request 2 days leave. The attendant took the memorial, acknowledged the order, and left. Xin Yanqing sat in the study, picked up the cup of water infused with wolfberries and ginseng, and took another sip. The water had gone cold, but the taste of wolfberries and ginseng had only intensified. Sweet with a hint of bitterness, bitter with a touch of astringency, an indescribable flavor. He set the cup down, stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The early autumn breeze drifted in through the window, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus and the morning chill. He stood at the window, gazing at the old locust tree in the courtyard. The leaves had already begun to yellow, a few of them spiraling down in the wind, falling on the ground on the stone table on his windowsill. Xin Yanqing placed the leaf on the windowsill and closed the window. He turned and walked back to the desk, sat down, and opened a memorial. His eyes fell on the characters, but he couldn't take in even a single word. He stared for a while, then found he could not concentrate at all. He simply closed the memorial, tossed it aside, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. 2 days leave. He truly needed 2 days. Not because his body was ill, but because his heart was restless. After finishing his noon meal, the male protagonist sat in his study for a while, flipping through 2 pages of a document without absorbing a single word. He rose and walked to the doorway, stood there for a moment, then turned back. He repeated this motion twice, with Chu-yi watching him from outside the door. The servant sensed something was amiss, but dared not ask. On the 3rd time he reached the threshold, Xin Yanqing paused. He asked the maid on guard outside, How is she? The maid lowered her head and replied softly, Returning to the master, that young lady has not yet awakened. Xin Yanqing's brows furrowed. Nearly 4 hours had passed since he left the bedchamber that morning. 4 hours. If it were a pig, it would have woken by now. He stood at the doorway in silence for a moment, his frown deepening. "Find a female physician," he said. The maid hesitated, briefly acknowledged, and hurried off. Half an hour later, a female physician in her 40s was led into the Prime Minister's residence. She carried a medicine chest on her back, her hair neatly combed. The maid escorted her to the bedchamber door, pushed it open, and stepped aside. Xiao Zhangyu still lay on Sun Yanqing's bed, her lips lacking color. She was an entirely different person from the woman last night, flushed red, throwing herself at him. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow. Without the slight rise and fall of her chest, one might have thought she. Sun Yanqing stood beside the bed, glanced at her, then turned to the maid and said, "Everyone leave." The maid acknowledged and withdrew, closing the door behind her. Now only Sun Yanqing, the female physician, and the unconscious Xiao Zhangyu remained in the room. The physician set down her medicine chest, seated herself by the bedside, and extended her hand to feel Xiao Zhangyu's wrist. Her fingers pressed against the pulse, her eyes closed, her brow furrowing slightly. She released her grip and lifted the edge of the blanket to examine Xiao Zhangyu's exposed wrist and arm. She studied the young woman's complexion, then turned to look at Sun Yanqing. The physician rose and adjusted her sleeves. "This young lady has overexerted herself and used too much fragrant powder. Her body couldn't withstand it, which is why she fainted. I'll administer 2 acupuncture treatments and prescribe several doses of medication. With a light diet for a couple days and proper rest, she'll recover." Sun Yanqing nodded. The physician glanced at him and hesitated before speaking again. This time her voice was lower. "Intimacy should not be too aggressive. One must be more considerate of the female partner." Sun Yanqing's expression stiffened for a moment. "Human face, but beast's heart. That describes someone like you." She didn't voice these words, but her gaze expressed them clearly. Sun Yanqing remained silent, his ear tips flushing faintly red, but he maintained his composure, without any visible reaction. The physician withdrew her gaze, opened her medicine chest, and retrieved a small white porcelain jar, offering it to Sun Yanqing. Sun Yanqing looked at the jar, but did not take it. "What is this?" he asked. "Medicated ointment." The physician's tone was as casual as if commenting on the weather. "Apply to the private areas 3 times daily." Sun Yanqing's hand hesitated. He regarded the white porcelain jar in silence for a moment, then reached out and took it. When his fingertips touched the vessel, it was ice cold, but his fingers were burning hot. The physician packed her medicine chest, slung it over her shoulder, and as she approached the doorway, she suddenly paused and turned to glance back at Sun Yanqing. A husband who shows no tenderness toward his own wife. After saying this, she opened the door and departed without looking back. Sun Yanqing stood in the room, gripping the white porcelain jar, his ear tips red enough to bleed. What was there to explain? Attempting to justify this to an unfamiliar female physician would only make things worse. He took a deep breath to quell his unnameable restlessness, then turned to look at Xiao Zhangyu, who still lay unconscious on the bed. He walked to the bedside and sat on the edge, placing the white porcelain jar on the nightstand. His gaze drifted downward to where her body was covered by the blanket, lingered for a moment, then moved away. He rose, walked to the door, and closed it. Returning to the bedside, he took a deep breath and pulled back the covers. She wore his moon-white undergarment, which hung too large on her frame. The neckline had slipped below her shoulders, exposing most of her collarbone and shoulder. The bruising on her knee persisted, appearing darker purple than he had seen that morning. Additional marks surrounded the area, though he couldn't recall when they had appeared. His gaze lingered on her form for a moment before he looked away and reached to untie the garment. His fingertips trembled as they brushed against the ties. He had done everything with her the previous night. What was there to shake about merely applying medicine now? But his hands refused to obey. He fumbled twice, without succeeding, managing only on the 3rd attempt. He slid the garment down and saw what he both feared and could not avoid. It had indeed been excessive, bruised and swollen, disturbing to witness. As he stared at the injury, fragments from the previous night suddenly flooded his mind, her cries, her pleas for mercy. Her hands gripping his arm, the force with which her nails dug into his flesh. Under the influence of that fragrance, his reason had completely shattered. He had surrendered to his desires. No, he had never intended to restrain himself. He had wanted her. Sun Yanqing gazed at the bruised and swollen area, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed. An indescribable emotion surged within him. He cursed himself inwardly, beast. He closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths to suppress the restless heat beginning to stir within him again. Then he opened his eyes, reached for the white porcelain jar on the small table, removed the lid, and used his fingertips to scoop out a small amount of ointment. The cream was cool, carrying a faint herbal scent. He bowed his head, concentrating as best he could on the task of applying medicine, pushing away all other thoughts. But his eyes were disobedient, his hands were unsteady, and his breathing was even less controllable. With each application, her body shivered slightly, as though startled by the coolness or perhaps pressed against the wound. His fingers paused for a moment before continuing. Veins pulsed along his neck, a fine sheen of sweat gathering at his temple. In her unconscious state, Xiao Zhangyu frowned and murmured a muffled cry of pain, clearly audible in the quiet room. "It hurts." Sun Yanqing's hand froze. He glanced up at her. She remained unconscious with her brows tightly furrowed. Nevertheless, he softened his movements considerably, so gentle they barely registered his contact. After finally completing the application, he readjusted her garment, replaced the covers, and secured the lid on the white porcelain jar. He stood and stepped back twice, creating distance, then exhaled deeply. He glanced down at himself, again. He closed his eyes and cursed himself once more, this time harsher than before. He turned around, walked to the window, pushed it open, and let the cold wind rush in, blowing against his flushed face. The early autumn breeze was cool and refreshing. It took a long while before the oppressive heat within him subsided. A knock came from outside the door, followed by the female physician's voice. "The medicine is ready." Shen Yanqing adjusted his collar, ensuring he appeared composed before walking over to open the door. The female physician entered carrying a bowl of medicine, followed by a maidservant holding a tray of porridge and side dishes. The female physician placed the medicine bowl on the small table by the head of the bed, then sat down on the edge of the bed. She took out silver needles from her medical case and inserted them one by one into Xiao Zhangyu's acupuncture points. Her technique was practiced and swift. Each needle was inserted with speed and precision. Xiao Zhangyu merely furrowed her brows slightly in her coma, but did not wake. After finishing the acupuncture, the physician waited for a quarter of an hour, then removed the needles. She signaled the maidservant to help Xiao Zhangyu sit up slightly, took the medicine bowl, and began feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Still unconscious, Xiao Zhangyu instinctively swallowed. She drank more than half the bowl, while the remainder trickled down the corner of her mouth. The maidservant quickly wiped it away with a handkerchief. The female physician set down the bowl and stood up, addressing Shen Yanqing. "The medicine has been taken and the needles are done. She should wake up in a little while. After she wakes, give her porridge first, something light, nothing greasy. Keep her in bed for the next few days and let her rest well. 3 times a day, don't forget." Shen Yanqing nodded but did not reply. The female physician shouldered her medical case and left. The maidservant also withdrew, closing the door behind her. Shen Yanqing sat down on the chair beside the bed, gazing at Xiao Zhangyu's face. Her complexion had improved slightly, her eyelashes quivered faintly. He remained seated, watching her, waiting. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The maidservant entered to light the lamp, then withdrew again. Shen Yanqing did not move. He still sat in that chair, his posture hardly changed. About an hour later, Xiao Zhangyu's eyelashes trembled again. Shen Yanqing leaned forward slightly, but remained silent. Xiao Zhangyu slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was unfocused for a long moment, as if she was trying to identify where she was. The first thing she saw was the canopy above, a grayish-blue canopy, not the lotus root-colored one in her own room. She blinked, then blinked again. Her mind was still foggy, as if stuffed with cotton, unable to think clearly about anything. She felt as though her body had been beaten all night long, aching from the tips of her hair to her toes, especially in that particular place. It was swollen and painful, as if crushed by something, and every movement made her want to curse. She opened her mouth and her voice came out hoarse and faint, as if drifting from a far Chuntao. "Water. Don't call out." A deep, cool male voice came from the side, like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. Xiao Zhangyu froze completely. Her eyes flew wide open, her pupils focusing. Her gaze shifted from the quilt to the man sitting on the chair beside the bed, Shen Yanqing. At that moment, Xiao Zhangyu's mind cleared completely. Memories were fragmented, unable to form a complete picture. She didn't need a complete picture. Just one look at her disassembled body was enough to know what had happened last night. Her face flushed crimson. She pulled the quilt over her head, curling herself into a ball. Shen Yanqing stared at the bulge beneath the quilt, silent for a moment, then spoke. "What exactly happened?" Xiao Zhangyu remained huddled under the quilt, saying nothing. Her mind raced but produced nothing useful, because she was in too much pain. Her entire body ached, especially that place. It burned as if rubbed with sandpaper. Every movement hurt so much she wanted to cry. She had intended to bear it, but she couldn't. Pain was pain, grievance was grievance. Tears disobediently welled up. She sniffled but couldn't hold it back. Tears streamed down her cheeks and soaked into the pillow. A muffled, tearful voice came from beneath the quilt, soft and small, like a wounded kitten mewling, "You bullied me." Sitting on the chair, Shen Yanqing was stunned for a moment at those 3 words, then let out a bitter laugh. He actually laughed. "I bullied you. You climbed over the wall in the middle of the night, drugged my incense burner, crawled into my bed, and then you say I bullied you." There was no sound from under the quilt. After a long while, the quilt was slowly pulled down a little, revealing a pair of red, glistening eyes. Her voice came from behind the quilt, muffled and nasal. "But you didn't have to be so rough. It hurts so much." He took a deep breath, stood up, walked to the door, and pulled it open. He said to the maidservant waiting outside, "Bring the porridge in." The maidservant acknowledged and quickly brought in a bowl of porridge along with several small dishes, so light that not a trace of oil could be seen. The maidservant placed the porridge on the small table beside the bed, glanced at Xiao Zhangyu with a hint of curiosity, but dared not stare. She lowered her head and withdrew. Shen Yanqing stood by the bed looking down at her. He tilted his chin toward the bowl of porridge. "Drink the porridge first." Xiao Zhangyu glanced at the bowl. Plain porridge so clear that one could see the reflection, not even a single red date. She frowned about to say, I don't want to drink something so bland, but when she saw Shun Yanqing's expressionless face, she swallowed the words. She reached out for the bowl. Her fingers trembled as they touched the rim because every movement made her whole body ache. She bit her lip, lifted the bowl with both hands, lowered her head, and took a sip. She drank mouthful by mouthful, finishing more than half the bowl. Unable to continue, she placed the bowl back on the small table. Shun Yanqing watched her finish the porridge, said nothing more, then turned and walked behind the desk. He picked up a folded document and began to read, his head lowered. He appeared to be handling official business, but Xiao Zhangyu noticed that the document in his hand was upside down. She opened her mouth to remind him, but after a moment's thought, she closed it, shrank back under the quilt, and shut her eyes. She had only intended to lie down for a while, but her body was too exhausted. The moment she closed her eyes, her consciousness began to fade. Before she fell completely asleep, she heard the rustling sound of a document being turned page by page, as if someone was watching over her. When she opened her eyes again, it was already dark. A lamp burned in the room, but Shun Yanqing was nowhere to be found. An unfamiliar maid was dozing in a chair beside the bed. Startled awake by the movement, she sprang up immediately. Miss, you're awake. Would you like some water? Xiao Zhangyu shook her head. Her throat was still hoarse, but far better than in the daytime. What time is it? It's Sioux hour. The maid brought a cup of water and helped her take a few sips. Sir gave orders that once you woke up you should drink some water. If there's anything you'd like to eat, just let me know, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you. Xiao Zhangyu shook her head again. At the moment she didn't want to eat anything. She only wanted to sleep. She lay back down, closed her eyes, and fell asleep almost instantly. She drifted in and out of consciousness like that, waking and sleeping in an endless cycle. On a few occasions she was roused to drink water or eat a few spoonfuls of congee, but each time she was half asleep and drifted right back off once she finished. She didn't know how long she'd slept, only that every time she came to, a different maid was at the bedside. Yet Shun Yanqing never once appeared. By the morning of the third day, Xiao Zhangyu finally felt as though her body belonged to her once more. She opened her eyes, lay there for a moment, flexed her fingers, and then slowly sat up. Her head no longer swam, and the aches throughout her body had dulled considerably, though there remained a tender discomfort between her legs that, while far less severe than the burning of the previous 2 days, was still present. She pushed aside the covers, extended her legs over the edge of the bed, and tentatively set her feet on the floor before rising to her feet. Her legs trembled with weakness, but they held her weight. She braced herself against the bedpost for a moment, then released her grip and took a few slow, hesitant steps forward. Not bad. She wasn't walking fast, but at least she wouldn't stumble. The maid pushed open the door and was startled to see her standing on the floor. Miss, why are you out of bed? Sir said you should remain lying down. I've been confined to this bed for 3 days. If I stay much longer, I'll turn into a plank. Xiao Zhangyu waved her hand dismissively. Her voice remained slightly hoarse, but her spirit had improved considerably compared to the previous days. Bring me something to eat. I'm starving. No more plain congee, I want meat. The maid nodded and hurried off to see about it. Standing alone in the room, Xiao Zhangyu glanced around. This was Shun Yanqing's bedroom. Though she'd spent 3 days sleeping here, today was the first time she'd had enough energy to properly take in the space. It was spacious and sparsely furnished, lacking any superfluous decorations, a reflection of his own demeanor, cold and devoid of warmth. Her gaze drifted to the writing desk beside the bed. On it sat a memorial, next to which was a small white porcelain jar, and beside that an unlit lamp. For a moment her attention lingered on the white porcelain jar, uncertain of its purpose. She didn't dwell on it, and turned away, moving to the window where she pushed it open. A cool autumn breeze drifted in from outside, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus and the crispness of morning. She drew a deep breath and felt as though she'd truly come alive once more. Standing at the window, she gazed at the ancient locust tree in the courtyard, whose leaves were turning yellow. Sunlight filtered through the foliage and scattered across the ground like shards of gold shimmering in the light. The maid returned with breakfast, this time not plain congee but a bowl of shredded chicken congee, a dish of pickled vegetables, 2 milky steamed buns, and a small bowl of white fungus soup. Xiao Zhangyu sat down, lifted her spoon, and took a sip of the chicken congee. It was so savory that she nearly swallowed her tongue. After a couple more bites, she suddenly set down her spoon and looked up at the maid. Where is Chun Tao? She asked. I don't know, miss. You might ask sir. After finishing breakfast in the bedroom and changing into fresh clothes, Xiao Zhangyu was led by the maid through the covered corridor, past the garden, all the way to the entrance of Shun Yanqing's study. The maid knocked, and a deep voice from within called out, "Enter." She pushed the door open and stepped aside to let Xiao Zhangyu in, then withdrew and closed the door behind her. The study was vast, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lining 3 walls. A full row of windows faced south, their paper panes diffusing bright daylight that flooded the entire room. Shun Yanqing sat behind his writing desk, holding a memorial in his hands and reading. He heard the door open and close, but did not look up. Instead, he jerked his chin toward the chair across from him. Sit. Xiao Zhangyu stood there glancing at the chair, and then at Shun Yanqing hesitated for a moment and walked over to sit down. The chair was made of hard wood and uncomfortably firm. She sat with both hands resting on her knees, her fingers twisting at the hem of her sleeve now, and then glancing up at Shun Yanqing before looking back down at her own hands. Shun Yanqing finished reading the memorial in his hands, picked up his brush, wrote a few characters at the end, and set the document aside. He didn't reach for another memorial. Instead, he leaned back against the chair, his hands folded before him, and lifted his eyelids to look at Xiao Zhangyu. The two of them locked eyes for a fleeting moment. Xiao Zhangyu was the first to look away. She bowed her head and went back to twisting the hem of her sleeve. Shun Yanqing watched her in silence for a moment. He felt as though every ounce of his patience had been consumed by this woman. He drew in a deep breath and spoke. "Where did you get that scented powder?" Xiao Zhangyu kept her head lowered and murmured, "I bought it." "Where did you buy it?" Xiao Zhangyu bit her lip, but said nothing. Shun Yanqing looked at the top of her head, his tone completely unchanged. "Hong Yuan Lu." Xiao Zhangyu snapped her head up, her eyes wide with shock. How did you know?" Shun Yanqing did not answer. His fingers tapped lightly against the armrest, a small habit that surfaced only when he was unsettled. He shifted to another question, his voice lower than before. "Why would you do such a thing?" After a long while she lifted her head and looked at Shun Yanqing, her eyes red. "Because I want to sleep with you." Shun Yanqing's fingers stilled against the armrest. Silence fell. He drew in a deep breath, held it in his chest for a moment, and then slowly exhaled. "Do you realize you haven't even reached your coming-of-age ceremony yet?" His voice was heavy, as if reasoning with an ignorant child. "You haven't yet been married off. Do you have any idea what you're doing?" Xiao Zhangyu's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She bit her lip and struggled to hold them back, but after a moment's effort, she couldn't stop them. They fell freely down her cheeks. I like you," she cried, her voice hoarse and muffled, carrying a mixture of defiance and grievance. "Is that wrong?" Shun Yanqing looked at her tears in silence for a long time. She was only 16 this year, hadn't yet come of age or been married off, still a child who understood nothing. But her approach to him must have had purpose behind it. The affection she spoke of might not have been genuine. He looked away, picked up the teacup on the desk, and took a sip. The tea had gone cold and tasted bitter. He set the cup down, cleared his throat, and his voice returned to its usual cold detachment. "Your two companions have been apprehended." Xiao Zhangyu's sobbing stopped abruptly. She thrust her head up, tears still glistening on her lashes. She leaned forward, both hands gripping the edge of the desk, her voice sharp and urgent. "Let them go. If you want to kill or punish someone, come after me." Shun Yanqing reclined in his chair and looked at her, his tone indifferent. "Was this your plan?" "Yes, it was my idea." Tears still streamed down Xiao Zhangyu's face, but her tone had completely transformed. Urgent and forceful, like a string of firecrackers set ablaze. "The plan was mine, nothing to do with them. If you want to kill or torture me, come at me. What kind of feat is it to arrest them instead?" Shun Yanqing watched her bristle with indignation, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He picked up his teacup and took another sip, then set it down before speaking at his unhurried pace. "You want me to come at you?" "Yes." Xiao Zhangyu slapped the table. "Come at me. Then let me ask you." Shun Yanqing's tone remained just as leisurely. "You are now in my hands. How do you think I should deal with you?" Xiao Zhangyu was left speechless. Her mouth hung open, staring at Shun Yanqing, her lips trembling several times. She thought about it and realized she was his captive indeed, having no grounds to negotiate terms. They were captured, so they were captured. What right did she have to demand release? Biting her lip, she softened her voice somewhat, though the gentleness came across as forced, as if she were trying hard to appear obedient. "Let them go." She paused, then added, "Name any amount of money, and I'll have my father give it to you." Shun Yanqing looked at her and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Do you think I lack money?" Xiao Zhangyu looked at Shun Yanqing's plain, yet unmistakably fine robe, then at the precious ancient inkstone on his desk. Gazing at this study larger than Xiao Xiong's entire residence, the answer in her heart was crystal clear. "No," she said quietly. "Then why did you suggest your father pay me?" Xiao Zhangyu lowered her head and fell silent. The study was quiet for a moment. "If you're not short of money, you don't want my life, and you won't release my people, then what exactly do you want?" Shun Yanqing gazed at the crown of her bowed head, her slightly reddened nose tip, and her trembling eyelashes, silent for a while. His fingers tapped twice on the armrest as if pondering something. "I haven't decided yet," his voice softer than before. "You should return first. When I've made up my mind, I'll come for my compensation." Xiao Zhangyu raised her head to look at him, tears still glistening in her eyes. Her first reaction was disbelief. Was it really this simple? No killing, no beating, no imprisonment, no handing her over to the authorities. Just letting her go like this. "You?" Her mouth opened. "You would let us go? What would I keep you for?" Shun Yanqing leaned back in his chair. "Are you providing meals?" Xiao Zhangyu froze for a moment, then swiftly rose to her feet as though afraid he might change his mind. She took 2 steps toward the door before pausing and turning back to look at him. After a moment's thought, she felt she should ask one more question. "Then, what compensation do you want?" Xin Yanqing had already picked up a memorial and begun reviewing it, not once looking up. His voice came from behind the papers, faint and detached. Wait until I've decided. Then we'll talk about it. Xiao Zhangyu stood there studying him for 2 seconds before biting her lip and walking out without another word. The door closed behind her. Xin Yanqing did not look up. He had been flipping through the memorial for quite some time, yet absorbed none of its contents. He closed it shut, tossed it aside, leaned back in his chair, shut his eyes, and pressed his fingers against his brow. She was Xiao Xiong's daughter and Fu Ziyuan's stepdaughter, naturally positioned on the opposite side from him. He could not marry someone with such a background, not because he did not want to, but because he simply could not. His deceased parents would not consent, the court ministers would not allow it, and even the late emperor's spirit would not approve. On the other hand, he had been educated since childhood in the classics of the sages and the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. His upbringing never permitted him to treat a woman in such a manner. She had already shared intimacy with him. She was his first, and so far his only. As a man, he ought to take responsibility for his actions. Moreover, he genuinely struggled to restrain himself when it came to her. The thought surfaced unbidden, drawing a frown. Such a loss of self-control was entirely uncharacteristic of him. He had always prided himself on his self-discipline, yet before this 16-year-old girl his restraint proved as fragile as paper easily shattered by the slightest pressure. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the wooden beams above, lost in thought for a long while. She was the daughter of a treacherous minister, but his targets were Xiao Xiong and Fu Ziyuan, not her. Fu Ziyuan would fall, and Xiao Xiong would fall as well. It was only a matter of time. Once they were toppled, and she had no one to protect her, he could take her as a concubine. He had never intended to take a principal wife. This way she would have a place, and he would not need to compromise his principles. Though her background was unfortunate, she was his woman, his only one, and he would not abandon her. As Xin Yanqing contemplated this, a sense of resolution settled within him. It felt as though a weight pressing on his chest had finally been lifted, allowing him to breathe more freely. Yet he could not say whether this decision was right or wrong. Picking up his brush and dipping it in ink, he returned to reviewing memorials. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhangyu had been carried to a carriage at the rear entrance by Chui. When the curtain was lifted, she spotted Chun Tao and Guangdong already seated within. Chun Tao's eyes were swollen like walnuts, her makeup completely smudged, and she lunged forward upon seeing Xiao Zhangyu weeping uncontrollably. Guangdong sat in the corner, his complexion darkened, though no visible injuries marred his body. His back and spine were rigid, lips pressed into a thin line, silent throughout. Chun Tao wept and stammered, "Miss, are you all right? You terrified me. That dark prison was so cold and dim. I feared I'd never see you again." Xiao Zhangyu gently patted Chun Tao's hand, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Stop crying. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Did they strike you?" Chun Tao shook her head, sobbing between gasps. "And no. They only locked us in a dark room, no lamp, no food. I was so frightened." Guangdong spoke from the side, his voice grave. "I was not beaten either. We were confined for over 10 hours with nothing provided." He hesitated briefly before glancing at Xiao Zhangyu. "Miss, are you unharmed?" Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the carriage wall and waved her hand. "I'm fine. Cease your weeping. We shall speak when we arrive." The carriage lurched forward, wheels rolling over bluestone, paving with a steady rumble. Chun Tao leaned against Xiao Zhangyu, still sobbing softly. Guangdong sat opposite, head bowed, lost in thought. She was not afraid of him coming to find her. What she feared was that he would not come. The carriage stopped at the back gate of the Xiao residence. Xiao Zhangyu was helped down by Chun Tao, with Guangdong following behind. The three of them quietly entered the courtyard without alerting anyone. Chun Tao fetched hot water for Xiao Zhangyu to wash her face and hands, then busied herself in the kitchen to bring food. Xiao Zhangyu sat on the bed watching Chun Tao flit about, and suddenly spoke. "Chun Tao, stop fussing. I want to rest for a while." Chun Tao paused, put down the cloth, came over to smooth the quilt, and fluff the pillow. Xiao Zhangyu took off her shoes, slipped under the covers, and pulled them up to her chin. Chun Tao blew out the lamp and tiptoed out. Xiao Zhangyu lay alone in the dark room, staring at the bed canopy, placing her hand on her belly and gently pressing. This time she should be pregnant, right? She thought uncertainly. Last time it didn't work, but this time it should be close. She turned over, buried her face in the pillow, and let out a muffled laugh. Meanwhile, far away in the Grand Secretariat's residence, Xin Yanqing sat in his study, reviewing memorials. He paused mid-stroke, picked up a blank memorial, opened it, and wrote 2 characters, Xiao Shi. After writing, he felt it inappropriate, tore off the paper, crumpled it, and tossed it into the wastebasket. Then he continued reviewing memorials, expressionless, his heart seemingly calm. Yet his heart was in turmoil. In the following days, Xiao Zhangyu stayed obediently in her own courtyard, not going anywhere. First, because her body truly needed to recover. Second, she did not know if Xin Yanqing would make any further moves, so she needed time to observe the situation. She ate and slept, occasionally basking in the sun in the courtyard, living like a lazy cat. Xiao Xiong noticed nothing unusual at first. He was busy every day collecting money, drinking wine, and socializing with colleagues, completely oblivious that his daughter had not come to bother him for several days. On the 5th day, he suddenly remembered and asked the steward, "What has the eldest young lady been doing lately? I haven't seen her for days." The steward replied, "The eldest young lady is resting in her courtyard. She said she was tired from the past few days." Xiao Xiong nodded, thought nothing of it, and turned back to his affairs. On the 7th day, Xiao Xiong could no longer sit still. He put down his wine flask and decided to see for himself what his daughter was up to. He crossed the garden and arrived at the entrance of Xiao Zhangyu's courtyard. From a distance, he saw her lying on a rattan chair, eyes closed, with a plate of grapes and a pot of tea on a small table beside her, while Chun Tao fanned her. The autumn breeze was gentle, the sunlight warm and pleasant. Xiao Xiong walked and sat on a stone stool next to Xiao Zhangyu and waved his hand in front of her face. "Daughter, are you awake?" Xiao Zhangyu slowly opened her eyes, glanced at her father, and yawned. "Father, why are you here?" "Why am I here?" Xiao Xiong looked her up and down. "Where have you been these past few days?" "I asked the steward, and he said you were resting in the courtyard." "You've been resting in the courtyard for 7 days. Have you gone out causing trouble again?" Xiao Zhangyu sat up straight, rubbed her eyes, and spoke with a tone of justified grievance. "Father, how can you be like this? I was resting in the courtyard. A few days ago I caught a chill and felt unwell, so I lay down for a few days. You come and immediately accuse me of causing trouble. Is that how you see me in your heart?" Xiao Xiong was rendered speechless by her words. He paused, looked at her somewhat pale complexion, and softened his tone. All right, I was just asking. I hadn't seen you for days. I thought you had gone off somewhere. As long as you're fine, that's what matters." As he finished speaking, footsteps sounded at the door, and Madame Zhang entered. She wore a lotus-colored jacket, her hair neatly combed, a smile on her face, appearing in good spirits. She walked over to Xiao Zhangyu and sat on the arm of the rattan chair. She reached out to feel Xiao Zhangyu's forehead, then her hands, confirming her temperature was normal, before letting out a sigh of relief. "Your father is right. I haven't seen you for days, and I was worried too." Madame Zhang glanced at Xiao Xiong, then turned to look at Xiao Zhangyu, her smile deepening. "But I'm not here just to see you today. I have an important matter to discuss with you and your father." She shrank back, wedging herself deeper into the rattan chair. "What important matter?" asked Xiao Xiong. Madame Zhang patted Xiao Zhangyu's hand, her tone cheerful, as if announcing great news. "Our Yu will have her coming-of-age ceremony next month. We need to discuss the arrangements in advance." Xiao Zhangyu was stunned. Coming of age, she had almost forgotten about it. She was 16 this year, and next month would be her coming-of-age ceremony. According to custom, once the ceremony was over, she would officially be an adult and eligible for marriage. Xiao Xiong's eyes lit up at the mention. He slapped his thigh. "Coming of age, right? How could I forget that? This is a big deal. It must be a grand celebration." Madame Zhang rolled her eyes at him. "Of course it must be grand. Our Yu is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. If the ceremony is shabby, whose face would it lose? It would lose your face and the Grand Chancellor's face." She turned to look at Xiao Zhangyu, her tone gentle and firm. "Your mother and I have discussed it with your father. We'll invite all the eligible young gentlemen in the capital, so you can take a good look and pick the best one." Xiao Zhangyu was lying down eating grapes when she heard this, and almost choked on a seed. She coughed twice, sat up, stared at Madame Zhang with wide eyes. "Mother, what did you say? All the young gentlemen in the capital?" "Yes," Madame Zhang said matter-of-factly. "Once the ceremony is over, you'll need to discuss marriage. We must call them over to see beforehand. We can't wait until after the ceremony to scramble." Xiao Xiong nodded vigorously. "Your mother is right. My daughter must marry the best. I'll invite every eligible young gentleman in the capital, and you can pick one by one until you're satisfied." Xiao Zhangyu opened her mouth, but seeing her father's excited, glowing face and her mother's expression that said, "I've already arranged everything, don't even think of running," she swallowed her words. She spat out the grape seeds, wiped her mouth, and lay back down on the rattan chair. The coming-of-age banquet. All the young masters in the capital. Would Shen Yanqing come? If he did, and second father got to meet him, perhaps their relationship could thaw somewhat. Even if it couldn't be mended, at least let all of Beijing see. The first Grand Secretary himself attending the eldest Miss Zhao's coming-of-age ceremony. Once that signal went out, who would dare to trifling with the Xiao family again? No matter how corrupt her two fathers might be, with the first Grand Secretary backing them, those hoping to impeach them would think twice. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhangyu's little schemes began ticking away in her mind once more. She kept quiet, closed her eyes, and continued basking in the sun, with a faint smile curving her lips. Seeing her silence, Madame Zhang and Xiao Xiong took it as her agreement, exchanged a glance, and happily rose to leave. Xiao Xiong rubbed his hands together as he walked, already drafting a list of eligible bachelors. "I need to make a list. Li family's eldest son, Wang family's heir, and that one from the..." Madame Zhang beside him said, "Show me the list when you're done. Don't stuff in any unworthy matches. Our Yu has very high standards." Their voices grew fainter and fainter until they disappeared beyond the courtyard. Xiao Zhangyu opened her eyes, watching the golden leaves of the osmanthus tree sway in the wind, already plotting how she could coax Shen Yanqing to attend her coming-of-age banquet. When the time came, she would dress beautifully and stand before him, while all the young masters of the capital watched. Even if he didn't want to be associated with her in front of so many people, he wouldn't let her lose face, would he? Then second father could propose a couple toasts and exchange polite words, perhaps mending their relationship right there. The more she considered it, the more brilliant the plan seemed, and she couldn't help but laugh aloud. Chun Tao watched her mistress laughing beside her, always sensing that the young lady was brewing some new scheme. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiong and Madame Zhang had already returned to the main hall, sitting across from each other with a blank red paper and a brush spread before them. Xiao Xiong lifted his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote the first name on the paper. He set the brush down, looked up at Madame Zhang and asked, "How about Li Chongfeng, the second son of the Li family? His father is the Vice Minister of Rights, and he himself passed the provincial examination last year. He's handsome enough, and I've heard his reputation in the capital is quite good. No brothels, no gambling, just as upright and honest as his father." Madame Zhang considered for a moment, then shook her head. "Too honest. You know our Yu's temper well enough. If she marries an honest man, she'll have him weeping within 3 days. Your son-in-law would come crying to his mother-in-law's door every day. Can you bear that?" Xiao Xiong thought about it, and found Madame Zhang's words reasonable, so he crossed out the 3 characters, Li Chongfeng. He wrote another name. Wang Jingxing, the third son of the Wang family. His father is a Hamlin academician, and he himself is a scholar, refined and delicate with a clean complexion. Madame Zhang shook her head again. That kind who's read himself stupid, like a wooden post standing there unable to utter a word after half a day. If Yu speaks 3 sentences to him, and he replies with one, how is she supposed to live with him? Xiao Xiong crossed out Wang Jingxing once more. He pondered for a long time before writing a third name. This time his brush hesitated, and he looked up at Madame Zhang with an expression that was somewhat subtle. What about Qin Mo from the Qin family? His father is the minister of the Imperial Stud, and he himself excels in both civil and martial arts. Cultured and refined, quite a handsome fellow. Wouldn't he do? Madame Zhang thought for a moment, then nodded. Qin Mo is indeed quite suitable. I've met that young man several times. He speaks and acts with proper decorum, is courteous to others, neither boastful nor restless. I hear his martial skills are excellent as well. He placed in competitions at the training grounds last year. She paused and added, But what? Xiao Xiong asked. Madame Zhang glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then said, but I think even all the young masters in the capital combined cannot match First Grand Secretary Shan. Xiao Xiong nearly dropped his brush onto the table. He looked up at Madame Zhang, his eyes wide as copper bells, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Who did you say? Shen Yanqing. Madame Zhang nodded, her tone so earnest that it was clear she wasn't joking. Yes, him. I think Lord Shen is quite fine, tall and imposing, dignified and commanding, handsome as well. He achieved the position of First Grand Secretary at such a young age. You won't find a second man more formidable throughout the entire capital. If our Yu is to marry, she must marry the best. Tell me, is there any young master in the capital more handsome and more powerful than Shen Yanqing? Xiao Xiong slammed his brush onto the table, his voice changing pitch. Have you lost your mind? Do you know how that young man has treated me? He impeached me in court, impeached second brother, seizing every opportunity to strike at us. He wanted nothing less than to send both my brother and me to prison. And you want to marry Yu to him? That's like sending a lamb straight to the wolf's mouth. Madame Zhang watched Xiao Xiong's indignant fury with a calm demeanor, unhurriedly lifting her teacup for a sip before slowly setting it down. Her expression was perfectly tranquil, her tone equally calm, but her words extinguished Xiao Xiong's anger in an instant. Precisely because you and second brother have done so many shady things, you need a son-in-law who can uphold your reputation and provide protection. Tell me, apart from Shen Yanqing, who in all the capital could stand firm against those watching your every move? If Yu marries him, he becomes our Xiao family's son-in-law. Can a son-in-law really send his father-in-law to prison? Xiao Xiong opened his mouth to say something, but found he had no rebuttal. He sat there gazing at the red paper on the table, at the 3 crossed-out names upon it, then at Madame Zhang's placid face, silent for a long while. I disagree. After holding it in for a long time, he finally uttered these words. Madame Zhang set down her teacup and looked at him. Why do you disagree? I just disagree. Xiao Xiong raised his voice as if trying to mask the uncertainty churning within him. That young man, he's not one of us. You want Yu to marry him. What else would you call that but signing her death warrant? Madame Zhang replied evenly. If he truly wanted to uproot you completely, do you think he would marry you? Once he marries you become his father's-in-law. Would it bring him any honor to harm his own father-in-law? Could the entire censorate overlook such an act? Xiao Xiong was left speechless once more. He looked at Madame Zhang, his lips moving as though to say, you don't understand court politics. But then he remembered Madame Zhang had been married to Fu Ziwan for so many years. Through constant exposure, she might know the intricacies of court affairs no less than he did. Anyway, I disagree, he finally said. Think of other solutions. Don't entertain thoughts of Shen Yanqing. Madame Zhang looked at him and said nothing further. She picked up the red paper, examined the crossed-out names, then glanced at the empty lines beside them, and said, "Fine, if we're not writing Lord Shin's name, then you must come up with some decent names for me. Stop spending all day collecting silver and drinking wine. Show some concern for your daughter's affairs." Xiao Xiong lowered his head, picked up his brush again, and wrote a fourth name on the paper. The two continued their discussion, one praising this candidate, the other rejecting that one, debating with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhangyu was lounging on a rattan chair in the courtyard. She had no idea that her father and mother had already been arguing over her marriage prospects in the main hall for over an hour. Xiao Zhangyu had been lying in the courtyard for another 2 days, finishing 3 plates of grapes and reading through 2 novels. She simply could not bear to stay horizontal any longer. She quickly shook her head as if trying to shake that very thought from her mind. No. Her mother had always said that when dealing with men, you must play hard to get. Do not let him think you are completely devoted to him. If she kept throwing herself at him every day, he would think she was easy to handle and would lose interest in her entirely. She needed to cool things off, give him some space, and let him wonder about her. After all, she did not really like him. She told herself. It was just that he was somewhat handsome. "Chuntao," she called toward the room. Chuntao ran out from the room, still holding freshly folded clothes. "Miss, what is it?" Xiao Zhangyu rose from the rattan chair, patted her skirt as though brushing away non-existent dust, and raised her chin. Her tone was light and sprightly, like a little bird newly freed from its cage. "Let us go buy some new clothes. I have been stuck inside for far too long. I am suffocating." Chuntao paused, startled. "Miss, are you feeling better?" Better than ever. Xiao Zhangyu had already started walking into the room. "Quickly have the carriage prepared. I intend to go to Jinxiu Pavilion." Jinxiu Pavilion was the finest clothing shop in the capital, and its embroiderers were said to be so skilled that even the palace sent for them. Xiao Zhangyu was a regular customer there, ordering several new garments every season. Sometimes when she was in a good mood, she went once a month. Nearly half of her father's silver was spent on her clothes and jewelry. The carriage arrived at the entrance of Jinxiu Pavilion, and Xiao Zhangyu stepped out with Chuantao's assistance. Today she wore a lotus-purple vest with only 2 white jade hairpins adorning her hair, making her appear much more understated than usual. But her face was so strikingly beautiful that she drew attention wherever she stood. The shopkeeper saw her arrive and hurried out to greet her, his face split in a wide smile. "Miss Xiao is here. Please come in. We recently received a new shipment of fabrics from Jiangnan. A few bolts are of exceptional quality. Do take a look and see if anything pleases you." Xiao Zhangyu gave a dignified nod, lifted her chin, and strode inside with poise. Jinxiu Pavilion appeared even larger on the inside than it did from the outside. Rows of racks were filled with an array of ready-made garments and bolts of fabric colors ranging from deep to light materials spanning from silk to cotton and linen, a dazzling display of treasures. Xiao Zhangyu's gaze swept over the clothing, pointed to several pieces for Chuntao to fetch, and indicated a few bolts of fabric for the shopkeeper to present. She tapped her fingers a few times, and Chuntao trailed behind her, arms full. Before long, a towering stack of garments piled up in her arms. "I will take this one wrap, that one up as well, and cut the lotus-purple fabric into an autumn dress for me. Embroider the collar with silver thread. Keep it simple, nothing too elaborate." As Xiao Zhangyu walked and spoke, the shopkeeper followed behind, bowing and nodding as he recorded her requests. When she reached the innermost part of the shop, her gaze was drawn to a particular garment. It was a water-red floor-length gown with wide sleeves, the fabric light and flowing, glowing softly in the light. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with interlocking lotus vines in gold thread, exquisite yet understated. Hanging on the rack, the dress looked like a blooming flower or like flowing rosy clouds. Xiao Zhangyu spotted it at once and immediately thought, "This would be perfect to wear on my coming-of-age ceremony." She stepped forward and reached out to touch the fabric, which felt slippery and soft, sliding between her fingers like flowing water. "I will take this one," she said to the shopkeeper. "I intend to wear it on my capping ceremony." The shopkeeper promptly agreed, carefully took down the dress, wrapped it, and handed it to Chuntao. After trying on several new garments and ordering a few bolts of fabric, Xiao Zhangyu left Jinxiu Pavilion thoroughly satisfied. Standing at the doorway, she was bending to adjust her sleeve when she suddenly heard Chuntao call out, "Miss, watch out." Before she could look up, a gust of wind swept past as a carriage sped by mere inches from her hem. The force of it pushed her backward, her foot tripped, and she was about to fall to the ground. In that instant, only one thought flashed through her mind: my waist. Just a few days ago, Xin Yanxing had worked her waist nearly to pieces, and she had barely recovered. This fall would have her bedridden for another 3 days. What if she were already pregnant? If this tumble knocked the baby away, to whom would she go to weep? She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impact. But the expected pain never came. A hand steadily caught and supported her waist. She was held firmly within that person's embrace, perfectly balanced, not even a hint of dust touching the hem of her skirt. Xiao Zhangyu froze for a moment, opened her eyes, and looked up. A young man was looking down at her. He appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in a bamboo green robe. His features were clear and refined, his demeanor gentle and warm like a slender bamboo, swaying in the breeze, clean and comforting. Xiao Zhangyu blinked, then swiftly stepped back from his arms, taking 2 steps back before steadying herself. The anger in her heart surged like fire. Her newly healed waist. And what if she were already pregnant? Such jostling could endanger the child. She opened her mouth to lash out the words, "Do you have any eyes at all?" already on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back down with force. No. She was now the well-bred and sensible Xiao Zhangyu. She could not curse people at will. She clenched her fists, took 2 deep breaths, suppressed the surge of anger, and forced a polite, yet strained smile onto her face. "Thank you, sir, for saving me." The young man watched her, his smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. He withdrew his hand, cupped his fists in greeting, and replied in a gentle and courteous tone, "Miss is too kind. My horse was spooked and charged past you. That was my fault. Are you unharmed?" Xiao Zhangyu was just about to shake her head and say she was fine when Chuntao had already run over, anxiously scanning her from head to toe. Miss, are you all right? Did you fall? Did you injure anything?" "I am fine." Xiao Zhangyu waved her hand dismissively. Chuntao then turned to look at the young man, recognized his face, and hesitated for a moment. Then she whispered, "Miss, this is the eldest young master of the Qin mansion, young Master Qin Imo." Qin Imo. Xiao Zhangyu's mind whirled for a moment. He was the son of the minister of the court of the imperial household. She seemed to have heard mention of him a few times. Looking at him now, he was indeed quite handsome, quite unlike Shen Yanqing, whose coldness could freeze people to death. Qin Imo looked at Xiao Zhangyu, his gaze lingering for a moment on her face before shifting away. His tone remained gentle and unhurried. "Miss is the eldest daughter of the Xiao household, is she not? I have heard much about you." Xiao Zhangyu smiled, her expression courteous yet distant. "Young Master Qin is too kind. Thank you once again for your assistance earlier. Perhaps on another occasion I shall visit to express my gratitude properly." As she spoke those words, her inner thought was, forget the proper gratitude. It would be better if you simply stayed away from me from now on. I am far too busy. Qin Imo seemed to sense her perfunctory tone, but did not seem to mind. He merely smiled and cupped his fists. "Miss is too generous with her praise. It was but a small gesture, no need to bear it in mind." He paused and glanced at her again. "The way you fell just now appeared to twist your waist. After returning home you might apply a warm compress to it. It should bring some relief. Thank you for the advice, young Master Qin." After saying that, she no longer looked at him and turned to walk towards the carriage. Chun Tao followed behind, and the two boarded the carriage. The curtain was lowered, blocking the view outside. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the carriage wall and rubbed her waist, wincing in pain. She bit her lip and cursed Shen Yanqing 100 times in her heart. "If you hadn't tormented me so much that night, would my waist be this fragile?" Even a slight touch made it hurt. After cursing, she thought about the possibility that she might already be pregnant. She worried whether the jolt just now had any effect, feeling both anxious and angry, but unable to vent, she could only lean against the cushion and sulk. Outside the carriage, Qin Imo stood still, watching the carriage gradually recede until it disappeared around the street corner. He withdrew his gaze and looked down at his hand, the hand that had just supported her waist. Through the fabric, he could feel that her waist was so slender that one hand could encircle it. He recalled her face just now, clearly furious, yet she forced a smile. He suddenly chuckled. Interesting. He had seen so many noble ladies. Some were aloof, some were affected, some were so delicate that they would collapse at a touch, but none were like her. Qin Imo withdrew his hand, adjusted his sleeves, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. His steps were lighter than when he came, and a faint, elusive smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhangyu sat in the carriage, rubbing her waist, murmuring softly, "Chun Tao, how did that Qin Imo recognize me?" Chun Tao said softly, "Miss, everyone in the capital knows your reputation." Xiao Zhangyu thought for a moment, and felt that made sense. She leaned against the cushion, closed her eyes, and put the matter of Qin Imo out of her mind. Meanwhile, Shen Yanqing was in his study listening to Chu Yi's report. "Master, Miss Xiao went out today and went to Jinxiu Pavilion to buy clothes," Chu Yi said, lowering his head. "She also ordered a set of clothes for the coming-of-age ceremony." Shen Yanqing's brush did not stop, but he asked, "How many pieces?" "4 ready-made clothes, 2 bolts of fabric, and also ordered the coming-of-age dress." Shen Yanqing finished writing the last character on the memorial in his hand, set down the brush, leaned back in his chair, and said in a calm voice, "Give orders that from now on all the clothing and jewelry shops under our name will give her a 50% discount. If she likes something, just give it to her directly." Chu Yi looked up startled. "Master, give it directly? Wouldn't that? Too much gossip." Shen Yanqing glanced at him. "She will be my concubine in the future. What's wrong with giving a discount or sending some things? It's not a big deal. Besides," he paused, a hint of imperceptible helplessness in his tone, "with her temperament, do you think she would pay honestly?" The master was right. That young lady always bought things on credit, and her father Xiao Xiong would settle the accounts regularly. But the master gave her a discount, and she had no idea at all. Shen Yanqing lowered his head and continued reviewing his memorials, his expression indifferent, revealing nothing. Meanwhile, in the carriage returning to the Xiao residence, Xiao Zhangyu was leaning against the cushion, rubbing her waist and counting the days in her mind. There were still more than 20 days until her coming-of-age ceremony. She had to use these days to nourish herself, become plump and fair, heal her waist, and improve her complexion. When the time came, she would stand beautifully before Shen Yanqing, and she was sure he would be captivated. Thinking of this, the corners of Xiao Zhangyu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. She leaned against the cushion, smiling like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Chun Tao watched her young lady's face turning red and then grinning foolishly, and she laughed too. After leaving Jinxiu Pavilion, Xiao Zhangyu did not return directly to the mansion. She had the carriage turn a corner and went to the Jiren Hall at the corner of Dongshi Street. Chun Tao helped her down from the carriage, and the two entered the medical hall. The attending physician of Jiren Hall was a middle-aged man in his 40s, surnamed Chun, with 3 tufts of long beard, giving him a rather immortal and ethereal appearance. "Where do you feel discomfort, young lady?" Xiao Zhangyu sat down, rolled up her sleeves, and revealed her wrist. "I sprained my waist a few days ago. Please check if there's any injury to the bone." Dr. Chen took her pulse, then asked her to stand up and move a bit, and nodded. "Nothing serious, just some muscle strain. Applying some medicinal oil will suffice. I'll prescribe a bottle for you. Apply it morning and evening, and you'll be fine in 3 to 5 days." He turned around, fetched a bottle of medicinal oil from behind the counter, and placed it in front of Xiao Zhangyu. 1 tael of silver. Xiao Zhangyu was about to take out money when suddenly a commotion erupted at the door. She turned to look and saw a little boy of about 7 or 8 years old standing at the entrance of the medical hall, dressed in clothes with several patches. He had no shoes on his feet, his 2 blackened soles bare, clutching a few copper coins in his hand, timidly afraid to enter. Dr. Chen saw him, his smile faded somewhat, and his tone turned cold. "What do you want?" The little boy lowered his head, his voice small and trembling, as if afraid of being beaten. "Doctor, my mother is sick. Please save my mother." Dr. Chen looked at him, then at the few copper coins in his hand, and shook his head. "What illness can you cure without money? What illness does your mother have?" "My mother. My mother has been coughing for many days, and for the past 2 days, she hasn't been able to get out of bed." The little boy started crying as he spoke, tears falling down, but he dared not cry loudly, as if afraid of angering the doctor, so he just sobbed quietly. "Please, doctor, save my mother." Dr. Chen looked at his few copper coins, and then at his ragged clothes, and waved his hand. "Go, go, go. If you have no money, don't block the door. This medical hall is not a charity. Come back when you have money." The little boy's tears flowed even more fiercely. He stood at the door, refusing to leave, but also afraid to enter. He just stood there, tears smearing his face, clutching the copper coins tightly in his hand. Xiao Zhangyu sat there watching the little boy and then looking at Dr. Chen's cold face. Suddenly her heart felt as if something had stabbed it. She recalled the time in her dream when she was exiled and froze to death in the snow with no one to save her, no one to even glance at her. She stood up, walked to the door, and crouched down in front of the little boy. She took a piece of silver from her sleeve and placed it in his palm. "Don't cry." Her voice was soft, much less assertive than usual. "I'll pay for your mother's medicine. Let the doctor prescribe it for you." The little boy was stunned. He looked up at her, tears still hanging in his eyes, his mouth open, unable to speak for a long time. He looked down at the silver in his hand, then up at Xiao Zhangyu, and then fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing twice, his forehead turning red. "Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. You are a living bodhisattva. You are a living bodhisattva." Xiao Zhangyu was startled by his kneeling and quickly reached out to pull him up. All right, don't kneel. Your mother is waiting at home. Hurry and let the doctor get the medicine." The little boy wiped his tears, turned around, and ran into the medical hall. He held up the piece of silver to Dr. Chen. Doctor, I have money. Hurry and get the medicine for my mother." Dr. Chen looked at the silver, then at Xiao Zhangyu. He took the silver, waited, and turned to fetch the medicine. Standing at the doorway, Xiao Zhangyu watched the little boy gleefully waiting for his medicine when a thought suddenly struck her. The summer heat was so oppressive that the poor on the streets couldn't even afford a sip of cool water. If she prepared a cooling herbal decoction at the clinic entrance every day and offered it free to the needy, how many would remember her kindness? Word would spread, and soon the entire capital would know of the benevolence of the eldest miss of the Xiao family, who would still call her father a treacherous minister. Even if her father was a treacherous minister, having raised such a virtuous daughter would atone for his sins. The more she thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. She turned around, walked to the counter, looked up at Dr. Chen with her chin slightly raised, and asked, "Doctor, how much for this clinic?" "I'll take it." Dr. Chen's hand trembled, nearly spilling the herbs. He looked up at Xiao Zhangyu, wondering if he had misheard. "Miss, what did you say?" "I said how much for this clinic." "I'm buying it," Xiao Zhangyu repeated. "Name your price." This clinic had been in his family for 3 generations. He had never considered selling it. He looked at Xiao Zhangyu, hesitated, and shook his head. "Miss, this clinic is my ancestral legacy. I won't sell it." Xiao Zhangyu extended a hand, spreading 5 fingers. 500 taels. Dr. Chen shook his head. Xiao Zhangyu added 300 taels. 800. He still shook his head. She glanced at him and added another 200. 1,000 taels. Will you sell it now? Dr. Chun stood there silent for a long moment. He looked at Xiao Zhangyu, then at the four walls of the clinic, the rows of medicine cabinets, and the old signboard that had hung at the entrance for decades. Finally, he gritted his teeth and bowed deeply. Miss, this humble clinic is at your command. Xiao Zhangyu smiled, pulled a banknote from her sleeve, placed it on the counter, and patted it. Excellent. Make preparations. I want to give out free herbal decoctions at the entrance, cooling and nourishing ones. If supplies are insufficient, buy more and have my servants handle it. She paused, then added, oh, and changed the signboard to Zhao's medical clinic. After all, 1,000 taels was enough for him to retire on. The clinic would still be under his management, just with a different name. Xiao Zhangyu added, from today onward, allow credit for the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Their medical expenses will be covered by the Xiao estate. Dr. Chen's expression changed instantly. Miss, this is not advisable. If everyone asks for credit, this clinic will be bankrupt within a month. I said the Xiao estate will cover it. Why are you worried? Xiao Zhangyu looked at him. At the end of each month, send the account books to the Xiao residence. My father will settle the bills. Rest assured you won't be shortchanged. Dr. Chen opened his mouth, closed it again, and finally nodded. The old saying, money makes the world go round, was indeed true. By noon, the property deed and official registration were completed. By afternoon, the new signboard was hung at the clinic entrance, the 4 gold characters, Zhao's medical clinic, gleaming in the sunlight. Servants returned from the market with several large baskets of herbs. Dr. Chun and his 2 apprentices prepared the decoctions in the back hall. In the front courtyard, tables were set up with large earthenware pots filled with freshly brewed, cooling herbal soup. The air was filled with a faint, pleasant herbal fragrance, not bitter but sweet and refreshing, like a blend of licorice and chrysanthemum. Xiao Zhangyu stood at the clinic entrance, watching the servants bustling about with arrangements. She felt a surge of pride, so overwhelming it seemed ready to spill from her chest. With her hands on her hips, she watched for a while before suddenly feeling hungry. Turning to Chu and Tao, she said, have someone buy some food. I'm hungry. I'll eat here today. I'm not going back. Chun Tao was taken aback. Miss, you're not going back. No, Xiao Zhangyu replied, already settling onto a stool. I want to witness the opening of my clinic. Go buy a few buns and a pot of tea, enough for 3 people. Chun Tao acknowledged and hurried off to buy the food. Soon she returned with a warm bundle of meat buns, a pot of tea, and 3 bowls. Xiao Zhangyu, Dr. Chun and Chun Tao sat together in the small courtyard behind the clinic, each munching on a bun and sipping tea. It was a simple but harmonious scene. After a few bites, Dr. Chun thought to himself that although this young lady spent money lavishly, she had a kind heart. At least she lacked the haughty airs of other wealthy young ladies. Not long after lunch, the herbal decoctions were ready. Xiao Zhangyu had the earthenware pots moved to the entrance and arranged a long table with bowls and ladles. She stood at the doorway, cleared her throat, and called out to the street, free cooling herbal soup. Come and have a bowl, passers-by. It quenches thirst and cools you down. Don't miss out. The people on the street were taken aback at first, exchanging glances, none daring to make the first move. After a moment, an old vegetable vendor put down his load and tentatively approached. He picked up a bowl, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. This soup is wonderful. Cool and refreshing. I feel great all over. He drained the bowl in one go, set it down, and bowed to Xiao Zhangyu. Thank you, miss. You are truly a kind soul. Once one person started, there was no stopping the crowd. People gathered from all directions, carrying loads, pushing carts, leading children, supporting the elderly. Soon a long line formed. Xiao Zhangyu stood at the entrance, watching bowl after bowl of herbal decoction pass from her hands into theirs, seeing the gaunt faces light up with smiles. As the poor bowed and thanked her with tears of gratitude, the corners of her mouth curled higher and higher, and her little mental abacus clicked away busily. Just then a sarcastic voice rang out from behind the line. Oh, isn't this the eldest Miss Xiao? When did you switch to selling soup? Xiao Zhangyu's hand paused on the bowl. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. She took a deep breath, handed the bowl to the next person, then turned around, hands on her hips, and faced Zheng Yuyu, who stood at the back of the line. Zheng Yuyu was dressed in a goose-yellow jacket, a golden jade hairpin in her hair. 2 maids stood behind her as she smiled at Xiao Zhangyu, her smile dripping with mockery and disdain. She looked Xiao Zhangyu up and down, then glanced at the signboard reading, Zhao's medical clinic, her sneer deepening. Xiao Zhangyu, what scheme are you hatching now? Playing the good Samaritan, who doesn't know what you're really like. Zheng Yuyu covered her mouth with a laugh, her voice sweet, but fake. Today you hand out soup, tomorrow maybe porridge, and the day after that silver coins. Isn't that how your father came by his money? Xiao Zhangyu looked at Zheng Yuyu, took a deep breath, then another. She was in a good mood today, and had no desire to quarrel with someone like her. Yet she held back for 2 seconds before failing to contain herself. My pretending to be virtuous is none of your concern. I'm perfectly content to do so. Xiao Zhangyu's voice was not loud, but every word was enunciated with crystalline precision. If you have the courage, then you pretend as well. Show me how it's done. Zheng Yuyu's expression shifted abruptly as though she had been struck at her most tender spot. I would never pretend. Who do you think you are doing a small kindness and wanting the entire capital to know about it? You are absolutely pretending. You must be plotting some scheme. None of your business what scheme I may be plotting. I'm simply asking, you coming or not? If you're not going to drink, then move aside and stop blocking the people behind you. Zhangyu was rendered speechless. She stood there, her face cycling through shades of red and white, wanting to leave, but feeling too humiliated yet unable to think of any retort. She bit her lip, then suddenly seemed struck by a brilliant idea and lifted her chin. Pulling a banknote from her sleeve, she slapped it onto the table with a sharp crack that echoed across the entire street. Oh, you think you're the only one who can pretend? I'll donate too. Zhangyu held her chin high, her voice sharp and bright. 200 taels, donated to this clinic. Unlike certain people who plaster their charity all over their own faces. To everyone's astonishment, Zhangyu actually produced the money. Xiao Zhangyu glanced at the banknote, then at Zhangyu's triumphant expression, and broke into a smile. She could only swallow her frustration, her lips trembling faintly. Zhangyu had no idea that the clinic was already registered under Xiao Zhangyu's name. She assumed Xiao Zhangyu was merely here helping distribute medicinal porridge, and that her donation was going to the clinic itself, which still belonged to Dr. Chen. Inside, Xiao Zhangyu was overjoyed. A fool walking right into her trap. How could she refuse? 200 taels of silver. That was enough to purchase an enormous quantity of medicinal herbs. She reached out, picked up the banknote, folded it neatly, and tucked it into her sleeve. Then she looked up at Zhangyu. Thank you, Miss Zhang, for your generosity. I will put these 200 taels to excellent use and honor your kind intentions to the fullest. Zhangyu hesitated, sensing something was off yet unable to pinpoint what exactly was wrong. She sniffed and lifted her chin proudly. Of course, I Zhangyu always keep my word. Unlike some people who can't do a single good deed without wanting the entire capital to sing their praises. Xiao Zhangyu watched her with a gentle smile, saying nothing. The common folk around them gathered closer, chattering their thanks. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang is a great philanthropist. Both Miss Zhang and Miss Xiao are living bodhisattvas. May heaven bless both of you young ladies. Surrounded by the crowd, Zhangyu's face flushed crimson all at once. She sniffed disdainfully, turned on her heel, and walked away, her steps far quicker than when she had arrived. Xiao Zhangyu stood at the entrance of the clinic, watching Zhangyu's retreating figure, and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Chun Tao stood beside her and asked in a hushed voice, Miss, what are you laughing at? Xiao Zhangyu took out the banknote from her sleeve and waved it before Chun Tao. A fool just handed over 200 taels. What do you think I'm laughing at? Zhangyu goes and produces 200 taels in one move. If more fools like her keep coming, I could never have too many. Chun Tao opened her mouth as if to say something, but found no words fitting the occasion. In the end, she could only silently light an incense stick in her heart for Zhangyu, the very embodiment of someone who's been sold off and is still enthusiastically helping the seller count the money. The medicinal porridge distribution continued until the sun dipped low before they packed up. Xiao Zhangyu stood at the clinic doorway watching the last person depart with grateful bows, then stretched and let out a yawn. Chun Tao tidied the bowls and utensils nearby. Dr. Chun tallied the medicinal herbs in the rear chamber, and the entire clinic fell into a tranquil hush, broken only by the rustling of wind through the leaves. Let's go home. Xiao Zhangyu turned and walked toward the carriage. When she returned to the Xiao residence, night had fully descended. The moment Xiao Zhangyu entered the door, she instructed Xiaozhu, put everything we bought today away in my room. Don't let anyone touch them. Xiaozhu acknowledged and hurried off to carry out the task. Xiao Zhangyu lay sprawled on her bed, too exhausted to lift a finger. Chun Tao brought warm water for her to soak her feet, rubbed medicinal oil into her aching limbs, and gave her a gentle massage. Her body ached and her face twisted in discomfort, but her heart was full of joy. The following morning, Xiao Zhangyu was shaken awake from her dreams by Chun Tao. Miss, wake up quickly. Chun Tao's voice was both urgent and hushed. People from Chancellor Xiang's mansion have arrived. They say you must go over at once. Madam has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Xiao Zhangyu was deep in a pleasant dream, wearing her water-red coming-of-age gown, standing before the young masters of the entire capital. Shen Yanqing sat in the front row, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon her, making her heart blossom with delight. She rolled over, pulled the blanket over her head, and mumbled indistinctly, What is it? I haven't woken up yet. Miss? Chun Tao tugged the blanket down slightly. Madam sent people to urge you again. She says it's about the palace banquet. Those two words hit Xiao Zhangyu like a bucket of ice water. She shot upright, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes not yet fully open, but her mind suddenly clear. Palace banquet? What palace banquet? As Chun Tao fetched her clothes, she explained, I'm not entirely sure of the details, but the messenger said that the Qixi festival is next week. The palace will host a banquet, and all children of officials ranked 4th or above are expected to attend. Chancellor Xiang will take you. Madam asked you to come now to try on your attire and hair ornaments. Xiao Zhangyu sat dazed on the edge of her bed, her mind worrying for a moment before things slowly began to make sense. She did not want to go to the palace. Not at all. There would be too many people there, too many watching eyes, too many tongues wagging. The moment she walked in, the gazes of those noble ladies would pierce her like knives, never spoken aloud but undoubtedly weaving cruel schemes behind her back. Worse still, she had already seen them in her dreams. The noble matron who had flung cabbages at her as she was escorted out of the city, the young lady who had walked past her kneeling in the snow without a second glance, the young master who had stepped over her freezing body moments before she died, grumbling that she was blocking the way. Those very people were still seated comfortably in the palace banquet, now draped in brocade and silk, sipping fine wine. She didn't want to face them. She didn't want to see those faces or be dragged back into that bone-chilling dread from her dreams. All she wanted was to keep a low profile. How was that so difficult? Xiao Zhangyu took a deep breath and forced down her rising irritation. She pushed aside the covers and got out of bed. Chun Tao assisted her with washing and dressing, then styled her hair into a simple knot adorned with a white jade hairpin. She glanced at her reflection in the bronze mirror. Her complexion was acceptable, though a faint darkness lingered beneath her eyes. She pat her cheeks to liven herself up, then left the room and climbed into the carriage bound for Chancellor Xiang's mansion. Arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, Madame Zhang was already waiting in the main hall. Fu Ziyuan was absent, likely still at court. Several bolts of fabric and jewelry boxes sat before Madame Zhang. Seeing Xiao Zhangyu enter, she hurriedly waved her over. You come quickly. Mother picked out some clothes and hair ornaments for you. Try them on and see which suits you. Madame Zhang pulled Xiao Zhangyu to her side and pointed to the fabrics on the table. This lotus pink one is lovely, that moon white one is beautiful too, and this water red one. Your fair complexion suits it best. Xiao Zhangyu examined the garments. They were all new, crafted from fine silk that gleamed with a soft luster in the daylight. She understood her mother's intentions. Fearing she might be outshone at the palace banquet, Madame Zhang had prepared these outfits in advance. But she was hardly in the mood to try on clothes. Mother. She sat down, picked up the lotus pink garment, glanced at it, then set it aside. Madame Zhang, caught between exasperation and amusement, patted her hand. Coming-of-age ceremony is your own affair. You may wear whatever you please. But the palace banquet is a different matter entirely. You cannot dress too casually, nor can you be overly striking. The pieces I've chosen are all suitably measured, neither flamboyant nor likely to draw criticism. She held up the water-red dress, comparing it against Xiao Zhangyu. How about this one? You look most stunning in water-red. Xiao Zhangyu gazed at the crimson garment, but her thoughts drifted elsewhere. All children of fourth-rank officials and above were required to attend. Xin Yanqing would certainly be there as well. Though he did not technically qualify as an official's child, his status guaranteed his presence. Then this one it is, she said. Mother, the water-red dress. And pair it with that white jade hair ornament set. Relieved that her daughter had finally shown interest, Madame Zhang breathed a sigh of contentment. Smiling, she folded the garment and opened the jewelry box for Xiao Zhangyu to choose. After some deliberation, the mother and daughter settled on the ensemble. Madame Zhang instructed the maid to pack everything, then drew Xiao Zhangyu close and began her cautious counsel regarding palace etiquette. Which bows were due to whom, with whom one must tread carefully in conversation, what food and drink to avoid for fear of sabotage. Essentially, all the intricate protocols of court life. Xiao Zhangyu listened half-heartedly. You youth. Her mother's voice pulled her back from her reverie. Are you even listening? I am. Xiao Zhangyu nodded hastily, forcing an obedient smile. Please continue, mother. I have noted everything. No careless words, no suspicious food, no idle gazing. All recorded. Madame Zhang studied her, sensing her daughter's distraction, but unable to pinpoint its source. She sighed and reached out to smooth the stray hairs at Xiao Zhangyu's temples, her voice tender, yet tinged with helplessness. You must stop wandering so far off in thought. Your second father will accompany you into the palace today. Stay close to him. Do not wander about on your own. The palace is no ordinary place. A single misplaced word could cost you your head. Xiao Zhangyu nodded dutifully. I understand, mother. After a few final admonitions, Madame Zhang allowed her to leave. Outside the Prime Minister's residence, Xiao Zhangyu climbed into the carriage and leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. Her fingers still gripped her sleeve cuff, knuckles white, before gradually loosening. Chunta, seated nearby, observed her mistress's troubled expression and ventured softly. Miss, do you not wish to enter the palace? Xiao Zhangyu did not answer. Leaning back against the carriage wall, she gazed at the fleeting street scenes beyond the curtain. After a long silence, she spoke in a muffled tone. I simply wish to keep a low profile. Chunta did not fully grasp this, but refrained from pressing further. The carriage rumbled onward. She had to bind herself to Xin Yanqing before winter arrived, tightly enough that he could not shake her off, tightly enough that he would be forced to protect her. Soon came the day of the Qishi Palace banquet. Xiao Zhangyu sat in the carriage until Chunta helped her descend. She looked up toward the palace. The sky was darkening, the palace gates wide open, lanterns blazing within. Lanterns lined the palace pathways like a luminous river winding toward the grandest hall at its depths. The air carried osmanthus fragrance mingled with the rich aromas of wine and food drifting from the banquet. From afar came the faint strains of strings and flutes, as if echoing from another world. The streets teemed with people. Today brought not only the imperial feast, but celebration throughout the capital. Men and women in their finest garments strolled in pairs and groups. Some carried flower lanterns, others linked arms with their beloved, while a few released floating lanterns upon the river. Shishi, the night the cowherd and weaver girl were permitted to meet and the occasion for young lovers to court openly. Xiao Zhangyu cast a few glances, then averted her eyes, lifted her skirt, and followed Fu Ziyuan and Madame Zhang inside. She had deliberately chosen modest attire that evening. The water-red dress was selected, but she adorned no glaring red jeweled gold. Only a few simple white jade hairpins graced her hair. Small pearl drops dangled from her ears, lending her a fresh, unassuming appearance. Not conspicuous, yet not easily overlooked. Her objective tonight was clear: cause no trouble, draw no attention, provoke no conflicts. She merely needed to remain quietly in a corner until she found an opportunity to speak with Xin Yanqing. Following Fu Ziyuan and Madame Zhang, she entered the palace gates. The palace had indeed been elaborately decorated, even more magnificent than without. Colorful lanterns in red, yellow, green, and purple hung throughout the imperial gardens. They illuminated the entire grounds, their reflections shimmering upon the lake like scattered gold. The air carried the sweet fragrance of osmanthus mingled with distant strings and laughter. Lively yet refined, clearly crafted with care. Fu Ziyuan and Madame Zhang proceeded to the main hall for their seats. Xiao Zhangyu lingered nearby for a moment and said to her mother, "Mother, I shall take a brief stroll by the lake. I will join you shortly." Madame Zhang regarded her, noting her daughter had grown considerably more sensible lately. Deciding no further admonishment was needed, she nodded. "Do not wander too far. Return when the banquet begins." Xiao Zhangyu acknowledged this and, accompanied by Chunta, strolled slowly along the pebbled path beside the lake. The turnout tonight exceeded her expectations. Noble ladies in resplendent attire gathered in clusters of twos and threes by the lakeside, chatting and laughing. Some released floating lanterns, others admired the moon, while still others exchanged flattery over each other's dresses and jewelry. To Xiao Zhangyu, every word they spoke rang hollow. "Miss Li, that gown is simply exquisite on you." "Oh, not at all. Miss Wang's hairpin complements her complexion far better." All empty pleasantries, not a single sincere word among them. She curled her lips, thinking she would rather go back and eat her grapes. As the thought crossed her mind, a group of about 7 or 8 noble ladies approached from the opposite direction. Those at the front were noticeably more finely dressed, followed by a few of lower rank who seemed to serve as their attendants. Upon spotting Xiao Zhangyu, the lower-ranked ladies stopped promptly to greet her with reverence. "Greetings to the eldest Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao, you look stunning tonight. Miss Xiao, your complexion is radiant today." Xiao Zhangyu nodded perfunctorily, too weary to engage further. Her gaze passed over their shoulders and landed on the person behind them. Zhangyu today wore a goose-yellow sleeveless jacket, and her hairpin had been replaced with an entirely new set. Gold inlaid with emerald, very much her usual style, ostentatious and bold. She had clearly seen Xiao Zhangyu as while pausing in her steps, but unlike the others, she did not come forward to greet her. Xiao Zhangyu had intended to bypass her, but her sharp eyes caught something. The earrings dangling from Zhangyu's ears were almost identical to the pair she wore today. Pearl earrings, similar in size, similar in design, even the curve of the pendant was nearly the same. Xiao Zhangyu's steps came to a halt. "Oh," Xiao Zhangyu's voice was not loud, but it carried enough for all around to hear. "Isn't this the copycat?" Zhangyu's face flushed crimson instantly. Subconsciously, she reached up to touch the earrings on her own ears, then glanced at the pair on Xiao Zhangyu. Her lips quivered twice, and her voice turned shrill and urgent. "You're the copycat. Which eye of yours saw me copying you? I ordered these earrings half a month ago. You must have seen me customizing them at Jinxiu Pavilion and then followed suit." Xiao Zhangyu looked at her, reached up to touch her own pearl earrings, and said unhurriedly, "Mine were made a month ago. You said yours were ordered half a month ago, so you must have seen mine and thought they looked good, then ordered an identical pair. If you're not a copycat, then who is?" Zhangyu's face turned white with rage, her chest heaving as if she were about to explode at any moment. She reached up and yanked the pearl earrings from her own ears, clutching them in her palm, glaring at Xiao Zhangyu, her voice trembling. "You claim they're yours. If you have the guts, take yours off and compare. Let's see whose are prettier." Without a word, Xiao Zhangyu removed her own earrings. They stood face to face, one clutching a pair of pearl earrings, the other clutching a pair of pearl earrings, neither willing to let go first. The onlookers, seeing this standoff, dared not intervene, choosing instead to watch the spectacle from a distance. Then Xiao Zhangyu raised her hand, and the pair of pearl earrings arced through the air, landing with a splash in the lake. A small spray of water rose, ripples spreading outward in concentric circles, soon vanishing from sight. Zhangyu froze, then anger surged from her heart, and she too raised her hand. She threw her own earrings into the lake. Another splashed the water spray even larger than Xiao Zhangyu's. As if I care. Zhangyu glared at Xiao Zhangyu fuming. Xiao Zhangyu crossed her arms and smiled at her teasingly. If you don't care, why did you throw them? Zhangyu opened her mouth only to find herself stumped again. Tears of frustration nearly spilled from her eyes. Just as she was about to continue arguing, a herald's voice rang out from behind. Her Highness, the Onping County Princess arrives. The chattering crowd instantly fell silent, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Everyone turned and curtsied in greeting. Xiao Zhangyu also turned, bending her knees slightly, catching a glimpse of Su Anren approaching from the palace path. Su Anren wore a pale purple palace robe today, adorned with a gold-inlaid emerald phoenix hairpin. A pair of small jade earrings dangled from her ears, giving her an appearance of gentle grace, as if she had stepped out of a painting. She approached, saw the crowd bowing to her, and nodded slightly, her voice soft and gentle. Rise, no need for such formalities. The ladies stood up and several clustered around her, vying to compliment her dress, her hairpin, her radiant complexion. Su Anren smiled graciously, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. It paused briefly on Xiao Zhangyu before moving on as if she had seen nothing. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Xiao Zhangyu watched Su Anren's demure act, and the anger within her flared anew. She curled her lip and rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, what a pretentious act. Zhangyu, now beside her, instantly changed her expression upon seeing Su Anren. She smiled obsequiously and said, Oh, your Highness's gown is truly lovely tonight. This fabric is Suzhou embroidery, isn't it? Probably earned through plenty of flattery. Su Anren smiled and was about to respond when her personal maid standing behind her spoke up. You're going too far. You think our princess is kind-hearted and easy to bully, so you dare to act this way. Our princess wasn't feeling well today, yet she specially came to the banquet. Instead of showing respect, you either make snide remarks or deliberately pick a fight. Su Anren raised her hand to stop the maid's words. Her gaze swept toward the lakeside pavilion, where several young masters were seated, one of them being Xin Yanqing. He sat on the stone bench in the pavilion, speaking to Qin Mo, beside him, a cup of tea in hand. Even from a distance, the aloof, unapproachable aura around him was palpable. Su Anren withdrew her gaze, looked at the maid, and her voice, though still soft, carried an unmistakable note of authority. Silence. Apologize to them. The maid froze, her lips moving as if to speak, but upon seeing her mistress's calm, unfathomable eyes, she swallowed her words, lowered her head, and curtsied toward Xiao Zhangyu and Zhangyu. This servant spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Miss Xiao and Miss Zhang. Xiao Zhangyu watched Su Anren's performance, the fire of anger burning even hotter within her. She was about to turn and leave to find a quiet spot away from this crowd when Zhangyu, whether intentionally or not, moved half a step forward, her shoulder brushing against Xiao Zhangyu's arm. Xiao Zhangyu sidestepped and her skirt caught on something. She looked down and saw that the tassel on the maid behind Su Anren had somehow tangled with her skirt. She pulled it back, causing the maid to lurch forward, colliding with Su Anren's back. Before Xiao Zhangyu could explain, Zhangyu suddenly squeezed towards Su Anren. Whether deliberate or pushed by someone else, the three of them became entangled in an instant. Xiao Zhangyu felt her feet slip, and she reached out to grab someone to steady herself, but caught nothing. The three of them tumbled together into the lake. A splash. Water sprayed everywhere. Icy lake water surged in from all sides, flooding into Xiao Zhangyu's mouth, nose, and ears. She thrashed about twice in the water, choking on several mouthfuls, flailing frantically as she sank and floated back up. Shrieks, cries for help, and scrambling footsteps echoed from the shore in chaotic confusion. Struggling beneath the surface, she forced her eyes open to see Zhangyu already reaching the bank. A noblewoman reached down to pull her up. Soaked through, she sat by the water's edge, gasping for breath. Looking across, she spotted Su Anren flailing in the water, arms waving wildly, clearly unable to swim. Xiao Zhangyu cursed under her breath. Though she despised Su Anren, she could not simply stand by and watch her drown before her eyes. That would be too ominous. She drew a deep breath and swam towards Su Anren. Her swimming ability was not great, but at least she could manage a few strokes, far better than Su Anren, who could not even thrash properly. Reaching Su Anren, she reached out to pull her. But Su Anren clung to her like a lifeline, both arms locking around Xiao Zhangyu's neck, her entire body weight dragging her underwater. The pressure forced water into Xiao Zhangyu's lungs, and she struggled desperately to pry those fingers loose. Yet Su Anren's grip was impossibly strong beneath the surface, unyielding no matter how hard Xiao Zhangyu pulled. Exhaustion sapped her strength incrementally, her limbs growing heavy while her lungs screamed for air. She was on the verge of surrendering. Just as she felt herself sinking, she saw that Su Anren still clung to her with that desperate grip. She cursed Su Anren 10,000 times in her heart. If she survived this, Su Anren would be her greatest enemy for life. More splashes echoed from shore as others jumped in. Through her haze, Xiao Zhangyu made out two figures swimming toward them, one heading for Su Anren, the other coming straight for her. Someone behind her supported her waist with firm hands, pulling her upward toward the surface. They hauled her up, and she gasped for air in ragged draws. She was carried to the shore and helped out. Collapsing onto the smooth stones, she lay there soaked to the bone, her hair loose across her face. Water streamed from her hair and garments, pooling beneath her until a damp patch formed on the ground. After a long moment, she lifted her head to see that her rescuer was Chin Mo. He was drenched, as well as bamboo green robe clinging to his frame, water dripping from his hair. He crouched beside her, gently brushing the wet strands from her face, his voice tinged with concern. "Miss Xiao, are you all right?" Xiao Zhangyu had no time to respond. Glancing over, she saw Su Anren had also been pulled to safety, set down by a guard on the shore. Drenched and disheveled, her hair plastered across her face, she coughed, weakly curled into a trembling ball that pitted herself. Her maid knelt weeping, bitterly wailing, Miss, are you all right?" Watching Su Anren, a surge of fury rose within Xiao Zhangyu. She scrambled to her feet and lunged at Su Anren, grabbing her collar and raining down blows while cursing. "If you want to die, don't take me down with you. You can't even swim, yet you threw yourself into the water. And when you fell, you dragged me down with you. Do you have any idea how close you came to drowning me?" Su Anren cried and shriveled away from the blows, but never spoke, only covering her face and shaking with sobs. The noble women nearby rushed to pull Xiao Zhangyu away, their combined efforts separating the two. Su Anren's maid threw herself between them, her voice sharp with indignation. "You're bullying my miss too much. My miss is already frail, and you deliberately pushed her. You're trying to kill her." Su Anren shrank behind her maid, sobbing quietly. She lifted tear-filled eyes to glance at Xiao Zhangyu, then quickly lowered her gaze as though afraid to meet her look. That wounded, victimized expression made her look like a frightened little rabbit. Watching Su Anren's performance, Xiao Zhangyu nearly lost her temper again. Just then a cold voice cut through the crowd from behind. "What is going on here?" The onlookers parted automatically, creating a path. Shen Yanqing approached from behind, dressed in dark formal attire. Having been seated at the pavilion earlier, he had clearly witnessed what had transpired. His gaze swept across the assembled faces before lingering briefly on Xiao Zhangyu. It settled on Su Anren for a moment, then withdrew. His expression remained impassive, betraying nothing. "Today is the Qixi Palace banquet. Everyone should return to change into dry clothes first. We can address this matter later. Do not let this delay the banquet." With the chief grand secretary's words carrying such weight, none dared to argue. The crowd dispersed, with several noble women supporting Su Anren as they departed. Zheng Yu had already vanished, having slipped away unnoticed. Xiao Zhangyu remained standing where she was, soaked through with water still dripping from her hair. Her water-red robes clung to her frame, the chill making her shiver. Qi appeared at her side, without warning, silently offering a dark-colored cloak. Xiao Zhangyu glanced down at it before accepting and wrapping it around herself. The cloak enveloped her, completely warm and carrying the scent of cedar and fir. She buried her face in the fabric and inhaled deeply. Chuntao trailed behind her, whispering, "Miss, are you all right? I was so frightened." "I'm fine," Xiao Zhangyu replied, her voice raspy as she adjusted the cloak. "Let's go change." After a few steps, she paused and glanced back at the lake. No one noticed that Shen Yanqing had given her his cloak. Wrapped in the dark cloak, she walked away step by step beneath the glow of palace lanterns. Once everyone dispersed, Su Anren was helped back to the temporary rest pavilion by her maid. The moment the door closed, her expression of grievance and fragility vanished, replaced by a sullen, angry face. She stood before the bronze mirror, staring at her own damp reflection. Her hairdo had come undone, and her makeup was smudged. The pitiful appearance she'd cultivated before the crowd was completely gone. After a moment's stare, she suddenly whirled around and slapped her maid across the face. The sharp crack echoed as the maid's face twisted from the impact, stumbling backward. She dropped to her knees, hands pressed to her face, tears streaming down as she called out, "Miss. You dare call yourself Miss?" Su Anren's voice was low, yet each word cut like ice. "If you hadn't been so gossipy and insisted on picking fights with them, would I ever have ended up in the water? Would I have humiliated myself before so many people? She gasped for breath, her chest heaving as she was still seething with anger. "Do you know what I saw?" Shen Yanqing ordered someone to give her a cloak. "His cloak? That's Xiao Zhangyu. What does she think she is? The daughter of a treacherous minister, a worthless creature who doesn't deserve to even touch his clothes." The maid knelt on the ground, covering her face and sobbing as she begged for mercy. "Miss, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. I saw them going too far. I just couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear it." Su Anren let out a cold laugh, bent down, and pinched the maid's chin, lifting her face. "Just because you couldn't bear it, you made me, the princess, suffer such humiliation in front of all the noble ladies of the capital. Do you think I've been too kind to you, making you forget who is your master?" She released her grip, straightened up, walked to the window, and turned her back to the maid. Her voice grew calmer, but the calmness was even more terrifying. Guards, two elderly maids, entered immediately and stood with their hands down. "Drag her out and sell her off." Su Anren's voice was indifferent. "Sell her as far away as possible and never let me see her again." The maid abruptly lifted her head, her face turning pale. She lunged forward, wrapped her arms around Su Anren's legs, and cried out, Miss, please don't. I have served you since I was a child 8 years now. Miss, please forgive me this once. I will never speak out of turn again. I will work like a beast of burden for you. Miss. Su Anren looked down at her, her gaze as cold as a winter lake devoid of any warmth. She lifted her foot and kicked the maid's hands away, then turned to the 2 elderly maids and said, What are you waiting for? The 2 elderly maids hurried forward, each grabbing one of the maid's arms and dragging her out. The maid's cries grew fainter and fainter until they finally disappeared beyond the door. Su Anren stood by the window gazing at the night outside. Her expression gradually returned to calm. She reached up to smooth her disheveled hair, glanced at herself in the bronze mirror, and resumed her usual gentle, pitiable demeanor. Xiao Zhangyu, just you wait. Outside the side hall, everyone changed their clothes and gradually returned to the main hall. Xiao Zhangyu changed into a moon-white jacket, her hair combed anew and adorned with a jade hairpin, looking fresh and neat. She had folded Xin Yanqing's cloak neatly and handed it to Chuantao, instructing her to keep it safe and not lose it. The main hall was already filled with people, brightly lit with lanterns, and the sound of silk and bamboo music floated melodiously. Xiao Zhangyu found her seat and sat down with Zhang Shi on her left and Fu Ziyuan on her right. Fu Ziyuan was speaking with a nearby official. Zhang Shi turned to look at her, confirming she was fine, then turned back with relief. At the front row seat, Xin Yanqing was already sitting upright, having changed into a moon-white casual robe. Xiao Zhangyu withdrew her gaze, picked up the teacup in front of her, and took a sip. Before long, a long announcement came from outside. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager arrives. His Majesty the Emperor arrives. Everyone stood up, bowed their heads, and waited. Xiao Zhangyu stood up along with the others, lowering her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a middle-aged woman in a bright yellow phoenix robe being supported by an elderly maid as she entered. Behind her followed a young boy of 8 or 9 dressed in a dragon robe, thin and small, with a child's typical nervousness and curiosity on his face. The Empress Dowager walked to the main seat and sat down with the Emperor sitting beside her. Only then did everyone straighten up and take their seats. The banquet began. Exquisite dishes were brought out one after another. After 3 rounds of wine, the music changed several times. Xiao Zhangyu kept her head down, eating without speaking to those beside her or offering toasts. Her goal for the night was clear: stay low-key, even lower-key. As long as she didn't cause any trouble and could go home after the banquet, she would be grateful. She was nibbling on a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs when suddenly she heard the Empress Dowager's voice from the main seat, carrying an indisputable authority. Today is the Qixi festival, such a rare and wonderful day. It would be too dull to just eat and drink. The Empress Dowager leaned back in her chair, her gaze sweeping over the crowd below with a gentle smile. I've heard that the young ladies of noble families here are all accomplished in various arts. How about this? Let each of you perform in turn to add some splendor to today's banquet. What says your Majesty? The little emperor sat beside her, his mouth still full of a piece of pastry. Hearing the Empress Dowager's question, he quickly swallowed, nodded, and said in a childish voice, Grand Empress Dowager is right. The Empress Dowager smiled, her gaze landing on Su Anren, her tone carrying a hint of subtle meaning. Anren, you are a princess. You go first. Su Anren stood up, lowering her head slightly, her face wearing just the right amount of shyness and obedience, like a well-behaved child who was embarrassed by being called upon by an elder, but had no choice but to comply. She walked to the open space in the center of the hall, curtsied to the Empress Dowager, and the emperor then straightened up and nodded to the side. The musicians understood and began playing a melodious, lingering tune. Su Anren started to dance to the music. She was wearing a light purple palace dress, the fabric light and ethereal. As she danced, her sleeves fluttered like butterfly wings. She performed a water sleeve dance, her movements graceful and fluid. Every turn, every backward glance was perfectly timed. Not ostentatious, not deliberate, yet every detail was tantalizing. Her gaze drifted subtly toward Xin Yanqing, and her steps gradually moved in that direction. Her dancing sleeve brushed through the air, almost grazing his robe. Xiao Zhangyu was gnawing on her spare ribs, but her eyes were fixed on the scene. She watched Su Anren dance with such effort. He took a sip of tea, set down the cup, then picked it up again for another sip. From start to finish, his gaze never fell on Su Anren. Xiao Zhangyu, with the spare rib still in her mouth, almost burst out laughing. This was exactly what they meant by casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. She mentally gave Xin Yanqing a thumbs up. Good job, keep it up. Su Anren finished her dance, slightly out of breath, and bowed to the Empress Dowager from the center of the hall. The Empress Dowager smiled and clapped, saying it was good. The other noble ladies also clapped and praised. But Su Anren's gaze lingered on Xin Yanqing for a moment. He was also clapping, but his applause was clearly perfunctory. The smile on Su Anren's face froze for a moment, but she quickly composed herself, returned to her seat, and sat down. Next was Zhangyu. She performed on the guzheng, playing the piece, High Mountains and Flowing Water. Her fingering was skilled, her rhythm precise, nothing to fault. Everyone praised her, saying, as expected of the Grand Tutor's legitimate daughter, truly a refined lady of a noble family. Zhangyu shot a triumphant glance at Xiao Zhangyu, as if to say, see, this is real talent. Xiao Zhangyu couldn't be bothered to respond, and kept her head down, continuing to eat her ribs. Then came the other noble ladies. Some played instruments, some danced, some painted, and some even danced while painting. Their tricks grew more elaborate one after another. Xiao Zhangyu yawned several times as she watched, inwardly calculating when it would all end. She just wanted to go home and sleep. Miss Xiao. The Empress Dowager's voice drifted down from the main seat. It was not loud, yet the entire great hall fell silent. I have heard that you studied under renowned masters since childhood. Might this old woman have the pleasure of witnessing your talents today? A piece of spare rib nearly lodged in Xiao Zhangyu's throat. She looked up and found the Empress Dowager gazing at her with a smile. But Xiao Zhangyu knew well enough that the Empress Dowager was standing up for Su Anren. Xiao Zhangyu cursed the old fox beneath her breath. Yet once the Empress Dowager had spoken, she could hardly refuse in front of so many people. She spat out the bone, wiped her mouth, and rose to her feet with an obedient smile plastered across her face. Then I shall embarrass myself before everyone. She made her way to the open space at the center of the hall, bowed to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, and then called out toward the musicians, "May I borrow a pipa, please?" The musician hurriedly handed over the instrument. Xiao Zhangyu took it, settled into a chair, and plucked a few strings to test the tuning. Then she took a deep breath and her fingers began to move. At first it was slow, a low and soothing melody like wind drifting in from far away, gliding gently through the hall, through the crowd, settling into every ear. Her fingers danced across the strings, every note crisp and clean, without a trace of hesitation. There was a calmness in her playing that seemed foreign to her usual flamboyant and willful self. All present fell silent, their eyes fixed on her, their ears captured by her pipa. After what felt like half a cup of tea, the style of the piece shifted abruptly. The somber, languid tune surged into something bright and joyful, as if a spring breeze had swept across a frozen lake, shattering the silence of winter. Xiao Zhangyu's fingers quickened, flitting across the strings like two butterflies weaving through a garden of flowers. While still playing, she rose from her chair. Standing at the center of the hall, her fingers never ceased their work on the strings, but her body had already begun to move to the rhythm. Her steps were light, yet powerful, spinning and leaping as she played, the sound of the pipa and the movement of her dance blending into one inseparable whole. The corners of Xiao Zhangyu's lips curved upward, her eyes gleaming, her entire being like a flame ignited, burning and dancing beneath the candlelight. The hall grew so quiet that only the sound of the pipa and the patter of her footsteps remained. When the piece ended, she paused, breathing lightly, and offered the Empress Dowager and the Emperor a flawless bow. Her arms still cradling the pipa, her fingertips tinged red. A moment of silence passed. Then applause erupted. It began with a few noble ladies leading the clapping, followed by the officials, and then Fu Ziyuan. He clapped the loudest, casting proud glances at Madame Zhang seated beside him, his expression silently saying, "Did you see that? That's my daughter." Madame Zhang smiled back, the corners of her eyes growing slightly moist. She knew how hard her daughter had worked. From childhood, she and Fu Ziyuan had secured the finest teachers, the most accomplished musicians, and the best dance instructors for her. Though Xiao Zhangyu was often willful and domineering, she had never slackened in her practice. She simply preferred not to display her abilities in public, believing they were hers alone and did not belong to others to judge. But today she had let everyone see. Cradling her pipa, Xiao Zhangyu's gaze flickered almost imperceptibly toward Xin Yanqing. He sat exactly as before, still holding his teacup, unchanged in appearance. When she sat down, Madame Zhang patted the back of her hand, saying nothing, but her eyes were red. Xiao Zhangyu smiled at her mother like a child who had done something commendable and awaited praise. Madame Zhang reached out and tidied a stray lock of hair behind her daughter's ear, unspoken words passing between them in a single glance. Meanwhile, Su Anren sat in her place, her handkerchief clenched so tightly in her grasp that her knuckles turned white. Her eyes never left Xin Yanqing. She watched him hold that teacup for an extraordinarily long time without drinking. His gaze had been fixed on Xiao Zhangyu the entire time. Though his expression was cold and restrained, Su Anren saw it clearly. He had looked at her several times. When Su Anren had danced, he had not spared her a single glance. Yet when Xiao Zhangyu played the pipa, he had watched her multiple times. Su Anren lowered her head and stared at the crumpled handkerchief in her palm, her nails digging almost deep enough to draw blood. She drew in a deep breath, then another, forcing down the urge to overturn the table. Xiao Zhangyu. Damn Xiao Zhangyu. The Empress Dowager, seated in the main position, glanced at Su Anren, then at Xin Yanqing, and finally at Xiao Zhangyu. Her smile remained unchanged, but something indescribable flickered in her eyes. She lifted her wine cup, took a small sip, set it down, and spoke in a gentle and casual tone. "Today is the Qixi festival. Anren, go pour a cup of wine for the Grand Secretary." All eyes instantly converged. Everyone knew of the engagement between Su Anren and Xin Yanqing, though Xin Yanqing had always been distant toward her. The Empress Dowager's words today seemed an attempt to create an opportunity for the two of them. Su Anren rose holding a cup of wine and approached Shen Yanqing with her head lowered, a perfectly measured expression of shyness and gentleness on her face. Her voice was soft. "Lord Shun, on this festive occasion, allow Anren to offer you a toast." Shen Yanqing rose to his feet. He had no choice. In front of the Empress Dowager and the entire court, he could not afford to insult Su Anren openly. "My lady is too kind." Su Anren leaned closer with her cup, wishing to clink glasses with him. But the moment she drew near, she seemed to stumble as though tripped by something unseen. Her body lurched forward, the cup tilted, and amber wine spilled all over Shen Yanqing. It flowed from his collar down to his chest, darkening the pale moon-white fabric of his casual robe in a spreading stain. "Ah!" Su Anren cried out, straightening herself at once, her face a mask of panic and guilt. "Lord Shen, I am so sorry. I did not mean to." She fumbled for her handkerchief to wipe him, but Shen Yanqing stepped back, deftly avoiding her touch. He glanced down at the wine stain on his chest, then raised his head, his voice cool and unhurried. "It matters not. My lady need not trouble herself over this." Su Anren stood frozen, her handkerchief clenched, her expression a portrait of anguish and contrition, the kind of pitiful sight that made one reluctant to reproach her. Yet Shen Yanqing did not look at her. Instead, he turned and bowed to the Empress Dowager. "This subject shall go change his clothes. Forgive my brief absence." The Empress Dowager nodded, a smile on her lips, but an unfathomable depth in her eyes that anyone could perceive. "Go and do not catch a chill." Shen Yanqing turned and left his seat, his pace unhurried, disappearing through the side door. Xiao Zhangyu sat in her seat watching Shen Yanqing's retreating figure, while the little scheming in her heart started clicking away again. She glanced up at Su Anren, who had already returned to her seat, head bowed, lost in thought. She turned her gaze away and sneered inwardly. All pretense, nothing but pretense. The wine spilled with such calculated precision, directly onto his chest, and then she produced a handkerchief to wipe it for him. Wasn't that an open attempt to grow close to him? Xiao Zhangyu might not be the sharpest, but she could see through this trick. No, she had to follow him. Her child's father could not be corrupted by someone else. She rose and whispered to Madame Zhang, "Mother, I'm going to the washroom. I'll be right back." Madame Zhang was chatting with someone nearby. She nodded and didn't ask further. Xiao Zhangyu slipped out through the side door. Outside, the main hall was far quieter than within. The moonlight was cold and pale, and the palace lanterns cast pools of dim yellow light beneath the corridor. She lifted her skirt and quickened her pace, following the direction Shen Yanqing had taken. Before long, she reached a fork in the path. Both corridors stretching left and right were shrouded in darkness, and she couldn't tell which way he had gone. She hesitated about to turn toward the left corridor when suddenly footsteps sounded behind her. Someone was running in her direction. Before she could turn around, a hand clamped over her mouth from behind, while another arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her sideways. She was dragged into a cramped space behind a rockery, three sides bordered by stone, the fourth by a thicket of bushes hidden enough to remain undetected. Her back pressed against the cold stone wall, aching from the impact. Just as she began to struggle, a voice, so low it was barely audible, reached her ear, carrying that familiar chilled breath against her earlobe. "Don't make a sound." Xiao Zhangyu stopped struggling. He pressed against her from behind, one hand covering her mouth, the other arm circling her waist, holding her completely within his embrace. She could feel his heartbeat against her back, beating faster than usual. And she could feel her own heart racing even faster than his. Footsteps and voices came from beyond the rockery. It was Su Anren, accompanied by a maid, searching everywhere. "Where is she? Just a moment ago she was here." Su Anren's voice carried urgency. How could she have vanished so quickly? The maid replied, "Miss, I saw him heading this way just now. He should be nearby." "Useless," Su Anren muttered under her breath. "Can't even keep track of one person. What good are you?" The footsteps circled near the rockery, drawing gradually closer. Xiao Zhangyu held her breath, frozen in Shen Yanqing's arms, too afraid to move. She could also sense his body tensing, his breathing slightly heavier than before. His breath washed over her ear, warm and ticklish, and her ears flushed crimson in an instant. Outside the rockery, Su Anren circled once more, but found no one. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. "Never mind. Let's go. We can't stay here long. The banquet isn't over yet. Let's head back first." The footsteps gradually faded, growing softer until they completely disappeared. Xiao Zhangyu remained rigid in Shen Yanqing's embrace, unmoving. Her ears stayed crimson, her heart still raced, and her breathing remained unsteady. She felt Shen Yanqing's hand slowly release her mouth and the arm around her waist loosen as well. She turned around to face him. Behind the rockery, it was quite dark, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through cracks in the stones, illuminating his face and casting his features in sharp, cold relief. His breathing had not yet fully steadied, his chest rising and falling slightly. His voice was lower than before, laden with something deeply suppressed and unidentifiable. "Why are you following me?" Xiao Zhangyu gazed at him, his slightly reddened ears, his heaving chest, and her heart quickened once more. In this moment her mind was clearer than ever before. She knew she couldn't retreat or show guilt, She couldn't let him see through her schemes. I'm afraid someone else will take you away. Shun Yanqing stood within the rockery's shadow, moonlight seeping through the stone crevices and falling upon him, rendering his silhouette half in light and half in darkness. He looked down at Xiao Zhangyu before him. She gazed upward, her eyes shining in the darkness like two stars washed clean. I don't need you following me, he said in a voice so low only she could hear it. Go back. Xiao Zhangyu remained where she stood. Her heart had yet to steady, but she refused to let Shun Yanqing notice. She raised her hand to smooth her disheveled hair, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. Return where? If you tell me to go back, I just obey. Wouldn't that cost me all my dignity? Shun Yanqing looked at her without speaking. Outside the rockery, absolute silence reigned. The footsteps along the corridor had long since faded away. Cicada songs came in waves from around them, making the quiet here all the more profound. He glanced at her once more, moonlight resting on her radiant face. Her eyes still carried a slight redness from the earlier water incident. Though she had recombed her hair, a few stray strands refused to stay put loose behind her ears. He withdrew his gaze, turned sideways, and stepped half a pace toward the outside of the rockery, as though preparing to leave. But after one step, he paused, not turning back, his voice drifting forward. Where's your cloak? Xiao Zhangyu hesitated for a moment, then glanced down at herself. She was now wearing the moon-white robe she had changed into. The dark-colored cloak had long been put away by Chun Tao. I had my maid put it away, she said softly, her voice tinged with more obedience than before. Shun Yanqing said nothing further. He stepped out, his moon-white hem flashing briefly at the rockery's edge. He disappeared around the corner of the corridor, his footsteps fading gradually until they could no longer be heard. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the stone wall of the rockery and exhaled deeply. She thought he was truly cautious, afraid their relationship would be exposed, so she deliberately intended to let everyone know. She lowered her hands, took 2 deep breaths, and then slowly emerged from behind the rockery. Under the moonlight, the corridor stood empty, devoid of any figures. She adjusted her collar, lifted her skirt, and retraced her steps back the way she had come. By the time she returned to the main hall, the banquet was nearing its end. The guests were somewhat tipsy, their voices louder than before, and the music had shifted to a lighter, more brisk melody. Xiao Zhangyu quietly slipped back to her seat. Madame Zhang glanced at her, asked no questions, but took her hand to squeeze it, checking that it wasn't cold, before letting go. Su Anren had also returned, seated in her place with the cup before her untouched. Beneath the table, her hands clenched a handkerchief so tightly that her knuckles had turned white from the prolonged grip. After taking her seat, Xiao Zhangyu cast a sidelong glance at Su Anren, but detected nothing unusual. Yet a faint unease stirred within her. She felt that Su Anren's earlier departure to seek out Shun Yanqing was far from simple. The banquet continued for another round before the Empress Dowager rose to leave, claiming fatigue. The young emperor followed suit, yawning as he was led away by the hand of his governess. With the main seat vacant, the guests began to disperse in succession. Xiao Zhangyu rose with Fu Ziyuan and Zhang Shi and made her way out. The carriage rattled through the empty streets, heading toward the Xiao mansion. Meanwhile, in a side hall elsewhere within the palace, the atmosphere was far heavier than that of the banquet. Su Anren stood with her head bowed in the center of the hall. Before her was the Empress Dowager, who had just left the feast. The Empress Dowager had changed into casual attire, removed her phoenix crown, and reclined on a soft couch, holding a cup of tea she did not drink. Her gaze fell upon Su Anren like a dull blade, slowly scraping away. Speak. The Empress Dowager's voice was not loud, but in the silence of the hall, every word fell like a stone striking the ground. What happened tonight? Su Anren kept her head low, her voice soft and tinged with grievance. Aunt Anren tried her best tonight. I danced with all my might, and when I offered the toast, I slipped, and the wine spilled on Minister Shun. Slipped. The Empress Dowager set the teacup down on the small table with a crisp clink, cutting off Su Anren's words. Your slip was remarkably well timed. Do you think I cannot see through your schemes? Su Anren's head sank lower, her shoulders drawing inward. The Empress Dowager looked at her like this and softened her tone, though only slightly. Anren, I betrothed Shun Yanqing to you for a reason, and you know it well. You are engaged to him. You hold an advantage over others. I arranged for you to display your talents tonight, to offer him wine, to bring him a hangover remedy. How many opportunities did I give you? Her voice rose a little, carrying a vexed impatience, a disappointment in one who would not succeed. And you? When you danced, he did not even glance at you. When you chased after him, you could not find him. With such fine opportunities, you let them slip. What else can you hope for? Su Anren stood in the center of the hall, her eyes slowly reddening, but she bit her lip to hold back tears. She knew she must not cry before the Empress Dowager. Tears would only prove her more useless. Her fingers clutched her sleeve tightly, nails digging into her palm through the fabric, the pain jolting her back to clarity. The Empress Dowager cast another glance at her, then leaned back on the soft couch, closed her eyes, and spoke with a trace of weariness. Anren, you are my own niece. If I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish? But you must not disappoint me too much. I want Shun Yanqing to be more tractable, but you know his nature. He is not easy to handle. If you can win his heart, or at least earn his civility, our Su family will have greater leverage in the days to come. But look at how you behave tonight." The Empress Dowager opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Su Anren, a scrutiny that was both indescribable and unfathomable. "Where do you fall short compared to that, Miss Xiao?" Su Anren's tears finally broke free, falling with a soft pat onto the back of her hand. She bit her lip, her voice small and trembling. "Aunt's lesson is well taken. Anren will strive." The Empress Dowager looked at her like this, said nothing more, and waved her hand. "Enough. Go back and think it over. If you behave like this again, I will not hesitate to choose another." Su Anren curtsied and turned to leave. She continued walking until she was out of the Empress Dowager's palace and onto a deserted corridor. There she stopped, leaned against a pillar, closed her eyes, and took several deep breaths. Her chest heaved and fell, and it took a long while to calm. When she opened her eyes, there were no tears left, only a cold, venomous glint. Xiao Zhangyu. Again Xiao Zhangyu. It was all because of Xiao Zhangyu. Shen Yanqing had given her his cloak, and when Su Anren chased after him, she could not find him. And when Xiao Zhangyu returned, her face was flushed and her hair slightly disheveled. All of this pointed to one thing. Xiao Zhangyu was seducing Shen Yanqing. Su Anren raised her hand, wiped away the last trace of tears from the corner of her eye, then straightened up and continued walking. Her back was ramrod straight, her pace unhurried, and she resumed her usual gentle demeanor as if nothing had happened. She walked along the corridor, disappearing into the night, her shadow stretched long by the moonlight. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhangyu had already returned to the Xiao mansion. She changed her clothes, washed her face, and lay down on her bed, sleeping soundly. The next morning, still drowsy beneath the covers, Xiao Zhangyu was yanked from her dreams by Xiaoju. She turned over, mumbling, "Just a little longer." Then she heard her father Xiao Xiong's voice booming from outside, full of vigor. Even through two doors, his words were crystal clear. "Yu, get up. We're going to the Qin mansion today to express our gratitude." "What are you dawdling for?" Xiao Zhangyu's eyes flew open. It took her a couple of seconds to register. Right. Yesterday at the imperial banquet, she had fallen into the water, and it was Qin Mo who jumped in to rescue her. In the chaos, she had only been concerned with punching Su Anren and later changing clothes for the banquet, so she had never properly thanked Qin Mo. Her father had said at the time, "We will certainly pay a visit another day." She had assumed it was mere politeness, but she never expected him to be so efficient. He wanted to go the very next day. She let out a groan, pulled the covers over her head, stewed for a moment, then pushed them aside and sat up. Chantao had already entered with a basin of water, attending to her washing and dressing. Xiao Zhangyu sat before the bronze mirror, yawning, watching Chantao comb her hair. She mumbled indistinctly, "Why is father so eager?" Chantao continued combing as she whispered, "The master said that young Master Qin saved your life. That's a tremendous favor. Not going to thank him would be improper. And last night the master kept muttering all the way home, saying that young Master Qin is handsome, skilled, comes from a good family, and is a perfect match for you." Xiao Zhangyu's hand froze. She turned to stare at Chuntao, eyes wide. "What is father planning?" Chuntao lowered her head, not daring to meet her eyes. "The master's meaning is, young Master Qin is still unmarried, about your age, with a fine family background. If a marriage alliance could be formed. Father has lost his mind." Xiao Zhangyu concluded succinctly, turned back to face the mirror, and said, "I don't even like him." Chuntao dared not retort, silently fixing her hairpin and fetching an apricot-colored jacket for her to wear. Xiao Zhangyu examined herself in the mirror, deemed it acceptable, stood up, smoothed the creases on her skirt, and walked out. Xiao Xiong and Lady Zhang were already waiting in the main hall. Today Xiao Xiong wore a brand new dark-colored robe, his hair meticulously combed. He looked radiant, as if attending some joyous occasion. Lady Zhang, however, was her usual dignified and poised self. "Let us be on our way, do not keep the Qin family waiting," Xiao Xiong urged, stepping out ahead. Xiao Zhangyu followed behind, her heart in turmoil. It was not the visit to the Qin residence that frightened her. It was the fear that her father would say the wrong thing while they were there. Yesterday she had overheard her father speaking to Qin Mo's father, and his tone had been so forward that it was as though he had written on his face, "My daughter is quite suitable. Why don't you take her as your wife?" She sighed and quietly climbed into the carriage, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed. Whatever her father said, she resolved to simply pretend she hadn't heard it. The Qin mansion lay in the eastern part of the city, not particularly grand, yet possessing an elegant serenity. Two ancient locust trees stood at the entrance, their branches casting shade over nearly half of the gateway. After the gatekeeper announced their arrival, Qin Taipiu came out personally to greet them, with Qin Mo following beside him. Today Qin Mo wore a bamboo green robe with his hair secured by a jade hairpin, giving him a fresh and clean appearance. A gentle smile played on his lips like a slender bamboo in the mountains, making anyone who saw him feel at ease. Xiao Zhangyu thought that if she had never met Shen Yanqing, she might have found Qin Mo's appearance quite pleasing. But since she had encountered Shen Yanqing looking at Qin Mo now, she felt something was missing. "Lord Xiao, Lady Xiao, Miss Xiao, please come in, please come in." Qin Taipiu was a gentleman in his 50s with a goatee beard. He smiled with a kind and approachable expression, the sort of person one would find easy to talk to. Qin Mo also returned the formal bow, his gaze lingering for a moment on Xiao Zhangyu's face before shifting away, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening slightly. Xiao Xiong strode inside as he spoke. Lord Qin is too kind. Thanks to your son yesterday, my daughter would not know where she is today. This kindness I shall keep in my heart. You flatter me, Lord Xiao. It was but a simple act. Qin Taipu smiled, leading them further inside. Moer happened to be there. He was sitting by the lake when he saw someone fall in and jumped right away. Anyone would have done the same. The group entered the main hall and took their seats. A maid brought tea and placed several plates of pastries on the table. Xiao Xiong and Qin Taipu sat in the positions of honor chatting, while Lady Zhang occasionally chimed in. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Xiao Zhangyu sat beside Lady Zhang, keeping her head down as she sipped her tea, doing her best to remain unnoticed. Qin Mo sat across from her, occasionally glancing in her direction. After some time, Qin Taipu rose and said, "The meal is ready. Please follow me." The spread was quite lavish: chicken, duck, pork, and fish, along with several delicate side dishes. Xiao Zhangyu kept her head down while eating, trying not to raise her gaze. But her father obviously had no intention of letting her eat in peace. Drinking and praising Qin Mo, he said, "Young Master Qin's martial prowess is impressive. He saved my daughter's life. This kindness I cannot repay. He is a man of outstanding talent, skilled in both literature and martial arts. His future is boundless." Qin Mo smiled and shook his head. "You honor me too much, Lord Xiao. I merely happened to be there at the right moment. Anyone would have done the same. But it still requires courage and ability." Xiao Xiong raised his cup again. "I do not boast. Such a brave and capable young man as young Master Qin is rare in the capital. If not for him, I would have lost this daughter of mine." As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Zhangyu, his eyes carrying the clear meaning of, "Look how well your father has found for you." Xiao Zhangyu kept her head lowered, silently picking at her rib, pretending she had heard nothing. Lady Zhang, seated nearby, smiled and took up the conversation. "We shall never forget young Master Qin's life-saving kindness. Miss Yu's coming-of-age ceremony will be held next month. We sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence and share a cup." Qin Mo set down his chopsticks and smiled. "Of course, I shall certainly attend Miss Zhao's coming-of-age ceremony." Xiao Zhangyu paused mid-bite, then raised her head and smiled at him, a smile that was polite yet distant. "Thank you, young Master Qin." The conversation at the table continued for a while longer, drifting from court affairs to matters within the capital, and then to the gossip of various households. Xiao Xiong had drunk several cups and was far more talkative than usual. He pulled Qin Taipu into an extended conversation, only reluctantly setting down his cup when Lady Zhang coughed twice beside him. Xiao Zhangyu glanced out the window. The sun was already tilting westward. "It is getting late. We shall not keep you any longer." Lady Zhang rose and tugged at Xiao Xiong's sleeve. "Thank you, Lord Qin and young Master Qin, for your hospitality." Qin Taipu also rose. "What courtesy is there to speak of? We must visit each other more often. Or see our guests out." Qin Mo acknowledged and escorted them toward the door. As they reached the entrance, Xiao Zhangyu was about to board the carriage when Qin Mo suddenly called out, "Miss Xiao." Her steps faltered and she turned around. Qin Mo stood at the doorway, the afternoon sunlight falling upon him, gilding his silhouette in a pale gold. He smiled faintly, his voice gentle and sincere. "You need not concern yourself with yesterday's matter. Rescuing you is simply my duty. However," he paused, a hint of playfulness entering his tone, "if Miss Xiao truly wishes to thank me, simply save me a good seat on the day of your coming-of-age ceremony." Xiao Zhangyu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. She nodded. "Rest assured, I shall reserve the front row for you." Qin Mo smiled, said nothing more, and merely offered a formal bow, watching as she climbed into the carriage. The carriage slowly pulled away from the Qin residence. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Zhangyu glanced back through the gap in the curtain. Qin Mo still stood at the doorway, watching the carriage until it turned the corner, only then turning and returning inside. Xiao Zhangyu lowered the curtain, settled into the soft cushion, and let out a long breath. Xiao Xiong sat across from her, having drunk several cups. His face glowed red, and leaning against the carriage wall with his eyes closed, he murmured, "That boy from the Qin family is quite decent, truly quite decent." "You, what do you think?" "I think nothing of it." Xiao Zhangyu rolled her eyes. "Father, please stop fretting. I am only 16. I have not yet had my coming-of-age ceremony." Xiao Xiong opened his eyes, glanced at her as if wanting to say something, but being too lazy to argue, simply shook his head and closed his eyes again, leaning back. Fine, I won't worry. As long as you know what you're doing." The carriage rumbled along the road back home. After returning from the Qin residence, Xiao Zhangyu collapsed onto her bed, as though all the bones had been drained from her body, staring blankly at the ceiling. Chun Tao brought her tea, but she did not drink. She brought snacks, but she did not touch them. Chun Tao cautiously asked, "Miss, what is wrong?" Xiao Zhangyu rolled over and buried her face in the pillow, muttering, "I am deep in thought. Please do not disturb me." Chun Tao dared not ask again and quietly slipped out. Xiao Zhangyu lay upon her pillow, her mind whirling in chaotic confusion. She had gone to the Qin residence today to express her gratitude, yet her father's demeanor was as though he had written, "I have set my sights on Qin Imo," across his face. She harbored no dislike for Qin Imo. He was kind, handsome, and courteous, and having saved her life, she was truly grateful. But gratitude was one matter and affection was entirely another. The question was whether Shen Yanqing knew she had visited the Qin residence today. If he did, would he suspect something between her and Qin Imo? She had declared her fondness for him, and said she would pursue him, yet the very next day, she went to dine at another man's home. That hardly seemed proper. Although her parents had forcibly taken her, Shen Yanqing knew nothing of that. What if he thought her the type who was fickle and easily swayed? Xiao Zhangyu rolled over onto her back, gazing at the canopy above, and the more she pondered, the more she felt she could not let it stand. She had to do something so that Shen Yanqing would at least not believe she was merely toying with his affections. If he did not trust her, they were finished. Her mother had once said that men were swayed by what they heard. Words alone were insufficient, he needed to see and feel it. She pondered for a moment, then sat bolt upright, her eyes lighting up. Write a poem. Was that not how it was always portrayed in the romances? A young lady took a fancy to a gentleman, composed a love poem, and had it delivered through an intermediary. Upon reading it, the gentleman was swept off his feet, lost sleep, and came to propose the very next day. Though those stories were rather contrived, perhaps it would work after all. Even if it did not, at least Shen Yanqing would know she was serious, not merely paying lip service. And she had to invite him to her coming-of-age banquet. With this letter in hand, he surely could not pretend he had not seen it. Xiao Zhangyu leaped from her bed and ran barefoot to her writing desk. She picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and stared at the blank rice paper for a long while. What should she write? She had never composed a love poem before. She had memorized a few lines from the romances, such as "I intend to wed and devote my life," but those were written by others. She needed to write her own. After contemplating for some time, she finally set pen to paper. When she finished, she examined it and found it acceptable. Though the rhyme was imperfect, the sentiment came through. She blew on the ink to dry it, folded the poem, and then retrieved from her cabinet a man's outer robe she had Chun Tao make. The fabric was fine silk, the stitching meticulous. Chun Tao's craftsmanship was beyond reproach. After a moment's thought, she picked it up again and stitched 2 clumsy loops on the cuff as proof of her handiwork, then folded it with satisfaction. She tucked the folded poem into the garment, wrapped it, and called for Guangdong. "Take this to the Chief Grand Secretary's mansion and deliver it to Shen Yanqing." Xiao Zhangyu handed the bundle to Guangdong, her expression grave as though entrusting him with state secrets. "Deliver it to him in person. Do not let anyone else handle it." Guangdong took the bundle. "Miss, what if Lord Shen refuses to see me?" "Then give it to his shadow guard, the one named Chu." Xiao Zhangyu considered for a moment. "Simply say it is from Lady Xiao, and he will accept it." Guangdong bowed and slipped out with the bundle. Xiao Zhangyu stood in the courtyard watching Guangdong's figure disappear beyond the moon gate, her heart fluttering uneasily. Meanwhile, in the study of the Chief Grand Secretary's mansion, Shen Yanqing sat behind his desk, poring over memorials. Chu Yi entered carrying a bundle, knelt on one knee, and reported, "My lord, a package has arrived from the Xiao residence. It is said to be for you from Miss Xiao." Shen Yanqing's brush paused mid-stroke. He did not look up, his voice calm and even. "What is it? A letter and a garment?" Chu Yi kept his head lowered. "The messenger said the clothing was handmade by Miss Xiao and is to be delivered personally into your hands." Shen Yanqing set down his brush and reached out to take the bundle. He unwrapped it. Inside lay a neatly folded pale moon-white men's outer robe. The fabric was fine, the stitching meticulous, clearly crafted with great care. He lifted the garment and shook it open, his gaze pausing at the cuff. There, embroidered in crooked little stitches, were 2 tiny bamboo leaves, entirely out of step with the precise work elsewhere. Understanding dawned on him. This was her handiwork, likely limited to just those 2 bamboo leaves. Hidden within the garment was a folded sheet of rice paper. He set the garment aside, unfolded the paper, and glanced at it. His brows furrowed slightly. He read it twice more, and his brows drew tighter. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice betraying no emotion. "Chu Yi, read it aloud." Chu Yi looked up startled. "My lord, this is the letter from Miss Xiao. It is hardly appropriate for a subordinate to read it. I told you to read it." Shen Yanqing handed her the paper. "Read." Chu Yi dared not disobey. He took the paper and glanced down at it. He had scarcely read the first line when his face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, his voice cracking. "My lord, this." "Read it." Chu Yi drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to read in a voice so faint and trembling that he wished the ground would open and swallow him whole. "Day and night I pine for you, your vigor overwhelms me, tossing and turning I cannot find sleep. I fear neither high mountains nor distant waters, only longing to meet you once more. Your coming-of-age feast draws near. I await your arrival, waiting till the very end." The letter contained only these few lines. Chu Yi stumbled through them haltingly, and when he finished he nearly flung the page away. He kept his head bowed, daring not meet Shen Yanqing's gaze. Shen Yanqing sat behind his desk, his expression unreadable, yet his ears were red. Silence fell over the study. Chu Yi knelt on the floor, hardly daring to breathe, desperate to leave this place as quickly as possible. After a while, Shen Yanqing spoke, his voice lower than usual, carrying an indeterminate quality. Set the letter down and leave. Chu Yi felt as though granted a reprieve. He quickly placed the letter on the desk, rose to his feet, and retreated swiftly. The door closed with unusual speed and softness, as though he feared something might pursue him had he lingered. Now alone in the study, Shen Yanqing sat behind his desk, gazing at the open sheet of paper. Those few lines seemed to dance before his eyes, as though they had taken on legs of their own. Day and night, I pine for you, your vigor overwhelms me. The phrase drew a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. He reached for the paper, read it once more, set it down, and picked up the garment to examine the 2 crooked bamboo leaves on the cuff. He set it down again, picked up the paper, and read it through a second time. He folded it carefully, not back into the garment, but into the drawer of his desk. He glanced at the garment once more, folded it neatly, and set it at the corner of his desk rather than putting it away in the cabinet. He picked up his brush, bent his head, and resumed his memorials. Yet his gaze rested upon the document for a very long, while absorbing not a single word. His ears remained red, refusing to fade. Coming-of-age banquet. I will wait for you. She had written those words in the letter. She was confident indeed that he would come. Shen Yanqing leaned back in his chair, his gaze settling on the osmanthus tree outside the window. After a moment, he spoke, his voice soft, almost as though to himself. Chu Yi. Chu Yi's voice came from beyond the door, tinged with the exhaustion of one who had narrowly escaped peril. I am here, my lord. When is the coming-of-age banquet? Chu Yi paused outside the door. My lord, Lady Zhao's coming-of-age banquet is on the 16th of next month. Shen Yanqing fell silent for a moment. Clear your schedule for that day. Chu Yi's reply hitched for a moment before he answered, Yes, my lord. Shen Yanqing said no more. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Zhangyu had been lying at home all this time, waiting for news. Every morning the first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to place her hand on her belly and feel for a moment, then ordered Chantao to summon the physician for a pulse check. The physician came 3 times and took her pulse 3 times, each time declaring that there was no sign of pregnancy. The first time she told herself, don't rush, it's only been a few days. The second time she told herself, wait a little longer, perhaps the time hasn't come yet. The third time she told herself, it's fine, maybe the physician isn't entirely accurate. But the confidence within her was steadily waning. On the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, she was pulled out of bed before dawn. Chantao and Xiaozhu busied themselves attending to her bath, changing her clothes, and combing her hair. She donned the water-red long-sleeved gown embroidered with golden thread, the intertwining lotus pattern shimmering under the candlelight. Her hair was styled into the proper bun for a woman after her coming-of-age, adorned with a phoenix hairpin of pure gold and red jewels, and she wore a pair of ruby earrings. She looked far more mature and regal than usual. Xiao Zhangyu stared at her reflection in the bronze mirror for a long, while feeling that the person in the mirror was unfamiliar, no longer herself. Guests arrived one after another. Over 20 tables were set up in the Xiao residence, stretching from the main hall all the way to the garden. Xiao Xiong was beaming with joy today, striding with a spring in his step, a flask of wine in hand, as he toasted guests everywhere, as if it were his own birthday. Zhang Shi and Fu Ziyuan also arrived, with Fu Yu following behind, dressed in a brand-new brocade robe, timidly clinging to his mother. When he saw Xiao Zhangyu, he tried to hide. Xiao Zhangyu was in no mood to tease him today, and merely waved him off to play elsewhere. Fu Yue, relieved, quickly scurried away. The ceremony was grand and dignified. Xiao Zhangyu was guided through the entire process, but her mind was elsewhere. Her gaze swept across the crowd again and again, from the first row to the last, yet she still did not see Shen Yanqing. Her heart sank little by little. Just as the ceremony was about to conclude, a commotion arose at the entrance. Xiao Zhangyu looked up and saw a man in dark plain robes walking in his pace, unhurried, as if he had timed his arrival. Behind him followed Chu Yi, carrying a brocade box. The surrounding guests turned their heads and murmured. The grand secretary had arrived. Shen Yanqing walked up to Xiao Xiong, clasped his hands in greeting, exchanged a few pleasantries, then nodded to Zhang Shi and Fu Ziyuan before stopping in front of Xiao Zhangyu. He did not look at her much, simply reached out to take the brocade box from Chu Yi and handed it to her, his voice flat, a coming-of-age gift. Congratulations to Miss Xiao. Xiao Zhangyu extended her hand to take the box. When her fingers brushed against his, she felt his hand twitch slightly, but he did not fully withdraw, as if hesitating for a moment. She opened the box and glanced inside. A jadeite hairpin of pure green lay within. The tip was carved into a half-blooming lotus, its petals so thin they were translucent, with a tiny ruby embedded in the stamen. She recognized it at once. It was the one she had admired at the jewelry pavilion, which the shopkeeper said had already been reserved by someone else. So that someone was Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing did not look at her. He had already turned and walked toward the feast. The banquet began. Xiao Zhangyu, as the guest of honor, was urged to toast several rounds until her face flushed. She made an excuse to rest, and slipped away to the side hall in the back courtyard. Chuntao had already summoned the physician who was waiting there. The physician took her pulse, then switched to the other hand and finally shook his head, his tone gentle but firm. Miss, you are not pregnant. It's merely a slight stagnation of qi and blood. A few days of regulation will set it right. Xiao Zhangyu sat there staring at the physician's professional face, stunned for a long moment before slowly nodding. I understand. You may leave. The physician picked up his medicine chest and left. Chuntao stood by watching her mistress's expressionless face, not daring to speak. Xiao Zhangyu sat for a while, then rose, adjusted her collar and hairband, took a deep breath, pushed open the side hall door, and returned to the banquet. She drank when someone toasted her, smiled when someone congratulated her. Everything seemed normal. But deep down she knew that smile was as thin as paper, ready to shatter at the slightest breeze. In the latter half of the banquet, the alcohol began to take effect. She felt her head grow heavy and the world swayed before her eyes. She sat there, wine glass in hand, her gaze drifting through the crowd, until she suddenly saw Xin Yanqing rise from his seat and head toward the garden. Instinctively she stood up and followed. She weaved through the crowd, skirted the corridors, and caught up with him on the garden path. Xin Yanqing heard her footsteps, stopped, and turned to look at her. His gaze lingered on her flushed face for a moment before he said flatly, "You want to follow me to the latrine?" Xiao Zhangyu stood there looking at his face, which seemed even colder under the moonlight. Emboldened by the alcohol, she replied bluntly, "I'll wait." Xin Yanqing gave her a look, said nothing more, and turned to walk away. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the nearby pillar and waited for him. The night breeze brushed against her heated face, cool and refreshing, but she felt the heat rising from within, impossible to dispel. After a while, Xin Yanqing returned his pace, still unhurried. When he saw her still standing there, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and he was about to speak. But Xiao Zhangyu stepped forward and threw her arms around him. Her arms encircled his waist, her face buried in his chest, her voice muffled, carrying the scent of wine and an indescribable grievance. Not pregnant. Xin Yanqing's back stiffened for a moment. He looked down at the dark head nestled against him. Her hair bun brushed against his chin, and the jadeite hairpin he had given her shimmered with a warm glow in the moonlight. He was silent for a moment, then spoke, his voice lower than usual. "What?" "I said not pregnant." Xiao Zhangyu lifted her head from his chest, her eyes red, whether from drink or tears. Are you incapable? Why didn't it work twice?" Xin Yanqing's temple pulsed twice. Did she want his child so badly? Why? He spoke, his voice so low only she could hear. "You're drunk. I'll have Qi take you back." He was about to turn and call for someone, but Xiao Zhangyu suddenly rose on her tiptoes, leaned in, and kissed the corner of his mouth. Xin Yanqing froze completely. Her lips were warm, carrying the fragrance of wine clumsily pressed against the corner of his mouth, as if striving to make him feel her presence. Her hand still clutched his lapels, gripping tightly. He paused for a moment, neither pushing her away nor responding, simply frozen in place. When she finally let go and stepped back half a pace, looking at him, her face flushed in the moonlight, her eyes bright and sparkling. Xin Yanqing's breath faltered for an instant. He turned his head, his voice hoarser than before, as if restraining himself. "Chuyi." The sound of Chuyi's footsteps came from the shadows. Xin Yanqing did not look at Xiao Zhangyu, his voice resuming its usual coldness. "Escort Miss Xiao to her chambers." Chuyi stepped forward and said softly, "Miss Xiao, please." Xiao Zhangyu stood still. Watching Xin Yanqing's retreating figure, he had already walked away swiftly, his pace much faster than usual. She stood in the moonlight, watching his dark robe disappear around the garden corner, then slowly raised her hand to touch her own lips. Then she lowered her hand and followed Chuyi toward her chambers. Chuyi escorted Xiao Zhangyu back to her own courtyard. She lay on the bed. Chuntao brought a bowl of hangover soup. She took a few sips, set down the bowl, turned over to face the wall, and closed her eyes. The next morning, Xiao Zhangyu was awakened by a throbbing headache. She turned over, buried her face in the pillow, and lay there for a long while before slowly sitting up. It felt as though someone was hammering at her temples, each blow making her vision darken. She pressed her hand to her forehead, eyes closed, and began to piece together the events of the previous night, the coming-of-age banquet. Fragments surfaced one by one. She had clung to Xin Yanqing and cried, telling him he was inadequate, asking why she hadn't conceived twice, and then she had kissed him. Xiao Zhangyu's eyes snapped open. She bolted upright in bed, nearly pitching headfirst onto the floor. Steadying herself against the bed frame, she covered her face and let out a long, drawn-out groan. Chuntao pushed the door open and, seeing her state, hurriedly set down the basin and rushed over. "Miss, what's wrong? Do you have a headache? I've made you some hangover soup." "Chuantao," Xiao Zhangyu said, peeking through her fingers with one eye, her voice muffled. "Did I kiss Xin Yanqing last night?" Chuntao froze for a moment, then blushed and lowered her head. "Miss, you don't remember. You held Lord Xin tightly, told him he was inadequate, and then you kissed him." Xiao Zhangyu groaned, pulled the blanket over her face, and curled into a ball. She stayed like that for a while before emerging, her hair even messier, and her eyes reddened. What was his reaction? Chuntao thought for a moment. Lord Xin had Chu-yi escort you back, and he left on his own. Xiao Zhangyu did not reply. She sat on the bed, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window. The day was already bright. The date from her dream was drawing closer, and she could no longer afford to wait. Just as she was thinking, a maid's voice came from outside. Eldest Miss, the Prime Minister's residence has sent a letter. She opened it. It was from her second father, Fu Ziyuan, saying that the autumn hunt was in a few days and asking if she would like to join him to relax. The autumn hunt. Shen Yanqing would surely be there too. Xiao Zhangyu picked up a brush and wrote a reply with just 2 words, "I'll go." Soon the day of the autumn hunt arrived. She rose before dawn, changed into a neat riding outfit. A dark green narrow-sleeved short jacket, matching trousers, and deerskin boots. She tied her hair into a simple ponytail secured with a jade hairpin. She hesitated over the emerald hairpin, but eventually tucked it into her hair, where it glowed with a warm green light in the morning light. Fu Ziyuan had sent a carriage to pick her up. The carriage from the Prime Minister's residence was much plainer than the gold and jade adorned one of the Xiao residence, but it was spacious and steady, with thick cushions inside, a pot of hot tea, and 2 plates of snacks. Xiao Zhangyu boarded, and Chuntao followed, closing the curtain. The carriage slowly rolled out of the city gate and headed along the official road toward the hunting grounds. The autumn hunt grounds were about 30 li outside the capital, a journey of over an hour by carriage. The crops on both sides of the road were mostly harvested, revealing bare fields. In the distance, rolling hills stretched their slopes, already tinged with yellow and red. Clusters of wild chrysanthemums bloomed along the roadside, and when the wind blew, it carried a crisp, grassy fragrance. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the wall of the carriage, pulled out a storybook from her bag, and began to read by the window. The carriage jolted, making the pages bounce. She put it down after a few lines and rested against the cushions, closing her eyes. Chuntao sat opposite, lifted the curtain to glance outside, then lowered it, and whispered, "Miss, do you think Lord Shin will come today?" "He definitely will," Xiao Zhangyu replied without opening her eyes. "The autumn hunt is a grand court ceremony, and he is the grand secretary. How could he not?" Chuntao thought it over, and finding her mistress's reasoning sound, asked no more. The carriage continued on, and the traffic on the official road gradually increased. Some on horseback, some in carriages, all heading in the same direction in 2s and 3s. Xiao Zhangyu lifted the curtain and looked out. Ahead was a blue curtained carriage, very plain, without even a family crest. But the 2 horses pulling it had glossy coats, clearly not the kind an ordinary family could afford. Her gaze lingered on that carriage for a moment, then she lowered the curtain. After traveling a bit further, the sound of hooves came from ahead, growing closer, as if someone was riding slowly. Xiao Zhangyu was dozing against the wall, when Chuntao suddenly called out softly, "Miss! Miss, look!" Xiao Zhangyu opened her eyes and peered through the gap in the curtain that Chuntao had lifted. A man in black riding attire was riding a horse, unhurriedly keeping pace beside their carriage about a zhang away. His figure was tall and straight, his riding posture composed, and assured, his back as erect as a pine tree growing on a horse's back. He did not look toward the carriage, only gazed ahead, matching the carriage's speed as if by coincidence. Xiao Zhangyu was startled for a moment, then a slow smile crept across her lips. She lowered the curtain, sat back, and reopened the storybook. Chuntao glanced at her, then secretly lifted the curtain to look outside, then lowered it again, and whispered, "Miss, Lord Shin seems to have deliberately slowed his horse to wait for us." "Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Zhangyu turned a page of the storybook. "He's on horseback, we're in a carriage. He's naturally faster than us. His slow pace is his own affair, but what does it have to do with us?" Chuntao murmured and dared not speak further. The carriage traveled another quarter of an hour, and then the blue curtained carriage ahead suddenly slowed, as if yielding to something. Xiao Zhangyu's carriage also decelerated. She glanced through the gap in the curtain. The figure that had been riding unhurriedly beside them was nowhere to be seen. In the distance, a black silhouette galloped away, soon disappearing around a forest bend. Xiao Zhangyu watched the receding figure, then lowered the curtain, leaned back against the cushions, and closed her eyes. The carriage swayed along for nearly 2 hours, finally arriving at the hunting grounds in the afternoon. Xiao Zhangyu lifted the curtain and looked out. Rolling hills spread before her. At the foot of the mountain, rows of neatly arranged tents stood, with an exceptionally large bright yellow tent at the front, presumably the Emperor's imperial tent. Next to it were the tents of the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the various consorts, followed by the minister's tent area, arranged in order of rank from near to far. Fu Ziyuan's tent was in the second row, not the foremost, but still quite close. Xiao Zhangyu's tent was placed in the women's sector not far from Fu Ziyuan's, separated by a narrow pathway. She stepped out of the carriage, and Chuntao had already gone in to tidy up. The tent was more spacious than she had expected, though not as comfortable as home. It had a bed, a table, and chairs. There was also a thick carpet and a small stove in the corner. The mountain wind would be chilly at night during the autumn hunt, so it would be indispensable. Chuntao was making the bed. Seeing Xiao Zhangyu enter, she didn't look up and said, "Miss, this tent is better than I expected. The bed is soft enough, and the bedding is all new." Xiao Zhangyu glanced around the tent, walked to the table, and sat down. She poured a cup of tea and took a sip, her gaze pausing on the tent fabric as if she recalled something. She set down the teacup, looked up toward the entrance, and called out, "Guandong." Guangdong's voice came from outside the tent, low and steady, "Miss." Xiao Zhangyu lifted the tent flap and poked her head out, beckoning Guangdong closer. Guangdong was dressed in a dark brown tunic with a short knife tucked at his waist, standing ramrod straight. He walked up to Xiao Zhangyu and bowed his head. "What are your orders, miss?" Xiao Zhangyu lowered her voice and said, "Go and find out where Shun Yanqing's tent is located. Don't disturb anyone, just take a discreet look." She paused, then added, "Also note whether there are guards beside him and how the night patrols are arranged." Guangdong listened without asking further, just nodded and said, "Understood." He turned and walked away quickly, soon disappearing into the passage between rows of tents. Xiao Zhangyu let the tent flap fall, returned to the bed, and sat down, picking up the teacup again to take a sip. She leaned against the headboard, her gaze fixed on the tent ceiling, lost in thought. Before long, the sound of footsteps and laughter came from outside, as if someone had just alighted from a carriage and was walking nearby. Soon after, voices came from the adjacent tent, muffled by the fabric. But that voice was all too familiar. Zhangyu had also arrived, and her tent was right next door. Xiao Zhangyu muttered "bad luck" in her heart, but before she could react, the voices next door suddenly grew louder. Then footsteps came toward her tent, and Zhangyu lifted the tent flap and poked her head in. Seeing Xiao Zhangyu sitting on the bed, she was momentarily taken aback, then let out a snicker. "Oh, if it isn't the eldest Miss Xiao. You've arrived. I thought you'd be lounging at home in the capital playing the pampered young lady. How could you bear to come out and face the wind and sun?" Xiao Zhangyu set down her teacup, leaned back against the headboard, and smiled sweetly at her. "What business is it of yours whether I come or not? Just mind your own business. Why are you dressed as clumsily as a silly goose?" Zhangyu's face flushed instantly. Her gaze swept over Xiao Zhangyu's head. It landed on the entirely green jade hairpin in Xiao Zhangyu's hair. She paused, then snickered again. "Don't be so cocky. Can you even ride a horse in tomorrow's hunt? Don't fall off and make a fool of yourself." With that, without waiting for Xiao Zhangyu's reply, she let the tent flap fall and walked away with heavy thumping steps. Xiao Zhangyu watched the fallen tent flap, pursed her lips, and picked up her tea again for a sip. Chun Tao whispered beside her, "Miss, why do you and Miss Zheng always argue whenever you meet?" Xiao Zhangyu set down her teacup. "If she doesn't provoke me, I won't bother with her. But if she insists on coming to be scolded, how can I disappoint her?" Chun Tao seemed about to say something, but swallowed her words and continued making the bed. The sky gradually darkened. Lanterns were lit outside the tent, strung together, swaying gently in the autumn breeze. From the distant imperial tent came the sound of string music and laughter, but the sound was faint, distant, and indistinct. Someone brought the evening meal: a plate of braised beef, a plate of stir-fried greens, a bowl of hot soup, and a few steamed buns. Simple but plentiful. Xiao Zhangyu and Chun Tao sat together and ate dinner, finishing everything, even drinking up all the soup. After dinner, Xiao Zhangyu stood outside the tent for a while. The night breeze was cool, causing the jade hairpin in her hair to sway slightly. She looked into the distance. The tent area was dotted with lights like scattered stars on the ground. As she was watching, Guangdong emerged from the shadows and walked quickly to her, lowering his head. "Miss, I've found out." Xiao Zhangyu withdrew her gaze. "Speak." Guangdong lowered his voice and said, "Lord Shin's tent is at the easternmost end of the male area, the last tent in the second row. It backs onto a hill with a narrow path leading out in front." He paused. I observed for a while. There are 2 guards stationed near his tent, both overt and covert. The patrol passes by about every half hour with a brief gap in between. After lights out, the guards will be fewer than during the day. Xiao Zhangyu listened, nodded, and silently committed this information to memory. She looked up at the distant night. That direction should be the place Guangdong had described, dark and shadowy with only a solitary lantern swaying in the wind. "Thank you for your hard work. Go and rest." Guangdong acknowledged and turned away. Xiao Zhangyu stood for a while, then let the tent flap fall and entered the tent. Chun Tao had already made the bed with thick, fluffy bedding that felt warm to the touch. She took off her outer robe, slipped into bed. Chun Tao blew out the lamp and tiptoed out. The night deepened and the tent area grew quiet. Occasionally, the distant sound of hoofbeats and voices drifted over, but soon fell silent again. Xiao Zhangyu turned over, pulled the blanket tighter, and closed her eyes. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, urgent drumbeats sounded outside the tent. Thump, thump, thump. One after another, like beating on one's heart, shaking away all drowsiness. Xiao Zhangyu snapped her eyes open, turned over, and sat up, her hair spilling over her shoulders. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "What's that sound?" Chun Tao entered with a basin of water, her steps quicker than usual, her face brimming with excitement. "Miss, it's the hunting drum. It's about to begin. Hurry up and wash and dress. People are already gathering outside." Xiao Zhangyu was momentarily stunned, then fully woke up. She threw off the covers, got out of bed, and hurriedly let Chun Tao help her wash and dress. Today she wore the dark green riding attire with silver thread cloud patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. Simple and neat, it was easy to ride and walk in. She tied up her hair with a plain silver hairpin. She hesitated for a moment over the jade hairpin, but still put it on. a small cluster of green, like a frozen dewdrop in the morning light. She stood before the bronze mirror and examined herself, finding it acceptable. Not too conspicuous, but not easily overlooked either. The drum beats continued outside the tent, accompanied by the sound of hoofbeats and laughter instantly livening up the hunting ground. Xiao Zhangyu adjusted her collar, took a deep breath, and lifted the tent flap to step out. The autumn morning breeze carried the scent of grass and trees, cool and refreshing, invigorating as it brushed against the face. On the distant open ground, many people had gathered, both men and women dressed in smart riding attire. Some were leading horses, others stood chatting. In the center, a high platform had been erected. It was covered with bright yellow carpet, with the emperor's throne at the top and the empress dowager's seat beside it. Xiao Zhangyu walked into the crowd and stood still, her gaze sweeping around unobtrusively. She saw Zheng Yu dressed in a goose-yellow riding outfit, standing on the other side, chatting with someone nearby. When she noticed her looking over, Zheng Yu rolled her eyes. Shen Yanqing wore a dark hunting attire with a bow and quiver hanging at his waist, giving him a sharper, more formidable aura than usual. Xiao Zhangyu cast a few more glances, then averted her eyes and lowered her gaze. Not long after, the sound of horns echoed and the emperor and empress dowager took their seats on the high platform. The young emperor wore a golden hunting outfit today. Though young, he exuded a certain dignity as he sat there. He stood up, cleared his throat, and delivered a few opening remarks in a childish voice. The gist was thanking all the ministers for attending the hunt and hoping everyone would work together to achieve good results. After he finished speaking and sat down, Shen Yanqing stepped forward half a pace, swept his gaze across the entire assembly, and his voice reached everyone's ears crystal clear. Today's hunt will be in groups of 4, free to form teams. Return here by sunset to tally the game. The group with the most prey will be honored with the first serving at tonight's banquet. His tone was flat, without much inflection, as if stating a simple fact. Additionally, he paused. By Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's decree, the young lady who performs most outstandingly in today's hunt shall be awarded a pair of golden hairpins. A few soft cheers rose from the noble ladies below. Standing among the crowd, Xiao Zhangyu thought to herself that this was likely an opportunity the Empress Dowager had prepared for Su Anren. In front of so many people, she would be allowed to shine, take the top prize, and incidentally, let Shen Yanqing see how capable his fiancée was. On the high platform, Shen Yanqing finished speaking and retreated to his original position. The crowd below began to disperse, each seeking out teammates. Xiao Zhangyu stood still, unsure whom to approach. Her riding and archery skills were average. Not poor, but hardly outstanding. And she couldn't compare to those who had grown up on horseback. As she was pondering, a eunuch squeezed through the crowd, approached her and bowed. Miss Xiao, the teams have already been arranged. You have been assigned to Group 4. The eunuch then listed a few more names. Your group mates are Princess Anping, Lord Shen, and Prince Jing'an. Xiao Zhangyu was stunned. Already arranged. What did that mean? Before she could ask, the eunuch had already turned and left. Still trying to make sense of the situation, she looked up and saw a young man walking toward her. Dressed in silver-gray hunting attire with a saber at his waist, he appeared spirited and confident, around 20 years old. He stopped before her and clasped his hands. Miss Xiao, I am Prince Jing'an Li Huan. We are in the same group. Xiao Zhangyu quickly returned the greeting. Greetings, Prince Jing'an. Before long, Su Anren arrived, as well, wearing a light purple riding outfit, her hair neatly tied back, giving her an uncharacteristically heroic air. Yet her face still bore that gentle, soft expression. She smiled at Xiao Zhangyu, nodded to Prince Jing'an, and finally her gaze settled on Xiao Zhangyu. In a mild tone she said, What a coincidence, Miss Xiao, that we are in the same group. Xiao Zhangyu forced a corner of her mouth into a smile and said nothing. Her gaze traveled past Su Anren's shoulder and saw Shen Yanqing leading his horse toward them. He had clearly already learned of the grouping. Seeing the 3 women standing together, he paused for a moment, his face expressionless. He walked up to them without looking at anyone and said flatly, Since everyone's here, let's set off. With that, he mounted his horse in one swift, graceful motion, not even turning his head. Su Anren also mounted, followed by Prince Jing'an. Xiao Zhangyu climbed onto her horse. Her riding skills were decent, not top-notch, but sufficient to keep up. The 4 of them rode along the slope deeper into the woods, the horses' hooves crunching on the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Shen Yanqing led the way with Prince Jing'an behind him. Xiao Zhangyu and Su Anren brought up the rear, maintaining a distance of about 1 horse's length between them. After riding for a while, Su Anren suddenly turned her head, slightly glanced at Xiao Zhangyu, and moved her lips. Her voice was low, barely audible, to Xiao Zhangyu alone. Miss Xiao rides quite well. Xiao Zhangyu smiled a polite, yet distant expression. You flatter me, Your Highness. I can barely keep up. Su Anren looked at her again, her gaze lingering briefly on the emerald jade hairpin in Xiao Zhangyu's hair. Then she averted her eyes and said nothing more, merely urging her horse forward a couple of steps to ride abreast of Shen Yanqing. Xiao Zhangyu watched her retreating figure, giving a soft snort in her mind, but did not follow. Shen Yanqing rode ahead, his eyes fixed on the forest before him, though his peripheral awareness caught the several gazes behind him. The four of them rode deeper into the woods. The forest grew denser. The canopy above filtered the autumn sunlight into golden specks that dappled the ground. Shen Yanqing and Prince Jing'an led the way, each drawing their bows and shooting arrows, bagging quite a bit of game. Prince Jing'an shot 2 wild hares while Shen Yanqing was even more decisive. With a single arrow he struck a roe deer that had poked its head out from behind a bush, swift and accurate, earning even Prince Jing'an's exclamation of admiration. Watching from behind as Shen Yanqing drew his bow, Xiao Zhangyu thought to herself, even when riding and shooting, he looks so good. With genes like that, their children would surely be exceptional. They rode on for a while, and the forest ahead became even denser. Shen Yanqing reined in his horse, turned around, and swept his gaze over Xiao Zhangyu and Su Anren. The forest ahead is too thick for the horses. Prince Jing'an and I will go in on foot. You two wait here and don't wander off. Prince Jing'an acknowledged with a sound, dismounted, handed his reins to an attendant, and followed Shen Yanqing into the depths of the woods. The two figures soon disappeared into the dense thicket, leaving only the sound of footsteps and the occasional rustle of branches being pushed aside. Xiao Zhangyu and Su Anren remained where they were, each on horseback, maintaining a distance of about 2 horses' lengths. Neither spoke. The forest fell silent, broken only by the whisper of wind through leaves and the occasional distant bird call. Xiao Zhangyu busied herself adjusting the quiver at her waist, thinking that today she truly wasn't much help in the hunt. Her accuracy was barely enough to hit a stationary target. Hitting moving prey was mostly a matter of luck. Just as she was musing, she noticed a bush not far away rustle, and a gray hare poked its head out from the grass. Its ears stood straight up as it glanced around warily, then hopped out and stopped in the open. Xiao Zhangyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly reached for her bow. Though her riding archery was mediocre, she was confident she could hit a large stationary rabbit at that distance. She drew her bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the rabbit. Just as she was about to release, she caught a glimpse of Su Anren also raising her bow, the arrowhead aimed at the same hare. But Su Anren was positioned at her side and slightly behind, and the trajectory of that arrow, if she let go, it would graze past Xiao Zhangyu's side. Before Xiao Zhangyu could fully comprehend the situation, the arrow had already left her bowstring. At the same moment Su Anren's arrow was released, its trajectory slightly offset, grazing past Xiao Zhangyu's left arm. A cool sensation brushed her arm. She looked down and saw a long tear in her sleeve stretching from her shoulder to her elbow. Fortunately, the arrow had only grazed the fabric, sparing her skin, but the gash was enough to reveal how perilous that shot had been. If she hadn't leaned forward, just then the arrow would not have merely skimmed her sleeve. Xiao Zhangyu whirled around, glaring at Su Anren, her voice sharp and urgent. Have you lost your mind? Don't you look before you shoot? Su Anren lowered her bow, her face a mask of panic and guilt as if it were truly an accident. Miss Xiao, I didn't mean to. I was aiming at the rabbit and didn't notice you were taking aim too. The arrow had already left. I couldn't call it back. Her voice trailed off, her eyes slowly reddening. I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean it. Are you all right? Xiao Zhangyu stared at her pitiful face, itching to slap her. She chanted, calm down, calm down, calm down, in her mind several times before managing to suppress half of her fury. She tugged at her torn sleeve, her voice turning icy. Not on purpose. You were standing behind me. You only released your arrow after I leaned forward. If you truly hadn't seen me, that arrow would have passed through where I was standing. But you aimed at the spot I moved to. You calculated it perfectly. Su Anren's face paled for an instant, then resumed its aggrieved expression. Miss Xiao, I know you dislike me, but I truly never meant to harm you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Zhangyu looked at her and said nothing more. The thought in her mind grew clearer. The more Su Anren cared about something, the more she would seize it. The more Su Anren tried to pull Shen Yanqing to her side, the more Xiao Zhangyu would stand beside him, letting Su Anren see, but never touch. She would make her suffer, drive her mad, force her to reveal her flaws. The forest fell silent once more. After a while, Shen Yanqing and Prince Jing'an emerged from the dense woods. Shen Yanqing carried a full-grown stag on his shoulder, striding agilely ahead. Prince Jing'an followed behind, a smile on his face. Master Shen's archery is superb. A single arrow straight through the throat, clean and decisive. The two reached their horses. Shen Yanqing placed the stag on the saddle and mounted with practiced ease. His gaze swept between Xiao Zhangyu and Su Anren, then settled on Xiao Zhangyu's sleeve. The torn gash was conspicuous, stretching from shoulder to elbow, the fabric fluttering in the wind. His brow furrowed slightly. What happened? Xiao Zhangyu had calmed down, but the moment he asked, a wave of grievance surged within her. She didn't want Su Anren to see through her act, but she knew she had to appear vulnerable. She sniffled, lowered her head, and said in a muffled voice, nothing much. When I was shooting at the rabbit, the princess accidentally tore my sleeve. Prince Jing'an glanced at Xiao Zhangyu's sleeve, then at Su Anren, and said, oh, luckily it didn't break the skin. A torn sleeve is no big deal. Just change into another one when you get back. Su Anren nodded along, her tone carrying just the right amount of guilt. It was my fault. I didn't look carefully when I shot. I'll be more careful next time. Shen Yanqing's gaze lingered on Xiao Zhangyu's sleeve for a moment, then shifted to Su Anren's face, pausing. His expression remained unchanged. This is an imperial hunting ground, not your own backyard. Arrows have no eyes. If something happens, someone must take responsibility. Su Anren's face paled. She lowered her head, her voice soft and obedient. Yes, Master Shun. I understand. Shen Yanqing did not look at her again. He urged his horse forward with Prince Jing'an following behind. Xiao Zhangyu brought up the rear, glancing down at her torn sleeve, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. By the time the group returned to camp, the sun was already dipping toward the west. Most people had already returned. The open ground was piled with game. Rabbits, pheasants, roe deer, and several stags large and small. The eunuch in charge of counting was recording meticulously, while a few noble ladies gathered nearby, chattering about who had bagged the most game. Shen Yanqing's horse carried the stag, making it especially conspicuous. Xiao Zhangyu followed behind, adjusting her sleeve. The tear was blatant, impossible to ignore. Sure enough, the moment she dismounted, Chuntao rushed over. Her eyes immediately fell on the gash on her arm, and her face turned pale with fright. Miss, are you hurt? How did this happen? Xiao Zhangyu shook her head. It's nothing. The arrow just grazed me. It didn't cut the skin. Just bring me a change of clothes. Chuntao quickly pulled her into the tent and found a clean riding outfit for her. After changing, Xiao Zhangyu emerged and returned to the open ground where the counting was nearly finished. Shen Yanqing's group had bagged the most game. The eunuch announced the result loudly, and everyone offered congratulations. As dusk fell, several bonfires were lit in the center of the hunting ground. The orange flames cast a warm glow over everything. The aroma of roasted meat mingled with the scent of burning wood drifting through the cool autumn night air. By the time Xiao Zhangyu stepped out in her new riding outfit, the bonfire feast had already begun. In the center of the clearing, several long tables were set up with roasted game, rabbits, pheasants, and roe deer, turning on spits, sizzling with glistening oil. The most eye-catching was the stag Shen Yanqing had shot, slowly roasting over the largest fire, its fragrance wafting far and wide. Xiao Zhangyu walked over and sat beside Madame Zhang. Fu Ziyuan was speaking with a nearby official. Xiao Xiong had arrived at some point, happily drinking a bowl of wine. Seeing Xiao Zhangyu approach, Xiao Xiong chuckled and patted the spot beside him. You sit here. Come try this. Freshly roasted rabbit leg, very fragrant. Xiao Zhangyu sat down, took the rabbit leg her father handed her, and bit into it. It was indeed delicious. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, perfectly seasoned. The hunting results had been tallied. Shen Yanqing's group had the most game. When the eunuch announced it loudly, those around them cast congratulatory glances. Prince Jing'an waved his hand with a smile, saying it was all Master Shen's merit, that he was merely basking in reflected glory. Su Anren stood beside Shen Yanqing, her head slightly lowered, her face wearing just the right blend of shy pride, as if she too had contributed to this honor. But everyone knew she had only shot one rabbit and one pheasant today, and she had nearly shot through her own teammate Xiao Zhangyu. Xiao Zhangyu sat at the periphery of the crowd, gnawing on a rabbit leg, his gaze settling upon Su Anren across the firelight. She was lost in thought about something else entirely. A eunuch approached Shen Yanqing carrying an embroidered box. Lord Shen, by the rules, your hunting party has bagged the most game. All the rewards belong to your group. This golden hairpin was bestowed personally by the Empress Dowager to be awarded to the lady who has excelled most in today's hunt. Shen Yanqing accepted the box without opening it, his gaze sweeping over the two women beside him. Su Anren stood at his left hand, while Xiao Zhangyu sat by the fire several paces away. Before he could speak, the Empress Dowager seated above chuckled, a gentle sound, yet carrying an unmistakable weight. Lord Shen, your group includes two ladies. In your opinion, to whom should this hairpin be given? Su Anren lifted her head slightly, then lowered it again, her gaze fixing upon the toe of her boot. All around fell silent, every eye turning toward Shen Yanqing. Xiao Zhangyu also set down his rabbit leg and looked in that direction. Shen Yanqing stood beside the fire, the flames flickering across the sharp lines of his profile. The Commandery Princess of Anping has bagged a wild hare and a pheasant today, while Miss Xiao has come away with nothing. In my humble opinion, this hairpin should be awarded to the Commandery Princess. Su Anren's head snapped up, her face a masterpiece of perfectly measured surprise and delight. Lord Shen, this is far too kind. Yet even as she uttered these words of modest refusal, her hand had already reached out and taken the golden hairpin. The Empress Dowager nodded with satisfaction from her seat above. Indeed, Anren, you have performed admirably today. Keep the hairpin. It serves as a fitting token of my regard. Su Anren accepted the hairpin and offered Shen Yanqing a slight bow, her voice soft and delicate. Thank you, Lord Shen. Xiao Zhangyu sat by the fire expressionless, taking another bite of his rabbit leg. Her gaze crossed the firelight to rest on Su Anren's face, that peculiar blend of surprise and restraint, and a wave of fury rose within her chest. She drew a deep breath, forced her eyes back down, and focused on finishing her rabbit leg. The bonfire banquet carried on. The aroma of roasting meat grew stronger, and the atmosphere gradually warmed. Someone began to play the pipa, and a group of young women danced beside the fire, their skirts swirling in the flames like blooming flowers of gold and crimson. Xiao Zhangyu sat beside Lady Zhang, who poured her a cup of warmed wine, soft on the palate, unburning, carrying a faint fruit fragrance. Xiao Zhangyu drank a few sips and felt warmth spreading through her body. Just then Qin Mo approached carrying a plate of meat and crouched down beside her, his tone gentle. "Miss Xiao, this is from my own hunt today. I had it freshly roasted. Please try it." Xiao Zhangyu paused, looking down at the plate. It was roe deer meat, sliced paper-thin, roasted to perfection, dusted with cumin and salt. The sight alone was enough to make one's mouth water. She took the plate and thanked him. "You are far too kind, Lord Qin. You must have bagged quite a bit today." Qin Mo smiled, said it had gone reasonably well, and they exchanged a few more words about the hunt before he departed. Not long after Qin Mo left, Chu Yi appeared carrying a small dish. He set it before Xiao Zhangyu and murmured, "Miss Xiao, this was sent by our master." Xiao Zhangyu blinked surprised and looked down. It was a piece of venison cut with meticulous precision. Marbled with fat, roasted until fragrant and golden, it was unmistakably the finest cut from the deer, lean with perfect heat control. She lifted her head, but Chu Yi's retreating figure had already vanished into the crowd. Xiao Xiong, seated nearby, gaped. "From the chief counselor's estate. Shen Yanqing sent you meat." He glanced at the venison, then at Xiao Zhangyu, his expression thick with suspicion. What if he poisoned it? Xiao Zhangyu's face remained impassible as she picked up the piece of venison and took a bite. "It was distributed equally among our group. Everyone received some." She looked down and ate. The meat was tender and succulent, far superior to the rabbit leg she had been eating. Su Anren sat not far from Shen Yanqing, a wine cup in her hand, her gaze drifting across the firelight toward Xiao Zhangyu's side. She had seen Chu Yi approach with the dish, and she had watched Xiao Zhangyu eating with evident satisfaction. Her wine cup tilted ever so slightly, spilling a few drops onto the back of her hand. She made no motion to wipe them away, simply set the cup down, withdrew her gaze, and maintained that same gentle, composed expression. The maid beside her sensed the faint tremor in her mistress's fingers, but dared not speak a word. The bonfire banquet continued, conversations growing livelier as the night wore on. Xiao Zhangyu drank 2 more cups, a faint flush coloring her cheeks, but her mind remained clear and steady. She sat there, occasionally exchanging words with Lady Zhang, occasionally biting into her food, occasionally lifting her eyes to glance toward the dark figure not far away. Shen Yanqing sat on the opposite side of the fire, engaged in conversation with an official beside him. The flames painted his features in sharp relief. Xiao Zhangyu watched for a while, then looked away and finished her last bite of venison, wiping her hands. The bonfire feast gradually dispersed, voices thinning until only a few dying embers flickered in the night wind. Xiao Zhangyu remained seated with her cup for a little while longer, waiting until she was certain Lady Zhang and Xiao Xiong had risen and made their way toward the tents. Only then did she slowly stand, brush the grass from her skirt, and return to her own camp with Chun Tao. Chun Tao brought warm water for her bath. Xiao Zhangyu washed longer than usual, as though waiting for the sounds outside to fade completely. The chatter in the camp grew quieter and quieter until only the occasional neigh of a horse and the footsteps of patrolling guards remained. Dressed in her inner garments, her hair still damp, she sat by the bed and told Chun Tao, "Go fetch Guandong." Chun Tao hesitated. "Miss, it is so late." "Go," Xiao Zhangyu said. Her voice was quiet but firm. Chun Tao dared not ask further and hurried out. After a short while, Guandong appeared at the entrance of the tent. Xiao Zhangyu, wrapped in an outer robe, walked to the doorway and whispered, "How are things over there?" Guandong's voice was equally low. "Lord Shun is still attending to matters within the Emperor's tent. He has not returned yet. 2 guards remain stationed near his tent. The shift change should come in about half an hour." She turned to Guandong. "Go now and find a way to draw those 2 guards away. You need not be gone long. A single cup of tea's time will suffice." Guandong did not ask why. He merely nodded. "I understand, miss. Please be careful." With that, he turned and swiftly disappeared into the night. Xiao Zhangyu returned to her tent, changed into lighter clothing, and slipped out into the darkness, following the path Guandong had indicated. Crouching low, she moved quickly through the narrow passages between the tents. The men's quarters were slightly more sparse than the women's, separated by a gravel path. She hugged the shadows of the tents, each step landing softly, terrified of alerting anyone. Shen Yanqing's camp stood at the easternmost edge, backed against the hillside, with a narrow path leading out from the front. Its position was more remote than the others, and the surrounding area was quieter still. She circled around to the side of the tent. Those 2 guards were indeed gone, no doubt diverted by Guandong. The tent flap was not fully drawn, though a narrow gap remained. She slipped through it on her side. The camp tent was neater than she had expected. A folding bed stood against the far wall, the bedding pressed into precise order. Beside it, a low table held several books and a set of bow and arrows. A small charcoal brazier burned in the corner, its flames casting a warm glow throughout the tent. The air carried a faint scent of cedar, exactly the same fragrance that clung to Shun Yanqing's black cloak. Xiao Zhangyu took a deep breath, then swiftly shed her clothes, folded them neatly, and placed them at the foot of the bed before slipping beneath the covers. The blanket was warm, likely heated by the brazier. She wrapped herself tightly, leaving only her eyes exposed, staring at the tent flap, waiting. She waited for what felt like an eternity. No footsteps came from outside. All she could hear was her own heartbeat pounding in her ears, drumming relentlessly. Growing restless yet afraid to move, she curled deeper into the blankets. After some time, footsteps finally sounded outside, drawing nearer step by deliberate step, heading this way. But the footsteps stopped at the tent entrance. Xiao Zhangyu heard a voice. "Lord Shen, you have not yet retired for the night. I had ginger soup prepared to ward off the cold. You worked hard today, the night is long. Drink a bowl to warm yourself before sleeping. Su Anren." Xiao Zhangyu rolled her eyes beneath the covers, thinking how this person was impossible to shake off, refusing to rest even at this hour. Shen Yanqing's voice followed, colder than usual, as if deliberately maintaining distance. "No need. My lady should return to rest. The night wind is chill. You would catch cold." "But," I said, "no. Please return." Su Anren's voice paused as though she wished to say more, but swallowed her words. After a moment she replied, "Then may Lord Shen rest well," and her footsteps gradually faded away. The tent flap lifted, a gust of night air swept through, then fell still. Footsteps entered. Shen Yanqing paused at the doorway, as if removing his outer robe and draping it over a nearby stand. Then came the sound of water shifting in a wooden basin. He was bathing. Xiao Zhangyu lay concealed within the blankets, exposing only the slimmest gap for breath. She heard the water, the faint rustle of fabric against skin. She dared not move or look. She could only listen as the sound of water echoed through the quiet tent, each ripple striking at her heart like a hammer. After some time the water fell silent. Footsteps approached the bed, growing closer until they stopped at the edge. The blankets were thrown back. Before Xiao Zhangyu could muster a single word, she was laid bare beneath the candlelight. Eyes closed, she huddled into a small ball, her hair fanned across the pillow, utterly unclad. She could sense him standing at the bedside, gazing down upon her, as though pinned by some unseen force, utterly motionless. The tent was deathly quiet. Then she heard his voice, lowered far below its usual tone, as if restraining himself, or perhaps genuinely exasperated. "Can you?" He abruptly fell silent, at a loss for words. Xiao Zhangyu opened one eye to peek at him. His eyes were closed, his expression a complicated tangle. His ears were flushed red, but his lips were pressed into a thin line. He drew in a sharp breath, his voice dropping even lower. "Do you not understand the meaning of shame?" Xiao Zhangyu studied his slightly flushed face, and suddenly felt none of her fear remain. She emerged halfway from the blankets, her tone reckless and defiant. "I do. But I missed you." Shen Yanqing turned sharply away, his back to her, drawing another deep breath. His voice came from a head thick with suppressed emotion. "And what of it? Leave now. There are many people here. If anyone sees this, do you not care for your reputation?" Xiao Zhangyu sat up, the blanket slipping from her shoulders. She made no effort to retrieve it, merely clutching it to her chest and reaching out toward him. "If neither of us speaks, no one will ever know." Shen Yanqing did not turn. He stood motionless, his shoulders taut. After a moment, he bent to gather her folded garments from the foot of the bed, turned around with his eyes still closed, and tossed the clothes onto her. "Put them on." Before Xiao Zhangyu could react, he suddenly bent down, wrapped the blankets around her entirely, and lifted her into his arms. Xiao Zhangyu was completely stunned by the sudden embrace, struggling against him. "What are you doing? Put me down." Shen Yanqing ignored her. As he walked outward, he snatched his outer robe from the stand with one hand, and wrapped her head to toe, leaving only her eyes visible. The night wind blew cool against her face. She saw him lower his head and tear a strip of cloth with his teeth. She could not tell where he had torn it from, perhaps his inner garment. Then with practiced efficiency he looped it behind her head and tied it securely, gagging her mouth. Xiao Zhangyu's eyes widened in outrage. She wanted to curse him, but the cloth muffled her voice into frantic, muffled sounds. Shen Yanqing carried her through the darkness, moving swiftly along the narrow paths between tents until he reached the women's quarters. Finding her tent, he lifted the flap and set her inside. Chun Tao, who had been dozing by the bedside, leapt up in terror upon seeing Lord Shen enter carrying his miss, the young mistress, so tightly bundled that she resembled a wrapped dumpling, her mouth gaping in shock. Shen Yanqing deposited Xiao Zhangyu onto the bed, then turned to Chun Tao. His voice was low but carried a chill that made Chun Tao's legs tremble. "If you cannot properly watch over your mistress, next time you shall be sold away." Without another word, he turned and departed. The tent flap fell behind him, the night wind sweeping in before stalling once more. Chun Tao remained stunned for a long moment before scrambling to untie the cloth from Xiao Zhangyu's mouth. Once the cloth was removed, Xiao Zhangyu gasped for breath several times before sitting up on the bed, her hair disheveled, draped in his outer robe. She looked down at the black cloak wrapped around her, then glanced toward the doorway, where the tent flap still swayed gently. Seated upon the bed, enveloped in the robe that still held his warmth, Xiao Zhangyu slowly clenched the fabric at her chest. For the next 2 days, she did not venture far, remaining in the tent to rest. It was not that she lacked the desire to go out, but rather she feared running into Su Anren, which would only lead to another argument. Far too exhausting. She welcomed the peace, spending her time reading storybooks, sampling snacks, and sleeping within the tent. Occasionally, she sent Chun Tao out to gather news of the outside world. Each time Chun Tao returned, her report was the same: Lord Shen has been in council meetings today, or Lord Shen has been practicing archery, or Lord Shen has been with several generals. Xiao Zhangyu merely nodded at these accounts and continued turning the pages of her book. On the third day at noon, as she was lying on the bed basking in the sunlight when the curtain was lifted slightly and Zhangyu Yu poked her head in. Unusually, she wasn't picking a quarrel. Her tone was almost surprisingly normal. Xiao Zhangyu, come out and play, could you? We're short-handed, we just need you. Xiao Zhangyu paused, then sat up. You want me to play, could you? Zhangyu Yu shot her a glare. What else would it be? Do you think I came here to argue? Hurry up, everyone's already there. It's just you who's missing. With that, she yanked the curtain shut and stormed off. Xiao Zhangyu sat on the bed for a moment, then smiled. She rose, changed into a practical set of riding clothes, tied her hair back securely, and stepped out of the tent wearing deerskin boots. Behind the tents, a clearing had gathered 7 or 8 noble ladies, split into 2 teams of 3 or 4 each. Zhangyu Yu stood to one side, bending to tie her laces, and without looking up as Xiao Zhangyu approached, said, "You're on my team." Xiao Zhangyu walked over. "Can you actually play?" Zhangyu Yu straightened up and looked at her. "That's not your concern. Just play your own game." The opposing team consisted of 4, including Su Anren among them. She wore a pale lavender tunic and was bent over, adjusting her cuffs. Standing beside her were the 3rd Miss from Minister Li's household, the 2nd daughter from Academician Wang's family, and another girl, whose name Xiao Zhangyu couldn't recall, likely some other official's daughter. They were debating positioning and roles, their voices low but audible enough to catch remarks like, "Your ladyship should stay in the center," and "Your ladyship shouldn't tire yourself running too much." Zhangyu Yu snorted derisively beside her, lowering her voice to mutter, "She's so precious." Xiao Zhangyu didn't respond, simply bending to tighten her laces. The match began. Zhangyu Yu passed first to Xiao Zhangyu, who carried the ball forward 2 paces before the opposition immediately closed in around her. She feinted sideways and passed to Zhangyu Yu, who advanced 2 steps before Miss Li from the opposing side came to intercept. Zhangyu Yu then kicked the ball back to Xiao Zhangyu. Xiao Zhangyu controlled the ball and glanced up at the field. Su Anren was positioned ahead and to the left, ostensibly defending, though her stance was clearly untrained. Her center of gravity too high, her footing unsteady. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhangyu struck the ball. It spun directly towards Su Anren, who instinctively turned her head to dodge. The ball grazed past her shoulder and landed in the open space behind her. Zhangyu Yu chased after the ball and controlled it, then glanced back at Xiao Zhangyu with a smile she couldn't suppress. Xiao Zhangyu maintained her composure as she repositioned, appearing as though the pass had simply gone astray. The pace of the match quickened. Whenever Xiao Zhangyu broke through with the ball, she deliberately, or perhaps inadvertently, tended towards Su Anren's position. Each time Su Anren saw her charging, she'd step aside to evade, but not swiftly enough. Once Xiao Zhangyu changed direction, with the ball flicking it up with her heel. It bounced past Su Anren's knee, sending her stumbling backward, half a step on the verge of falling. Zhangyu Yu laughed uncontrollably behind them. "Xiao Zhangyu, can you aim your passes better? Why do you keep kicking at people?" Xiao Zhangyu spread her hands with an air of righteous justification. "The ground's uneven, my foot slipped. Nothing I could do." The noble ladies watching from the sidelines chuckled, as well, though they restrained their laughter out of respect for Su Anren's dignity. Su Anren stood on the field, head bowed, lips pressed into a thin line, her nails digging into her palms. Miss Li beside her whispered, "Your ladyship, are you all right?" Su Anren shook her head, claiming she was fine. After a while, Xiao Zhangyu carried the ball on the right flank, while Zhangyu Yu raised her hand in the center, requesting a pass. As Xiao Zhangyu lifted her foot to pass, she caught Su Anren moving in from the side to cover. She twisted her ankle mid-motion, switching from a pass to a strike. The ball sliced diagonally past Su Anren's ear, the wind from it ruffling a stray lock of hair near her temple. Su Anren froze for an instant, then stumbled backward 2 steps and sat hard on the ground. The suppressed laughter from the sidelines finally broke loose, with several noble ladies covering their mouths as they giggled. Zhangyu Yu squatted on the ground, slapping her thigh. "Xiao Zhangyu, what do you think you're doing? Are you playing ball or playing people?" Xiao Zhangyu jogged over to retrieve the ball, paused beside Su Anren, and offered her hand with what sounded like genuine concern. "Your ladyship, are you all right? I really did slip just now." Su Anren looked up at her, her face draining of color, her lips trembling slightly, but she didn't take her hand. She pushed herself up from the ground, brushed the grass clippings from her skirt, and murmured, "I'm fine." Xiao Zhangyu withdrew her hand without further comment and jogged back to her position. A short distance away, a few officials' family members who weren't playing watched from the steps, including Shen Yanqing. He held a cup of tea, his gaze fixed on the field for a long moment before the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Beside him, the Prince of Jing'an made no effort to hide his amusement, chuckling as he tapped his knee. Miss Xiao's footwork is impressive. We should call her next time we're short on players. Xin Yanqing didn't respond, merely taking another sip from his teacup. The match went on for nearly 2 hours, with Xiao Zhangyu's team ultimately winning 3-1. Zheng Yuyu rarely initiated praise, but she gave Xiao Zhangyu a pat on the shoulder. Not bad, you know how to play. You should join us more often. Xiao Zhangyu raised an eyebrow. You're not bad yourself. Zheng Yuyu said, nothing, turning away to drink her water instead. Several of the noble ladies gathered around, chattering excitedly about the wonderful goals from earlier, with Xiao Zhangyu at the center of their attention. Su Enren didn't join the celebrations. After coming off the field, she went straight back to her tent and drew the curtain shut. When her maid brought in a basin of water, she waved it away, spilling it across the floor. She sat in the tent for a long time, her expression unreadable, her fingers repeatedly clutching the hem of her sleeve until the knuckles turned white from the pressure. After a while, she rose, smoothed her clothes and hair, and stepped out from behind the curtain. Head bowed, she walked quickly toward where the Empress Dowager was waiting. The Empress Dowager was sipping tea in the tent when Su Anren entered. Without looking up, she asked, "What is it now?" Su Anren stood before her, head lowered, tears falling freely. Her voice was small and trembling. "Aunt." She kept kicking toward my face several times today. Everyone saw it. She did it on purpose. "Aunt, you didn't see the way she looked at me when she kicked. That look was like she wanted to devour me." The Empress Dowager set down her teacup and glanced at her. "You lost." Su Anren said nothing, only crying harder. The Empress Dowager leaned back on her padded couch, her gaze settling on the tear stains on Su Anren for a moment before looking away. Her voice was cold and flat. "What good is crying? If you compete with her and lose, you need another plan. By the time you've finished weeping, she'll still be laughing. What do you hope to gain?" Su Anren stifled her sobs, though her shoulders continued to tremble. She wiped her face with her sleeve and sniffled. "You're right, Aunt. I understand." The Empress Dowager raised her teacup and took another sip, her gaze drifting to the autumn scenery outside the window. On the way back, find an opportunity to have her dealt with. Su Anren looked up sharply, a flicker of terror crossing her face. She hadn't expected the Empress Dowager to speak so plainly. She studied the Empress Dowager's composed expression, her lips parting as if to speak, but the Empress Dowager didn't meet her gaze and continued. "On the autumn hunt's return journey, the mountain paths are treacherous and the carriage rides bumpy. It wouldn't be unusual for someone to accidentally fall from a cliff. We'll simply say she lost her footing and tumbled over. The investigation will uncover nothing." She set down her teacup and looked at Su Anren. "Are you afraid?" She lowered her head, her fists slowly tightening. Her voice was quiet but steady. "Anren is not afraid. I will follow my aunt's guidance." The Empress Dowager nodded once, said nothing more, and waved her hand to dismiss her. The week-long hunting expedition had come to an end. On the morning of the final day, the campsite echoed with the sounds of packing and dismantling tents. Xiao Zhangyu climbed out of her quilt, stretched languidly, and felt that although she had accomplished nothing substantial these past few days, she had at least enjoyed a proper rest. Chuntao had already packed most of their belongings. 2 large bundles rested at the foot of the bed, brimming with clean garments and provisions for the journey ahead. Xiao Zhangyu donned a lightweight lotus purple base, sat by the edge of the bed for a moment to gauge the time, then rose and headed outside. No sooner had she stepped out of the tent than hurried footsteps echoed behind her, followed by Zheng Yuyu's voice, sharp with urgency and anger. "Xiao Zhangyu, wait for me." Xiao Zhangyu turned to see Zheng Yuyu jogging toward her, panting and flushed. "Have you heard? Su Anren, that shameless woman, went around saying I deliberately kicked her in the face during Kuju yesterday. She was the one who couldn't keep her balance." Xiao Zhangyu gawked at her agitated friend. "What? She told Miss Li III that I was disrespecting her, humiliating her in front of so many people. And Miss Li promptly passed it on to me." Zheng Yuyu continued, her chest heaving with rising indignation. "I'm asking you, during yesterday's Kuju match, didn't she fall to the ground 3 times? Didn't she slip and sit on the turf? She can't even kick properly, yet claims others are targeting her. When have I ever targeted her?" Xiao Zhangyu watched her stomp in frustration. "You didn't target her." Zheng Yuyu shot her a glare. "I was just following your lead. Whenever you kicked toward her side, I ran after you." Just as Xiao Zhangyu was about to respond, the thunder of hooves and wheels announced that the departing caravan was already moving forward. She cast a glance toward the advancing line, then back at Zheng Yuyu, but before she could finish her sentence, the crowd had begun shifting again, with carriages and horses streaming out of the camp one after another. They had fallen to the very rear. Xiao Zhangyu and Zheng Yuyu had no choice but to board their respective carriages and trail behind at a leisurely pace. Xiao Zhangyu drew down the carriage curtain and leaned against the soft cushion, closing her eyes to rest. The carriage rolled slowly along the mountain path, and an autumn breeze drifted through the window, carrying the scent of sun-warmed grass and foliage. After traveling some distance, Xiao Zhangyu was dozing against the carriage wall when the vehicle suddenly jolted violently, as though struck from the side. She was thrown to one side, unable to grasp anything in time, and the carriage overturned. Stripped of her balance, everything spun wildly as the carriage tumbled from the roadside. The sound of splintering wood mingled with screams. Her back slammed against the carriage wall before she was hurled outward, plunging into icy water. The swift current enveloped her, surging from all directions and flooding her mouth and nose. She thrashed about attempting to grasp something, but the torrent was too fierce, as if an invisible hand were dragging her downward. She choked on several mouthfuls of water, and consciousness began to fade. The last thing she saw was the sky spinning above her before darkness claimed her. The vanguard of the procession heard the screams and the sound of the carriage shattering behind them, and chaos erupted. Guards spurred their horses back, some shouting that someone had fallen, while others cried out to rescue her. Several noble ladies peered out from their carriages, their faces etched with panic. Fu Ziyuan and Madame Zhang's carriage, positioned further ahead, halted immediately upon hearing the commotion. Madame Zhang lifted the carriage curtain and glimpsed the turmoil behind her, catching snippets of someone calling out for the Xiao family's carriage. Her face drained of color, her knuckles whitening around the curtain. Fu Ziyuan leaped from his carriage and ran back, while Madame Zhang followed unsteadily, her legs nearly giving way, supported by a maid as they hurried forward. Upon reaching the scene, they found only the wreckage of the smashed carriage lying on the slope beside the road. One wheel had rolled far into the grass, and scattered across the ground were fragments of wood and cloth. Their daughter, along with the entire carriage, had vanished. Hoofprints led to the cliff's edge, beyond which lay a raging river, its white-capped waves churning violently, with no sign of any person. Fu Ziyuan threw himself to the cliff's edge and looked down. The river's surface churned with white foam, and his face went ashen. Behind him, Madame Zhang trembled violently, her mouth opening and closing soundlessly as tears streamed down her cheeks. She gripped Fu Ziyuan's arm until her knuckles turned white, her lips quivering as she forced out a few broken words. You felony. The Emperor's and the Empress Dowager's carriages also came to a halt. An attendant came running forward from ahead to report the situation. The young emperor, flustered, glanced nervously at Shun Yanqing beside him. Shun Yanqing had already dismounted and stood at the cliff's edge, gazing downward. His eyes lingered for a moment on the turbulent waters before he turned to his guards. Divide into two groups. One team will search downstream along the river, the other will follow me down the cliff. His voice remained steady, betraying no emotion, and his movements were swift. He removed his bow and arrows, unfastened his outer robe, and in his neat riding attire began climbing down the cliff face, using the protrusions as handholds. Several guards leaped down after him. Fu Ziyuan paused briefly at the sight of Shun Yanqing descending, then pulled Madame Zhang back a few steps to make way for the arriving guards. Madame Zhang clutched his hand, trembling uncontrollably, her voice intermittent and broken. She'll be found. She'll be found. Fu Ziyuan patted her hand and offered no further words. Su Anren sat inside her carriage and lifted the curtain slightly to glance outside. Shun Yanqing's figure had already disappeared beyond the cliff's edge. She lowered the curtain and leaned against the carriage wall. Her expression remained tranquil and unreadable, save for her fingers gripping the edge of her sleeve with white-knuckled intensity. The Empress Dowager, seated in her carriage ahead, listened to the attendant's report and remarked dismissively, "The Grand Secretary's willingness to personally rescue those in danger speaks well of duty. Since he is gone, we should not delay our journey. Let us return to the palace first." The attendant acknowledged and relayed the order. Shun Yanqing climbed down the cliff face to the mountain foot, where jagged rocks lined the riverbank and the current rushed mercilessly. He led several guards downstream along the river. Turning to his men, he instructed, "Spread out and search. Once found, follow the riverbank upstream. I'll find shelter nearby and tie cloth strips to branches as markers. When you see the strips, you'll know the way." The guards dispersed as ordered. After walking for more than a li, he spotted Xiao Zhangyu on a slightly flatter stretch of riverbank. She lay on her side on the riverbed, her lower body still submerged in the water, her hair scattered across the ground, her clothes soaked through and clinging to her frame. Shun Yanqing hurried over and crouched down, reaching out to check her breath. She was still alive. Breath was shallow, but it was there. He let out a breath of relief, dragged her from the water, and lifted her into his arms. Carrying Xiao Zhangyu along the riverbank for some distance, he found a small cave beneath a wind-sheltering rock face. The cave was modest, but capable of keeping out the wind and rain, with a layer of dry sand and soil covering the floor. He placed Xiao Zhangyu inside, then turned to gather dead branches and dry moss nearby, using a flint stone to kindle a fire. As the firelight flickered to life, the temperature in the cave slowly rose. Xiao Zhangyu lay on the ground, drenched from head to toe, shivering into a tight ball, her lips turning purple. She resembled a kitten that had been completely soaked. Shun Yanqing removed his outer robe and draped it over a nearby stone to dry, then walked over and crouched beside her, reaching out to check her forehead. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out to help her sit up, supporting her against himself so she could stay closer to the fire. In her unconscious state, Xiao Zhangyu sensed the source of warmth and instinctively pressed closer to him, curling into his embrace, as if desperate to absorb every trace of his heat. Her face pressed against his chest, her fingers clutching his garment, as she murmured incoherently, "Cold. So cold." Shen Yanqing's body stiffened for a moment, but he did not push her away. He retrieved the outer robe he had been drying and draped it over her, then glanced down at her shoulder, where faint traces of blood had seeped through the soaked fabric. His brows furrowed, and he reached out to gently part the fabric at her shoulder. The wound was not deep. It appeared to have been caused by a splinter of broken wood, but blood continued to seep, staining the damp cloth into a dark patch. He fell silent for a moment, then reached up and unfastened the ties of her inner garment, gently pulling the fabric down from her shoulder to her arm. The whiteness of her skin was striking in the firelight, delicate and smooth as the finest mutton fat, jade tinged with a faint warmth reflected from the flames. Her shoulders were gracefully curved, her collarbones distinct, trembling slightly from the cold. Shen Yanqing's gaze lingered on her for an instant before he swiftly looked away. He retrieved a small vial of medicinal ointment from his robe, removed the stopper, poured some onto his fingertip, and lowered his eyes as he gently applied it to her wound. When his fingers brushed her skin, she flinched slightly from the pain, letting out a muffled, indistinct sigh. He paused briefly, waiting for her to calm down, then continued spreading the ointment evenly. Afterward, he tore a clean piece of cloth from his inner garment, covered the wound with it, and pressed gently to secure the bandage. Having completed everything, he realized he had broken into a light sweat. He shifted backward half a step, creating some distance between them, glanced down at his own person, and cursed silently. Damn it. He turned his back to her, facing away, and took several deep breaths until he had composed himself. Standing up, he walked to the cave entrance and stuck several branches into the soil outside. He tore additional strips from his hem and tied them to the branches, creating clear markers so the guards could follow the signs to find them here. After finishing, he returned to the fire and added a few more logs. Outside, it had begun to rain. Raindrops pattered against the leaves outside the cave entrance, crackling with increasing intensity until the storm became a ceaseless autumn deluge. Shen Yanqing stood at the entrance and glanced outward at the heavy rain. The guards walking along the riverbank would likely have to wait for the storm to break before they could locate them. He withdrew his gaze and sat back beside the fire. Xiao Zhangyu was still asleep, curled into a tight ball wrapped in his outer robe, occasionally letting out a soft whimper, as if even in her dreams she found no peace. The rain grew heavier, showing no sign of stopping. He glanced at the gray, overcast sky beyond the cave, then at the figure curled near the fire, and sat down at a respectful distance from her, leaning against the rock wall. Outside, the rain fell continuously, while inside the cave there was only the crackling of burning wood and her faint, steady breathing. He closed his eyes, but did not sleep. He simply listened to the rain, waiting for it to cease. Xiao Zhangyu awoke in the late afternoon. Opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was the stone ceiling of the cave, grayish-brown, marked with fine cracks that resembled a dried riverbed. Then she noticed the firelight, orange and flickering, casting dancing shadows against the stone walls. Her mind felt as though it had been stuffed with cotton, swollen and dull, unable to grasp anything clearly. She could only feel waves of coldness coursing through her body, a chill that seemed to seep from the very marrow of her bones. She tried to move her fingers, but they felt frozen, refusing to obey. She heard a faint sound beside her, as if someone were adding wood to the fire. Slowly turning her head, she saw Shen Yanqing sitting a short distance away, placing a dry branch into the flames. His head was bowed, firelight carving his profile in shifting patterns of light and shadow. His lips were pressed tightly together, and his movements were gentle, as though afraid to disturb whatever slumbered. Watching him, Xiao Zhangyu began to piece together vague memories. The carriage overturning her, falling into the water, the fierce current pulling her along before consciousness slipped away. Her gaze dropped instinctively to her shoulder. The fabric there had been torn open and carefully retied. Not perfectly neat, but secure. The wound on her shoulder no longer hurt. It only itched faintly, as if healing. She wanted to speak, but her throat was parched, scraped raw as though ground by sandpaper. She opened her mouth. Shen Yanqing heard the sound and turned to look at her. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment before his brows furrowed. "You're awake." Xiao Zhangyu looked at him, neither nodding nor shaking her head, simply blinking. Her mind was still addled like a pot of porridge churned into confusion, nothing clear. He had stayed alone with her in this remote mountain cave, rain falling outside with no one to disturb them. If she claimed to remember nothing, if he believed she had been knocked silly by the fall, could she not use that to cling to him? She turned the thought over and over in her mind before deciding. She would remain silent. Biting her lip, she averted her gaze from his face to the fire beside her. Shen Yanqing waited a moment, noticing she merely stared at the flames in silence, and frowned again. "Do you remember what happened?" Xiao Zhangyu shook her head. Her movement was slow, as if she had exhausted all her strength to complete such a simple gesture, before lowering her head once more to study her fingers, as though seeing her hands for the first time. Shen Yanqing's frown deepened. He shifted forward half a step and waved his hand before her eyes. "What is your name?" Xiao Zhangyu blinked, but offered no response. She tilted her head to look at his hand, as if trying to grasp the meaning of his question, but showed no reaction whatsoever. Xin Yanqing fell silent for a moment, then his voice dropped lower. "Do you know who I am?" Xiao Zhangyu glanced at him, then lowered her head again, still not speaking. Xin Yanqing withdrew his hand, sat back in his original place, and fixed his gaze on her face. After a while he stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and looked out. The rain had not stopped and the sky had already darkened. Beyond the cave the world was shrouded in a curtain of rain, obscuring everything from view. He returned to the fire, sat down, added a few more logs, and stoked the flames higher. He glanced at Xiao Zhangyu, who was curled up beside the fire, her face flushed red from the glow, but her lips were still pale. She had drawn herself into a tight ball wrapped in his outer robe, and was still trembling slightly. He frowned, reached out to touch her forehead. It was burning. It was not the warmth from the firelight. It was a true, scorching fever, the heat radiating through her skin, unmistakable. Xiao Zhangyu herself did not feel hot. She only felt cold, so cold that her whole body shook, as if someone had thrown her into an ice cellar, with chilling air pressing in from all sides, inescapable. Instinctively she leaned toward the source of heat. Xin Yanqing's hand was still on her forehead. She pressed forward, pressing her cheek into his palm, a mingling of cold and heat that left her unable to tell whether she was burning with fever or shivering with cold. Xin Yanqing's hand paused for a moment, but he did not pull away. He let her lean against it for a while, then withdrew his hand and shifted her closer to the fire. Xiao Zhangyu refused and moved back toward him. She was already half delirious, with only one thought in her mind. He was warm, she was cold. If she clung to him, she would no longer be cold. She reached out, grabbed the front of his robe, buried her face in his chest, and clung to him like an octopus. Xin Yanqing's back stiffened for a moment. He tried to pull her away, but her grip was too tight. Her knuckles had turned white. As if afraid he would escape, she buried her face deeper into his chest, muttering, "Cold. So cold." Xin Yanqing's hand paused in midair, then finally lowered. He let her lean against him without pushing her away, merely turning his head slightly to look elsewhere. Her burning body pressed against his, separated only by two thin layers of undergarments, the scorching sensation far too vivid. His breathing faltered for an instant. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of agitation. She was feverish, she was not in her right mind. But Xiao Zhangyu did not think so. She drifted in a haze alternating between cold and hot, her clear thoughts churned into a muddle by the heat. All she knew was that the person before her was very warm, and that if she got close she would not feel so cold. She began to fumble with her own clothes, as if struggling with something in a dream. Xin Yanqing looked down, saw her tugging at her collar, and quickly reached out to stop her hands. Her strength was not great, but her thrashing caught him off guard. He said in a low voice, "Don't move." Xiao Zhangyu ignored him and continued pulling at her collar. Xin Yanqing had no choice but to hold her hand with one hand while using the other to quickly smooth her collar back into place, taking care not to touch her skin. Then he felt a tug at the fabric around his waist. Her hand had somehow let go of the front of his robe and was reaching downward, pulling at the waistband of his trousers. Before Xin Yanqing could react, she seemed to find some kind of switch and sat up abruptly. His body tensed violently. In that instant, he froze completely, like a stone statue struck by an acupoint sealing technique, unable to move or make a sound. Xiao Zhangyu sat astride him, her hands on his shoulders, her head bowed, stray strands of hair falling over her forehead, obscuring her eyes. As if she had finally found what she wanted, she let out a very soft sigh, as if she had finally become warm. Xin Yanqing's breathing was utterly disordered. In that moment, his reason was struck hard by something. He wanted to push her away, but she was gripping too tightly, so tightly that the slightest movement on his part would bring more sensation. His voice came through clenched teeth, low and restrained. "You." He only uttered that one word before being interrupted by her next action. She began to move clumsily and without any rhythm, as if following some instinct or as if relying on her body's memory to do something she had done before. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, trickling down her temples and dripping onto his chest. Xin Yanqing closed his eyes. His reason was still there, but his body was no longer obeying. He thought of her fever, of her delirium, of the possibility that she had no idea what she was doing, but the thought that dominated all others was that he would take responsibility for her from now on. She would be his woman, his concubine. Since she was destined to be his, what difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? He reached out and grasped her waist. The time that followed became chaotic and endless, like a stretched, stagnant night. At one point, Xiao Zhangyu fainted, only to be revived by a few sips of water he fed her. Her body was scorching hot, and she sweated profusely, layer after layer, as if trying to expel all the heat from her body. He held her in his arms by the light of the fire and fed her water from the bamboo tube, drop by drop, then laid her back down, letting her lean against him. In her daze, she grasped his wrist, as if to confirm he was still there, that he had not left. When the rain finally stopped, she had fallen completely quiet, nestled in his arms. Her breathing became steady and deep, as if she had finally been released from the chaos of alternating cold and heat. He looked down at her. Her face was flushed, her hair wet and plastered to her forehead, her lips slightly parted and more colored than before. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment, then he looked away, reached for the outer robe lying nearby, and draped it over her. He leaned back against the stone wall and closed his eyes. The next morning, Xiao Zhangyu woke first. She opened her eyes to find herself lying in his arms, her cheek pressed against his chest, her hand clutching the front of his robe. Both of them were wearing only thin undergarments, the fabric crumpled and tangled, as if from a night of restless tossing. Her body ached all over as if it had been trampled, and a certain place throbbed with a dull pain. She stirred slightly, feeling his arms still resting on her waist, as if holding her unconsciously. She didn't move, slowly lifting her head to glance at him. His eyes were closed, his breathing steady as if still asleep, but his brow was faintly furrowed, as though even in his dreams he was not entirely at ease. She gazed at his face for a long moment, then gradually averted her eyes, pressing her forehead against his chest as she replayed the events of the previous night in her mind. If she remembered nothing, then he would have no way to push her away. He was the man, and she had been the one to take the initiative. While he was not fully conscious, he could not blame her. After a moment of contemplation, she buried her face in his chest and continued to feign sleep. A while later, Shen Yanqing awoke. He looked down at the person in his arms and found her eyes open, staring blankly at his collar. He paused for a moment, then raised a hand and waved it before her eyes awake. Xiao Zhangyu blinked, not uttering a word, just looking at him with a somewhat unfocused gaze, as if trying to recognize who he was. Shen Yanqing studied her expression and asked again, "Are you all right?" Xiao Zhangyu slowly nodded, her voice faint and hoarse. "Fine." Shen Yanqing cast another glance at her. "Do you remember what happened?" Xiao Zhangyu shook her head. Her movement was slow, as if it took all her strength to complete such a simple action. Shen Yanqing's brow furrowed. "What is your name?" Xiao Zhangyu looked at him, silent for a long time, then lowered her gaze to her own fingers, as if struggling to find an answer, but failing. Shen Yanqing asked several more questions, such as, "How old are you? Where is your home? Do you remember who your father is?" Each time Xiao Zhangyu either shook her head or remained silent. Shen Yanqing sat there quiet for a long while, then said in a low voice, "Eat something first. We'll find a physician when we return." With that, he turned to fetch the leftover fish he had grilled yesterday, wrapped it in a leaf, warmed it over the fire, and handed it to her. Xiao Zhangyu looked down at the fish, then up at Shen Yanqing, took it, and began to nibble in small bites. Her face was still flushed, partly from the fever that had just broken, and partly because she noticed the bruises and marks on her own body when she lowered her head. They were scattered across her arms, collarbone, and even her waist. She quickly looked away. Shen Yanqing saw them too. He coughed, said nothing, but rose to fetch her lotus-colored short jacket, which had been dried by the fire. He handed it to her with his back, turned, "Put your clothes on first." Xiao Zhangyu looked down at the loose inner garment she was wearing, which had been pulled open at some point, revealing half her shoulder and the clear red marks on her collarbone. She quickly took the jacket and put it on her fingers, trembling slightly as she tied the sash. Shen Yanqing gave her some water and then broke off a piece of grilled fish, holding it to her lips. She opened her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. After a couple more bites, she lost her appetite. Leaning against the stone wall, she lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the fire. Shen Yanqing sat beside her, asking no more questions, only occasionally adding a piece of firewood to the flames. Outside the cave, the sky had fully brightened. In the distance, faint voices and the sound of horses' hooves drifted from the riverbank, growing closer. Shen Yanqing stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and glanced at the distant moving figures. He turned around. "The guards have arrived. Let's go." By the time the guards reached the cave, it was already the next morning. 7 or 8 men had searched along the riverbank, following the cloth markers Shen Yanqing had tied to branches, until they finally found this hidden cave entrance. The leading guard knelt on one knee, panting, "I came late. Please punish me, master." Shen Yanqing stood at the entrance, his expression indifferent. "It's nothing. Rise." He stepped aside to reveal the cave opening, and the guard saw that someone else was sitting inside. Xiao Zhangyu was huddled by the fire, wrapped in his outer robe, head bowed, hair tumbling over one shoulder, as if not yet fully awake. The guards dared not stare, and quickly lowered their heads, stepping back. Shen Yanqing walked back to Xiao Zhangyu, bent down, and spoke in a lower voice than before, "Can you walk?" Xiao Zhangyu looked up at him, said nothing, but simply reached out and clutched his sleeve. Her fingers gripped tightly, the knuckles turning white as if afraid he would leave. Shen Yanqing glanced down at her hand, clutching his sleeve, did not pull away, but turned to the guards and said, "Find a sedan chair to carry her out." The mountain path was rough, and the sedan chair jolted for nearly an hour before reaching the main road. Shen Yanqing had the party stop at an inn, rented 2 superior rooms, and sent someone to a nearby town to buy 2 sets of clean clothes. He bathed and changed first, then had a maidservant called to assist Xiao Zhangyu with her washing. The maid was quick and efficient. She unbound Xiao Zhangyu's tangled hair, prepared warm water, and helped her bathe and change into clean clothes. Xiao Zhangyu remained silent throughout, sitting obediently and letting the maid fuss over her. After changing, she stood before the bronze mirror and looked at herself. Her complexion was still pale, and her lips had not fully regained their color. She indeed looked as if she had been through a serious illness. She averted her gaze, lowered her head, and followed the maid out of the room. Shen Yanqing was already waiting in the corridor. He had changed into a moon-white robe, his hair still slightly damp, as if he had just bathed. When he saw her emerge, his gaze lingered on her face for a moment, as if confirming that her fever had not returned. Then he looked away. Your father is here. He's waiting in the main hall. Xiao Zhangyu's heart jolted, but her face betrayed no emotion. She nodded, still clutching his sleeve, and followed him downstairs. In the main hall, Fu Ziyuan was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, his face etched with anxiety. He had rushed over as soon as he received the message, traveling at top speed, without even changing his clothes, still wearing that dark brown, everyday robe, the hem stained with traces of dust. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, he whirled around and saw Xiao Zhangyu descending behind Shen Yanqing. He hurried forward 2 steps, his voice cracking. Yu, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? He reached out to take her, but Xiao Zhangyu stepped back half a step, dodging his hand. She shrank entirely behind Shen Yanqing, only half her face visible as she looked at him. Fu Ziyuan's hand froze in midair. Yu. He looked from Xiao Zhangyu to Shen Yanqing, his voice turning somber. What's going on? Shen Yanqing turned his head to glance at Xiao Zhangyu hiding behind him, then spoke after a moment of silence. After your daughter fell into the water, she woke up, not recognizing anyone. I asked her a few questions, and she couldn't answer any of them. Fu Ziyuan's expression changed. Not recognizing anyone? What do you mean? He took another step toward Xiao Zhangyu. Yu, I'm your second father. Don't you recognize me? Xiao Zhangyu looked at him, her gaze resting on his face for a moment, then shook her head and shrank further behind Shen Yanqing, her fingers tightening even more on his sleeve. Shen Yanqing looked down at her, then raised his head to meet Fu Ziyuan's eyes, his voice calm. Chancellor, it's not safe to stay here long. Let's find a place to talk. In a private room on the upper floor of the inn, the 3 sat down. Fu Ziyuan sat at the table staring at Xiao Zhangyu, who was hiding behind Shen Yanqing, his brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. He asked a few questions such as, do you remember your mother? Do you remember your father? Do you remember your younger brother? Each time Xiao Zhangyu shook her head, her gaze vacant as she looked at him, as if he were a stranger. Finally, she even began to lean toward Shen Yanqing, as if seeking protection. Fu Ziyuan's brows furrowed even tighter. He leaned back in his chair, was silent for a moment, and then looked at Shen Yanqing. What did you do to her? Shen Yanqing picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said in a calm tone, I did nothing. Your daughter lost her memory after falling into the water. This is how she was when I found her. Fu Ziyuan stared at him for a long while, as if trying to determine whether he was lying. Then he shifted his gaze back to Xiao Zhangyu, who was lowering her head, her fingers clutching Shen Yanqing's sleeve, as if it were the only thing she could hold on to in this unfamiliar environment. A vague, indescribable feeling surged in Fu Ziyuan's heart, a mixture of bitterness and something else. He was silent for a long time before speaking, his voice lowering, I'll take her home. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhangyu jerked her head up, as if stung, tears welling up without warning and falling one after another. She didn't speak, only clutching Shen Yanqing's sleeve tighter and tighter, her entire body nearly pressing against him. Fu Ziyuan looked at her like this, the bitterness in his heart growing stronger, but he still reached out to pull her. You, let's go home, all right? Xiao Zhangyu shook her head, hiding deeper behind Shen Yanqing, crying even harder. Shen Yanqing remained silent. Fu Ziyuan's hand stopped in midair. He looked at Xiao Zhangyu's evasive gaze and tear-streaked face, then at Shen Yanqing's impassive expression, and was silent for a long time. He finally withdrew his hand, his voice much lower than before, as if conceding, if she stays with you, can you guarantee her safety? Shen Yanqing put down his teacup. The people behind this haven't been identified yet. I don't know if they're targeting your daughter or the Grand Chancellor. Let her stay with me. We'll announce to the public that she hasn't been found yet, and only after we've investigated thoroughly will she reappear. I'll summon the best physicians for her until her memory returns. Fu Ziyuan glanced at Xiao Zhangyu, then at Shen Yanqing, as if trying to find a crack in that cold face, but found nothing. He was silent for a long time, then finally nodded, as if making a great decision. Xiao Zhangyu, standing behind Shen Yanqing, secretly wiped her tears in a corner her father couldn't see. In her heart, she silently said, Father, I'm sorry. For the sake of our family, and to win over Shen Yanqing, I have no choice but to do this. I will not let you down. Fu Ziyuan then added a few more instructions like, be sure to keep it secret, and my daughter's reputation, before standing up and glancing at Xiao Zhangyu once more. She kept her head down, still clutching Shen Yanqing's sleeve, not looking at him. Fu Ziyuan's throat tightened slightly. He withdrew his gaze and turned to walk out. The door closed behind him, and the sound of footsteps faded down the corridor until it disappeared. That evening, Shen Yanqing took Xiao Zhangyu back to the Grand Chancellor's mansion. They did not enter through the main gate. They took an inconspicuous sedan chair through the back alley. Shen Yanqing settled her in the small courtyard next to his own. That courtyard was more spacious and exquisite than the other guest courtyards with 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each side. In the courtyard grew a sweet osmanthus tree and several clumps of green bamboo. When the autumn wind blew, the bamboo leaves rustled softly, creating an atmosphere of quiet seclusion. Xin Yanqing stood at the entrance of the courtyard and said in a flat tone, "You'll stay here. If you need anything, tell Shiwu." He turned to leave after speaking, but after taking 2 steps he stopped and added over his shoulder, "I've posted guards outside. No one will disturb you." Chu Yi stood nearby, observing his master arranging for Xiao Zhangyu to stay in that courtyard. He was secretly startled. That courtyard had previously been reserved for the mistress of the household, and his master had never allowed anyone else to live there. But he said nothing, only bowed his head in acknowledgement. In the middle of the night, load after load of items were quietly carried through the back gate into the courtyard: trunks, dressing cases, clothes, bedding, pastries, medicinal herbs, and the celadon teapot and pair of white jade paperweights that Xiao Zhangyu usually used. Xin Yanqing was awakened by the commotion outside. He threw on an outer robe and came out to see Chu Yi directing several servants to carry the items into the neighboring courtyard. He frowned. "What's this?" Chu Yi approached and replied in a low voice, "Master, the Xiao and Fu family sent these. They said they were afraid Miss Xiao might not be comfortable, so they sent over the things she's used to." Xin Yanqing looked at the half-courtyard full of boxes and gave a contemptuous laugh. "Do you think Xin Yanqing would deprive her of anything?" But he didn't order them returned, he simply waved his hand. "Carry them in." Chu Yi acknowledged and continued directing the movers, silently thinking that Miss Xiao's status was probably far more significant than he had imagined. In the neighboring courtyard, Xiao Zhangyu was still awake. She sat on the bed watching as those familiar items were brought in one by one. Her dressing case, her celadon teapot, her lotus-pink brocade quilt, and even the few storybooks she loved to read. A complex, indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She sniffled, suppressing the bitterness that threatened to overflow, and then glanced at the girl standing at the door. That girl was about 16 or 17, dressed in a neat short jacket and trousers. Her features were sharp and clean, clearly indicating she was a martial artist. She walked in and clasped her hands in greeting to Xiao Zhangyu. "Miss Xiao, I am sure Wu sent by the master to attend to you personally. Whatever you need, just tell me." Xiao Zhangyu looked at her, nodded, and said softly, "I have a headache. I want to bathe and sleep." Without a word, Wu went to prepare hot water. After bathing, Xiao Zhangyu lay down in the familiar lotus-pink brocade quilt, inhaling the scent of the incense she was used to, curling herself into a ball. The courtyard was unfamiliar, the bed was unfamiliar, but the bedding was familiar, the pillow was familiar, and even the scent drifting in the air was the familiar fragrance of osmanthus and aloes wood. She closed her eyes and slowly exhaled in the darkness. Everything today felt like a dream. She was pulled from the river and pretended to have lost her memory. She had deceived everyone, but she had no other choice. She had to win over Xin Yanqing, had to make him keep her by his side. She buried her face in the pillow, rubbing against the soft fabric. The pillow was new, but the fabric felt familiar. It was sent by her mother through the night. She thought of her mother, thought of her father's slightly faltering back as he turned to leave, and her nose tingled again. She sniffled, suppressed the bitterness, and gripped the corner of the quilt tightly. Then she closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao Zhangyu was awakened by the chirping of birds outside the window. She opened her eyes and gazed at the unfamiliar mosquito net above her head, stunned for a long moment before recalling where she was. She turned and sat up, the quilt sliding from her shoulders to reveal a lotus-purple undergarment beneath. It was the new dress 15 had helped her change into the night before, the fabric soft and comfortable, carrying a faint fragrance of soap beans. She glanced down at her clothes and then surveyed the room, noticing how the familiar objects were neatly arranged. A lacquered jewelry box sat on the table, a celadon teapot rested on the desk, and a pair of white jade paperweights held down several unfinished storybooks. She pulled back the quilt, stepped out of bed, and felt the cool floor beneath her feet. She walked to the window and pushed it open, revealing the osmanthus tree in full bloom in the courtyard. The tiny golden blossoms glistened like scattered gold in the morning light, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of osmanthus. 15 entered, pushing the door open, a basin of water in hand. She paused upon seeing Xiao Zhangyu standing by the window, then set the basin down. "Miss, you're awake. I'll draw water for you to wash." Xiao Zhangyu turned her head, her gaze lingering on 15's face for a moment before dropping her eyes and speaking softly, "And Yanqing?" After asking, she raised her eyes again to look at 15 with a touch of calculated confusion and unease in her expression. 15 hesitated before replying respectfully, "The master is attending to matters outside and won't return until later. Would you prefer to have your morning meal first, miss? The kitchen has prepared shredded chicken congee and a few side dishes. Perhaps you'd like to see if they suit your taste." Xiao Zhangyu listened with an unreadable expression, merely nodding in response. She glanced out the window once more before taking a seat at the table, lifting the bowl of congee to drink a couple of spoonfuls before setting it down again. She didn't want 15 to sense her eagerness or catch any slip in her performance. As someone who had supposedly lost her memory, she needed to appear passive rather than forward. After her morning meal, Xiao Zhangyu took a walk around the courtyard. Though modest in size, it was well kept with a stone table and 2 stools beneath the osmanthus tree, while green bamboo swayed gently in the corner, their leaves rustling softly. She sat on the stone stool for a while, letting the warm autumn sunlight bathe her as she narrowed her eyes and pondered other matters. It was early October now, and less than 3 months remained until that winter from her dream. She had to prepare as quickly as possible. She planned to prepare for both possibilities, allowing Xin Yanqing to gradually accept her so she could remain by his side, while also ensuring she had an alternative path if things didn't go smoothly with him. But now she was in the Shun residence with Xin Yanqing absent and no one outside able to find her, so she could only wait here for the moment. After sitting a while longer, she rose and returned indoors. An open storybook lay spread across the table, the one she'd casually skimmed through the night before. She picked it up and propped herself against the bedside to continue reading, turning over several pages without absorbing a single word. Setting the book aside, she began pacing the room once more. Meanwhile, at the Omping Princess Manor on the other side of the capital, Su Anren sat by the window with a cup of tea in hand, listening to her maid's report. "What's the situation outside?" Her voice was low and emotionless. The maid kept her head bowed and replied cautiously, "Reporting to the princess, the search continues. Lord Fu's men have been searching downstream along the river for 2 days now, and the chief grand secretary's residence has also sent people. Word is they've even checked the nearby villages, but still haven't found the person." Su Anren set down her teacup, a faint curve forming at the corners of her mouth as she picked up the round fan from the table and gave it a gentle wave twice. "Still haven't found them. So that means neither alive nor dead." The maid nodded. "Yes. Some say the river current is too swift, and if a person falls in and hits the rocks, they likely won't be found." Su Anren remained silent, simply setting down the fan and rising slowly to adjust her clothes. "Prepare the palanquin. I'm going to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, my aunt." Inside the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters, the charcoal brazier burned brightly, filling the room with warmth that stood in stark contrast to the autumn chill outside. When Su Anren entered, the Empress Dowager was leaning against a soft couch, engrossed in a book. At the sound of footsteps, she lifted her eyelids slightly and set the volume down. "You've come." Su Anren stepped forward and knelt on a small stool beside the Empress Dowager's feet, taking the jade hammer from a nearby maid. She began gently massaging her legs with measured pressure. "Auntie, you look particularly radiant today. You seem much more vigorous than in recent days." The Empress Dowager leaned back against the cushion with her eyes closed, letting out a soft chuckle. "You certainly know how to speak." Su Anren smiled without breaking her rhythmic massage. "It's all because Auntie takes such good care of herself. I'm simply telling the truth. Last night, I retired early, and this morning I heard the maids mention they're still searching along the riverbank." The Empress Dowager's eyelids flickered slightly, though her tone remained steady. "Still haven't found them." Su Anren's voice was soft and delicate, drifting like wisps of smoke. "No, they haven't. They've been following the river for 2 days now, but found nothing. Auntie, you tell me, with such a swift current in that river, if someone fell in." She let the words trail off, but the Empress Dowager understood perfectly. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes and glanced at her before closing them again. "It's been 2 days and still no sign. Likely she's gone. Whether she has the strength to survive depends on heaven's will." Su Anren kept her head bowed, saying nothing, simply adjusting the jade hammer to a new position and continuing the massage. After a moment of silence, the Empress Dowager opened her eyes again, her gaze settling on Su Anren's lowered lashes. "You don't seem troubled at all." Su Anren looked up, her face adopting just the right amount of confusion, as if taken aback by the question. "Auntie, why would I be anxious? I don't know anything. I merely came to visit you." The Empress Dowager studied her innocent expression, paused, then smiled faintly, without pressing the matter further. "Enough, child. It's sufficient that you understand what's required." Su Anren bowed her head, her voice tinged with shy pleasure. "I was raised under Auntie's watchful eye, so of course I'll follow her guidance." The Empress Dowager closed her eyes again and leaned back against the cushion. "I've already removed your obstacles. You need no instruction from me on what to do next, do you?" Su Anren's hands paused briefly before resuming their gentle movements, her voice soft, as if both coaxing and promising. "Rest assured, Auntie, I understand completely." The Empress Dowager let out another soft hum, but said nothing more. Within the sleeping quarters, only the gentle tapping of the jade hammer against her legs and the occasional crackle of burning charcoal filled the air. After a while, the Empress Dowager seemed to remember something and spoke again. "Any developments from the Shun household?" Su Anren's hands paused momentarily. "Lord Shun is still occupied with the search outside." "Still searching?" The Empress Dowager's tone was measured. Su Anren nodded. "Yes, I hear he personally led searches several times along the river, examining every detail." The Empress Dowager fell silent for a moment, her voice taking on an ambiguous quality of scrutiny. "Indeed, he takes this seriously." Su Anren's smile remained unchanged, though her knuckles whitened slightly around the jade hammer, her tone still light-hearted. As Chief Grand Secretary, Lord Shen naturally must inquire about such matters. The Empress Dowager merely acknowledged with a hum, offering no further questions. Su Anren continued the massage for a while longer, shifting positions twice before setting down the jade hammer and rising to pour a cup of hot tea for the Empress Dowager, offering it with the words, "Auntie, please enjoy your tea." The Empress Dowager accepted the teacup and took a sip, her gaze lingering briefly on Su Anren's face. "Very well, stop lingering here. Return and rest properly. Make certain no one suspects anything." Su Anren acknowledged with a response and offered another bow before turning to leave. The door curtain fell behind her, concealing the Empress Dowager's impassive expression. Su Anren walked along the corridor, her steps steady and unhurried, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. After returning to the Commandery Princess Manor, Su Anren did not rest. She went straight to her inner chamber. A moment later, she set down her hairpin and called out, "Someone come here." A maid pushed open the door, keeping her head bowed and hands clasped as she waited. Su Anren glanced at her through the mirror, her voice flat. "Go outside and find a few reliable people. Keep an eye on what is happening at the Senior Grand Secretary's residence and the Xiao family estate. The moment you catch sight of that woman." She paused, her fingertips tapping lightly against the desktop twice. "Kill her directly. Do not leave any survivors." The maid's eyelashes trembled ever so slightly. She lowered her head and responded with a single yes, then turned and exited. Su Anren continued facing the bronze mirror, methodically removing her hairpins one by one. Jade green hairpins, vermilion gold ornaments, placing them neatly upon her dressing table. Her reflection in the mirror was calm and gentle, revealing not a hint of murderous intent. Meanwhile, at the Shen residence, Xiao Zhangyu sat on a stone bench beneath the osmanthus tree waiting. She had been waiting all day, from morning until noon, from noon until dusk, having already flipped through 3 storybooks. She had finished 2 bowls of shredded chicken congee and walked back and forth beneath the osmanthus tree over a dozen times, yet Shen Yanqing still had not returned. As the sun set, Shiwu walked in from outside, bowed to her, and reported, "Miss, the master has returned. He is in the study." Xiao Zhangyu rose abruptly, a wave of relief washing over her. She looked at Shiwu, her voice soft, tinged with hesitation and bewilderment. "Yanqing is back. May I go see him?" Shiwu paused. "The master is attending to official documents in the study. If you wish to visit, this servant will escort you there." Xiao Zhangyu nodded and followed Shiwu through the covered corridor toward the study. The study door stood half open, a lamp glowing within. Shiwu stopped at the threshold and announced inside, "Master, Miss Xiao has arrived." A brief silence fell, then Shen Yanqing's voice drifted out, cool and measured. "Let her in." Xiao Zhangyu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Shen Yanqing sat behind his desk, several memorial files spread before him, a brush still held in his hand. He lifted his gaze and looked at her, his eyes pausing for a moment. "What is the matter?" Xiao Zhangyu approached the desk, kept her head lowered, and pressed her fingers into her sleeve. Her voice was small and soft. "I have a headache." She raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze carrying just the right measure of bewilderment and helplessness. "My head hurts so much. I don't know what to do." Shen Yanqing set down his brush, studied her for a moment, then rose. "Go and fetch the family physician." Shiwu acknowledged and hurried out. Soon after, an elderly doctor with a medicine chest followed him in, his hair white as frost, 3 strands of long beard framing his chin. He seated himself before Xiao Zhangyu, took her pulse, examined her tongue and the area beneath her eyes, then pondered for a moment before speaking. "This young lady's constitution shows no major ailment. Any external wounds have healed, and there is no sign of blood stasis. Her headache may stem from fright after falling into the water, along with some subtle hidden injuries that are difficult to detect at present. This humble physician will prescribe a few doses of medicine to invigorate the blood, dispel stasis, and calm the spirit. She should take it for a few days and observe the results." He paused, then added, "In her daily routine, let her remain more often in familiar surroundings and spend time with people she knows well. This will aid her recovery of memory." Shen Yanqing nodded and instructed Shiwu to accompany the physician to procure the herbs. Xiao Zhangyu stood beside the desk, watching the old doctor's back disappear through the doorway. A thought flashed rapidly through her mind. She must not drink that medicine. She had not truly lost her memory. Why would she need blood-invigorating herbs? What if she were already pregnant? She remembered clearly those encounters in the mountain cave. All of his heat had been given to her. What if that one time had been enough? She kept her head bowed and said nothing. Shen Yanqing stood behind the desk, his gaze lingering for a moment upon the crown of her bowed head before he spoke to Shiwu. "From now on, watch her closely each night before sleep to ensure she takes the medicine." Shiwu assented. Shen Yanqing sat back down, picked up his brush, and returned to inspecting the memorial files with his head bowed, as though continuing the work he had been interrupted from. Xiao Zhangyu stood beside the desk, unsure whether to leave or remain. As she hesitated, Shen Yanqing suddenly lifted his head and glanced at her. "Why have you not yet returned?" Xiao Zhangyu clenched her sleeve. Her voice was small. I only know you. I do not know where to go. Her gaze rested on his face for a fleeting moment before dropping once more as though she truly did not know where else she could go. The brush in Shun Yanqing's hand paused. Then he set it aside and called out toward the door, "Tell the kitchen to prepare a bowl of warm milk." After a while a maid entered with the milk and placed it before Xiao Zhangyu. She glanced down at the bowl but did not reach for it. Looking up at Shun Yanqing, she pressed her lips together. "I would like bird's nest soup instead." Shun Yanqing's hand paused again as he signed the memorial. He lifted his eyes to look at her. After studying her face for a moment, he returned his gaze to the file and spoke in his usual measured tone, "Go and exchange it for bird's nest soup." The maid acknowledged and carried the milk away, returning shortly with a fresh bowl of bird's nest soup. Xiao Zhangyu lifted it and took 2 sips, warm and comforting, sweet, but not cloying, with a smooth, velvety texture. She sat in the chair beside Shun Yanqing, sipping slowly, one small mouthful at a time. After finishing the soup, she discovered that sleepiness was beginning to overwhelm her. She forced herself to remain awake for a little longer, but her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, her head nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Eventually, she could no longer sustain herself. She leaned back against the chair, tilted her head, and fell asleep. Shun Yanqing finished one memorial, lifted his head, and saw her slumped in the chair, her breathing, even her eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath the candlelight. A drop of bird's nest soup clung unawares to the corner of her lips. He observed her for a moment, set down his brush, rose, and walked over. Looking down, he called out to the doorway, "Shiwu, take her back to her courtyard." Shiwu entered promptly and reached out to support Xiao Zhangyu. The moment his hand touched her arm, she gave a muffled hum as though startled awake, shifted her body, and instinctively reached out, her fingers clutching tightly at the hem of Shun Yanqing's robe. She gripped it with great force, as though unwilling to let go even in her dreams. Shun Yanqing looked down at her fingers holding his clothing, fell silent for a moment, then bent and lifted her into his arms. She stirred slightly in his embrace, pressing her face closer to his chest, as though finding a source of warmth, then sank back into a deep slumber. Shun Yanqing carried her through the covered corridor back to the small courtyard, laid her upon the bed, and drew the quilt up over her. He straightened up to leave, but her hand was still gripping the hem of his robe. His steps faltered for a moment as he tried to pry her fingers loose, but she held on too tightly, as though even in her sleep, she feared he might slip away. He stood there looking down at her fingers, clutching the edge of his garment, silent for a long while. In the end, he did not pry her hand loose. Instead, he sat down on the edge of the bed, leaned against the headboard, and closed his eyes. He woke in the middle of the night. A warm, soft body had nestled against him. At some point, she had turned over and curled into his arms, her face pressed to his chest, her hand still gripping the front of his robe, as if afraid he might vanish while she slept. She nuzzled twice against his embrace like a little creature seeking its burrow, her head brushing his jaw as she breathed out indistinct sounds. His body stiffened and he wanted to shift her away, but she rubbed against him 2 more times, as though searching in her dream for a more comfortable position. His breathing deepened involuntarily. After an unknowable span of time, he was stirred awake for the 3rd time. This time she seemed to be dreaming, pressing her whole body against his, her warm breath grazing the side of his neck with an indescribable lingering allure. Shun Yanqing opened his eyes and looked down at her in the darkness. She was still asleep, her breathing, even her lips, slightly parted, utterly unaware of what she was doing. But his body was already thoroughly awakened by her. He lingered in silence for a moment in the dark, then reached out, took her hand, and guided it downward to a certain place. His breathing grew heavier, his eyes closed as he turned his face to one side. Guided by his hand, she moved for a while, and then he let go and wiped between her fingers with a cloth nearby. His movements were gentle, but she was roused from her slumber and murmured hazily, "What are you doing?" He did not respond. Instead, he had a maid bring water, helped her wash her hands, and carefully wiped her palms clean with a handkerchief. She turned over on her side, facing inward, and soon fell back to sleep. He glanced at her reddened wrist, likely bruised from her tight grip earlier, and gently rubbed it before letting go. He placed her hand back beneath the covers, then laid down himself, keeping a distance from her, but not getting out of bed. Moonlight seeped through the window paper, casting a cold, clear glow onto the edge of the bed. His gaze lingered in the moonlight for a moment before closing his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying. Behind him, Xiao Zhangyu had long been awake. She did not move or make a sound, merely pressing her face into the pillow and blankets, continuing to pretend she was fast asleep. 2 days later, Shun Yanqing was reviewing memorials in his study when Shu Yi entered from outside to announce, "My lord, Lord Fu, Lord Xiao, and Lady Xiao have arrived and are waiting in the main hall." Shun Yanqing set down his brush, paused briefly, then rose to his feet. "Ask them to wait a moment. I shall be right there." He adjusted his robe, stepped out of the study, crossed the corridor, and made his way toward the main hall. In the main hall, Fu Ziyuan sat upright on a chair beside the principal seat, while Xiao Xiong occupied the opposite side, with Madame Zhang seated next to him. All 3 bore varying degrees of anxiety and worry upon their faces. Though Fu Zuan maintained the dignified bearing expected of a senior minister, his fingers tapped restlessly against the armrest, the rhythm unmistakably quick. Xiao Xiong could not remain still, pacing back and forth, sitting down only to rise again, as though pricked by needles beneath him. Madame Zhang, by contrast, sat composed, her knuckles whitening as she gripped a handkerchief, her gaze fixed steadily upon the doorway. When Xin Yanqing entered, all three rose simultaneously. Xiao Xiong spoke first, his voice hurried and agitated. "Where is Yu Yu? How is she now? Has she improved at all? Does she still recognize people?" Xin Yanqing raised a hand in a calming gesture. "Lord Xiao, please compose yourself. Your daughter rests in the courtyard behind. I have sent word for her to come, and she will arrive shortly." Xiao Xiong opened his mouth as if to press further, but Madame Zhang tugged at his sleeve, and he swallowed his words. Before long, Shi Wu entered, supporting Xiao Zhangyu. She wore a pale lotus-colored jacket today, her hair simply arranged in a knot, her complexion somewhat improved from recent days, though still pale, with faint dark circles beneath her eyes suggesting she had not slept well. She stood at the doorway, her gaze sweeping across the room, settling on the three faces before her, then stepping back half a pace and clutching Shi Wu's sleeve as though these strangers before her were unknown. Madame Zhang rose and stepped forward 2 paces, her voice softened to a whisper. "Yu Yu, it is mother." Her eyes already glistened with unshed tears, yet she strove to maintain a gentle tone. "Look at me, do you recognize me?" Xiao Zhangyu regarded her, her eyes lingering for a moment upon her face, before casting downward, retreating behind Shi Wu and shaking her head. Madame Zhang staggered slightly, though she did not cry out, instead taking another step closer and reaching out as if to touch her hand. Xiao Zhangyu shrank back, evading the gesture. Madame Zhang's hand hovered in midair, remaining there for a moment before slowly drawing back, her fingers tightening around the handkerchief clenched in her palm. Behind them, Fu Zuan watched the scene, his brows drawn tight, though he remained silent. Standing behind Shi Wu, Xiao Zhangyu peeked out with half her face to glance at him before retreating again, still refusing to speak. Witnessing her reaction, Fu Zuan's throat bobbed slightly. He made no further inquiry, merely offering a soft sigh. "Very well." Xiao Xiong stamped his foot in agitation beside them, eager to approach, yet fearful of frightening her, pacing in a tight circle before speaking in a hushed tone. "How can she not even recognize me? I am her own father. Just last month, she was coaxing me, begging for new clothes." Xiao Zhangyu's gaze rested briefly on his face before drifting away. Beholding her demeanor, Xiao Xiong appeared as though something had lodged in his throat, managing only a few strained words after a long pause. "You. Father is here." Xin Yanqing observed the charged atmosphere among the four from the sidelines and interposed. "Everyone, pray take your seats. Your daughter has grown somewhat accustomed to residing within our compound these past days, yet she remains wary of unfamiliar faces. Take your time, there is no rush." Madame Zhang nodded and was assisted back to her seat by a maid, though her eyes never left Xiao Zhangyu. Fu Zuan too returned to his seat, casting a glance at Xin Yanqing and then at Xiao Zhangyu before murmuring to Madame Zhang, "Perhaps it would be best to have Yu retire to rest for now." Madame Zhang hesitated briefly before nodding. Shi Wu offered a respectful bow to the three before guiding Xiao Zhangyu away from the main hall. Xiao Zhangyu paused at the threshold, casting a glance back at Madame Zhang before swiftly turning away and following Shi Wu. After the door curtain fell, the hall fell silent for a moment. Fu Zuan set down his teacup and spoke first, his voice deep and steady. "Lord Xin, you summoned us today, not merely to let us have a look at her, I presume." Xin Yanqing took his seat at the head of the table, lifted his teacup, took a sip, set it down, and then raised his eyes to them. "Naturally not. I have invited you three here today to discuss a matter." His gaze swept across their faces, his tone calm and deliberate. "These past few days I have sent men to search along the river and deployed shadow guards to monitor movements outside the residence, yet the mastermind behind all this has not surfaced. They lurk in the shadows while we stand in the light. Waiting like this will not do. I have a proposal." He paused. "Spread the word that we have found traces of Miss Xiao, that someone saw her in a town on the outskirts of the capital. Once the news is out, the hidden hand will grow restless. Then our shadow guards will watch for any movement, and we can follow the vine to find the root, capturing them all in one fell swoop." Fu Zuan's fingers paused on the armrest, then he slowly nodded. "You mean to use Yu as bait?" Xin Yanqing met his eyes without flinching. "Yes, bait. But if the shadow guards are deployed with sufficient caution, we will not place her in real danger. Only by drawing them out can we eradicate the threat once and for all. Otherwise, with the enemy hidden and us exposed today, it is a fall into the water tomorrow. Who knows what scheme will come." Xiao Xiong, who had been listening nearby, finally could not hold back. His voice was more urgent than before. "And what about Yu's safety? Can you guarantee she will come to no harm? She no longer recognizes people now. What if she suffers another shock? She is a young lady who has already endured so much suffering, and you want to use her as bait. What if something happens?" Xin Yanqing was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I give you my word. I will station my most capable shadow guards nearby, and she will not be allowed anywhere near danger." Once the news is released, she will remain in the residence and never show her face. We will arrange a decoy, and the moment the enemy makes a move, the shadow guards will intercept them. Xiao Xiong opened his mouth as if to say more, glanced at Fu Ziyuan, and then at Madame Zhang, but finally swallowed his words. Fu Ziyuan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and pondered for a while. He thought of the anxiety that had pervaded the mansion these past 2 days of Madame Zhang tossing and turning at night. He opened his eyes, his voice deeper than before. Very well. Proceed as you suggest. But this matter must be kept strictly confidential. To the outside world, we will say that someone spotted a figure resembling her, but cannot be certain it is Yu, hence we are searching. Shen Yanqing nodded naturally. Madame Zhang, who had been listening nearby, loosened her grip on the handkerchief in her fingers, then clenched it again. Then, is she comfortable here? Are her meals and daily needs to her liking? Does she sleep well at night? Is she accustomed to the bed? Shen Yanqing glanced at her. She has slept here for several days now, so it should be fine. If there is anything else she is not accustomed to, you may send supplies over, madam. Madame Zhang finally breathed a faint sigh of relief. Xiao Xiong spoke again from the side. Lord Shun, it is not that I distrust you, but your residence is vast with many eyes and ears. If Yu stays here, what if someone sees her? Shen Yanqing cut him off, his tone calm, but resolute. She resides in the inner courtyard where no one will know. That compound is inaccessible to anyone except my few trusted confidants. Lord Xiao need not worry about that. Xiao Xiong opened his mouth, then closed it again as if he still wanted to ask something, but ultimately held back. Just then Madame Zhang's gaze inadvertently fell on Shen Yanqing's neck. His collar was slightly loose, revealing a few thin scratch marks on the exposed skin extending from the side of his neck down beneath the collar line. Traces as if clawed by something strikingly visible in the daylight. Madame Zhang's eyes lingered on those scratches for a moment, then she withdrew her gaze, but her voice carried an indescribable note of scrutiny. Lord Shen, what is that on your neck? Shen Yanqing's hand, which had been lifting his teacup, froze. Then he set down the cup and reached up to adjust his collar, the motion unnaturally quick. The mansion's cat scratched me. After his words fell, he lifted his teacup again and took a sip, as if using the gesture to cover the hint of awkwardness. Why did he suddenly feel a twinge of guilt? Madame Zhang watched him, her scrutinizing gaze growing more apparent. Shen Yanqing's hand holding the teacup tightened slightly, and a faint, barely noticeable flush crept up his ears. I recently adopted one. He took another sip of tea, his eyes fixed on the tabletop, avoiding anyone's gaze. Madame Zhang did not press further, but the outlines of those scratch marks were clearly etched in her mind. She lowered her head, silently folding and refolding the handkerchief, saying nothing more. Fu Ziyuan cast a glance at Shen Yanqing, also noting the scratches on his neck, but he said nothing. Instead, he withdrew his gaze and rose to his feet. Since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. We entrust Yu to your care, Lord Shen. If anything happens, send word to the Chancellor's residence. Shen Yanqing also stood up. You are too kind, Prime Minister. I will take good care of her. What about the red mark on her wrist? Shen Yanqing was taken aback for a moment before realizing she was referring to the red mark he had left on Xiao Zhangyu's wrist the previous night. The physician's recent prescription contains ingredients that promote blood circulation and remove stasis. It may be a mark left after applying the medicine. After a moment, she did not pursue the question further, only murmured softly, Lord Shun, thank you for your trouble. With that, she followed Fu Ziyuan out. The door curtain fell behind them, and the hall grew quiet once more. Shen Yanqing stood still, glancing down at his own wrist. There was nothing there, but he instinctively touched it, then lowered his hand and turned back to the study. He walked behind the desk, picked up his brush, and opened a memorial to continue reviewing, but his eyes lingered on the document for a long time, without reading a single word. He set down the brush, leaned back in his chair, and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was the first time he had lied to outsiders, and he felt a pang of guilt. Shen Yanqing lowered his hand and gazed at the osmanthus tree outside the window, standing quietly in the afternoon sunlight, its leaves stirring gently, light and shadow dappled. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, picked up the brush again, and began to review the memorials. After nightfall, Shen Yanqing lay on the small couch behind the study, tossing and turning, experiencing a rare bout of insomnia. He closed his eyes, opened them again, then sat up, threw on an outer robe, and walked to the window, pushing it open. A cool night breeze drifted in, dissipating the slight restlessness on his body. He stood for a while, then suddenly called out, Chuyi. Chuyi's shadow flickered out from behind the corridor pillar, appearing silently outside the window. Master, the evidence that Xiao Xiong accepted bribes to secure official positions should be held back for now. Let's wait until this storm passes. Chuyi acknowledged with a yes, and Shen Yanqing fell silent, letting his attendant retreat back into the shadows without another word. After a moment by the window, he closed it and returned to the couch. At that same hour in the neighboring courtyard, Xiao Zhangyu remained awake. She rested against her bed, had a bowl of bird's nest soup on the small table before her. Half consumed, the remainder now cold. 15 stood guard silently outside the door. More than a week had passed since that day. During this time, her life at the Shun residence had proved more comfortable than anything she'd known in the Xiao household. Every day brought delicacies like bird's nest and shark fin, with the kitchen continually preparing new dishes in her honor. 15 attended to her needs with meticulous care, even having copies made of her favorite storybooks to keep by her bedside. When she checked her reflection in the bronze mirror, she noticed she had indeed gained some weight. Her cheeks were rounder, her complexion healthier, and overall she appeared much more vital than when she first arrived. Light taps came from the courtyard gate, 3 short, 1 long, Guangdong's signal. Xiao Zhangyu sat up straight and called out to the door, 15, please check with the kitchen. I'd like osmanthus cake tomorrow morning. 15 acknowledged and departed, his footsteps fading into the distance. Xiao Zhangyu rose and approached the courtyard gate, cracking it open just enough for Guangdong to slip inside, clad in dark traveling clothes, clearly having evaded the mansion's watchers. Once inside, he quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure they were alone before lowering his voice to ask, Miss, are you alright? Your servant and Chun Tao and the others have been deeply concerned about you. She realized her servants remained unaware of her memory loss, so Xiao Zhangyu waved dismissively. I'm perfectly fine. Guangdong studied her from head to toe, his gaze lingering briefly on her fuller cheeks before the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Why are you staying at the Shun residence? You seem considerably rounder than before, he murmured. Xiao Zhangyu paused, then shot him a sharp look. Enough nonsense. Don't concern yourself with why I'm here. You've come at the right time. I have something to entrust to you. Guangdong suppressed his amusement, his expression growing serious. What are your orders, miss? Xiao Zhangyu lowered her voice, speaking faster than usual. Find someone trustworthy to quietly sell my shops and convert them to cash. Avoid official channels. No one should trace the buyers. Guangdong hesitated, brows furrowing. Miss, those are the dowry madam prepared for you. Xiao Zhangyu met his gaze. I know, but this is not the time for such concerns. Guangdong opened his mouth to protest further. Miss, even if you must sell, there's no rush. If you need silver, I have some to spare, but Xiao Zhangyu cut him off. It's not a matter of lacking silver. She looked into Guangdong's eyes, her voice dropping lower with an intensity he had never witnessed in her before. I have my own plans. Simply follow my instructions. Guangdong studied her for a long moment before bowing his head and setting aside his questions, asking only, at what price should the shops be listed? Too high, and we may struggle to find buyers. Too low, and you'll suffer losses. Xiao Zhangyu considered this. Price the silk shop and cosmetic store at market value. The tea house can go slightly lower, but nothing absurd. Find someone knowledgeable to handle the transaction. Don't involve yourself directly. Guangdong nodded. Understood, miss. She then produced a folded note from her sleeve. These are the valuable jewelry pieces from my quarters. Sell them as well, and convert them to banknotes. Avoid pawnshops, seek reliable buyers, and dispose of them in batches to avoid suspicion. Guangdong took the paper and unfolded it, revealing a densely written list of over a dozen items. Phoenix hairpins adorned with red jewels, white jade bangles carved with intricate patterns, and necklaces strung from South Sea pearls. Each piece a treasured collection Xiao Zhangyu rarely wore. His fingers tightened slightly against the paper before he carefully folded it and tucked it into his breast. Miss, if you sell all these pieces, what will you have left to wear? Xiao Zhangyu regarded him with a detached expression. That's a concern for later. These things merely gather dust here. Only converted to silver do they become useful. Guangdong remained silent for a moment before saying nothing. Bowing his head, he pressed the paper firmly against his chest. I will sell them in batches and no one will suspect. Xiao Zhangyu considered this. Do not bring the banknotes to the mansion. Store them somewhere safe and wait for me to send someone to retrieve them when needed. Guangdong acknowledged, I understand, miss. His gaze held an indistinguishable complexity as he looked at her. Xiao Zhangyu met his eyes and added, this matter stays between us. Do not let a third person know. Guangdong nodded. I understand. Glancing toward the courtyard gate, he asked quietly, Miss, are you truly safe here? After a pause, Xiao Zhangyu nodded. For now, don't worry about that. Just handle what I've asked of you. Guangdong gave her one last look, his gaze lingering on her face before he bowed his head. I shall take my leave now. Take care, miss. Xiao Zhangyu nodded. He turned and melted into the night, his footsteps so light they were barely audible, soon swallowed by the interplaying shadows of the mansion grounds. Xiao Zhangyu stood at the courtyard gate watching him disappear and clenched her sleeves. She didn't know when that day would arrive, but she knew it would come eventually. She could not let the nightmare she dreamed of repeat itself. Her family cast onto the streets with nothing to sell. She remained standing for a moment before hearing 15's footsteps approaching along the corridor, growing steadily nearer. Quickly composing her expression, she pushed open the door and walked toward him. 15, the osmanthus cake. 15 met her gaze, his eyes pausing briefly. Don't worry, miss. I've already informed the kitchen. He glanced at her complexion. Why are you standing out here? The night wind is chilly, take care not to catch cold. Xiao Zhangyu nodded and followed him back inside, acting as though nothing had happened. In the study next door, Shan Yanqing had finished reviewing the last memorial, set down his brush, leaned back in his chair, and pressed his fingers against his brow. Chu Yi entered from outside and whispered, "Master Guangdong has just been here." Shan Yanqing did not open his eyes. Chu Yi waited a moment. Seeing no sign that he would ask further, he hesitated before adding. He spoke a few words to Miss Xiao, and then left. "I kept my distance so I didn't catch what was said." Shan Yanqing lowered his hand from his brow, his voice calm and measured. "No need to concern yourself with it. These are her people. She has her own plans." Chu Yi acknowledged this and retreated without another word, vanishing into the night. Shan Yanqing remained seated behind his desk, his gaze drifting to the osmanthus tree visible through the window. After a long moment, he rose, extinguished the lamp, and stepped out of the study. As night deepened, Shan Yanqing lay upon the narrow couch behind the study, turning restlessly, but unable to find sleep. He closed his eyes only to open them again, sat up, draped a robe over his shoulders, and crossed to the window, pushing it open. The night wind swept in with a refreshing chill, dispersing the restlessness that had settled over him. After standing there for a while, he called out unexpectedly, "Chu Yi." Chu Yi's silhouette emerged from behind the corridor pillar, appearing beside the window, in complete silence. "Master, the evidence regarding Xiao Xiong accepting bribes to purchase official positions. Hold it in reserve for now. Wait until the current storm passes before proceeding." "Yes," Chu Yi acknowledged. Shan Yanqing fell silent, and Chu Yi withdrew without sound back into the shadows. He stood by the window for a moment before closing it and returning to the couch to lie down. The next morning, Chu Yi stood in the study and reported everything the night watch had discovered to Shan Yanqing. "Master, while our people searched along the river, we discovered another group, also seeking Miss Xiao. They operate discreetly. They don't appear to be officials, nor do they seem connected to either the Xiao or Fu families." Shan Yanqing's hand continued its work on the memorials without pausing, but he asked quietly, "Who are they?" Chu Yi hesitated. "We haven't been able to determine that yet. Their people are skilled at counter-surveillance. I didn't dare follow too closely for fear of tipping them off. But one thing is certain, they're not from the palace." Shan Yanqing set down his brush and leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting toward the osmanthus tree outside the window, as though lost in thought. After a moment he spoke. "It's also possible they hired these people themselves. Keep watch over that group and don't lose track of them. Let the ones pulling the strings grow more anxious for 2 more days. Wait until they reveal more of their hand." "I understand, Master," Chu Yi replied. He then withdrew silently. Meanwhile, chaos had taken hold throughout the Xiao residence. These past few days, Guangdong had been running himself ragged. By day, he had followed Xiao Zhangyu's instructions, quietly arranging through trusted contacts to sell off the silk shop and the rouge store. A buyer had been found for the tea house as well. All that remained was the final signing and sealing. The transactions had all gone smoothly, but the jewelry was what worried him most. The miss had made it clear this must remain secret from everyone. Spring Peach and Summer Chrysanthemum attended to her chambers daily, tidying her vanity chests and cabinets. As an outside man, he could not simply walk in and take what he needed, nor could he explain himself to them. So he waited until late at night, when the house fell silent, slipped inside, and quietly retrieved the jewelry the miss had listed, selling it off in batches to different buyers. The first 2 nights had gone without incident. He moved quietly and took only small amounts, never raising any suspicion. But on the 3rd night, as he had done before, he slipped through the rear window into Xiao Zhangyu's sleeping quarters. Without hesitation, he went straight to her vanity, opened the 3rd drawer, and reached for the pair of white jade bracelets inside. The moment his fingers touched the bracelets, something struck him hard from behind. Darkness swallowed his vision as his body lurched forward, collapsing onto the vanity table. The bracelets tumbled from his grasp and rolled across the floor. He fought to rise, but the punishing blow to his skull sent waves of dizziness clouding his sight. Before he could even process what was happening, a flurry of fists and broom handles descended upon him. Several people seized his arms while someone tripped his legs, sending him crashing to the ground. Ropes wrapped around him swiftly and efficiently, binding him tightly to a chair. He remained dazed for some time before consciousness gradually returned. His skull still throbbed as though someone had struck a gong inside his head, each beat reverberating loudly. Opening his eyes, he saw the room lit by candles. Spring Peach and Summer Chrysanthemum stood before him, one gripping a broom, the other brandishing scissors, both faces twisted with shock and fury. Spring Peach stared at him, chest heaving, her voice trembling with barely contained rage. "Guangdong, why is it you?" Summer Chrysanthemum stood nearby, her hand shaking as she clutched the scissors. You actually." Only then did Guangdong realize something was covering his mouth. Looking down, he saw a strip of cloth, torn from somewhere, pasted tightly over his lips, sealing them shut. He tried to speak, but could only produce muffled sounds, his skull still throbbing in waves. Spring Peach drove her broom into the ground. "The miss has treated you well, and you would take advantage of the miss's uncertain fate to secretly sell off her possessions. Do you have any idea those were her most treasured pieces? How could you bring yourself to do this?" Her voice grew louder with each word, her eyes welling with tears as though Guangdong had committed some unforgivable crime. Beside her, summer chrysanthemum wiped away her own tears, her voice hoarse. Guangdong, have you run into some kind of trouble? If you're short on money, just tell us. We may not have much, but we could pool what we have to help you. Why would you steal from the miss? Bound to the chair with his skull still aching and his mouth sealed, Guangdong watched as one girl scolded him while the other wept. He shook his head, frantically desperate to make sounds through the gag, but his words came out garbled and unintelligible. He struggled against the ropes which cut tightly into his arms and chest. Rather than breaking free, his movements only made Spring Peach and Summer Chrysanthemum more wary. Spring Peach backed away half a step, gripping her broom tighter. Don't you move. Confess, or I'll go straight to the master this instant. Guangdong seethed with frustration, the vein at his temple throbbing as he jerked his chin toward the cloth gagged over his mouth. Summer Chrysanthemum was the first to understand, tugging at Spring Peach's sleeve. He seems to want to say something. After a moment's hesitation, Spring Peach stepped forward and tore the cloth from his mouth. Guangdong gasped for breath before fixing them both with a glare, his voice low and sharp. Do you two have any sense at all? If I were stealing, do you really think I'd only take a few pieces? The barrage of questions left Spring Peach and Summer Chrysanthemum speechless. They exchanged glances, mouths opening and closing at a loss for words. Guangdong caught his breath again, lowering his voice. Just know that I would never harm the miss. Don't ask any more questions. Let this drop. Spring Peach studied him, then glanced at Summer Chrysanthemum, her lips parting as though she wanted to speak, but didn't know where to begin. Summer Chrysanthemum, more perceptive than her companion, fixed her gaze on Guangdong for a long moment before asking. Then those jewelry pieces you've been taking these past few days, did the miss ask you to take them? Guangdong hesitated. He neither confirmed nor denied it, simply looking away. I've told you, don't ask so many questions. Xiao Zhangyu pressed further. Have you been in contact with the young miss? Is she safe? Guangdong remained silent, but he did not deny it. Chun Tao and Xiao Zhangyu exchanged glances. Chun Tao set down her broom and stepped forward to untie the ropes binding Guangdong, muttering all the while, you really can endure silence. Why didn't you just say the young miss asked you to take it from the beginning? Guangdong worked at his numb wrists. The young miss said this matter cannot come to anyone's attention. I promised her. We are hardly outsiders, Xiao Zhangyu interjected from the side. Guangdong glanced at her, but offered no reply. Once Chun Tao finished untying him, she stepped back half a pace and looked at Guangdong, her voice softer than before, but far more earnest. Guangdong, if you dare do anything to harm the young miss, I will tell the master and the chancellor, and you will not escape the consequences. Guangdong rose to his feet, rolling his shoulders and neck, then looked at her and nodded. Very well. Rest assured. He picked up the pair of white jade bangles from the floor, wiped them clean, and tucked them into his robe. Then he slipped out through the rear window with practiced ease, as though nothing had happened at all. Chun Tao and Xiao Zhangyu stood where they were, watching the window, still swaying gently, and shared a long silence. Chun Tao bent to pick up her broom, and Xiao Zhangyu set down her shears. Neither spoke, yet both carried the same quiet worry in their gaze. The next morning, Guangdong took advantage of 15's trip to the kitchen for breakfast and slipped over the back wall into Xiao Zhangyu's courtyard. He moved with practiced efficiency into the room and recounted in full detail how Chun Tao and Xiao Zhangyu had cornered him in the bedroom the night before. Xiao Zhangyu listened and felt a sudden headache coming on. She sat on the edge of the bed, pressing her fingers to her temples, and remained silent for a long moment. Finally, she spoke, her voice carrying a note of helplessness. Chun Tao and Xiao Zhangyu didn't spread the word, did they? Guangdong shook his head. No. After hearing me out, they did not press the matter further. They simply told me to take the jewelry. Xiao Zhangyu exhaled in relief, though her sense of resignation lingered. Very well. I will deal with it when I return. You finish the rest of your tasks. Do not let them discover anything more. Guangdong acknowledged her instruction and slipped back over the rear wall, vanishing without a sound into the morning light. That evening the sky darkened unexpectedly. Rare for autumn, the gloomy clouds hung so low they seemed ready to swallow the entire city whole. Night brought a torrential rain. The drops struck the roof tiles in a dense, rapid drumbeat, accompanied by rolling thunder and flashing lightning that tore the night sky to pieces. Xiao Zhangyu lay in bed, wrapped in her covers, listening to the thunder rumbling outside, unable to sleep. She was not afraid of rain, but she feared thunder. Each flash of lightning was followed by a deep, muffled boom, as though rolling up from the very depths of the earth, shaking the window paper until it trembled. She pulled the covers over her head and curled into a tight ball, but the thunder still found its way through the thick fabric into her ears. She turned over, then over again, and finally sat up, threw off the covers, and stepped down from the bed. Without even pulling on her shoes, she ran barefoot out of the courtyard, across the covered walkway, and knocked on Xin Yanqing's bedroom door. Xin Yanqing had not yet slept, and was leaning against his pillow reading. At the sound of knocking, he set down his book. Who is it? Xiao Zhangyu's voice came from outside the door, muffled and trembling. It is. Shen Yanqing paused, then rose and walked to open it. She stood in the doorway wearing only a light undergarment, her hair loose and unbound, barefoot on the ground, a creature cornered by fear with nowhere else to turn. She looked up at him, her voice small and soft. "The thunder. I am afraid to be alone." Shen Yanqing glanced down at her. Her ankle was exposed to the night air, turning faintly pale. He said nothing but stepped aside to let her in. "Come in." Xiao Zhangyu hurried into his bedroom and stood before the bed, glancing around with evident unease. His bed was considerably larger than hers. The dark-colored coverlets were folded neatly, and the room was spare and tidy, devoid of clutter, carrying a faint, clean scent of cedar. Shen Yanqing returned, lifted one edge of the covers, and lay down on the opposite side, facing outward with his back to her. "Sleep now." Xiao Zhangyu hesitated for a moment before climbing into bed. The bed was spacious, leaving an arm's length between them, yet his presence was close beside her, carrying that familiar, comforting warmth. She had expected to lie awake in an unfamiliar bed, but as soon as she settled, her eyelids grew heavy as though weighed down by something unseen. She drifted closer to him and buried her face in the pillow. It carried his scent as well, light, crisp, and deeply reassuring. The thunder still rolled outside, but separated by the door and the warmth of the person beside her, the sound seemed muted and distant, as though warded off by some invisible barrier. She closed her eyes and fell asleep quickly. Shen Yanqing, still facing away, listened to her breathing, gradually steady behind him, and did not move. He waited in the darkness for a while, confirmed that she had truly fallen asleep, and then turned his head to glance at her. She was curled beneath the covers, her face turned toward him, her breath even and unhurried. He withdrew his gaze, turned back, and closed his eyes. The next morning, when Xiao Zhangyu woke, Shen Yanqing was already gone from the bed. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, noticing a cup of warm water on the small table beside the bed, likely prepared for her before he departed. She lifted the cup and took a sip. The temperature was perfect, neither too hot nor too cold. By this time, Shen Yanqing was already on his way to morning court. The carriage bearing Chu Yi came to a halt at the palace gates. Shen Yanqing stepped out and entered the great hall, taking his place among the officials. Before long, the ministers had assembled and the court session began. When it adjourned, Fu Ziyuan emerged from the crowd and approached Shen Yanqing, lowering his voice. "Yu, how is she?" Shen Yanqing turned his head and glanced at him. Fu Ziyuan indeed looked considerably more haggard than in recent days, with dark circles beneath his eyes, as though he had not slept well. Shen Yanqing looked away and replied in a flat tone, "She is fine." Fu Ziyuan nodded and asked nothing further before turning and walking away. Shen Yanqing stood still, watching Fu Ziyuan's figure merge into the departing crowd. He then turned away and boarded his carriage. The carriage exited the palace gates, passed through several streets, and stopped before the chief grand secretary's residence. Shen Yanqing stepped out of the carriage and entered his study, unfastening his outer robe and hanging it on the rack. Chu Yi followed behind him and was about to withdraw when Shen Yanqing called out, "You may begin the operation now." Chu Yi's steps faltered for a moment before he bowed his head. "Yes, my lord. I shall make the arrangements at once." Shen Yanqing walked behind the desk, took a seat, and opened a memorial to read. The thunderstorm of the previous night had passed. The sky beyond the window was crystal clear, and sunlight filtered through the paper, scattering shards of gold across the desk surface. Chu Yi moved swiftly. That same morning, he had the girl, whose figure bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Zhangyu, change into an old lavender dress. Her hair hung loose, partially veiling her face, and she kept her head bowed low as she hurried through the bustling alleys of the Western Market in the capital. The girl walked with quick, nervous steps, as though fearing recognition. She darted through the crowd, turned into the deeper part of an alley, and soon disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, several of Chu Yi's hidden guards had already scattered around the alleys, disguised as vegetable vendors, onlookers, and an old man squatting by the roadside, smoking a pipe, each stationed at a key exit. After the message was deliberately set in motion, Chu Yi also had someone casually drop a remark in a few tea houses and taverns. "Have you heard? That village downstream, Chen Village, picked up a girl a few days ago, apparently washed down the river. She was quite pretty, though seemed frightened and didn't remember anything." Someone nearby chimed in, "Really? Could someone survive after floating down a river?" "Certainly did. Her luck's strong. But who knows which family lost their daughter." The conversation trailed off mid-sentence, as though carelessly leaked in idle chatter, yet carried exactly where it needed to go. That afternoon, Chu Yi's people spotted movement. Several suspicious outsiders loitered near the Western Market, asking how to reach Chen Village. Chu Yi didn't want to alarm them. He merely had men follow at a distance. After leaving the city, the strangers walked along the main road for a stretch, then turned onto a narrower path, heading toward Chen Village. Chu Yi had already positioned his hidden guards in ambush around Chen Village. They didn't enter the settlement, but fanned out across the outer hills, within thickets and among the reeds by the river, each concealing their presence, waiting. The village lay as quiet as ever, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog and the laughter of children. Cooking smoke rose lazily from a few rooftops, indistinguishable from any ordinary day. As dusk deepened, the strangers finally arrived. 4 of them clad in black nightwear, carrying short blades, crept along the mountain path behind the village. At the village entrance, the 4 halted. The leader made a gesture, and the other 3 split up to flank from both sides. Perched on the branch of an ancient locust tree near the entrance, Xiao watched them move separately and silently signaled to the nearby guard. The 4 moved with practiced efficiency, circling from the front to the rear of the village, avoiding several household dogs along the way, and converged before a secluded earthen house. A single lamp glowed inside, casting a silhouette against the paper window, a figure with long hair cascading down, head bowed, features unseen. The leader nodded to his companion, signaling the strike. Just as another man drew his dagger to pry open the door latch, his foot caught on something. He stumbled forward, the dagger flying from his grasp and clattering loudly against the ground. In the same instant, 7 or 8 figures burst from the surrounding shadows. Their movements were swift and merciless. Before the assassins could react, their arms and necks were pinned, knees pressed into their lower backs, and their short blades clattered to the ground. "Don't move." A low command cut through the night. The 4 assassins struggled briefly, but were no match for the guard's strength. Soon their hands were bound, their mouths stuffed, and they were dragged into the darkness. Not a single villager was disturbed. Even the yellow dog squatting at the doorway merely lifted its ears, then lay back down. Xiao dropped from the old locust tree, brushed the dust from his hands, and walked to the earthen house. He called toward the shadow at the window, "Enough? They're caught. Come out now." The girl inside pushed open the door and stepped out, the same woman who had appeared in the Western market that day. She still looked somewhat tense, her face pale, but her voice held steady. "My lord." Xiao glanced at her. "You've done well. Return and claim your reward." The girl nodded and followed another guard out through the back path of the village. Xiao watched the 4 prisoners disappear into the night, then turned and headed toward the chief grand secretary's residence. After nightfall, the 4 assassins were imprisoned in the chief grand secretary's secret dungeon. Located underground, the cell was cold and damp, lit only by a dim oil lamp in the corner. The 4 were bound separately to iron pillars, cloths stuffing their mouths. Their nightwear was torn, revealing blood-soaked wounds beneath. Xiao searched their bodies and found nothing but short blades and a few scraps of silver. He spoke. "Who sent you?" The man looked at him, but said nothing. Xiao repeated the question. Still silence. The man's gaze fixed on the wall beside him, as if prepared to endure whatever came. Xiao did not press further. He stood for a moment, then turned and left the dungeon, telling the guard at the door, "No need for torture. Keep them locked up for now. Watch them closely. Do not let anyone approach." The guard acknowledged the order. By that same night, news of the 4 assassins' capture had already reached the residence of Princess Anping. Su Anren sat before her dressing table, leisurely removing the hairpins from her coiffure, when a maidservant came running from outside, forgetting to knock, her voice cracking with panic. "My lady, we're in trouble. The people we sent out. They've been captured." The jade comb slipped from Su Anren's fingers and struck the dressing table with a sharp click. She whirled around, her face ashen in the candlelight. "Who captured them?" The maid gasped for breath, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "The chief grand secretary's men. Yes, they took them. Reports say not a single one escaped. All were dragged into the secret dungeon." Su Anren's fingers dug into the edge of the dressing table, leaving fine scratches in the wood. She froze for a long moment, then sprang to her feet. "Prepare my sedan chair. I'm going to the palace." Inside the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters, Su Anren knelt on the floor, tears streaming down her face, her voice urgent and trembling. "Aunt, the people I sent out, all captured by Shen Yanqing. He must know I'm behind this. Aunt, please save me. If they confess, I'm finished." The Empress Dowager reclined on her soft couch. After listening, she closed her eyes briefly, as though wrestled to suppress a surge of anger. Opening them, she looked down at Su Anren, tears still falling, and spoke each word like ice. "Your people were caught, and you come to me weeping." Su Anren knelt, her shoulders shaking, too afraid to look up. "I've made a mistake. I truly understand now." The Empress Dowager regarded her for a long while, then rubbed her temples. At last she sat upright on the couch. "Enough. Stop crying. I'll handle this." In the dead of night, the shift of shadow guards on duty in the dark prison changed. As the old shift ascended, and the new shift was about to take over, during the handover gap, someone infiltrated the dark prison. When the new shift of shadow guards entered to inspect, the 4 individuals all had black blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, their pupils already dilated. Their bodies were still warm, but there was no breath left. The shadow guards' expressions instantly changed, and they ordered someone to immediately report to Xiao. By the time the news reached Shen Yanqing, it was already past midnight. Xiao stood at the study door, head bowed. "Master, those 4 assassins are all dead." During the shift change of the shadow guard, someone entered and tampered with them. This subordinate failed in his duty. "Please punish me, master." Shen Yanqing sat behind the desk, holding a half-approved memorial in his hand. He did not look up, his voice as calm as if he had anticipated it all along. "How did they die?" Chu Yi's voice lowered further. "Poison." The poison sacs in their mouths were crushed. The perpetrator was very clean, leaving nothing behind. Shen Yanqing put down his brush, leaned back in his chair, and fixed his gaze on the osmanthus tree outside the window. The moonlight cast the tree's shadow on the ground, dappled and serene. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Those who can kill and silence someone in the dark prison can be counted on one hand in the entire capital. Chu Yi bowed his head. It was this subordinate's negligence. Shen Yanqing waved his hand. It's not your fault. You may go. Chu Yi retreated, and the study fell silent once more. Shen Yanqing sat behind the desk, watching the osmanthus tree outside the window sway gently in the night breeze. His expression was bland, revealing no emotion. He had actually already guessed roughly. Those who could stealthily silence someone in the dark prison with both motive and capability were only one or two in the entire capital. He withdrew his gaze from the osmanthus tree, picked up the brush, and continued reviewing memorials. The tip of the brush touched the paper, producing a faint rustling sound. Outside the window, the wind blew again. The tree's shadow swayed, then quickly fell still. In these past few days, Shen Yanqing had been handling official affairs outside. Although the 4 assassins had been silenced in the dark prison, he had already figured it out in his mind. But after all, this court belonged to the royal family. He simply stopped dwelling on the matter and focused his energy elsewhere. The piled-up memorials in the court, several urgent government affairs, and the trivial matters that required his personal attention. He left early and returned late every day, sometimes even making do with dinner in the study, without even a chance to visit the neighboring courtyard. Xiao Zhangyu, on the other hand, did not care whether he was busy or not. These past few days, she had found herself especially prone to drowsiness. Shortly after waking up in the morning, she wanted to sleep again. After lunch, she wanted to sleep once more. Even sitting in the courtyard reading storybooks in the sun, she would doze off and slump over in the chair. What concerned Xiao Zhangyu even more was another matter. Her menstruation was already several days late. Her period had always been punctual, never delayed this long. She secretly counted on her fingers from that time in the cave until now. It was indeed about time. Her heart began to pound, but she revealed nothing on her face. That morning she yawned again. Sitting at the table eating bird's nest soup, she suddenly stopped mid-bite, put down the spoon, and glanced at Shi Wu standing by the door. She spoke, her voice soft with a perfectly measured hint of inquiry. Shi Wu, can the personal maid from my former residence come to keep me company? Shi Wu turned to look at her. Miss wishes to see your former maid. Xiao Zhangyu nodded, her gaze lowered like someone who had just arrived and was unfamiliar with everything. The only thing she could hold on to was the old, I am afraid alone. Shi Wu did not hesitate. This subordinate will report to the master. That afternoon, Shen Yanqing returned early for a rare time. After hearing Shi Wu out in the study, he did not ask further, just nodded. Send her over. I've been busy these days. It's good that she has familiar people by her side. Shi Wu acknowledged and sent someone to the Xiao residence that evening to deliver the message. When Chun Tao was brought to the Grand Secretariat's residence, her legs were weak all the way. She did not know what had happened, nor why she had been brought here. Her heart was in turmoil, thinking, could it be that because the young lady's fate was unknown, she had also committed some offense? Until Shi Wu led her through the corridor and pushed open a door, she saw Xiao Zhangyu sitting on a chair by the bed, leafing through a storybook. Chun Tao was completely frozen. She was stunned for a long while, rubbed her eyes, rubbed them again to confirm she wasn't mistaken, then suddenly rushed over, knelt before Xiao Zhangyu, and tears streamed down her face. She hugged Xiao Zhangyu's legs, sobbing breathlessly, Miss, you are alive. You are not dead. I thought you had already. Her voice was intermittent, unable to form complete words through her sobs, her shoulders heaving as if she wanted to cry out all the fear and worry of the past few days. Xiao Zhangyu put down the storybook, patted her back, and said in a very low voice, Don't cry, am I not fine? Chun Tao stood up, sobbingly wiped her face with her sleeve, but tears still streamed uncontrollably. She took Chun Tao's hand, led her into the room, and sat by the bedside. She turned her head to glance at the door. Shi Wu was still standing outside, back to the door, as if giving them space to talk. Xiao Zhangyu lowered her voice and said to Chun Tao, I'll tell you about these things slowly later. Now there's an urgent matter for you to help me with. Chun Tao sniffled, wiped her face, and said, Miss, please tell me. Go out of the residence and find a reliable female physician. Don't use the physician commonly employed in the mansion. Find one from outside, who is tight-lipped. Xiao Zhangyu's voice was very low enough that only the two could hear. Just say that I have menstrual discomfort and need a consultation. Don't let anyone become suspicious. Chun Tao was taken aback, looking at Xiao Zhangyu with a hint of confusion in her eyes, but she didn't ask further. She just nodded, I understand. She stood up, straightened her dress, wiped her face again with her sleeve, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to walk out. Chun Tao walked up to Shi Wu, bowed her head, and spoke with a nasal tone from crying, but her words were clear. Sister Shi Wu, our young lady has menstrual discomfort. I would like to go outside the residence to invite a female physician. She paused. Could you help the young lady prepare something to nourish her blood and qi in the kitchen? She usually drinks a soup made from brown sugar, red dates, and goji berries during her period. It makes her feel more comfortable. Shiwu glanced at her then nodded. Go ahead. I'll instruct the kitchen. Chun Tao hurried out of the Grand Secretariat's residence, her heart anxious and flustered, afraid that someone might notice something unusual. She walked through 2 streets, circled around a corner, and found a female doctor she recognized from before. Chun Tao knocked on the door, breathing heavily, as she briefly explained the situation. The doctor didn't hesitate, slung her medicine chest over her shoulder, and followed Chun Tao. Chun Tao led her through the side entrance of the Prime Minister's mansion, down a corridor, to that small courtyard. She pushed open the door, let the doctor inside, then took her post outside, closing the door behind her. The doctor sat by the bed, set down her medicine chest, and gestured for Xiao Zhangyu to extend her hand. Xiao Zhangyu rested her wrist on the pulse pillow, her eyes fixed on the doctor's face, afraid to blink. The doctor placed 3 fingers on her pulse, eyes closed, breathing held in concentration. After a moment, her brows furrowed slightly, then she switched to the other wrist, and felt for a while longer. Xiao Zhangyu's heart pounded faster and faster, as if it might leap from her throat, her fingers whitening as they gripped the edge of the blanket. At last the doctor lowered her hand, opened her eyes, and looked at her. Her expression gradually shifted from concentration to understanding, with a trace of a smile. Miss, congratulations. You are pregnant. Xiao Zhangyu's breath caught completely, and after a long moment, she managed to whisper, really? The doctor nodded, her voice certain. Your pulse is steady. There is no mistake. The pregnancy is still early, about a month or so. You must rest more in bed, move about appropriately, and avoid fatigue. The first 3 months are the most critical. Strictly avoid strenuous activity. Xiao Zhangyu's fingers slowly relaxed from gripping the blanket's edge. She glanced down at her stomach, but saw nothing through the fabric. She took a deep breath, then another, barely managing to suppress the urge to laugh aloud. Her hand reached beneath the pillow and retrieved a gold ingot she had prepared long ago, as though she had known this moment would come. She pressed it into the doctor's palm. Doctor, please keep this confidential. I want to surprise my husband. I don't want others to know until I tell him. The doctor accepted the gold, looked from her face to the ingot, then nodded. Rest assured, miss. I have practiced medicine for many years and understand discretion. Such matters never leave my lips. She slipped the gold into her sleeve, sat back down, and wrote out a prescription for settling the pregnancy, quietly listing dietary restrictions and precautions. No running or jumping, no lifting heavy objects, no cold or raw foods, especially crab and koik seed. If anything feels wrong, send word to me at once. Xiao Zhangyu noted everything, nodding in agreement. Dr. Sun Rose shouldered her medicine chest and followed Chun Tao out. Alone on the bed, Xiao Zhangyu gazed down at her stomach. Her hand rested gently against her lower abdomen, feeling nothing through the fabric, yet warmth stirred within her chest. She had feared this might be another futile effort, given that the previous 2 attempts had failed, but this time. Her fingers traced her belly as the corners of her mouth slowly lifted. Her palm rested on her stomach, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking to the unseen life within. You came so unexpectedly. She remained seated by the bed for a long while, until Chun Tao returned from outside, closing the door quietly and approaching her in hushed tones. Miss, what did the doctor say? Xiao Zhangyu lifted her gaze to meet Chun Tao's eyes, unable to suppress the smile spreading across her face. Yes, I am. Chun Tao froze for a moment before realization struck her mouth, opening wide before she clamped her hand over it. Voice leaked through her fingers in shock and delight. Miss, you mean he? She pointed toward the adjacent courtyard, then gestured to Xiao Zhangyu's stomach, her fingers trembling. Watching Chun Tao's reaction, Xiao Zhangyu couldn't help but laugh. Yes, it is him. That evening, Chun Tao brought back the fetal-preserving medicine from the kitchen, watched Xiao Zhangyu drink it sip by sip, then fetched warm water for her to rinse her mouth before taking the bowl away. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against her headboard, flipping through a storybook in her hands, yet nothing registered on the pages. Her gaze kept drifting downward, landing softly on her belly. In the study next door, Shen Yanqing finished reviewing the last memorial, leaned back in his chair, and pressed his fingers against his brow. He had been exhausted these past few days, yet something felt different. The courtyard next door seemed unusually quiet. After a moment's thought, he didn't get up to check, merely extinguished the lamp and lay down. Moonlight spilled across the bed's edge from the window, cold and pale. He closed his eyes and drifted to sleep quickly. That night, Xiao Zhangyu slept more peacefully than she had in a long while. Xiao Zhangyu hadn't seen Shen Yanqing these past few days. He left before dawn and returned after dark. Sometimes she was still asleep when he departed, sometimes he hadn't come back, even when she fell asleep. Though they lived in adjacent courtyards, it felt as though an invisible wall separated them. She wasn't sure when to tell him about the pregnancy. After much deliberation, she decided to observe his demeanor toward her first. If his expression wasn't as cold as before, she could slowly find the right moment. Chun Tao helped her comb her hair and change into fresh clothes. Then she rose and stepped out of the courtyard, following the corridor toward Shen Yanqing's study. The guard at the door recognized her and stepped aside without objection. When she reached the study entrance, the door stood slightly ajar, and she could hear Shun Yanqing's voice conversing with Chui within. She had intended to knock, but as her hand rose she heard them speaking and froze in place. Chu Yi's voice carried through the door quiet, yet every word distinct. Master, there have been unsettling disturbances in the court lately. Those serving the Empress Dowager have been investigating Miss Zhao's whereabouts. Though they ceased their efforts after the incident at the secret prison last time, I fear they will not simply let it drop. Furthermore, he paused, carefully choosing his words. The emperor is still young, the court remains unstable, and the Empress Dowager controls the harem while viewing you with suspicion. If word were to spread that you have taken a wife and sired a child, she would certainly seize upon this as an excuse to act. Shun Yanqing's voice followed, devoid of emotion. Her matters have nothing to do with the court. Chu Yi did not retreat, his voice remaining low and steady. Master, I understand you dislike hearing such things, but there are words I must speak. The Empress Dowager has long sought to win your favor, yet you have remained aloof, and she has harbored resentment ever since. Now you have kept Miss Xiao within the mansion. Though news has been sealed from the outside, the Empress Dowager may very well already be aware. If she were merely being kept in the residence, it might pass without concern, but if Miss Xiao is with child, the situation changes entirely. The Empress Dowager will certainly seize upon this as leverage, accusing you of secretly maintaining a mistress, undermining the dynasty's stability, and using the heir as political currency. In that case, not only would you fail to protect Miss Xiao, but you yourself would be. Outside the study, Xiao Zhangyu's steps halted. She stood at the doorway, her hand suspended mid-air as though something had pinned her to the spot. Her ears rang with a buzzing sound. She slowly lowered her hand, turned around, and walked back along the path she had come. She walked all the way back to her courtyard, pushed open the door, and found Chuntao inside tidying up clothes. Seeing her mistress's unusual expression, Chuntao hurried forward. Miss, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? Xiao Zhangyu did not answer. She walked to the side of the bed and sat down, looking down at her belly in silence for a long time. That evening, Shun Yanqing returned home earlier than usual. He entered Xiao Zhangyu's courtyard where Chuntao was on guard at the entrance. Upon seeing him approach, she quickly bowed. Lord Shun. Shun Yanqing nodded and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Xiao Zhangyu was leaning against the headboard, flipping through a storybook. When she saw him enter, she lifted her gaze to meet his without averting her eyes. Shun Yanqing walked over to the bedside and sat beside her. Did you go to the study this afternoon? Xiao Zhangyu nodded, her voice flat. I saw you were holding a meeting, so I didn't go in to disturb you. I've been tied up with official duties these past few days and haven't had time to keep you company. I'll sleep here tonight. Xiao Zhangyu responded with a murmured acknowledgement, closed the storybook, and placed it by the headboard, then laid down facing inward. Shun Yanqing blew out the lamp and lay down beside her. After they both settled, the room fell silent for a moment. Xiao Zhangyu tossed and turned, shifting from one side to the other, unable to fall asleep, no matter what she did. The words she had overheard that day kept cycling through her mind. Shun Yanqing opened his eyes and glanced sideways at her. Can't sleep. Xiao Zhangyu froze, her muffled voice responding, I can't. Shun Yanqing was silent for a moment, then spoke more quietly. If you can't sleep, we could do something else. Xiao Zhangyu's body went rigid, all at once, her breath catching. She clenched the edge of the quilt, her voice tight with hesitation. No, I'm fine. Shun Yanqing watched her quickly shut her eyes and rigid spine and said nothing more. He settled back onto his side, staring up at the canopy above. The next morning, Xiao Zhangyu awoke to find Shun Yanqing already awake, propped against the headboard with his gaze fixed on the morning light filtering through the window. Xiao Zhangyu rolled over and buried her face in the pillow, her shoulders shaking as she fought back sobs. Hearing the muffled sounds, Shun Yanqing turned his head to look at her. What's wrong? She lifted her head from the pillow, her eyes and nose both red, her voice hoarse. I dreamed about my parents. I want to go home. Shun Yanqing observed the reddish tint at the corners of her eyes and her slightly trembling eyelashes, pausing for a moment before asking, You've remembered now? Xiao Zhangyu sniffed and nodded, her voice still catching with emotion. I remember now. I remember everything. I miss my parents so much, I want to go home. Shun Yanqing didn't answer immediately. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he finally spoke, his tone steadier now, as though he had already weighed this possibility. All right, I'll see you home. After morning meal, Shun Yanqing had Chu Yi arrange a carriage. Xiao Zhangyu changed into fresh clothes while Chuntao helped pack her belongings. Shiwu stood by the doorway, uncharacteristically softening his expression to offer a respectful bow. Take care, miss. Xiao Zhangyu gave a slight nod in response, but said nothing, then took Chuantao's arm to board the carriage. The carriage departed from the rear entrance of the chief minister's mansion, winding through narrow alleys toward the Xiao family residence. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the carriage wall with her eyes closed, one hand resting gently on her stomach through the fabric. Chuntao sat beside her, watching tenderly as she offered a cup of warm water. Miss, please drink some water. Xiao Zhangyu accepted the cup, took a sip, and set it down before leaning back against the carriage wall, swaying gently with its motion. When the carriage finally arrived at the Xiao residence, Chuntao hopped out first and turned to help her down. The gatekeeper was stunned for a moment upon seeing her, then called out loudly, "The eldest miss has returned. The eldest miss has returned." The entire mansion erupted into activity, as if ignited by those words alone. Standing at the entrance, autumn sunlight rested on her shoulders. She blinked, her eyes closed, then opened them again before stepping over the threshold. The moment Xiao Zhangyu crossed the threshold, the gatekeeper's cry had already echoed through the entire Xiao household. Before she had taken more than a few steps, hurried footsteps approached from the main hall, followed by a voice calling out, "You." She looked up to see Xiao Xiong bursting from the main hall. He ran swiftly with an unsteady gait, his robe hem flapping behind him, entirely disregarding any concern for propriety or dignity. He rushed to a sudden stop before her, scanned her from head to toe, then pulled her into his arms with a fierce grip, holding her so tightly as though afraid she might disappear if he let go. Xiao Xiong buried his face in her shoulder, his frame trembling as he spoke in broken, choked sentences filled with long-suppressed emotion. "Do you have any idea how much your father has worried about you and longed for your return?" Xiao Zhangyu stood there, embraced by her own father, feeling the fabric of his shoulder grow damp as his tears seeped through. She slowly raised her hand and patted his back, whispering, "Father, I'm back. I'm all right." Xiao Xiong held her for several more moments before finally releasing her. His eyes were red, his nose flushed. He lifted his sleeve to wipe his face, his voice hoarse. "Good that you're back. So glad you're home." As they spoke, another set of hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. Lady Zhang hurried over, lifting her skirt with Fu Ziyuan trailing behind and little Fuyue peeking out from behind her. Lady Zhang reached Xiao Zhangyu and seized her hand, scanning her from head to toe repeatedly, as if verifying she was truly unharmed. Her eyes were red too, though she didn't weep. Instead, she gripped Xiao Zhangyu's hand with desperate intensity, as though channeling all her accumulated fears and worries through that tight embrace, whispering, "Good that you're back. So glad you're home." Fu Ziyuan stood behind Lady Zhang, his gaze settling on Xiao Zhangyu's face for a long moment before he spoke in a voice lower and calmer than usual. "It's good that you're unharmed. We failed to protect you properly." That was all he said, leaving the rest unsaid. Xiao Zhangyu forced a smile. "See, I'm fine now. Don't cry." Fuyue stood behind Lady Zhang, peeking out with half his face visible, timid, just as he always was, though his eyes were red, as well as if he had recently cried. After lingering and hiding for some time, he slowly stepped forward and approached Xiao Zhangyu. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out and grasped the corner of her garment, his voice small and muffled. "Sister, you're back." Xiao Zhangyu looked down at his small hand clutching the edge of her clothes, and that familiar sour ache rose within her once more. She reached out and tousled his hair, ruining the neatly combed strands into a mess. "What are you crying for? I'm back, aren't I?" Fuyu's head wobbled from her ruffling, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he leaned closer to her and murmured, "With sister away, no one bullies me anymore." Xiao Zhangyu shot him a glare, and he shrank his neck, but a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. The family sat in the main hall for a while, exchanging pleasantries like, "Have you eaten? Are you tired? Do you want to rest first?" Madame Zhang bustled about to have the kitchen prepare a table of dishes, insisting that it wouldn't hurt to eat before resting. The meal was full of Xiao Zhangyu's favorite sweet and sour fish, braised spare ribs, osmanthus cakes, and a steaming bowl of chicken soup. After finishing the meal, Xiao Zhangyu said she wanted to return to her courtyard to rest. Xiao Xiong nodded. "Go ahead. Rest well. If anything feels off, tell Chun Tao." Madame Zhang also rose and saw her to the door. She took Xiao Zhangyu's hand and said softly, "You, if something's wrong, tell your mother. Don't bear it alone." Xiao Zhangyu looked at her mother's eyes, brimming with worry, and felt a pang in her heart. She nodded. "I know, mother. Get some rest too." She turned and walked toward her own courtyard. Chun Tao had already arranged everything in the room. The censer was lit with the agarwood Xiao Zhangyu was used to, the bed curtains were her favorite lotus pink, and the pillow was stuffed with the dried osmanthus she had slept on since childhood. Xiao Zhangyu stood at the threshold, gazing at all this, and a vague, indescribable sense of peace welled up in her heart. She walked over to the bed, sat down, touched the familiar osmanthus pillow, and slowly lay down. She closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Xiao Zhangyu went nowhere, staying obediently at home to nurture her pregnancy. She slept until the sun was high every day, ate breakfast, then basked in the courtyard leafing through storybooks, and occasionally sent Chun Tao to the pharmacy to fetch some miscarriage-preventing herbs to brew. The porridge and medicinal meals didn't stop, though. She had Chun Tao arrange for a few reliable people to manage things on her behalf, distributing porridge at the city gate every few days, keeping the pharmacy open as usual, and allowing the elderly, the weak women, and children to buy on credit. Though she stayed home, her reputation was slowly building. Those queuing for porridge at the city gate all knew that the eldest miss of the Xiao family is a kind-hearted person. One afternoon, Chun Tao returned from outside with a visiting card in her hand, her steps quicker than usual. "Miss, the Qin residence sent a card." Young Master Qin says he wishes to visit you tomorrow. Xiao Zhangyu took the card and read it. The wording was polite and thoughtful, saying that having heard Miss Xiao had returned home, he came to pay a visit. Xiao Zhangyu put down the card, leaned back in her chair, and tapped her fingers lightly on the table. Qin. She had met him at her coming-of-age banquet and twice during the autumn hunt. Her impression was of a gentle and courteous man, quite unlike those dissolute young masters. A thought suddenly struck her: she couldn't keep all that silver lying idle. If something happened, carrying so many banknotes on the run would be impractical. If she could secure a reliable false household registration, that would give her another escape route. But such a thing wasn't something just anyone could arrange, as she needed someone trustworthy and well-connected. Qin Mo's family held the post of grand servant in the court of the imperial stud, and he himself had dealings with government officials. She wondered if he would be willing to help. She put the card away and said to Chun Tao, "Reply to the card saying I will be at home tomorrow to receive young Master Qin." Chun Tao acknowledged and left. Xiao Zhangyu sat alone by the window, her gaze falling on the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the study of the Grand Secretary's mansion, Shen Yanqing was sitting behind a desk reviewing memorials. Chu Yi entered from outside and reported in a low voice, "Master, Miss Xiao as well. She hasn't been going out much these days." The brush in Shen Yanqing's hand didn't stop, his voice was flat. Chu Yi waited for a moment, and seeing that there was no further instruction, withdrew. The study fell silent. Shen Yanqing put down his brush, leaned back in his chair, and gazed at the osmanthus tree outside the window. It was nearly bare, with only a few withered yellow leaves trembling precariously in the wind. A thought surfaced in his mind. That woman, when she left, had said she missed her parents and wanted to go home crying until her eyes were red. He had thought she would at least write a letter, even if it was just a line saying, "Arrived home safely." And what happened? Half a month and not a single word. During the days she lived in the mansion, she kept saying, "I only know you. I'm afraid of the dark. I want to sleep with you." Now that she was back in her own home, she had probably forgotten who he was. Shen Yanqing leaned back in his chair, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. It was already cold. He set down the cup, his voice flat, as if talking to himself, or to Chu Yi liar. Chu Yi, standing at the door, heard it. His footsteps paused, but he didn't dare to respond or ask whom the master meant. After a moment, Chu Yi returned and stood at the door. "Master, should we continue investigating the matter concerning the Grand Counselor?" Shen Yanqing didn't look up. His gaze rested on the open memorial before him. After a long silence, he spoke. "Investigate." Just one word, calm and brief. Chu Yi acknowledged and withdrew. Shen Yanqing picked up his brush again and continued reviewing the memorials, the tip of the brush scratching against the paper. The next morning, Qin Mo arrived as promised. Xiao Zhangyu had tea and refreshments prepared in the courtyard. A pot of clear tea, a few plates of snacks, the stone table and stools under the osmanthus tree scrubbed clean. The autumn sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves scattering like fragments of gold, swaying gently. Qin Mo entered wearing a bamboo green robe, a folding fan in hand, still the picture of a refined young gentleman. They chatted desultorily for a while. Qin Mo set down his teacup and glanced at the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. "This tree must be quite old." Xiao Zhangyu followed his gaze. "It's been here since I moved in. At least a dozen years." Qin Mo nodded, took another sip of tea, and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he asked about her health. "I heard you fell into the water and took a long time to recover. Are you fully better now?" Xiao Zhangyu nodded. "Almost fully recovered. I still get tired sometimes, but the doctor says rest is all I need." Qin Mo expressed a few more concerns, his tone gentle. After chatting for a while, Xiao Zhangyu put down her teacup, looked at Qin Mo, and carefully chose her words. "Young Master Qin, there is actually another matter I'd like to ask for your help." Qin Mo's hand paused as he held his teacup. "Miss Xiao, please speak." Xiao Zhangyu lowered her voice. "I would like to ask you to help me obtain a false identity and household registration." Qin Mo set down his teacup, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. "What is this for?" Xiao Zhangyu had already prepared her excuse and said calmly, "I have a friend who, due to family matters, needs to change her identity in order to live in peace. She asked me to help. Among the people I know, only Master Qin has the connections." Qin Mo studied her silently for a moment, as if weighing something. He twirled the teacup in his hand, completing half a rotation before speaking. "What will this household registration be used for? Is it to completely assume a new identity, or merely to secure a place to stay somewhere else?" Xiao Zhangyu considered for a moment. "Let's start with an identity that can provide shelter. The rest can be discussed later." Qin Mo nodded. "In that case, it is not particularly difficult. It will simply take some time. There are many people to attend to." The weight on Xiao Zhangyu's heart lifted halfway. "There is no rush. I am already deeply grateful that Master Qin is willing to help." Qin Mo smiled. "No need to be so polite, Miss Xiao. Once this is done." Xiao Zhangyu smiled as well. "Once this is done, I will treat you to a meal at the finest restaurant in the capital, your choice." Qin Mo did not decline. He raised his teacup and took a sip as if to acknowledge. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Qin Mo set down his cup and rose. Then I will not trouble you further. Please rest well, Miss Xiao. I will send word as soon as there is news on that matter." Xiao Zhangyu nodded and saw him to the door. Qin Imo stepped into his carriage and just before lowering the curtain cast one more glance at her, as though he wished to say something, but ultimately merely nodded and drew the curtain closed. The carriage rattled its way into the distance. Xiao Zhangyu stood at the doorway watching for a while before turning and returning to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Chun Tao went to the Xiao family medical clinic as usual to pick up her prenatal medicine. She visited every few days. After collecting the herbs, she pressed the medicine bundle against her chest, head bowed, and emerged from the rear entrance of the clinic. As she was about to turn into the alley, she collided squarely with someone hurrying toward her. The medicine bundle fell to the ground and burst open. Several medicinal herbs scattered everywhere. Dongke Chuanxiong attractalodes and Scutularia spread across the earth. Chun Tao stumbled backward 2 steps before regaining her balance. Looking up, she saw a young maid in a cyan jacket, perhaps 15 or 16 years old, slight and thin, her face carrying an anxious expression as though she had been rushing too hastily without watching the path. The anger in Chun Tao's heart flared instantly. "Do you have any eyes? Can't you watch where you're going? This medicine is urgently needed, and now I'll have to go back and repack it all." The maid quickly crouched down and began frantically gathering the scattered herbs, apologizing between each handful. I'm so sorry. This servant failed to watch the path and bumped into you, elder sister. Please don't be angry." She picked up each herb one by one, carefully brushing off the dust, and neatly repacked the bundle before holding it out with both hands to Chun Tao. Chun Tao took it, shot the girl a sharp look, and without another thought patted off the medicine bundle, tucked it into her arms, and walked away. The maid stood where she was watching Chun Tao recede into the distance before slowly straightening up. The panic on her face vanished completely. She glanced down at her hand that had touched the medicine bundle. At that moment she had leaned in close enough to see the herbs clearly. Though she did not recognize all of them, one was a common herb used for prenatal care. She had seen the manor physician prescribe it several times at the commandery princess's estate. It was called baiju, or atractodes. She clenched her handkerchief tightly, turned, and walked away, quickly breaking into a run toward the commandery princess's residence. Meanwhile, Su Anren was in her room, trimming flower branches, a pair of silver scissors in hand, carefully snipping away the excess leaves. Hearing the hurried footsteps of a maid running in from outside, she set down her scissors and turned. "What's all this fuss about? What is it?" The maid, breathing heavily, recounted everything she had witnessed at the rear of the medical clinic. This servant happened to bump into Chun Tao, the personal maid of the Xiao family's eldest miss, at the back door of the clinic. She was carrying a bundle of medicine which fell and scattered on the ground. When I helped gather it, I saw the herbs inside. Dongke Chuanxiong Baiju Huangqin and a few others I could not identify. I remember the manor physician once prescribed a prenatal formula that contained Baiju and Huangqin. Su Anren's hand froze midair. The silver scissors hovered above a flower branch, never descending. After a long moment, she slowly set the scissors down and sat at the table. Then, after what felt like an eternity, she spoke. "Are you certain you did not missee it?" The maid shook her head. "This servant is certain. I have seen those herbs many times at the manor physician's. This servant would not mistake them." Su Anren said nothing further. Her mind raced. Chun Tao was Xiao Zhangyu's personal maid. If Chun Tao was buying prenatal medicine, it could only mean one thing. Xiao Zhangyu was pregnant. Who was the father? She recalled the incident during the autumn hunt, when Xiao Zhangyu and Shun Yanqing had spent a night together in a mountain cave. Afterward, Xiao Zhangyu had stayed at Shun Yanqing's residence for many days, 2 alone together, sharing the same courtyard. If that child belonged to Shun Yanqing, then her own marriage proposal stood absolutely no chance. The Empress Dowager had already complained that Shun Yanqing was not close enough to the Su family. If he had another woman and a child, then she, as betrothed, would become nothing but a laughingstock. Su Anren's voice remained calm. "You may go now." The maid let out a relieved breath and hurriedly withdrew. Once the door closed, Su Anren stood motionless for a moment, then swept her arm across the table, sending the porcelain vase crashing to the floor. The sound of shattering ceramic was sharp and piercing. She grabbed everything she could reach: the teacup, the fruit tray, the rouge box, the powder compact on her dressing table, and hurled each one to the ground one by one until the floor was littered with wreckage. Her breathing grew more rapid, her chest rising and falling. Standing amid the shards, she looked at her own trembling hands, finally stilled them, and slowly clenched them into fists. Her gaze fell upon the scattered fragments of the vase on the ground. This child, no matter whose, it must die. After a moment she turned and called toward the door, "Someone come here." A maid pushed the door open, startled by the devastation, but dared not ask questions. She kept her head lowered, awaiting instructions. Su Anren's voice returned to its usual gentleness, as though the one who had been smashing things were a complete stranger. "Go fetch in Xiang." The maid acknowledged and quickly retreated. Before long, a young woman in a dark blue jacket entered the room. "And Xiang pays respects to the commandery princess," she said, bowing her head. Su Anren turned to face her. Starting today, you and a few trusted people will keep watch over Xiao Zhangyu for me. And Xiang did not raise her eyes. Yes. Su Anren returned to her seat and brushed imaginary dust from her sleeve. Wherever she goes, whoever she meets, whatever she says and does, I want to know every detail. And Xiang's tone was steady. This servant understands. Su Anren nodded. Also her personal maid, the one named Chun Tao. Keep an eye on her as well. Watch the clinic she frequents. And Xiang accepted the order. Su Anren leaned back in her chair, picked up the teacup on the table, its tea long gone cold, and took a small sip before setting it down. Her gaze drifted to the window, her voice soft. Go, and do not let her discover you. And Xiang withdrew silently. The door closed behind her, sealed tightly. In recent days, Xiao Zhangyu had been recuperating at home. The child was nearly 2 months along, yet her belly had not yet begun to show. Still, she grew more easily fatigued than before, sleeping until the sun was high in the sky before she would rise. She sat in a reclining chair in the courtyard, a book of tales in her hands. After flipping through a couple of pages, she set it down, her gaze settling on the bare branches of the osmanthus tree above her head. Her mind churned over the same question: should she tell Shen Yanqing? She had been pregnant for nearly 2 months now, and her belly grew larger each day. It was only a matter of time before she couldn't hide it anymore. But every time she thought of broaching the subject, she recalled the words she had overheard outside the study that day: the child may not be kept. She covered her face with the book and let out a long sigh. Chun Tao entered carrying the miscarriage prevention tonic, and seeing her mistress in such a state, asked softly, "Miss, are you still thinking about that matter?" Xiao Zhangyu lowered the book from her face, took the bowl of medicine, and downed it in one gulp. The bitterness made her wrinkle her brow before she handed the empty bowl back to Chun Tao. "If I tell him, what do you think he will think?" Chun Tao thought for a moment. "This servant does not know." Xiao Zhangyu said nothing, merely letting her gaze drift back to the ceiling. She couldn't be sure either. She had never been able to grasp what he truly thought. The courtyard fell silent for a while. Guangdong entered from outside, stopping at a respectful distance, and said in a low voice, "Miss." Xiao Zhangyu sat up straight and gestured for him to come closer. "What is it?" Guangdong lowered his voice even further. "Miss, these past few days the master has been staying in the treasury all day, counting his silver and treasures. Every time he comes out, he is beaming with joy. He has even lavished many servants with silver and jewelry. Even the gatekeeper received 2 ingots of silver. Yesterday, when the head cook's son married, the master casually gifted a pair of jade bangles as a meeting gift for the new bride." After hearing this, Xiao Zhangyu leaned back in her chair and pressed her fingers to her temples. Just how much had her father embezzled this time to be so generous to the servants? Her head throbbed even more. She was utterly exasperated with her father, but he was her father. What could she do? Just as she was lost in thought, footsteps sounded from the front courtyard. A maidservant ran in to announce, "Eldest Miss, the second master is here. He is waiting for you in the front hall." Xiao Zhangyu was momentarily taken aback. She quickly rose and changed into a proper outfit before heading to the front hall. Fu Ziyuan was seated in the hall sipping tea. When he saw her enter, he set down his cup. "You look well. Bored to death at home these past few days, I imagine." Xiao Zhangyu sat down beside him. "Second father, what brings you here?" Fu Ziyuan looked at her. "The hot springs at the suburban retreat have opened. Bathing in them during winter is good for the body. You've been cooped up for a while. Would you like to go and unwind?" Xiao Zhangyu thought it over. She really hadn't been out in a long time, and staying at home was stifling. A trip to the hot springs would be a good opportunity to relax and escape the troubles of the manor. Sure, but it would be no fun going alone. "Could I invite Zheng Yu to come along?" Fu Ziyuan nodded. "As you wish. I'll arrange the carriage. We'll set out the day after tomorrow." He stood up and cast another glance at her. "Getting out and clearing your mind is a good idea. Don't keep yourself cooped up at home. I'll speak to your mother." Xiao Zhangyu nodded and saw him out. That very afternoon, she sent a message to Zheng Yu, "Hot springs at the retreat. Coming." Zheng Yu's reply arrived that evening, consisting of just 2 characters: coming. 3 days later, 2 carriages left the city gates, one after the other, heading toward the suburban retreat. Xiao Zhangyu and Zheng Yu shared a carriage, each leaning against a window. A small table between them held tea and pastries. The late autumn weather had turned chilly, but a charcoal stove inside the carriage kept it warm and cozy. After the carriage had traveled for a while, Zheng Yu suddenly glanced at Xiao Zhangyu, her gaze lingering on the jade-green hairpin in her hair. "Hey, that hairpin of yours is quite pretty." Xiao Zhangyu reached up and touched the hairpin. It was the one Shen Yanqing had given her. She smiled. "Pretty, isn't it? The emperor bestowed it upon my father. I'll give you one when we get back." Zheng Yu snorted. "You have a terrible temper, but I'll admit you're generous." Xiao Zhangyu laughed. "That's right. I, Xiao Zhangyu, may not have many virtues, but I'm generous to my friends." Zheng Yu rolled her eyes, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. They fell silent for a moment, and then Xiao Zhangyu pulled a book of tales from her bundle and handed it over. "Here, have a look." Zheng Yu took the book. "What is it?" Xiao Zhangyu leaned in closer and lowered her voice. "I bought it a couple of days ago. It's about a general and a young lady from a noble family. The general is incredibly handsome, but he's cold and doesn't talk much, though he treats her very well. Zhangyu flipped through a couple of pages and pursed her lips. Another one of those. 8 out of 10 tales are like this. But her hands didn't stop as she continued turning the pages. Xiao Zhangyu leaned in even closer. The best part is later. The general is drugged and the young lady goes to save him. The tips of Zhang Yu's ears turned red. She closed the book and shoved it back into Xiao Zhangyu's arms. All right. I'll finish reading it later. The two began chatting about the young nobleman in the capital, who was handsome, who rode well, who shot arrows accurately. Zhang Yu said, "You know Qin Mo, right? He really does look good on horseback, tall and straight, no wasted movements." Xiao Zhangyu nodded in agreement. "He's quite good looking and easy to get along with. But I think Xin Yanqing is still better. Just look at the way he rides, the sheer presence." Zhang Yu snorted. "You sure know how to pick." And so they chatted idly, all the way drifting from one topic to another until before they knew it the carriage had left the city. The fields on either side of the official road gradually gave way to rolling hills, and the silhouettes of distant mountains appeared and disappeared in the thin winter mist. Xiao Zhangyu leaned against the carriage wall listening to Zhang Yu's ceaseless chatter about which young master had fallen off his horse, which young lady had knocked over a wine cup at a banquet, and she felt her spirits lifting much more than they had at home. Meanwhile, in the distant capital within the princess's manor, Anxiang stood before Su Anren and reported the news she had just received in full detail. Princess Xiao Zhangyu left the house today. She went to the suburban retreat to bathe in the hot springs accompanied by Zhang Yu, the daughter of the Grand Tutor. The carriage left the city this morning and should arrive the day after tomorrow. Su Anren was painting her eyebrows. The brush in her hand did not pause as she slowly completed the final stroke. She examined herself in the bronze mirror, then set down the eyebrow pencil. Hot springs. She certainly knows how to enjoy herself. Venturing out in this bitter cold, she rose and walked to the window, pushing it open. The late autumn wind rushed in, stirring the tiny strands of hair at her temples. Her voice carried a hint of a smile, yet the smile did not reach her eyes. Since she dares to go out, how could I possibly miss such a grand performance? She turned her head to glance at Anxiang. Arrange a carriage. I too will go to the retreat. Tell them it's for a change of scenery. Anxiang acknowledged the order and turned to make the arrangements. Su Anren stood at the window, gazing at the sky gradually growing colder. She reached up to draw her collar closer. She looked down at her own hands. A faint scratch from the day she had smashed the vase still lingered on her fingertip, though it had nearly faded from sight. She clenched her fist and then released it. The smile on her lips slowly faded, and the look in her eyes turned dark. If it was true, she would make her wish she had never been born. She slowly closed the window and turned back into the room. By the time they arrived at the hot spring palace, it was already dusk. Nestled against the mountain, the courtyard spread out in tiers along the slope. The steam from the hot springs veiled in the twilight, like a thin gauze draped over the entire palace. Xiao Zhangyu and Zhang Yu were assigned to 2 adjacent rooms. Pushing open the window, they could see the steaming hot spring pool directly opposite, and the air was filled with a faint scent of sulfur. Zhang Yu tossed her bundle onto the bed and promptly slipped into Xiao Zhangyu's room, plopping down on her bed. "I finished reading that storybook of yours. Do you have any new ones?" Xiao Zhangyu, who was unfastening her outer garment, glanced at her. "No, just that one." Zhang Yu pouted, "Then buy more next time. By the way, did you know that this palace has several hot spring pools? There are big ones and small ones, and even private courtyard pools. I heard the innermost courtyard has the best scenery." Xiao Zhangyu shook her head. She was unfamiliar with the palace, this being her first visit. Zhang Yu patted the bedboard as if struck by a bright idea. "Then let's pick a small one tomorrow to avoid crowding with others." Xiao Zhangyu nodded. Just as she was about to speak, a flurry of footsteps and voices came from outside, as if someone was moving luggage. Soon the courtyard next door lit up with lanterns, and someone was instructing the maids to tidy the room. The voice was not loud, but through the wall Xiao Zhangyu recognized it. It was Su Anren. Zhang Yu obviously heard it too. Her face instantly fell, and the liveliness in her voice dissipated. "What a jinx. Why do we run into her everywhere we go? How come she's here? Is she doing this on purpose?" Xiao Zhangyu did not respond, but the same thought crossed her mind. She stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open a crack to look outside. In the adjacent courtyard, figures were moving about, maids carrying lanterns in and out as if arranging the room. Xiao Zhangyu closed the window and turned around. "Don't mind her. We'll enjoy ourselves. She comes her way, we soak ours. The palace is large enough that we might not even run into her." Zhang Yu snorted, stood up, and smoothed her skirt. "Fine, I'll head back now. I'll come find you tomorrow morning." At the door, she turned back to glance at Xiao Zhangyu. "Don't sleep in too late." Xiao Zhangyu nodded, and Zhang Yu returned to her own room. The next morning, Xiao Zhangyu and Zhang Yu met in the courtyard. Wrapped in thick cloaks, they followed the stone steps toward the hot spring pools. The palace's hot spring pools were built along the mountain terrain, with large and small pools scattered among trees and rocks, steam rising in the air. They chose a medium-sized pool surrounded by a ring of low bamboo, which blocked the view from outside, making it feel like a small courtyard. Xiao Zhangyu entered the water first. The warm spring rose to her shoulders, and she let out a comfortable sigh as she leaned against the pool wall. Zhangyu followed and sat down beside her. In the misty vapor, she glanced at Xiao Zhangyu, her gaze pausing for a moment on her chest before she suddenly spoke. Hey, have you been eating something different lately? Xiao Zhangyu looked down at herself. Eating something different? Zhangyu pointed at her chest. Has it grown again? I don't remember it being this big before. Xiao Zhangyu glanced down and realized that her chest had indeed become fuller recently. Her undergarments were noticeably tighter than before. Before she could answer, footsteps approached, and someone pushed through the bamboo into the pool area. Su Anren appeared at the poolside wearing a light purple bathrobe, her hair loosely pinned with a jade hairpin. Her face bore that familiar tender smile, but her eyes immediately fell on Xiao Zhangyu's chest. Xiao Zhangyu felt uncomfortable under her gaze and sank deeper into the water until it reached her chin. What are you staring at? Su Anren crouched by the pool, her gaze shifting from Xiao Zhangyu's chest to her face, her smile deepening. Her voice was soft. Miss Xiao has a wonderful figure. I couldn't help but take a few extra looks. Forgive my rudeness. Xiao Zhangyu sensed a hidden meaning in her words. Staring at me like that? I think you've fallen in love with me. Su Anren smiled and shook her head. Miss Xiao jokes. I was just admiring your slender waist and wondering how you maintain it. Xiao Zhangyu felt a bit uneasy at the question. She had indeed put on some weight recently, and her waist was thicker, but she didn't want to discuss it with Su Anren. Why should I tell you just because you ask? She turned away, ignoring Su Anren, and moved to the other side of the pool. Picking up the fruit plate nearby, she peeled a grape and tossed it into her mouth. Su Anren watched her retreating figure, smiled, and did not follow. She stood up, turned, and walked a few steps to sit at the edge of another pool, slowly beginning to untie her bathrobe sash. In the misty steam, she turned her head and spoke softly to the maid behind her, who was carrying a tray. On the steps outside, accidentally spill a little oil. Remember, it was an accident. The maid's hands holding the tray tightened slightly. She lowered her head and replied, This servant understands. Carrying the bowl of soup, she walked past Su Anren and headed toward the steps. The soup was meant for another destination. As the maid reached the steps, her pace suddenly slowed, as if she had tripped over something. The bowl in her hands wobbled, and the soup splashed onto the steps. The maid bent down, wiped the steps with a handkerchief, and muttered under her breath, How clumsy. Then she hurried away with the empty bowl. That afternoon, a procession of carriages stopped at the palace gate. Sun Yanqing dismounted and stood waiting at the entrance. The carriage curtain was lifted, and the young emperor poked his head out first, dressed in a blue casual robe. Though young, his demeanor already carried a hint of imperial bearing. He stepped down and looked at the palace with some curiosity. Minister Shun, this palace is larger than I imagined. Sun Yanqing walked half a step behind the young emperor. The palace is built against the mountain with 7 hot spring sources and over 20 pools of various sizes. It was constructed in the previous dynasty and has been renovated several times. The young emperor nodded, then looked at the distant steam with a hint of excitement. Several carriages behind them also stopped, and a few princesses alighted one after another, chattering together like a flock of birds just released from their cage. The elder one held the younger sister's hand and whispered a caution, Don't run too fast. The mountain path is slippery. The younger one reluctantly slowed her pace. A group ascended the stone steps. The palace steps were built along the mountain with patches of moss in some places. The young emperor walked ahead while Sun Yanqing followed half a step behind, always mindful of the path underfoot. After walking for a while, the young emperor suddenly turned back. Minister Shun, do you think the hot springs in this palace can truly cure colds? Sun Yanqing nodded. The spring water contains sulfur, which is indeed beneficial for dispelling cold and invigorating the body. The young emperor asked again, Have you been here before? Sun Yanqing replied calmly, Twice, both times accompanying the late emperor. The young emperor uttered an, Oh, and did not ask further, continuing onward. Though young, he had already learned not to press on topics that lead to silence. After about another half hour, eunuch Lu, who was by the emperor's side, walked at the rear of the group, climbing the stone steps. As he walked, he turned back to call the young eunuchs to keep up, not paying attention to his footing. Suddenly his foot seemed to step on something slippery, and he lurched backward violently, his whisk flying far away. A dull thud sounded as his back struck the sharp edge of the step, leaving him pale with pain, and his voice distorted, Ouch! This old servant's waist. The nearby guards hurried to help him up, but he could not straighten, clutching his waist. Eunuch Lu grimaced in pain, gasping several times before he could recover, but his waist remained bent. Ouch! This old servant's old waist. The young emperor stopped, turned back, and asked with confusion, What happened? Sun Yanqing had already crouched down to examine the steps. His gaze swept over several marks on the surface which looked like oil stains, but had been diluted with water, making them less obvious. He stood up, glanced at eunuch Lu, who was still being attended to, then looked at the palace steward. Someone spilled something on these steps just now. How did your cleaning staff manage this? This is an imperial palace, not an ordinary place. If the emperor had fallen today instead of eunuch Lu, how many heads would you have to offer? The palace steward dropped to his knees with a thud, cold sweat beating on his forehead, kowtowing repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. This servant was negligent. I will have the steps cleaned again and covered with anti-slip hemp mats. This will never happen again. Shen Yanqing glanced at him again. Not just this section. Cover the steps leading to all the hot spring pools. The steward assented repeatedly, then scrambled up and limped off to make arrangements. The young emperor stood by and watched for a while until eunuch Lu's groans subsided, then spoke. Minister Shen, eunuch Lu's waist. Shen Yanqing turned his head, have him carried down, and call a physician to examine him. At his age, a fall is no trivial matter. The guards acknowledged and carried eunuch Lu toward the living quarters in the palace. The young emperor watched a moment longer, then withdrew his gaze. Let's go. I want to see the largest pool. Shen Yanqing nodded. The largest hot spring pool is at the innermost part of the palace, called Shuiying Pool. Its surface is broad, surrounded by corridors and pillars suitable for the imperial residence. He paused, then added in a flat tone, there are a few smaller pools nearby which the ladies usually frequent. Then he said nothing more and continued walking. Several princesses chattered behind, discussing which pool was prettier, having already forgotten the earlier incident. The youngest princess tugged her sister's sleeve. Sister, can we go to the smallest pool? I don't want to bathe with too many people. The elder princess nodded. All right, whatever you say. Shen Yanqing walked ahead, his gaze sweeping over the staggered eaves of the palace, casting a brief glance toward the women's quarters, then withdrawing his eyes. His steps did not falter, his expression unchanged. The palace steps were finely built, especially the section leading to the hot springs, flanked by green bamboo, with spring water seeping from the rocks and gathering into small streams along the path. On ordinary days this would be fine, but if someone had deliberately tampered with these places, it would be no coincidence. He did not dwell on it further, simply continuing to accompany the young emperor forward as if nothing had happened. That evening the emperor hosted a banquet in the palace, inviting the accompanying ministers and their families. Xiao Zhangyu and Zheng Yuyu changed clothes and went to the side hall where the banquet was set. The hall was not large but elegantly arranged, with several palace lanterns hanging from the beams, candlelight reflecting off landscape paintings on the walls, and through the window the faint mist of distant hot spring pools could be seen. The emperor sat at the head seat with empty seats beside him reserved for the princesses. Shen Yanqing sat at the first position below the emperor's right hand, dressed in a moon-white casual robe, looking cool and noble, somewhat out of place amid the surrounding cheerfulness. Su Anren had already arrived, sitting at a slightly farther seat, wearing a goose-yellow palace gown, chatting with the wife of an official beside her. Hearing the commotion of Xiao Zhangyu and the others entering, she looked up, wore a gentle smile, then lowered her head again to continue talking as if she hadn't seen them. Zheng Yuyu whispered in her ear, I can't stand her. Xiao Zhangyu didn't respond, pulling Zheng Yuyu to sit at a seat in the back. When everyone had arrived, the young emperor stood up and spoke a few words, his voice still somewhat childish, but his wording proper. Today, everyone has come from afar, so please feel at ease. Feel free to enjoy the hot springs in the palace at your leisure. There is no need for excessive formality during the evening meal. Everyone rose to express their gratitude, and the banquet officially began. The dishes were not particularly exquisite, but they boasted rustic flavors. Several local wild delicacies, a plate of steamed fish, and a pot of mushroom soup filled the air with rich aromas. Xiao Zhangyu picked up a piece of fish, ate a couple of bites, then took a piece of bamboo shoot. Her gaze swept across the table and finally settled on a plate of plums in the corner. Green plums pickled to a faint yellow, coated with a thin layer of powdered sugar. Xiao Zhangyu stared at the plate of plums for several moments, her throat unconsciously bobbing. She reached for one, took a bite. Sour with a hint of sweetness, crisp and crunchy. The sourness burst on her tongue, and she squinted, then couldn't resist picking up a second. As she ate the third, she felt someone's gaze in her peripheral vision. She turned her head slightly and met Shen Yanqing's eyes. He sat near the main seat, holding a cup of wine, his gaze crossing the tables to rest on her. His eyes paused on her face for a moment, then fell on the plate of plums in front of her before he looked away. Xiao Zhangyu felt a pang of guilt under that look, and she put the half-eaten plum back on the plate, took a sip of tea, and pretended she hadn't seen anything. Her heart raced a few beats, but she did not reach for another plum. The child was nearly 2 months along, and her tastes had indeed changed. She used to dislike sour things, but now she couldn't take her eyes off plums. She sat up straight, lowered her head, and took a few bites of rice. The atmosphere at the banquet was relatively harmonious. The young emperor said a few words, and the ministers nearby echoed in agreement. Su Anren walked up to the young emperor with a glass of wine, offering a few flattering and pleasing words. The young emperor nodded, and she smiled as she retreated to her seat. Zheng Yuyu snorted softly from the side. She's the only one who knows how to show off. The banquet lasted nearly 2 hours before it ended. The guests filed out in 2s and 3s. The lanterns beneath the eaves had been lit, casting a bright gleam on the bluestone path. Xiao Zhangyu exchanged a few words with Zheng Yuyu, and Zhangyu returned to the courtyard first. She walked back alone along the long corridor. The night breeze carried the scent of spring water, cool and refreshing, and it invigorated her as it brushed against her face. After walking some distance, as she reached the corner, she suddenly heard a voice from behind. Not loud, but exceptionally clear in the quiet corridor, "Miss Xiao." She paused and turned around. Shun Yanqing stood a few steps behind her, the lantern light falling on his shoulders, casting his face in a play of light and shadow. He stood there, not advancing, just watching her from that short distance. Xiao Zhangyu was startled for a moment, then lowered her head and bowed. "Lord Shun." Having said that, she turned to leave. But as soon as she took a step, her wrist was suddenly seized. His palm was dry and warm, the grip, not too heavy but firm as it wrapped around her wrist. She stopped in her tracks. Shun Yanqing was silent for a moment, his voice somewhat unnatural. "Does your head still ache after returning home?" Xiao Zhangyu was bewildered by the question. She looked up at him, then lowered her head again. "It's fine." In her heart, she knew there was nothing wrong with her head at all. But after saying those two words, she did not immediately pull her hand away. Shun Yanqing held her wrist, not letting go. He was silent again, as if deliberating for a long time before speaking. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Xiao Zhangyu's heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was, does he know? Does he know I'm pregnant? But if he truly knew, given his nature, he wouldn't be so hesitant in asking. Xiao Zhangyu's heartbeat gradually calmed. She moved her wrist, pulling it from his grip, and said in a voice neither loud nor soft, "No. Thank you for your concern, Lord Shen." She did not look at him again and turned to leave. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, and her skirt brushed against the bluestone, making a soft rustling sound. The lanterns beneath the eaves cast a long shadow behind her. Shun Yanqing stood still, watching her walk away, without following. He looked down at his hand, the one that had just held hers, and felt a lingering warmth at his fingertips. He lowered his hand, turned, and walked toward another corridor. The lantern light stretched his shadow long and long, gradually disappearing around the corner. After returning to his bedchamber, Shun Yanqing was restless and uneasy. He sat on the edge of the bed, holding a cup of tea. He lifted it, set it down, lifted it again, and set it down once more, never taking a sip. The wind outside the window rustled through the bamboo grove in the mountains, its intermittent whisper making the silence in the room even more unbearable. He leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, then opened them again. The wind picked up outside. The mountain wind was much colder than in the capital, carrying damp moisture and making the paper window rattle slightly. He sat for a while, then suddenly stood up, took a thick cloak from the coat rack, and pushed open the door to go out. Outside, the rain was not heavy but fine and dense, falling on the bluestone path and wetting it into a thin sheen. He walked along the corridor to the gate of the small courtyard where Xiao Zhangyu was staying and stopped. Chun Tao was guarding the courtyard gate. When she saw Shun Yanqing approaching, she was startled and quickly stood up. Lord Shun, why have you come?" Shun Yanqing's gaze passed over her shoulder and looked into the courtyard. "Where is your mistress?" Chun Tao's mind raced. The mistress was still bathing in the eastern wing and hadn't come out yet. She opened her mouth to say, "The mistress is bathing," but then felt it might not be appropriate. While she hesitated, Shun Yanqing had already pushed open the courtyard gate. "I'll go find her." Chun Tao instinctively reached out to stop him, but pulled her hand back halfway. The mistress was fond of Lord Shun, and if she stopped him, the mistress would surely scold her when she found out. She silently stepped back half a pace, watching Shun Yanqing's figure disappear around the corner of the corridor. Then she quietly guarded the courtyard gate, straining her ears to listen for any sounds inside. Xiao Zhangyu had just come out of the eastern wing. She had finished her bath and was wearing only a set of white undergarments with the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone and neckline. Her hair was still wet, hanging loose over her shoulders with droplets of water trickling down from the ends, leaving dark spots on the fabric. She was about to go back to the bedchamber to fetch that storybook. As she pushed open the door, she saw Shun Yanqing standing at the bottom of the steps in the fine curtain of rain. She was startled and instinctively pulled her collar together. "Why are you here?" Shun Yanqing looked at her wet hair and slightly open collar, then quickly averted his gaze as if scalded by something. He cleared his throat, his voice slightly more unnatural than usual, and handed her the cloak in his hand. "The mountain nights are cold. I was afraid you might not have brought warm clothes and would freeze to death." As soon as he said it, he felt he had misspoken and added, "I meant I was afraid you might catch a cold and trouble the imperial physician at the temporary palace." Xiao Zhangyu looked at the cloak, then at him, and reached out to take it. Her fingertips touched the back of his hand, cool and cold, as if he had walked a long way. She lowered her head and felt the fabric of the cloak, thick black brocade, very warm. She looked up at him. "Come in first." She turned sideways, pushed open the bedchamber door, and walked in first. She glanced back at him, waiting for him to follow. Shun Yanqing stood at the bottom of the steps, raindrops falling on his shoulders, dampening a small patch of his clothing. He looked at her standing inside the door, was silent for a moment, then stepped up onto the stairs. He followed her into the bedchamber. Xiao Zhangyu gestured for Shun Yanqing to take a seat by the table, then turned to pour herself a cup of tea. The liquid was warm, She carried the cup back and set it before him, then sat in the chair opposite a table and a single lamp standing between them. She said nothing, her gaze lowered to her fingers resting on her knees as if lost in thought. A silence settled over the room, broken only by the soft patter of rain against the window pane, deepening the stillness. Sun Yanqing lifted the cup and took a slow sip, offering no pressure, his attention drawn to the shadows cast by her drooping lashes. A faint fragrance drifted toward him from her, subtle like soap mingled with the mineral warmth of hot springs. Indescribable, yet compelling enough to draw another breath. He averted his gaze and set the cup down. You have something to tell me. Xiao Zhangyu lifted her head, meeting his eyes, and after a long silence spoke, Yes. I do have something to say. She hesitated as if weighing her words, then spoke clearly in the quiet room. Shall we have a child? Sun Yanqing's hand stilled on the teacup. He studied her face, saying nothing at first, as though verifying he had heard correctly. Xiao Zhangyu did not give him time to respond. She continued, her pace quickening as if afraid that slowing down would rob her of courage. I feel no sense of security. You will not marry me into your family, and I am no longer untouched. I only want a child to hold on to. With a child, I will have someone to rely on, and I will not always feel that one day I will be cast aside. She did not look at him as she spoke, her gaze fixed on the tabletop, her fingers gripping the cuff of her sleeve until her knuckles whitened slightly. Sun Yanqing set down his teacup and looked at her silent for a long while. The rain fell steadily outside, unhurried, like someone beating an old drum in the distance. He spoke at last, his voice lower than before, measured as if each word had been carefully considered. You once said you liked me. I have understood your feelings. I will take responsibility for you. In the future, I will bring you into my household. There will be no principal wife. He looked at her. But a child. I cannot. Xiao Zhangyu's eyes brightened for an instant, then dimmed again. She looked at Sun Yanqing seated across from her. The lamplight blurred his features, obscuring the emotions in his eyes, but she clearly understood the weight of his two preceding statements. He meant he would take her as a concubine, but not give her a child. Her fingers tightened around her sleeve once more, and she spoke, her voice louder than before. You mean I should become your concubine? Sun Yanqing looked at her. There will be no principal wife, and I will not let you suffer grievance. Xiao Zhangyu rose abruptly, her chair legs scraping harshly against the floor. She looked down at him, her voice trembling with barely contained anger. You would make me a concubine. Do you not know my second father is the current Grand Secretary and my own father is the Vice Minister of Revenue? You would make me a concubine. Sun Yanqing also stood looking at her. I know, but now is not the time. Xiao Zhangyu cut him off. So that is why you would make me a concubine. Sun Yanqing looked at her and said nothing. Xiao Zhangyu's chest rose and fell rapidly, her eyes reddening, but she held back her tears. She bit her lip. Leave. Sun Yanqing stood where he was, not moving immediately. Watching her reddened eyes and slightly trembling lips, he hesitated, then took a step forward and pulled her into his arms. His movements were not gentle, almost awkward, as though unfamiliar with how to comfort someone, yet his arms around her were tight, his chin resting atop her head. His voice came down to her, muffled, carrying a rare helplessness. Stop this. Many things are not as simple as you think. Xiao Zhangyu stiffened in his embrace for a moment, then pushed him away. Her strength was not great, but it was resolute. I said it. Leave. Sun Yanqing was pushed back half a step. He looked down at her, said nothing more, turned, pushed open the door, and walked out. Night wind swept in with the rain, making the candle flame on the table flicker violently before steadying. The door closed behind him with a soft sound. Xiao Zhangyu stood where she was, gazing at the closed door, remaining motionless for a long time. She looked down, touched her stomach, then let her hand fall away. Chuntao peeked her head in from the courtyard gate, saw her standing alone by the table, and called out cautiously, Miss. Xiao Zhangyu did not turn around. I am fine. Go back to sleep. Chuntao hesitated, then closed the door and withdrew. Meanwhile, Sun Yanqing walked along the covered corridor. The night wind carried fine raindrops against his face, chills seeping into his temples and shoulders, dampening them completely. He paused as he left the courtyard, turning his head to speak into the darkness behind him. Chuyi. Chuyi's voice came from the shadows, subdued. I am here, sir. Sun Yanqing's tone was flat, betraying no emotion. Arrange additional men to keep watch in this area. Chuyi acknowledged, yes, sir. Sun Yanqing said nothing more and stepped into the rain, disappearing quickly around the corner of the corridor. The night wind carried the raindrops, causing the lanterns beneath the eaves to sway gently. Xiao Zhangyu stayed in the imperial retreat for 2 more days, but she went nowhere, not even soaking in the hot springs again. She remained in her room, flipping through a few pages of a storybook without reading a single word. Zhangyu came to see her once. Seeing her listless, she didn't ask much and left after a short while. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xiao Zhangyu told Chun Tao to pack her things, saying she wanted to return. Chun Tao was startled. Miss, weren't we supposed to stay a couple more days? We finally got out, and you haven't even had your fill of the hot springs. Xiao Zhangyu shook her head. I don't want to stay. Chun Tao looked at her expression, said no more, and silently packed the luggage. The carriage left through the rear gate of the retreat, and traveled along the same official road back toward the capital. Shen Yanqing was having breakfast with the young emperor when he received the news. Chui entered from outside, leaned down, and whispered a few words in his ear. The chopsticks in Shen Yanqing's hand paused for a moment, then he continued picking up food as if he had heard nothing. The young emperor looked up at him. "Minister Shun, is something amiss?" Shen Yanqing set down his chopsticks. "Nothing urgent, your majesty, please continue your meal." The young emperor let out an "oh," and went back to sipping his congee. Shen Yanqing picked up his teacup and took a sip, his gaze falling on the mountain scenery outside the window. He paused for a moment, then withdrew his eyes. He took another sip of tea before setting the cup down, his voice calm as he added, "Have the retreat steward inventory everything. We return to the capital the day after tomorrow." Chui acknowledged and withdrew. Su Anren learned at the gate of the retreat that Xiao Zhangyu had already left. She stood under the corridor, gazing in the direction where the carriage had vanished, her fingers tightening on the handkerchief. She stood for a while, then turned and went back to her room without saying much. That afternoon she ordered a carriage and returned to the capital. The carriage did not go to the princess's residence, but drove straight into the palace gates. In the dowager's bedchamber, Su Anren knelt before the soft couch, a handkerchief covering half her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. The dowager empress leaned on the couch, a cup of tea in hand, watching her for a while, without speaking right away. Su Anren cried for a bit, then lifted her head, her eyes rimmed red, her voice choked with tears. "Aunt." The dowager set down her teacup. "Speak up if you have something to say. Stop sniveling, it's unbecoming." Su Anren wiped her tears, her voice soft and timid. "Aunt, I have something. I don't know if I should say it." The dowager looked at her. "You've come all the way to me, and you still ask if you should say it. Speak." Su Anren lowered her head, her voice dropping even lower, as if afraid the palace maids outside might hear. "I heard that the eldest young lady of the Xiao family might be with child." The dowager's hand holding the tea paused. She glanced at her. "What did you say?" Su Anren's voice remained gentle, but every word seemed carefully weighed. "I only heard it. I'm not sure if it's true. But if it is, the child is said to be Minister Shun's. And think about it. Minister Shun and I are betrothed, a match personally set by your Imperial Highness." Su Anren's voice remained gentle, but every word seemed carefully weighed. "I only heard it. I'm not sure if it's true. But if it is, the child is said to be Minister Shun's. And think about it. Minister Shun and I are betrothed, a match personally set by your Imperial Highness. Yet now he has fathered a child with another woman. If this gets out, what will people say? Not only will my reputation be ruined, but your Imperial Highness's face will also be disgraced." She paused as if afraid she had spoken too plainly, then added, "And besides, my own marriage is a minor matter. But the emperor is still young, and the court is already unstable. Minister Shen already wields immense power. If he has an heir, once the emperor comes of age, will he still be able to rein him in?" Her voice grew softer and softer, the last words almost a murmur, yet every syllable fell clearly into the dowager's ears. The dowager did not respond immediately. She leaned on the couch, her gaze resting on Su Anren's bowed head, as if lost in thought. After a long moment, she spoke, her voice low, but carrying an undeniable authority. "Enough. I will handle this matter." Su Anren raised her head to look at the dowager's expressionless face, and the stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell halfway down. She knew she had delivered her words to the right place, so she said no more, only murmured a soft "yes," bowed, and withdrew. Su Anren raised her head to look at the dowager's expressionless face, and the stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell halfway down. She knew she had delivered her words to the right place, so she said no more, only murmured a soft "yes," bowed, and withdrew. The door closed behind her, and the bedchamber fell silent once more. The dowager empress sat on the soft couch, took a sip of the now cold tea, set it down, and gazed at the darkening sky outside the window. Her fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, twice lost in thought. A few days later, several noble families in the capital received invitations. The invitations were from the palace, stating that the chrysanthemums in the imperial garden were exceptionally beautiful this year, and the dowager empress had specially arranged a chrysanthemum banquet, inviting all the noble ladies to the palace to admire the flowers. Some discerning wives murmured privately, but none dared to say anything openly. They simply prepared the most elegant dresses and jewelry for their daughters, and instructed them to be cautious in the palace, say nothing they shouldn't, and look nowhere they shouldn't. Xiao Zhangyu was basking in the sun in the courtyard when she received the invitation. Chun Tao brought it in from outside and handed it to her. "Miss, it's from the palace." Xiao Zhangyu took it, opened it, and glanced at it. Her eyes lingered on the words "Dowager's Banquet" and "Chrysanthemum Viewing" for a moment, then she closed the invitation and placed it on the table without saying a word. Chun Tao stood by, hesitated, then asked, "Miss, will you go?" Xiao Zhangyu leaned back in her reclining chair, her gaze fixed on the bare osmanthus branches above. "When the dowager invites, can I refuse?" She didn't want to go, but she had no reason to refuse. If the dowager hosted a banquet, and all the noble ladies of the capital attended, for her alone to be absent would be an open affront to the dowager. In her current situation, she had little room left for willfulness. She looked down and touched her belly. The child was still small, not yet visible, but if the dowager kept her longer, or made some move during the banquet, she might not escape unscathed. She clenched her sleeve, then released it, stood up, and said to Chun Tao, "Find my moon white over jacket. I'll wear it on the day of the chrysanthemum banquet." Chun Tao acknowledged, and went to prepare. Xiao Zhangyu stood still, watching the cooling sky outside the window. The uneasy premonition in her heart grew stronger, as if something was quietly approaching, and she was not yet prepared. She straightened her sleeves, and turned back into the room. The weather grew progressively colder, and before she knew it, the day of the chrysanthemum viewing banquet had arrived. Xiao Zhangyu rose early to wash and dress, slipping into a moon-white baize with a pale lotus-purple thin wrap coat draped over it. A plain silver hairpin adorned her hair, while small pearl earrings hung from her earlobes. She gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror for a long, while ensuring her appearance was both proper and unassuming before rising to walk toward the door. Chun Tao followed behind, and murmured, "Miss, why are you dressed so simply today?" Xiao Zhangyu did not turn around, merely replying in a calm tone, "The palace is full of watching eyes. It is best to keep a low profile." She absolutely could not draw any attention today. The Empress Dowager's invitation had nothing to do with admiring flowers. She must not give her opponent any grounds to seize upon. The carriage came to a halt at the palace gate. Xiao Zhangyu stepped out, and following the guiding eunuch passed through several courtyard gates on her way toward the imperial garden. Many noble ladies had already gathered in the imperial garden, standing in small groups beside the flower beds, clad in resplendent silk garments of various colors. Under the winter sunlight, they resembled moving blossoms. The chrysanthemums in the imperial garden were indeed in magnificent bloom, vast swathes of them carpeting the flower beds in layered hues of golden yellow, snow white, pale lavender, and deep crimson. Among the chrysanthemums, a few early blooming wintersweet bushes dotted their branches with sparse golden flowers, releasing a subtle ethereal fragrance in the cold wind. The noble ladies stood in clusters before the flowers, some bending to inhale their scent, others exchanging compliments on attire and jewelry, some whispering and laughing together, a scene of lively harmony. Xiao Zhangyu remained at the periphery of the crowd, making no move to join them. She exchanged polite greetings with a few acquaintances, and then retreated to stand beside a wintersweet tree, bowing her head, as if admiring the flowers, though in truth, she was quietly observing her surroundings. Lost in thought, she was startled by a gentle female voice beside her. "Miss Xiao looks truly elegant today." Xiao Zhangyu turned to find a young woman in a goose-yellow palace dress, gazing at her, her expression warm and smiling. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, and was entirely unfamiliar. Noticing Xiao Zhangyu's gaze, the woman gave a slight curtsy. "I am Princess Pingyang. I caught sight of Miss Xiao from afar during last autumn's hunting expedition, though I had no opportunity to speak." Xiao Zhangyu hastily returned the courtesy. "This humble one greets Princess Pingyang." Princess Pingyang smiled. "No need for such formality, Miss Xiao. I noticed from afar that your complexion looks far better than during the last autumn hunt. You seem even more well filled out. Have you been enjoying some fine delicacies recently?" Her words were casual, as though spoken in jest, yet Xiao Zhangyu felt a faint tightening in her chest. Maintaining a composed expression, she replied with a smile, "You jest, Your Highness. It is likely only the cold weather that has prompted me to wear thicker clothing." Princess Pingyang did not press further, and after a few more remarks of idle conversation, she turned and departed. Xiao Zhangyu was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the crowd suddenly fell silent. Following the direction of everyone's gaze, Xiao Zhangyu saw Su Anren supporting the Empress Dowager as she entered through the moon-shaped archway of the imperial garden. The Empress Dowager wore a deep purple palace gown and a vermilion gold phoenix coronet upon her head. Her smile was amiable and approachable, and she appeared to be in excellent spirits. Su Anren stood at her side in a pale pink palace dress, her face bearing a perfectly measured, tender smile. Her gaze swept across the crowd and paused ever so briefly on Xiao Zhangyu before casually moving on. That fleeting glance sent a chill through Xiao Zhangyu. She bowed her head and offered a respectful greeting before standing silently among the crowd. The Empress Dowager stopped before the flower bed, regarded the fully bloomed chrysanthemums, and spoke a few pleasantries of praise. Her words were largely conventional. The gardeners had taken great care this year, the flowers were splendid, and it was the lady's good fortune to enjoy the viewing. The assembled guests eagerly concurred, praising the Empress Dowager's refined taste and the gardener's skill. Having heard her fill of flattery, the Empress Dowager nodded slightly and said, "Standing to admire flowers grows tiresome. Everyone should take a rest in the pavilion." She proceeded toward the pavilion beside the flower bed, with Su Anren still supporting her arm. The others followed, filing into the pavilion one after another. The pavilion was not large, but it could comfortably seat 20 or 30 people. A stone table within had already been set with tea and delicacies, several fine pastries neatly arranged in lacquered dishes alongside several pots of steaming tea. The Empress Dowager took the seat of honor, while Su Anren sat beside her. The other noble ladies also took their places in order, chatting and laughing until the atmosphere grew quite cordial. Xiao Zhangyu chose a seat near the edge, lowering her gaze to the teacup before her without touching the pastries. A single thought occupied her mind: she must not eat or drink anything carelessly. The Empress Dowager instructed her maid to pour tea for each guest. Fragrant steam rose in delicate curling wisps, and the scent of tea mingled with floral perfume lingering in the pavilion. After a few sips, someone suggested, "Since the weather is so pleasant and the flowers are in such splendor, why not have each of us perform a talent to enliven the gathering?" Another quickly responded, "Performing talents is a fine idea, but the cold weather makes dancing difficult and playing the zither impractical." A third laughed and chimed in, "Then let us compose poems instead. Since ancient times, flower viewing has always been accompanied by poetry. That is true refinement." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic agreement, and the atmosphere immediately grew more vibrant. Seated in the position of honor, the Empress Dowager listened to the conversation with an unchanged smile. Then she reached up and slipped a string of emerald green jade beads from her wrist, placing it on the table. Her voice rang clearly throughout the pavilion, "I am in high spirits today. This strand of jade beads shall serve as a prize awarded to whoever composes the finest poem." All eyes instantly converged upon the bracelet. The jade was transparent and of exceptional quality, an unmistakable treasure. Several noble ladies' eyes lit up, and they leaned forward with amused interest. Su Anren, seated beside the Empress Dowager, raised her teacup and took a delicate sip. A faint smile curved her lips, and her gaze drifted almost imperceptibly toward Xiao Zhangyu's direction. She was in exceedingly good spirits today, so much so that even her hand holding the teacup was steadier than usual. She knew all she needed to do was sit and watch. The Empress Dowager's designs had never failed. She set down her cup and returned her gaze to the plate of pastries before her. In the corner, Xiao Zhangyu sat hunched low, her fingers lightly gripping the edge of her sleeve. Her heart beat slightly faster than normal, but her face revealed nothing. She knew this trial would not be easy, yet she did not know from which direction the Empress Dowager's attack would come. She could only proceed one step at a time. She lifted the teacup before her to her lips, letting it merely brush against them without actually drinking. The atmosphere at the banquet remained lively. One by one, the noble ladies recited poems, some praising the unyielding spirit of chrysanthemums, others lamenting the chill of autumn, and still others using flowers as metaphors for human qualities, their words refined and elegant. The Empress Dowager sat at the head of the table, occasionally nodding, occasionally lifting her teacup for a sip, her face adorned with a perfectly measured smile, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. Su Anren also recited a line of poetry, her voice soft and gentle, rather die with fragrance on the branch than be blown down in the north wind. After finishing, she lowered her head slightly as if shy. The Empress Dowager smiled and clapped her hands twice, and the others followed suit with applause, all praising the princess's literary talent. Su Anren smiled, her gaze turning to Xiao Zhangyu in the corner, her tone warm, as if truly concerned. "Miss Xiao, won't you grace us with a verse?" All eyes turned to her in unison. Xiao Zhangyu was silent for a moment, then spoke. She recited Tao Yuanming's verse, "Plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, I gaze at the southern mountains in leisure. I am unworthy. I can only borrow the ancients' words to praise the chrysanthemums." A brief silence fell over the pavilion. Someone let out a soft laugh, as if mocking her for not being able to compose her own poetry, merely using ready-made lines. Princess Pingyang promptly intervened to smooth things over. "Tao Yuanming's poem is most fitting. Miss Xiao truly understands chrysanthemums." The others said no more, and the conversation soon shifted elsewhere. Xiao Zhangyu breathed a sigh of relief, retreated to her corner, and looked down at her hands. So far nothing had happened. No one had tampered with her tea, no one had deliberately caused trouble. It all seemed like an ordinary court banquet. Not long after, several palace maids entered the pavilion, carrying trays laden with steaming bowls of white fungus red date and longan soup, saying it was cold and the ladies should warm themselves. The soup bowls were set down one by one on the tables before each noble lady. When the lids were lifted, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Xiao Zhangyu glanced at the bowl before her. The soup was a warm, glossy color with red dates and longan floating on the surface. Nothing seemed amiss. She did not touch it. Instead, she pushed the bowl aside, pretending to gaze at the flowers outside the window. Just then, a maidservant carrying a tray passed by her, her steps suddenly faltering, as if tripping over something. The tray in her hand tilted sharply, and a bowl of hot soup splashed out, heading straight toward Xiao Zhangyu. Chuntao reacted swiftly, sidestepping to shield Xiao Zhangyu. Most of the soup drenched her arm and skirt, and she let out a muffled groan from the scalding heat. Yet some of the soup still splashed onto the back of Xiao Zhangyu's hand, and her sleeve warm and damp through the fabric. The maidservant dropped to her knees with a thud, knocking her head against the floor. "This servant deserves death. This servant deserves death. I was not watching my step and offended the noble lady. Please punish me." Her voice trembled as if she were terrified. The Empress Dowager set down her teacup from her seat at the head, her tone indifferent. How could you be so careless? The maidservant knelt there trembling even more, not daring to lift her head. The Empress Dowager glanced at Xiao Zhangyu's hem, then at Xuantao's scalded arm, and her tone softened. Your clothes are wet. Uncomfortable to wear. Someone take Miss Xiao to the side hall to change. Her maidservant as well to get a change of clothes. Immediately 2 palace maids stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Zhangyu. Miss Xiao, please follow us. Xiao Zhangyu rose. Xuantao tightly grasped her hand, her lips moving. Xiao Zhangyu looked down at her and said in a voice only the two could hear, it's all right. Then she released Xuantao's hand and followed the 2 maids out of the pavilion. After walking along the corridor for a while, Xiao Zhangyu noticed that Xuantao had not followed. She turned back. Where is Xuantao? One of the maids replied with lowered head. Aunt Xuantao has been taken to the place where the maids change clothes in another courtyard ahead. She will come to find you once she is changed. Xiao Zhangyu nodded and asked no more. She followed the maids through a moon gate and into a side hall. The side hall was not large, but it was neatly arranged. A screen stood in the center of the room, behind which a soft couch and a bronze mirror were faintly visible. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, something like sandalwood mixed with another scent indefinable, but sweet, and after a while it made one feel slightly dizzy. The maid invited her to sit behind the screen, saying she would fetch clean clothes, then withdrew, closing the door behind her. Xiao Zhangyu sat alone in the side hall. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the door opened, and a maidservant entered carrying folded clothes, placed them on the table, and curtsied. Miss Xiao, here are your clothes. Xiao Zhangyu glanced at the garment. A lotus root-colored jacket of fine material, seemingly new. She did not change immediately, but merely nodded, set them there. The maidservant did not leave. She also set down a bowl of hot soup from the tray, placing it beside the clothes. The Empress Dowager ordered this for you. She said you missed the soup at the banquet and feared you might catch cold, so she specially sent this bowl. Xiao Zhangyu looked down at the bowl. White fungus, red date, and longan soup, just like the one in the pavilion, steaming and fragrant. She reached out and took it, setting it on the corner of the table, saying, leave it there, I'll drink it later. The maidservant did not insist, curtsied again. Then this servant will take her leave. The Empress Dowager said she has something to give you later and asked you to wait here a moment. Xiao Zhangyu nodded very well. The maidservant walked to the door, turned back to glance at her, then pulled the door open and stepped out. The door closed behind her. After a moment, the maidservant's voice came from outside, as if speaking to the maid on duty. It's cold. Fear the noble lady might catch a chill. Close the door, don't let the wind in. Then came the soft sound of the door bolt sliding into place. Xiao Zhangyu sat in the side hall, hearing that faint click, and her heart skipped a beat. She stood up, walked to the door, and pushed. The door was bolted from the outside. She pushed hard twice, but it would not budge. As for Xuantao, she had been taken to another room to change. The maid handed her clean clothes, and she changed. When she was about to leave, she pulled the door, but it would not open no matter how hard she tried. She banged on the door panel and shouted several times, is anyone there? Open the door. Outside there was only silence, no reply. Xuantao pounded again, her panic growing. She turned to look at the window in the room. The window was not locked. She climbed out through it, and when she landed, her ankle twisted, sending a sharp pain through her. She winced, but had no time to dwell on it. She stood up and ran out. She had just run out of the courtyard and was about to call for help when 2 figures suddenly emerged from behind the flower bushes on either side, blocking her path. Before Xuantao could even see their faces, a heavy blow struck the back of her head. Her vision went dark and she collapsed, her forehead hitting the edge of the stone steps, a thin line of red seeping out. One of them glanced down at her, kicked her leg, and after confirming she didn't move, muttered softly, she's not dead, is he? The other crouched down, checked her breath, and said, she's still alive. If we're going to do this, let's do it properly. Throw her out. Her life or death depends on her own fate now. The 2 dragged Xuantao from the ground, stuffed her into an abandoned wooden barrel nearby, covered it with a lid, carried her out through the side door of the palace, and went all the way outside the palace to throw her into a bush beside a small path leading to the suburbs. After tossing her in, they brushed their hands, turned around, and went straight back. Xuantao lay in the bush, blood from a cut on her forehead trickling down her cheek, staining a dark patch on the muddy ground, motionless. The noon sun hung overhead, but the winter sunlight offered little warmth, still feeling cold against the skin. A blue canopied carriage moved steadily along the official road toward the capital. Chu Yi sat on the driver's seat, his gaze casually scanning the bushes by the roadside. Suddenly he paused, lowered his voice, and said to the inside of the curtain, Master, there seems to be someone by the road. Shun Yanqing was leaning against the carriage wall, eyes closed in rest. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and said indifferently, go see. Chu Yi reined in the horse, jumped down from the driver's seat, and pushed through the withered yellow grass by the roadside, walking over. After taking 2 steps, his pace halted suddenly. He crouched down, and his expression changed instantly. What lay in the grass was Chun Tao, a half-dried streak of blood on her forehead, trailing down to her chin, spreading a dark brown stain on her collar, her face as pale as paper. Chu Yi quickly reached out to check her breath, then felt her pulse. Feeling relieved, he turned back and called out urgently and anxiously, "Master, it's Miss Zhao's maid." Shun Yanqing lifted the carriage curtain, stepped out, walked quickly over, glanced down at Chun Tao's condition, crouched, and pressed firmly on her philtrum with his fingers. Chun Tao's brow furrowed once, then went unresponsive again. Shun Yanqing pressed her philtrum a second time, harder this time. Her eyelashes trembled, and her eyes slowly opened to slit, her gaze unfocused, as if she had not yet fully awakened. Chu Yi quickly handed over a water skin and gave her a small sip of water. Chun Tao choked, coughed twice, and her vision gradually focused. Seeing Chu Yi and then Shun Yanqing, she suddenly grasped Shun Yanqing's sleeve, her voice hoarse and urgent, "My lord. Miss, the palace." As if using all her strength to force out these few words, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. Shun Yanqing looked down at the hand clutching his sleeve. The knuckles had already relaxed, dangling limply at her side. He stood up and handed Chun Tao to Chu. "You take her back to the mansion, find a doctor to treat her, and save her life." Chu Yi responded, "Then master you." But Shun Yanqing had already turned towards the horse, mounted it, flicked the whip, and with hooves kicking up dust galloped towards the palace gate, saying, "I'm going to the palace." The palace's chrysanthemum appreciation banquet was drawing to a close. Noble ladies walked out in small groups. Some were still discussing the poetry recited earlier in low voices, while others exchanged farewells, chatting and laughing as if still immersed in that elegant revelry. Shun Yanqing rode his horse to the palace gate, dismounted, and strode inside with long, purposeful steps. When passing the imperial garden, several noble ladies spotted him and were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, hushed voices murmuring, "Why has Lord Shen come? Indeed, the banquet is nearly over. Perhaps he's here to see Mistress Su." Shun Yanqing did not look at them, his pace unbroken. His gaze swept across the empty pavilion once, then again, but did not catch sight of Xiao Zhangyu. He seized a young eunuch passing by with a tray, his voice low, yet carrying a chilling coldness that made one shiver. "Where is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family?" The young eunuch was so frightened by the grab that his tray nearly fell from his hands. He shook his head repeatedly. "This servant does not know." Shun Yanqing released him, his gaze falling upon a figure near at hand who was about to board a sedan chair. In a few strides he crossed the distance and blocked Su Anren's path. "Where is Xiao Zhangyu?" Su Anren was startled by this sudden interrogation, her face quickly regaining composure. "Lord Shen, what are you doing? How would I know where Miss Xiao is?" Her voice gradually weakened under Shun Yanqing's increasingly cold gaze. She turned her head to glance at the Empress Dowager as if seeking rescue. The Empress Dowager was just emerging from the pavilion. Watching Shun Yanqing, she spoke with steady authority, "Minister Shen, what do you think you are doing? Have you forgotten the palace rules altogether? This is the inner palace, not your chief counselor's mansion." Shun Yanqing turned slightly, bowed minimally to the Empress Dowager, then straightened up. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Su Anren. "I shall ask one last time, where is Xiao Zhangyu?" Su Anren dared not meet his look. She lowered her head and shrank behind the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened, and just as she was about to speak, Shun Yanqing had already turned and walked over to the old matron standing beside her. The matron was a personal maid who had accompanied the Empress Dowager from her natal home, serving her side for decades, and having grown up together as a trusted confidant. Shun Yanqing looked at her and said, his voice neither high nor low, "Where is she?" The old matron stood rigidly straight, every wrinkle on her face unmoving. "This old slave would rather die than tell you," she replied. Shun Yanqing looked at her. After a moment's silence, he spoke, his voice as calm and flat as if he were discussing some trivial matter. "In that case, the marriage contract can be cancelled tomorrow." Su Anren looked up sharply, her face draining of color. Her voice pitched wildly as she cried, "Aunt." The Empress Dowager's countenance also grew darker. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at the sky. The sun was already sliding westward. The musk burning in that side hall had been fuming from morning until now, nearly 2 full hours. Even if the child still survived, it would hardly have endured such prolonged exposure. She withdrew her gaze and her voice resumed its customary poise and composure. "Miss Xiao's garments are damp. She is changing clothes in the side hall. We shall have someone guide you there. What a bother this has become." She nodded to a maid standing nearby. The maid lowered her head, approached, and bowed to Shun Yanqing. "Lord Shen, please follow this servant." Shun Yanqing followed the maid through 2 successive colonnades and pushed open the door of the side hall. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Xiao Zhangyu lying face down on the table, her forehead covered in cold sweat, her temporal hair damp and clinging to the sides of her face. Her complexion was as white as paper, her lips lacking any color. One hand pressed against her own abdomen, her teeth clenched tight on her lower lip, her fingers gripping the table edge until the knuckles turned white. Shun Yanqing strode quickly over, squatted before her, and reached out to support her shoulders. "How are you feeling?" Hearing his voice, Xiao Zhangyu lifted her head slightly. Her eyes unfocused regarded him. Her voice emerged faint and hoarse. Chun Tao. Shen Yanqing took her hand in his. She is unharmed, she is with me. Upon hearing these words, it was as though a tightly drawn string had suddenly been loosed. Tears welled up instantly in Xiao Zhangyu's eyes, her voice thick with sobs and weakness. I must leave. Oh, I feel so dizzy here. My stomach hurts so much. Shen Yanqing said nothing further. Bending down, he lifted her into his arms, turned, and walked out. He walked quickly through the corridor, each step steady and firm, wrapping her tightly beneath his coat to shield her from the winter wind. As they passed the imperial garden, the noble ladies who had not yet left stood frozen, watching the grand secretary stride past with a woman in his arms. None dared to utter a word. Only Princess Pingyang remained in place, gazing at the retreating figure, and lowered the flower branch in her hand. Chuyi had already arranged for a carriage to wait at the palace gate. Shen Yanqing carried Xiao Zhangyu into the carriage, and the curtain fell shut. The carriage sped away from the palace gate. For a moment the compartment was silent. Xiao Zhangyu curled up in his arms, her whole body huddled tightly, one hand still pressed to her stomach, her breathing rapid and uneven. Each breath took great effort. Her face was frighteningly pale, her lips utterly drained of color. Shen Yanqing looked down at her, his voice low. Hold on. Xiao Zhangyu's voice drifted as if from far away, so faint it was almost inaudible. Don't go home. Father will worry. Shen Yanqing was silent for a moment. To my residence. The carriage turned direction. At that moment his gaze fell upon her skirt. On the lotus-colored fabric a small dark stain was seeping through, slowly expanding, like a flower blooming in languid motion. His fingers tightened slightly. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, his voice deeper and faster than before. Faster. Have the female physicians from the mansion wait at the gate. When the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Grand Secretary's mansion, 2 female physicians were already waiting with their medicine boxes. Shen Yanqing carried Xiao Zhangyu out of the carriage, strode through the front hall, through the winding corridors, and brought her straight into his own bedchamber, laying her on the bed. He stood by the bedside looking at her pale face and closed eyes. Turning to the 2 female physicians, he spoke in a steady voice, so steady it sent a chill down the spine. She must not be allowed to come to harm. The physicians hurried forward. One loosened Xiao Zhangyu's collar to check her pulse, while the other lifted her skirt for a glance, and her face changed instantly. They exchanged a look, then fell to their knees with a thud, their foreheads touching the ground, their voices trembling uncontrollably. Your Excellency. This lady appears to be having a miscarriage. Shen Yanqing stood still. He looked at the curled-up figure on the bed. Wind from outside seeped through the gap in the door, making the candle flame lurch violently. His shadow cast on the wall was stretched long and thin by the candlelight. After a long while he spoke, save her first. Shen Yanqing withdrew from the bedchamber and did not re-enter. He stood beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, motionless like a stone statue forgotten in a corner. The tree canopy had shed all its leaves, leaving only bare branches twisted and reaching toward the gray sky. The weather today matched his mood, gloomy and oppressive, with clouds pressing low as if about to unleash rain, yet never letting it fall. Physicians and maidservants shuttled back and forth between the bedchamber and the kitchen, their footsteps hurried and light. No one dared to speak loudly, how everyone muffled their steps and voices. He stood under the tree, watching the figures come and go. His gaze fell on the closed door of the bedchamber, then shifted away. He had never imagined he would have a child. In this half of his life, ever since his parents left, the household had been reduced to him alone. He seemed to live only to fulfill the late emperor's dying wish and his parents' final entrustment. He had never thought about having a child, and no one had ever taught him how to face the arrival of one. He lowered his head to look at his hands. Hands that had held a brush, grasped a sword, reviewed countless memorials, and silenced stubborn assassins. But he had never held a child. He didn't know how to hold one either. It was just that when he saw her slumped over the table in that side hall, his heart had suddenly felt empty for a moment, and before he could grasp it, the feeling was gone. The courtyard grew quiet. The footsteps of the servants also softened, as if afraid to disturb the one sleeping in the room. After a while the bedchamber door opened. A female physician walked out, her steps weary. She approached Shen Yanqing, lowered her head, and spoke in a subdued voice. Your Excellency, the child was not safe. A moment later she continued, the lady's constitution is weak. She must not be exposed to cold in the coming days. She needs to rest well, and take her medicine on time every day. After she wakes, her emotions may be unstable. She needs someone by her side. Try to accommodate her as much as possible. Shen Yanqing listened, remained silent for a moment, then spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. When will she wake up? The female physician considered. If all goes well, she may wake tonight. At the latest by tomorrow morning. Shen Yanqing nodded. Understood. You may go. The physician bowed and withdrew. Shen Yanqing stood under the tree without moving. After a while he turned and pushed open the bedchamber door. The bedchamber had been tidied. The bloodstained clothes had been changed. On the table sat a bowl of medicinal broth, still steaming. The air carried a faint trace of blood, very faint. Xiao Zhangyu lay in bed, the blanket pulled up to her chin. Her face was as pale as paper, making the dark hair on the pillow stand out even more. Her eyes were closed, her lashes casting a small shadow beneath them. Her breathing was shallow and thin, like a small beast curled up in its nest. Xin Yanqing sat down on the edge of the bed and watched her for a while. Then he reached out to brush away the slightly damp strands of hair on her forehead. When his fingertips touched her skin, he paused. Her forehead was cool to the touch. He withdrew his hand, pulled the corner of the blanket up a little higher, sat for a while longer, then stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned to the young maidservant guarding the entrance, speaking in a low voice. "Keep the porridge and medicine ready at all times. The moment she wakes, come tell me immediately." The maidservant quickly acknowledged, not daring to be negligent. Xin Yanqing walked back to the courtyard and stood under the tree. Chuyi was already waiting in the courtyard. When he saw Xin Yanqing emerge, he strode forward, and before his master could speak, volunteered, "Master, I have already sent men to investigate." Xin Yanqing glanced at him, his voice very low, betraying no emotion. "I want to know everything by tonight." Chuyi lowered his head, understood. He turned and walked out quickly. Xin Yanqing stood for a while longer, then pushed open the bedchamber door and entered again. He sat down on the chair by the bed, saying nothing, doing nothing, just sitting there watching the sleeping figure on the bed. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. A maidservant entered to light the lamp, then tiptoed out again. The candle flame flickered, casting his shadow on the wall behind him, stretched long and quiet.